Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see what if Harry Potter unlocked the dark power of the Black family. Here is short summary. Embracing the Black family legacy, Harry masters the dark arts and unlocks new power to challenge Voldemort. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Hey Harry, look, I'm sorry about my father, he gets this way sometimes. It's alright. Well, just wanted to make sure. Cedric offered him a quick smile before gazing at him curiously for a second. I swear I don't remember you looking so different before. Yeah, just thought I could use some change. He mumbled self-consciously. Looks good, Cedric said with a wink. Looking to meet some people while we're there? He asked slyly, making him blush. He was saved the trouble of answering as Mr. Weasley beckoned them over next to an old boot. What are we doing gathering around a dirty old boot? Ron asked as they gathered around it. Mr. Weasley and Amos looking at their watches closely. It's the portkey, Ickle Ronikins, one of the twins cracked, to which Ron responded by kicking him in the leg. Boys, behave yourselves, now when I say so, grasp the boot. Mr. Weasley said. After a few minutes Mr. Weasley said, now. And everyone grasped the boot. He suddenly felt a jerk as the floor gave way from beneath him and he felt like a hook somewhere behind his navel was pulling him. Almost as immediately as this sensation started, it stopped and everyone fell over except for Mr. Weasley, Cedric and Amos. Cedric pulled him up, to which he muttered his thanks and carefully adjusted his glasses. It would take some time to get used to that method of travel. Welcome boys, to the Quidditch World Cup. Mr. Weasley exclaimed and Harry felt his eyes widen as he looked around at the sea of brightly colored tents, which covered nearly every inch of the vast fields in front of them. They walked through towards the campsite from where the Cedric and his father separated from them as they were in another part of the field. After saying their goodbyes they walked towards the muggle in charge of their area, a round-faced man with a smile on his face. The man eyed them curiously as they approached. Mornin', the man said brightly. Good morning, Mr. Weasley smiled. And your name will be Sir Weasley. The man looked at the book in front of him. Aha, found you, here you go, he said, handing Mr. Weasley a map and pointing at a spot. This is where you are now, that spot will be where your space is. Thank you, Mr. Weasley replied and pulled Harry to the side. Harry, can you help me pay for this? He asked, pulling out a bundle of muggle money. Harry counted the bills and gave them to the man who looked at them curiously. You foreign? He asked. Ah, yes, Mr. Weasley said uncertainly while the boys and Hermione and Ginny smirked. So many like you here, this is almost unnatural, the man said in a matter-of-fact tone. There are some funnily dressed chaps walking around. There was even one that tried to pay me with huge gold coins. As soon as he said it, a man materialized behind him and muttered obliviate, pointing his wand at him. The man's eyes immediately went blank. Here's your change. And there is a tap marked on the map where you can get water, he said in a monotone voice. Thank you, Mr. Weasley said, pocketing the money. They walked away from the man who was staring blankly into space while the wizard that had appeared accompanied them. All right there Arthur. I've been running around this entire area putting memory charms on muggles. Our lot are paying no attention to the warnings we put up and are using magic openly in broad daylight. Just as he said it, a brilliant purple flame erupted a short distance away. Cursing loudly, the wizard took off in its direction, leaving a bewildered Mr. Weasley behind. All the same, we can't get by without magic, at least not easily, he said, shaking his head while they walked through the mess of tents. Harry noticed that many of the witches and wizards were now waking up and coming outside to get breakfast ready. Some of them were awkwardly trying to light fires with a box of matches with disbelieving looks on their faces, as if sure this was not going to work, while others were pulling out their wands and muttering under their breaths, casting magical fires with shifty looks. Harry gaped in wonder when he chanced a glimpse inside one of the tents. Instead of the confined space he expected, there was a large living room, complete with stairs, leading upwards. A little further on they saw a tent that had 2 floors, and even a little further on they found a miniature house-like structure. Mr. Weasley smiled. We can't resist showing off when we get together, here it is. He said, indicating a vacant spot with a sign saying, Weasley. All right, let's set up this tent, he said brightly while the others groaned. He pulled out a large bundle of canvas from his bag, along with pegs and ropes. It took them a while, but after many failed attempts they finally managed to erect 2 rather small-looking tents. "Home sweet home," he grinned, opening the tent flap and beckoning them in. They walked into a large, spacious room that had 2 adjoining rooms with bunk beds attached to the wall. In front of them was a large table complete with chairs. "This belongs to a ministry friend of mine. The poor bloke couldn't make it, so he lent them to me." "It's brilliant," Harry exclaimed. They decided to wait a little for Bill, Charlie and Percy before having lunch. They spent the time looking at the passing people. It was slowly becoming a flurry of activity as witches and wizards walked around, laughing and talking. Mr. Weasley kept up a running commentary of everyone for Harry and Hermione's benefit. Soon they caught sight of 3 red-haired figures striding towards them. "All right boys, let's start getting some firewood and water ready. It'll be too busy to walk around later, so we should get what we can now," Mr. Weasley said just as the older 3 walked in. Everyone nodded their assent, and soon Harry, Ron and Hermione were given the task of getting water from the tap that was marked over at the next field, while the rest were sent around to get firewood and supplies. After a quick tour of the girls' bunk, which was significantly smaller than the boys' bunk, they set off towards the other field. Along the way they met familiar faces from school. "Hey Harry. Ron. How are you, mate?" a voice called, and they turned around to find a grinning Seamus Finnegan. Oh, and Hermione too. They walked into a bright green tent and met with a stern woman with a kind face who Seamus introduced as his mother. When Harry was introduced, her eyes performed the familiar flick up to his scar. After the pleasantries were done with, including reassuring them that they were going to be supporting Ireland in the match against Bulgaria, they walked out and resumed their journey. "Like we'd say anything else surrounded by that lot," Ron grumbled. Harry caught sight of a multitude of red tents pointed at them with a picture of a scowling man on a firebolt wearing blood-red robes on the front of almost every single one. "Who's that?" Hermione asked curiously as they walked by the poster after poster. That is Victor Crumb," Ron said dramatically. He looked at both of them, obviously expecting a reaction. When none came, he sighed loudly. "The best seeker in the world. You just need to watch him and you'll see it. He does stuff on a broom that is nothing short of amazing." Hermione rolled her eyes, and catching Harry's eye she grinned. They had been wondering who it was that the twins had been teasing Ron about. They had been saying that Ron had a crush on a boy and had a picture of him stashed under his pillow. It seemed like they had found the one. "Oh Ron, he's only a Quidditch player," Hermione said exasperatedly. Ron's eyes widened. "Only a Quidditch player? Just wait," he went on and on. She looked at Harry, causing him to chuckle and shrug. It was difficult to argue with Ron when it came to Quidditch. They walked on, and along the way they met up with more of their friends from school, including Neville Longbottom, a boy in the same year as them who Harry liked despite his occasional clumsiness. He told them, his round face shining in excitement, that his grandmother had finally consented to bringing him to see the World Cup, although they would only stay the one night, even if the match progressed on for longer than that. It was a known fact that some of the matches of the World Cup lasted days, weeks, even months. He secretly hoped it would stretch on for some time. It was fun being in the middle of the excitement. They reached the tap and got in the long line of people waiting for their turn to get water. They each picked up some of the empty buckets that were laid out near them, ready to fill them with water and take them back to camp. Hermione dissolved into a fit of giggles when a wizard came in front of them wearing a Muggle women's dress and yelling at the top of his voice that it was proper Muggle attire, a ministry official running behind him holding a pair of trousers and a shirt. Once they got the water, they slowly started making their way back. At the side they noticed a large group of girls that were talking amongst themselves in what Harry recognized as French. "Those girls over there, they look like they're our age, but they don't go to Hogwarts, do they?" Harry asked curiously. Hermione looked at him in surprise. "Of course they don't go to Hogwarts, Harry. There are more schools all over the world that teach magic to children." Harry felt stupid now that he realized that he had thought that Hogwarts was the only school of witchcraft and wizardry, especially when there were witches and wizards all over the world. "Yeah, I heard Bill had a pen pal from another school, can't remember much about it though," Ron said thoughtfully. They walked on until they found themselves back inside their tent. "What took you so long?" George asked. "Met a few people," Ron answered, sitting down. "What's for lunch?" "Don't know, Dad's having too much fun with the matches," Fred said, smirking slightly and jerking his thumb back at his father, who sure enough, was having the time of his life with the matches. He would light one and promptly drop it in surprise. Hermione went to help him out and soon they had a fire going, some of the food that Bill and Charlie had bought cooking. After lunch they were comfortably full, but no one could settle down with the building excitement. Fred, George, Bill, Charlie and Ginny started a game of Exploding Snap while Percy talked to Mr. Weasley about his work back at the Ministry. Hermione decided to start reading a book she had brought with her. Finally, after fidgeting around in his seat and unable to take any more, Harry got up and announced he was going to take back the buckets and get more water. Ron jumped up to accompany him and they went back outside. After replacing the buckets of water they walked around the different campsites and met with a lot more of their friends. He felt slightly uncomfortable as he felt their gazes, particularly that of the women falling on him as he walked. It seemed he had taken on a lot more trouble than he realized when he decided to change his appearance. He could literally feel Ron shaking in jealousy when a pretty red-haired girl waved at him, saying something in French and blowing him a key, causing his cheeks to warm considerably. Gathering up what was left of his courage he waved back before fleeing in Ron's wake, highly aware of the piercing gazes on him. Fortunately for him, as Ron had taken to giving him the silent treatment, Lee Jordan came up from behind them and greeted them. After nodding at him he quickly took his leave. "Ron, I'm going to the other campsite," he muttered quickly. Ron nodded before turning back to Lee, leaving Harry to walk on. With a sigh he brought his hand to his head, thoughts of Ron and his jealousy disappearing from his mind as he absent-mindedly traced his scar with his finger. The unbearable pain in the vision he had seen a few weeks ago was still quite raw considering how he kept experiencing them in his nightmares again and again. It didn't really worry him a lot, after everything he'd seen and experienced throughout his life up to now, both in Hogwarts and before, he was no stranger to nightmares. But it still irked him from time to time. He thought about the letter he had written to Sirius and wished that wherever he was at least comfortable. He was deep in thought when he walked straight into a person who, like him, had not been fully aware of where they were going. The person pushed him in surprise with a small yelp and he, trying vainly not to fall to the ground, reached out, grabbing onto the person's hand, trying to steady himself, but fell backwards anyway, taking the person with him. After an initial groan of pain he slowly became more accustomed to his senses. The first thing he noticed was a pleasant flowery scent that was threatening to make him lightheaded. The person lying on him had gone perfectly still for some reason. It was then he noticed that he was still holding onto the hand he'd grabbed onto. And it was then he realized this person was in fact a she. A hand this dainty could not belong to a man. Mentally berating himself as to how he kept putting himself in these awkward situations, he opened his eyes and looked right into the most beautiful pair of eyes he had ever seen in his life. They were narrowed as she was glaring at him, which he noticed quite immediately, but he couldn't help but allow himself to get lost in them. Two perfect sapphire orbs shining brightly, clear as the morning sky. He stared at the perfect, angular face, long, silvery white hair splayed out behind her. Her pale skin seemed to emit a pearly white glow of its own. His heart quickened when his eyes focused on her pink lips, which were parted slightly, her hot breath tickling his face. He got a sudden, unbidden urge to press his lips against hers, but realizing what he just thought, clenched his fist, painfully digging his nails into his hands. He would not make a fool of himself in front of a goddess like this. After what seemed like a while of them simply looking at each other closely, he finally found his voice. See, could you get up? Please. He stammered nervously, causing her eyes to widen in surprise before she slowly got up. For a brief moment he saw astonishment written across her beautiful features when he'd asked. Then all of a sudden, her face cracked into the most beautiful smile he'd ever seen as she held out her hand to him. He took it, aware of the stares the two were attracting from the people around them. Before he could say anything else, she started walking, pulling him by his hand. As she guided them through the masses. After getting to a less crowded area, she turned to look at him and he took the chance to look at her properly. Her figure was the definition of beauty. For one mad moment he thought she couldn't be human. There was no way someone as perfect as her could be considered normal or standard. He had seen Muggle models, but she put each and every one of them to shame. She asked him something in French, and as she spoke, Harry noticed her voice was melodious, almost as if there were chimes within her vocal cords. I'm sorry, I'm not fluent in French, he said apologetically, cursing himself inwardly for never learning it. She easily switched to a heavily accented version of English. I just wanted to apologize for the way I walked into you. He smiled at this. It's all right, I wasn't watching where I was going either. She laughed, making his heart skip a few beats. Damn it, how can she have such an effect on me? Well then we are both at fault non. My name is Fleur Delacour. Who is it that I, Avenue Z pleasure of meeting with? He almost gave her a different name, but changed his mind at the last moment. For some reason he had wanted to see what would happen if she didn't know who he really was. But then he realized it would be a stupid move, seeing as she only had to look closer at his scar if she had any doubts about who he was. Harry Potter. Her eyes widened and performed the all too familiar movement towards his head. He twitched irritably at the motion, something that was not missed by Fleur, it seemed. Is something the matter, Ari? He immediately loved the way she'd butchered his name. It was so alluring. No, I mean, Her smile seemed to grow at the way he was stammering. What is EET? Oh God, this woman was doing this on purpose. That accent was making him lightheaded. He forced himself to look at her and was surprised when he saw curiosity reflected in her eyes. She seemed to be genuinely concerned. The scar, he muttered finally, averting his eyes. Gets a little irritating when it's the first thing people notice about you. She finished for him, a twinkle in her eyes. His face just have shown his shock because she giggled. Don't worry, I know what you're dealing with. Also you're cute enough without EET as well if you're wondering. Judging by the way she burst into peals of laughter and the way his ears were heating up, his face must have just taken resemblance to a tomato. Thankfully though she seemed to take pity in him. You are staying as long as the match goes, I presume. Yeah, he answered before hesitantly asking, maybe I'll see you there. Her face fell a little at his question. I'd love to, but I'm in the top box with the British Minister of Magic. My father was invited by, I am so. I'm there too, he exclaimed. My best friend's dad got tickets for us at the top box. Excellent. I will, avenue you with me then. And, I'm sorry, Ari, I almost forgot that I, avenue an errand I need to run so. Oh, yeah, it's all right, I'll see you later then. Save me a seat. Will do, Harry replied, smiling widely. He couldn't explain it, but he couldn't wait to see her again. He wanted to find out more about her. He couldn't understand it. He had seen plenty of beautiful girls before at Hogwarts, even talked to them, but he had never felt such a burning need to talk to them, to know them. Yes, she was far more gorgeous than any of them, but there was something different about her. For some reason he knew that she really understood how he felt about his scar. With a jolt he realized, she hadn't known who he was. Back there, when they'd fallen, she could have easily just gotten up off him, apologized and left. Instead she brought him here, away from prying eyes, and made introductions. That wasn't something that happened normally, right? If you bump into another stranger. Gracing him with a final heart-stopping smile she walked away, a slight sway to her hips which he found himself staring at. She looked over her shoulder after a few steps, a rather mischievous expression on her face before waving at him. It was with great mental effort that he managed to get himself to wave back. Harry. Who in the world was that? A loud voice sounded behind him. He turned to find a red-faced Ron that was glaring at him. I just bumped into her, he said lamely, noticing that Ron was looking at Fleur's retreating figure with a dazed look in his eyes. He shook his head and kept glaring at him, muttering something incomprehensible, and started walking back to their camp while he gave out a long, drawn-out sigh before following. He had noticed that Ron had a little jealousy problem especially while at Hogwarts. He remained silent for the whole time until they finally reached their tent. Everyone was chatting, in high spirits about who would be most likely to win the cup. It's got to be Ireland, they have the best chasers in the world and their seeker isn't bad either, Charlie said while he ate a chocolate frog. The twins' faces cracked into identical, evil grins. Care to make a bet then, oh wise, elder one? Both of them said simultaneously. Everyone chortled before Bill spoke up. I want in on this, what's the bet? He asked, ignoring his father, Percy and Hermione's disapproving looks. The twins spoke with each other and quickly pooled their money onto the table. We bet that Ireland wins, Fred started, to which Charlie immediately started protesting. Hold your horses, let me finish. We bet that Ireland wins but Crumb gets the snitch, he finished winking at Ron whose ears had gone red again. Bill and Charlie laughed but accepted the bet. Mr. Weasley looked torn between deciding whether to stop it or turn a blind eye. Deciding on the latter, he got up, stretching. All right, we should be making our way to the stands then. There are a few things I want to buy from the vendors before the match. Everyone cheered and stepped outside to loud singing and laughter. Hermione sidled up next to him holding Ginny's hand and jerked her head towards Ron. What's the matter with him? Harry sighed. I met someone and he got this way. He didn't want to say anything more in case she wasn't really at the top box, in which case he'd just make a fool of himself. Hermione nodded before they walked on, and soon they came up to a number of carts all laden with merchandise consisting of posters, figures and other strange-looking instruments. There was even a Quidditch supplies store where a firebolt was on display, and he gazed at it proudly with a rush of affection for his godfather who had sent it to him last year. Everyone dispersed and he walked up to the cart with the strange instruments. They actually looked a little like binoculars. The shopkeeper smiled at him when he walked up. What are these? He asked. These, sir, are omnoculars. They allow you to zoom in and out, focus on different parts of the game at once. It even has a play-by-play function. How much? 10 galleons each, but I can reduce it to 7, the man replied, his eyes twinkling. 3 pairs, he said firmly and handed over his money, taking the omnoculars. He went to find Ron and Hermione and found that they were huddled around a cart with bright green and red rosettes along with programs and moving figures of the players. Ron had already bought a moving figure of Crumb who was scowling up at him from his hand, while Hermione had some programs in her arms. Here, early Christmas presents, he said brightly, giving each of them a pair. Thanks, Harry. Hermione squealed while Ron grinned broadly. Yeah, thanks mate. Fred and George came up behind them. Neither had anything as they had bet all of their money along with Bill and Charlie. Mr. Weasley and Percy however were wearing bright green rosettes. All right then, off we go, Mr. Weasley said, his voice laced with excitement. They walked on with a large group of people who were shouting in loud voices. Harry kept fingering his wand for comfort, feeling gazes on him as he walked. He hated having people stare at him because of the fact that he was the boy who lived. Nobody stopped to look past that except his friends. They found a ministry official outside the large stadium, inspecting tickets. He spotted Mr. Weasley and beckoned him over, tearing their tickets and handing them the stubs. Top box Arthur, as high up as you can go, he said. They climbed up the wooden staircase and he was amazed at the sheer size of it. It was easily the length of a few football fields and each and every corner of it was packed with people. The sounds of singing and screaming were almost deafening. As soon as they reached the top they found it was stretched out and Harry immediately recognized Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, along with another exotic-looking wizard. Percy bowed low when he saw the minister, causing his glasses to slip off and crack. With a death glare at Harry, who the minister greeted like a nephew, he sat down at the far right corner along with the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione, who were trying hard not to laugh. Harry, my boy, this is the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, Mr. Ivan, oh, something. He saw that the Bulgarian minister was staring at him openly. As soon as his eyes found his scar he started jabbering excitedly in a foreign language. Well, at least that's effective, Fudge said grinning before he sat down. Just then a group of people came from behind them and he felt his heart skip a couple of beats when he recognized the silver-haired witch. Her eyes met his and he moved towards her, away from Fudge to let the man who he presumed was Fleur's father greet the minister. Ari Beans, Zir is a person I'd like you to meet, she said, smiling her beautiful smile at him which made him feel strangely lightheaded, and pulled a miniature version of herself in front of her from where she was hiding. Ziz is my sister, Gabrielle. She has been dying to meet you for a long time now. He grinned at the little girl, who blushed furiously when he offered her his hand which she took slowly. Hi, he said softly, making her giggle and run to a rather tall, breathtakingly beautiful woman with the same hair and eyes as Fleur. The woman's eyes fell on him and smiled graciously, shaking his hand. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harry Potter. I am Apolline Delacour, she said in a soft voice, her eyes shifting for a fraction of a second to his scar. You too, Mrs. Delacour, he said nervously when the tall, brown-haired man walked up to him, smiling slightly and grasping his hand. He introduced himself as Dominique Delacour. He turned around to find his seat next to Hermione and shifted uncomfortably when he found all of the Weasleys staring open-mouthed at Fleur and her mother. It was then that he realized that even Fudge and the Bulgarian minister were looking at them with slightly dazed looks on their faces. Ignoring the Weasleys' looks of jealousy, particularly from Ron, Harry sat down next to Hermione, who hurriedly leaned into him. "Harry, that's Avila," she whispered urgently at him while Fred and George whistled quietly and gave him a thumbs up, causing him to blush. Fleur came up and sat right next to him with her sister sitting on her left. "I think you and your friends go to Hogwarts?" she asked. "Yeah, which school do you go to?" he asked her curiously. "Beauxbatons, it's in France," she added, seeing his blank expression. They talked on happily while waiting for the people to fill into the seats. He was amazed at how easily he could talk to her, even though he had met her only a few hours ago. He was a little disappointed when he found she was 2 years older than him, but immediately pushed it out of his mind. Soon a haired wizard walked in wearing brightly colored robes and sat behind a speaker's podium. "Are you ready, Minister?" he asked. "Ready when you are, Ludo," Fudge said comfortably. Immediately the wizard spoke into his wand, and his voice sounded as if it were coming out of a microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." His words were met with an explosion of cheering, and Harry could see about a dozen omnoculars flashing in their direction. "Join me in welcoming the Irish team. Troy, Mullet, Moran, Connolly, Quigley, Ryan, and Lynch," he yelled as 7 green blurs shot out from the ground into the sky. Green fireworks erupted around them, giving a spectacular show. Harry heard Gabrielle squeal in delight as a flashing leprechaun formed and started dancing. Harry used his omnioculars and trained them onto Lynch, who he found was a short, leniently built man with a mustache. He zoomed in further to see the golden lettering, "Firebolt," written on his broom. Bagman began to announce the opposing side. "Now, let's give a big hand and welcome the Bulgarian team. Ivanova, Dimitrov, Levski, Volkov, Volchanov, Zagraf, and Krum." The screams got louder at the mention of Krum as 7 red blurs shot out. Harry hurriedly trained his omnoculars on Krum to find him exactly the way he was in the miniature figure of himself that Ron had. Suddenly the crowd started yelling and whistling when a large group of silver-haired cheerleaders walked onto the field wearing outfits. Music suddenly began and they started dancing, making the crowd go wild. Harry noticed that Fleur stiffened at the sight of them, just like her mother, who was watching with an expression of distaste. He was suddenly aware that the Weasleys were all standing along with everyone else in the top box, craning to get a better look at them. "Honestly," Hermione said as she tried to pull down Ron, who was goggling at them through his omnioculars. Only Harry, Hermione, Fleur and her family along with Mr. Weasley were seated, and Harry saw Fleur and her mother looking at him in surprise. He gave Fleur a questioning look and she shook her head before turning back towards the pitch. Soon they stopped dancing to the angry roars of the crowd and Bagman sat back down. "The referee for this match is Hassan Mustafa," he told the crowd, and Harry saw a short, bald man walk onto the field with his arm around a huge crate. He set it down on the floor and looked around before mounting his broom. "Let the match begin," Bagman screamed to the roar of the crowd, and Mustafa kicked open the crate and immediately the 2 bludgers pelted out while the red quaffle rose vertically. Harry also caught sight of a golden speck in the distance before it disappeared. The game was the fastest he had ever seen, and the Irish chasers were far superior to the Bulgarian ones. They handled the quaffle between them so fast that Bagman only had enough time to say their names. The game progressed on until the score was 130-10 with Ireland in the lead. As the Irish chasers increased their score, suddenly Krum went into a spectacular dive followed closely by Lynch, but pulled up at the last second, causing Lynch to crash as he pulled away with the golden snitch in his hand. The stadium went quiet until a roar slowly grew in the Irish. Supporters were yelling themselves hoarse as the scoreboard displayed 170-160. The twins cheered loudly and Harry heard the loud groans coming from Bill and Charlie. Fleur laughed and cheered along with everyone, and soon the 2 teams were standing in front of them while Fudge presented the gleaming silver cup to the captain of the Irish team. "Everyone give it up for the winners of the World Cup, Ireland." Bagman yelled to the deafening roars that were sounding throughout the stadium. After the round of excitement and a big hand to the Bulgarian team, Krum in particular, the crowd started filing out. Outside, Fleur pulled him aside, away from the others. I will see you tomorrow before we go back, I hope. I'll find you, he answered with a smile before flushing a deep red when she pecked his cheek. By Gabrielle, he added a tad quickly, forcing his eyes away from the elder of the two sisters, looking at the little girl who was now snuggled up in her father's arms. She waved shyly before hiding her face, making them chuckle. After saying his goodbyes to the French family, Harry went to join the Weasleys, who were waiting for him a short distance away. "Great catch, Harry," Fred said in admiration while the rest of them looked towards Fleur's retreating figure wistfully. Ron was avoiding his eye while Mr. Weasley was smiling at him with a twinkle in his eye. "She's just a friend," he mumbled, looking anywhere but at them. The tree at the furthest corner suddenly became extremely interesting. "You got it bad, Mr. Weasley chuckled, "and unless I'm extremely mistaken, so does she." The rest of the Weasleys roared with laughter as his blush deepened twofold. There was no way that could ever happen. "Vila, I both envy and pity you, Harry. You're in so much trouble." He carefully looked away, noticing that Ron looked to be in a foul mood once again. They turned away and started walking in the direction of their tent while the twins gloated about the money they had won, much to Bill and Charlie's displeasure. Back at the tent, they had a cup of hot chocolate and soon started talking about the impressive plays used by the Irish chasers. Ginny fell asleep on the table after a few more hours of endless Quidditch talk, and Mr. Weasley announced that it was time they all went to bed. Harry climbed onto his bed, ignoring Ron, who still hadn't said a word to him, and stared at the blank canvas above him. He felt himself go red again as he remembered the beautiful sapphire pair of eyes that had rested on him, and slowly drifted off to sleep. His dreams were centered on a certain silver-haired witch. All too suddenly he was shaken awake by a worried Mr. Weasley. "Harry, wake up. Something's gone wrong." He heard screams and maniacal laughter in the background, and suddenly a fire erupted just outside their tent, accompanied by a loud bang. It took only a few seconds before everything sunk in. It also helped that someone from outside screamed even louder and a green flash illuminated the tent. Sleepiness forgotten, he immediately pulled on his glasses and picked up his wand, running outside with Mr. Weasley to where everyone was assembled. Farther away he could see a group of people wearing masks and dark robes, marching in their direction, laughing and blasting aside tents, firing curses at people. "Fred, George, take Ginny and run into the forest. Stay there until everything is sorted out. Harry, Ron, Hermione, go with them as well. We will come to get you," Mr. Weasley cried, pulling out his wand and running to a group of ministry wizards who were angrily shouting and pulling out their wands. Bill, Charlie and Percy took off after him, and Fred, George and Ginny broke into a run towards the trees. Hermione gripped Harry's and Ron's hands and pulled them after Fred and George as they were violently jostled by the panicking people around them, all who were intent on getting away from the campsite and the screaming hordes of masked figures. Hermione screamed something incomprehensible. Harry felt her grip on his hand loosen as he lost sight of them in the crowd. Gritting his teeth, he allowed himself to be pushed along with the crowd away from the campsite and looked around. He could find no trace of the Weasleys and Hermione. He held out his wand and trudged on, following the crowd running into the forest. "Lumos," he muttered, lighting his wand as he walked on, hoping to find the others. Loud screams suddenly tore through the air and Harry heard a muffled yell coming from his side. He immediately ran in the direction of the screams to find 5 cloaked figures huddled around 2 people. They were laughing, one of them holding a wand tauntingly over them. His voice grew into a snarl when he realized the 2 people on the ground were none other than Fleur and her sister. Fleur was holding onto Gabrielle, who was openly crying. Her blouse was ripped and one of the men was trying to completely rip it off. "Stupefy!" he yelled, forgetting about everything else as he pointed his wand at the man next to Fleur, who immediately toppled over. The other 4 started firing curses at him, which he dodged before pointing his wand and yelling, "Expelliarmus," causing one of them to be thrown backwards. They hit the tree with a sickening crunch as the other's wand flew out of his hand. Suddenly Fleur screamed when he felt something hit his head. His legs gave out from under him as he staggered, his vision swimming as he reeled back. One of the brutes holding a rod dripping with blood. He brought his hand gingerly to the back of his head, meeting a slight wetness that hadn't been there before. The remaining men were laughing as he fell to his knees. His eyes couldn't focus on anything as he desperately tried to see where Fleur and Gabrielle were. He glanced back at the man who walked up to him, still holding the rod as he took a fistful of his hair. "That's what you get for trying to save damsels in distress," the man said with a smirk, forcing his head up so that their eyes. "This is not a fairy tale, boy. I guess you're not the band of ugly orcs then," he rasped. "Oh, the brat still has some fight left in him." The man next to Fleur walked up to him and he looked up to see a disturbing smirk on the man's face. "Been a while since I've done this. Crucio." Pain. Agonizing pain tore through him. He couldn't stop the strangled yell that escaped his lips as the man slowly moved his wand steadily upwards, making him feel like his chest was being ripped apart. Just when he was beginning to wonder when he was going to die, the pain stopped. The man holding the rod dropped like a wooden doll and he could just make out Fleur, who had somehow acquired her wand, turning it on the man who was looking around wildly with panic as she blasted him away in a flash of white, her face contorted in fury. The last thing he saw were two blurred shapes hovering over him as he couldn't hold on any longer and slipped into the darkness that covered him. Harry opened his eyes slowly and a blinding headache immediately took over, eliciting a sharp cry from him. Almost as soon as it had come though, he felt a cool hand over his forehead, his headache fading away into nothingness. It took some time before he could get his eyes to work properly though. But once they'd adjusted, they focused on a pair of blue eyes which elicited a rather dorky smile from him. The person to whom they belonged to immediately threw her arms around him and pulled him into an embrace. He felt a tickle when she placed her lips on his ear. "Merci," she whispered. He heard more footsteps and he realized he was lying on a bed in a rather large tent. His eyes caught sight of Hermione, who ran at him and pulled him into a hug as soon as Fleur let go. Mr. Weasley came up behind her and Harry could see his face was pale. "How are you feeling?" Mr. Weasley asked tentatively. Harry grimaced. "Like someone beat my head with a bludger." The Weasleys' faces cracked into smiles and Harry felt some of the tension vanish. Dominique walked into the room closely followed by his wife, a grateful look on his face. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," he said gravely. "You have no idea just how indebted to you we are." Not knowing how to reply to that, he smiled uncomfortably at him, something which the man seemed to notice because he reached forward and gently ruffled his hair. "They're all sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban for their crimes of attempted beep and for the use of the Cruciatus curse on a fellow human being." Hermione and the Weasleys gasped. Apparently they hadn't known Harry was subjected to the Cruciatus curse. "Are you sure you're all right, Harry?" Bill asked in a low voice. "Only a little sore, otherwise I'm fine." He suddenly jerked involuntarily as a spasm of pain tore through him which wasn't gone unnoticed by anyone. "It's the after effects of the cursed scar it left behind. I'm sorry but I cannot remove it," Dominique said, looking at him worriedly, to which he merely shrugged. Scars were something he was quite used to by now. What was one more? "Harry," Mr. Weasley asked softly, "if you're up to it we need to leave. The portkey is scheduled to go in half an hour, the ministry are sealing off this entire area." Mr. Weasley said gently. Before he could say anything, Dominique stepped in. "If you don't mind, monsieur, we could take care of him here," he asked, looking at Mr. Weasley. "It's the least we could do, and I can assure you that our very best are here for protection." Harry couldn't help but notice how hopeful Fleur looked when her father said this. "Well, I don't know," Mr. Weasley muttered. "The thing is that my wife's back home since she refused to come and is now probably worried sick about us. Him in particular. I really don't know if I'll be able to convince her he's all right, given how far and wide news can travel." With a pang he realized the truth behind Mr. Weasley's words. He really shouldn't worry Mrs. Weasley anymore, and besides, he didn't really want to impose on Fleur's family no matter how much he wanted to spend more time with her. Besides, he wasn't going to accomplish anything by doing so. "No, Mr. Weasley's right, Mr. Delacour, and I don't want to cause trouble." "It's no trouble at all, Harry," he said with a smile while his wife nodded. "But I understand. Do you think you can get up?" Harry nodded and groaned a little when he pushed himself up, feeling a wave of nausea come over him. He felt someone move quickly to his side, holding him steady, an arm looping through his. He sat up unsteadily and took a moment to steady himself, realizing that it was Fleur beside him. "Wait, the ministry's closing off this place. Why? What happened last night?" he asked, trying to make sense of the jumbled memories in his head. He couldn't remember anything clearly. "We'll fill you in later, Harry, but right now we need to go," Mr. Weasley said with a worried look at Dominique, who nodded at him. He nodded and stood up, swaying slightly as Fleur helped him steady himself with a tender expression on her face. She let him go though when Apolline pulled him into her warm embrace, which surprised him momentarily. It felt strange really, maybe it was just the fact that his head was not in the right place, but he couldn't ever remember getting the sort of feeling he was getting now being hugged by this woman. "We are forever in debt to you, Ari," she said in a muffled voice, keying his brow before releasing him back to Fleur. It was then that he realized with a sharp pang of disappointment that he probably wouldn't see Fleur again. He turned to her just before he stepped outside, unsure of what to say to her. What could he say to her? Trust his luck to find someone he actually wanted to get to know, only for it to be someone not only older than him, but lives in a completely different country. Fleur. He was silenced when she pulled him into a hug before keying his cheek, lingering for a moment and making his face warm up. He noticed Dominique and Apolline were smiling slightly when she pulled away from him, her face slightly pink. "I will write to you, Ari," she said quietly. "We will be seeing each other again soon." He opened his mouth in confusion, but she shook her head, putting a finger to his lips. He nodded, and after getting a hug from Gabrielle and a final wave at the Delacours, he joined the Weasleys and Hermione. Mr. Weasley immediately put an arm around him and helped him walk. They met with a ministry official who immediately let them through a large line when he recognized Harry. They were immediately given a portkey, and after the brief uncomfortable sensation that followed, they found themselves right in front of the burrow with Mrs. Weasley standing outside. He immediately felt his head spin when their feet slammed onto the ground, but Bill and Charlie helped him stand while Mrs. Weasley started fussing over him, checking him for any injuries. It was only after some time that they managed to convince her that he was fine. While they were making their way back to the house, he noticed a paper lying on the ground with a large picture of a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth with the headline, "The Dark Mark is seen on the night of the Quidditch World Cup." "What happened yesterday?" he asked, looking at Ron and Hermione. "Later, Harry, we'll fill you in once you've had your rest," Hermione said while Ron nodded in agreement. Harry tried to protest. He was herded into Ron's room, and before long he was put in bed. It did not take long before he felt his eyes shut slowly, and soon his dreams were once again focused back on a silver-haired witch. "Fleur, what's wrong?" Fleur gave a start and was brought out of her reverie to find her father gazing at her. She felt her face warm a little when she realized her mother and sister were both watching her closely too. They were in the middle of having dinner and she had hardly touched her food at all. "Nothing, Papa, just thinking." She immediately regretted her words when she saw her mother's eye glint mischievously. "It wouldn't be about a certain dark-haired young man, would it?" she asked slyly, causing her father to choke on his food while her sister grinned at her. "Maman," she exclaimed, looking up, blushing slightly while her mother grinned at her. Her father chuckled after getting his back thumped by his amused wife. "He is a strange one, isn't he? And a very honorable one at that. There aren't many that would have done what he did," he said softly. "Well, I can list a whole lot more traits that our Fleur has noticed in him," her mother said teasingly. Fleur quickly finished her food, wanting to get away from the talk that was making her uncomfortable. After excusing herself, she went to her room, but not before she caught sight of the smirks on both her parents' faces. She sighed softly when she laid down in her bed and closed her eyes, letting her thoughts stray back to the night of the World Cup, and him. She didn't really like going to the Quidditch World Cup, but she knew that her parents would have been heartbroken if she refused. Her father was the head of the Or department of the French ministry, and due to his many accomplishments and out of gratitude to his services, they were invited to attend the World Cup with the English minister for magic, which she knew was an honor granted to a few. She hated mixing with large crowds of people because it was always the same thing over and over for her. Being a part Vila meant that there were only a few that could even hope to match her in her beauty. Neither she nor her mother could walk among other people without attracting the lust-filled gazes of men and the jealous looks of women. But, due to her young age, she drew almost all of the attention, and she hated it. No matter how angry her parents got at the looks she got from strangers, there weren't any laws to prevent it. The Vila have a natural charm that draws people in, and they had no way to stop it. Because of that, she only had a few close friends at school. The boys wanted nothing more than to get close to her, and the girls were extremely jealous of her. Because of this, she couldn't trust a lot of people other than her three dear friends, Amy, Aurelie and Caroline. When they had arrived at the campsite on the day of the match, she learnt that they were going to be seated at the top box along with the Minister for Magic. She was a little disappointed because it meant she wouldn't be able to meet with her friends who she knew would be attending the World Cup. Which also meant that she would no doubt be squirming under the gazes of the people with her. A few hours before the match she had met with her three friends, all of who were beyond excited for the match. Fleur never understood what was so good about Quidditch. In her opinion it was even a little barbaric. Amy is a very outgoing haired girl who looked up to Fleur like she would a sister. Aurelie was her best friend since her childhood. She had pale blue hair which was extremely uncommon even for a witch, and she had a cute, heart-shaped face, making her one of the targets of the boys in her school apart from Fleur. Although she wasn't as sought after as Fleur, she was one of the few that Fleur knew could understand the situation she was in. Lastly, Caroline, who was a mischievous, pretty red-haired witch. She has a very brazen personality and she had her fun constantly seducing whoever she found worthwhile and losing interest within a day. But all thoughts of her friends had been shoved to a side when she'd bumped, literally, into the person who was now refusing to leave her thoughts alone. She still got goosebumps remembering that moment. When she'd opened her eyes after the initial shock, she found herself staring at the most beautiful pair of eyes she had ever seen. Two bright, swirling pools of emerald that seemed to draw her in. She found that the man lying underneath her had his hand in hers, and for the first time of her life, she didn't care. It was amazing how her natural instinct to recoil from male contact had been completely overrun at that point. It was literally the first time that she'd ever lost her control too. The moment she'd taken in his features, she'd felt her heart skip a beat. The young man lying under her simply looked appealing to her, and for the first time in ages she'd lost control of her allure, and it came out in full blast. She could have sworn that he had almost leaned into her. So naturally, she'd been shocked when he asked her nervously to get up. It wasn't always someone came so close to her and stayed in control. It was then she decided that she wanted to find out a little bit more about him. After moving to a more secluded place away from the stares of the people around them, she was amazed to find that he was none other than Harry Potter. His scar was barely visible due to his hair covering it. He had twitched slightly when her eyes moved to his scar, and his explanation surprised her. No, it more than surprised her. She felt like he was someone who she could relate to easily, seeing as their situations weren't too different from each other. She smiled, remembering when she'd introduced Gabrielle to Harry. Her sister had made a huge fuss when she mentioned she had met Harry Potter, and she could tell that her sister had a little crush on him. She didn't really take notice of the family that was with Harry at the top box. Her attention had been all but focused on him, something her mother still teased her about to this day. The soft tone in his voice coupled by the darkened, tired look on his eyes had her wondering what someone like him could have gone through to be this way. She was surprised to find that he was only 14 years old, but it hardly bothered her after her initial flare of surprise. She couldn't deny the bright gleam that appeared in his eyes whenever their eyes met made her feel something she couldn't quite explain yet. After match everything seemed to go wrong. After some wizards started a riot, she was separated from her parents with Gabrielle holding onto her hand. Her father had gone to help subdue the group and her mother was lost to the panicked crowd. As soon as they reached the forest though, she and Gabrielle were grabbed violently by 5 hideous men, all of who reeked with alcohol and had a savage look in their eyes. At this point, Fleur suddenly shivered even though the window in her room was closed, and she drew her knees up to her body and wrapped her hands tightly around her knees, forcing herself to take deep, calm breaths. She had been the victim of many violent attempts like this ever since she was a child, and it had scarred her in a way that she could barely stand up to a man's touch. It was partly why she was so drawn to Harry. He really was the first person she'd ever been content to be so close to, even going as far as to initiate physical contact with. The only other person she could stand to being this close was her father, something that went without saying. It was also the first time she'd ever felt such a fierce feeling of protectiveness towards someone other than Gabrielle. The moment when she'd held Harry after he'd passed out had frightened her far more than it should have. For someone who she'd met just hours ago, she'd been terrified at the prospect of losing him. She couldn't deny that she'd been more than a little let down when he'd refused her father's offer to spend a bit more time with them while he recovered. It had also hurt a little, being a Veela she was used to people doing whatever they could to be near her. Here was one person she actually wanted to spend time with who was quite unaffected by her. And so she decided to test him a little before he left. She was content to say that he was not as unaffected by her as he tried to make himself out to be. Smiling at the prospect of meeting him again, she got up from her bed and walked to the window and pushed it open, letting the crisp night air wash over her room. She had promised to write to him and was anxious to know if he was feeling better, so she pulled out a quill from her desk drawer with a piece of parchment and began to write. After she was done, she addressed it to the burrow where he had told her was spending the rest of his summer. Gently prodding her tawny owl awake that was sleeping on the perch near the window and giving him the letter, she watched him fly away before she got back to bed. She had her big day coming up soon after all. Harry was a little sore the next day when he woke up. After a few moments he pulled himself up, ignoring the slight headache as he did so, and slipped on his glasses before looking around at the room. He sighed when he realized that he was alone and that Ron had probably gone down for breakfast, and he could faintly hear voices coming from downstairs. After washing up, he changed his clothes and immediately froze when he caught sight of a rather long scar that ran diagonally from a little below his right shoulder, stopping halfway across his stomach. After eyeing it for a few moments, he sighed and pulled on a shirt and a pair of shorts that were laid out for him and slowly made his way downstairs. When he walked into the dining table, he was surprised to find Mr. Weasley and Dumbledore deep in conversation. Dumbledore immediately stood up, smiling at him with his ever-present twinkle in his eye. "Harry, feeling a little better, I hope?" he asked kindly. Harry, who was a little taken aback by the headmaster's presence, smiled back faintly at him. "I think so, sir." "All right then, if you will be seated. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you," he said a little seriously. Harry nodded and sat in front of Dumbledore while Mr. Weasley smiled reassuringly at him before getting up and excusing himself. "I think that you will need to know what happened at the night of the match," Dumbledore asked, and Harry nodded. He passed Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet that he had seen yesterday, and Harry stared at the dark mark on the front page. He noticed the caption at the bottom, "You know whose personal mark," which appeared on the night of the Quidditch World Cup. This hadn't been seen in 14 years since the fateful day that the boy who lived triumphed over the Dark Lord, it went on, but Harry quickly looked up from the paper. "Voldemort's mark?" he asked. "The very same. It seems that some of the Death Eaters who roamed free had finally released their inhibitions on that day," Dumbledore said quietly. Noticing the confused look on Harry's face, he added, "Death Eaters, Harry, that was what Voldemort's underlings called themselves." "Did they find who did it?" "No. Some of them think that a house elf conjured it, more precisely, the house elf belonging to a Barty Crouch, who is the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I believe your friends Ron and Hermione were present at the time they found the house elf with a wand in her hands." "A house elf conjure the dark mark?" he asked skeptically. Dumbledore chuckled softly. "I see we are of the same mind. But we can't do anything for her, and I believe Miss Granger was most displeased. Now, on to present matters then." Dumbledore paused for a moment. "I have been in contact with Sirius and he told me about your vision. He is extremely worried about you now, and the news that you were attacked and subjected to the Cruciatus curse has only served to increase his anger, and he demands that we make arrangements so that he can be close to his godson." Harry groaned. He wanted to see Sirius, but didn't he know that his life would be in danger if he returned to England with the entire ministry looking for him? "I have made arrangements," Dumbledore said, causing his mouth to open in shock. But how?" "Sir, if he comes here he will be in danger." Dumbledore held up his hand, silencing him. "It will be taken care of. Sirius will have a place to stay in Hogsmeade. I have also asked him to help prepare you and train you further in dueling, to which he readily consented. Him and Professor Lupin will be training you at Hogwarts. You will find out more about that later," Dumbledore added with a smile, seeing Harry open his mouth again. After a few moments had passed, Harry finally voiced his question. "Why?" Dumbledore sighed and looked at him carefully. "We cannot ignore the signs. Ever since I heard of your vision, I decided that we must prepare for the worst should it come to pass. There is still one more thing that I have yet to tell you about, but I don't think that now is the time." He paused and looked expectantly at Harry, who had tried several times to speak, and after a few painful moments, he nodded in agreement. "I heard about your actions that night, Harry, and I must say you have made me proud yet again. The Delacours are quite taken with you." Dumbledore's customary twinkle was back in full force and chuckled when he saw his embarrassment. Anyone would have helped, sir. No, that is where you're wrong. It came at a price and yet you didn't hold them responsible. How can anyone hold them responsible? What those men were going to do to Fleur was much worse than what they did to me, he said quietly, and he looked up to see Dumbledore looking at him with pride. I am sorry that you had to experience such a thing as the Cruciatus Curse at such a young age. That curse is known to have driven older wizards mad with pain. Harry winced slightly when he remembered the sensation. I can imagine, he whispered. I apologize again about your scar. Dumbledore said sadly. The Cruciatus Curse, indeed all of the unforgivable curses never leave marks, and yet here you are standing with two visible signs that you have faced the worst of them, the curse that took the lives of your parents. He added at Harry's questioning look. Spells strengthen with emotions, Harry. The man that used it on you was one of Voldemort's most loyal supporters who had managed to elude capture for 14 years. He was known to have particularly enjoyed torturing countless muggles and wizards with the Cruciatus Curse, which is a specialty of his. What with the alcohol and the heightened emotions on that day, you faced one of the worst forms of the curse that only a few wizards have faced. The wizard in question was subjected to the Dementor's key yesterday due to his crimes, and the rest of the men were sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Silence followed, and after a long moment Dumbledore stood up. Well then, you will return to Hogwarts in a few weeks. This year will be an interesting one. I must be off, I have a few things I need to take care of, he said with his eyes twinkling again. Harry grinned and bade the headmaster goodbye and watched him walk out and disappear on the spot. He turned around wondering where the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione were, and soon found Mr. Weasley out back in the shed tinkering with some of the Muggle gadgets that he had picked up. Harry. Dumbledore left. Mr. Weasley asked when he saw him approaching. Yeah, Mr. Weasley, where are the others? He asked curiously. They went to Diagon Alley. Molly wanted to buy all the things for school this year. You needed your rest and Dumbledore wanted to speak with you privately. They should be done by now though, Mr. Weasley added with a thoughtful expression on his face. He walked back inside and up to the room he shared with Ron. His thoughts once again strayed to Fleur and wondered when she would write to him. It wasn't too long though before he was fast asleep, lost in those thoughts. All too soon he was shaken awake by a worried-looking Hermione. Harry, you hardly ever sleep in the afternoon. What's wrong? Nothing, Hermione, just tired I guess, he said slowly, pushing himself up, and realized he had fallen asleep with his glasses on. He caught sight of a few packages lying on the floor when Ron walked in. Got everything? He asked. Yes, we got everything. Even all your stuff, Hermione said, eyeing him while he got up and stretched. Thanks. Hey Harry, do you know why we're supposed to have dress robes? Ron asked, sitting on his bed. Dress robes? He asked, his eyes widening slightly. Yeah, it's in everyone's school list, Ron said, pointing disgustedly at a set of robes that had a rather large collar on it with frills around it, making it look ridiculous. No way, is that yours? Ron nodded, and he was suddenly filled with a sense of dread when he thought what his looked like. Let's go down, Mom told us to come and wake you for lunch, Ron said, and got up and left the room. He made to follow but was stopped when Hermione pulled him aside. That one has yours, she whispered in his ear, pointing at a parcel at the side. They're a lot better than Ron's, but don't let him know. She too went down and he ripped open the parcel curiously. He felt a sigh of relief escape him. His were almost the same as his school robes except that the lining was emerald green. Quickly he stuffed it inside his trunk and went down to find the Weasleys and Hermione, except for Percy and Mr. Weasley already seated, and Mrs. Weasley immediately started handing out plates, and soon they were tucking into some of Mrs. Weasley's best dishes. You all right now, Harry? Charlie asked him from across the table. Yeah, thanks, he smiled back at him. Charlie, come on, tell us, what's happening at Hogwarts? Fred whined while Charlie, Bill and Mrs. Weasley's faces broke into knowing smirks. You're all going to have a very interesting year, Bill said, chuckling slightly. Yeah, makes me wish I was back in Hogwarts, Charlie said with a dreamy look on his face. What's happening in Hogwarts? Ron asked curiously. No one explained, and Harry was just as curious as the rest of them. After continuously interrogating Bill, Charlie and Mrs. Weasley and failing to get answers, they finally let the topic go. Soon the plates were wiped clean and everyone were lazily lounging in their seats, occasionally firing questions at Bill and Charlie, hoping to get an answer from one of them. Suddenly a loud hoot sounded and everyone turned to find Mrs. Weasley with a letter on her hand. "Harry, there's a letter for you." She handed him the letter, which he took it and turned over. His heart leapt when he saw the name written in neat letters, Fleur Delacour. Fred, who was sitting next to him, saw it and gave a wolf whistle, immediately alerting the rest of the Weasleys. "Well, well, nice going, Monsieur Potter," Fred said with an evil grin. Harry could feel the gazes on him and he turned to see Hermione smirking at him. Excuse me," he muttered quietly before getting up and going back upstairs, painfully aware of the gazes on him. He sat down on a chair inside Ron's room and quickly tore it open and began to read. "Dear Harry, I promised I would write no. How are you feeling? I hope you are well. Gabrielle can't stop talking about you. Our school term starts in another week and I can't say I'm not looking forward to going back. It seems like this year is going to be amazing. When are you going back to school? I really enjoyed meeting you and I want to thank you again for helping me. I have a feeling we will be meeting again soon. Love, Fleur Delacour. P.S. Sorry about the short letter, but I wanted to send this to you as soon as I could. And I have written my address at the back of this parchment." He beamed at the letter and felt the happiest he had been in ages. He was surprised when she wrote that they might be meeting again soon, and he sincerely hoped it was true. His eyes drifted towards the calendar on the wall and counting down the days until he was back in Hogwarts. Suddenly he remembered with a jolt that Fleur had mentioned that she was going to turn 17 on the 26th of August while they talked during the match. Today was the 23rd and he grinned to himself. She wouldn't be expecting it, but he wanted to surprise her with something for her birthday. Hurriedly folding the letter and tucking it safely into his pocket, he made his way back downstairs. Along the way down he came across Ron, who immediately sped up and walked past him before Harry could open his mouth, leaving him bewildered and standing frozen on the spot. After a few moments he turned back and went downstairs, shrugging slightly. He was getting increasingly tired with Ron's mood swings and couldn't make either head or tail of it. When he came into the kitchen he found Fred, George, Ginny and Hermione still sitting at the table. "What's new with your damsel in distress?" Fred asked, clasping his hands together and batting his eyelashes at him. Harry immediately felt the color rise in his face, much to their amusement, and choosing not to respond, slid into the chair next to Hermione. "Where are Bill and Charlie?" he asked, looking around. "Back at the ministry, something about an old friend of Dad's in trouble," George answered. He nodded and immediately felt a spasm of pain pass through his head, causing his elbow to slip out from under him and clutch his head in pain. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "You should go back to bed, Harry. I don't think you should be walking around yet." "No, I slept long enough." Hermione opened her mouth to protest but was immediately interrupted by Fred. "Want to shoot some hoops at the fields, Harry?" Fred asked. He nodded eagerly. Flying always could clear his head. Ignoring Hermione's glare, he stood up with the twins and went up to get his firebolt. Surprisingly, Ron wasn't anywhere to be found in their room. He came back downstairs to find Hermione reading one of the new school books in the living room next to the kitchen. He heard a loud bang and smiled. It was going to be a while before the twins got back, and he quickly told Hermione about Sirius and what Dumbledore told him. "I can't believe you will be getting trained by Lupin and Sirius," she said enviously. "Sirius was one of the dueling champions back in Hogwarts when they had those events," Harry grinned. "Did it hurt a lot?" she asked in a small voice, and it took him a few moments to realize what she was talking about. "I definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of another one of those," he said grimly, looking away. Thankfully the twins came back looking extremely sheepish, with black powder covering their faces, clutching their brooms. "Sorry mate, there was a slight miscalculation and we had to sort it out." Laughing, he followed them out. "Ron's not coming. I didn't see him anywhere," he asked curiously. The twins exchanged meaningful looks before turning to him. "Don't mind him, he's being a bit of a prat at the moment. He got all stiff and moody when you got the letter from your friend, so well, you know how he can get." Harry nodded grimly. It was annoying having to put up with Ron's tantrums sometimes, which Harry had noticed over the past 3 years. Shaking off his thoughts, he soon found himself in the air in the secluded area behind the burrow, throwing an odd-looking ball that the twins had brought with them to each other, trying to stick it through the goalpost formed in the middle of 2 trees. Harry soon forgot about the occasional spasms of pain and gave into his joy of flying. Soon afterwards they warily trudged back inside to shower and change. Dinner found everyone seated outside at the garden where Mr. Weasley had conjured up 2 long tables which were creaking under the weight of some of Mrs. Weasley's finest dishes. Hermione kept trying to initiate conversations to include both Harry and Ron, but all either of them could do was answer politely. He spotted Ginny watching him intently from time to time but always looked away when she saw him look her way. For the most part he talked with Fred, George, Bill and Charlie, who he found were much livelier company than the strained conversations with Ron and Hermione, who seemed to be determined to drag both of them together, something which was annoying him to no end. Percy, as always, was deep in conversation with his father about work, and soon the plates were cleared and everyone were lazily stretching around in their seats enjoying cups of hot chocolate. "Hey Harry, why don't we get you an earring?" Charlie asked, grinning at him while Bill and the twins hitched up unnervingly similar grins. Feeling a sense of apprehension to where this conversation was heading, he cast a wary eye at Mrs. Weasley, who was talking with Hermione and Ginny. "Why?" he asked, bemused. "Why not? You could probably pull it off." Fred replied, sniggering slightly. With a sigh he leaned back on his chair, turning his attention to the sky. "Not interested," he muttered. "So you're a one-woman type of man." "That Vila's one lucky woman," George said, arranging his face into a love-struck expression, making everyone laugh before dodging a mistimed punch from Harry. "Worth a shot, was hoping I'd have a chance with her," Bill said grumpily after the laughter had died down. "Whoa there, how would you even think you could have a shot at her when she isn't even in the country, and you aren't even in Hogwarts anymore?" "Supposing Harrykins here gives you a chance, of course," George asked, suddenly surprising everyone. Even Hermione and Ron, who hadn't been paying attention, leaned in. Bill gulped. "Last I checked you had already pissed off the French Gringotts branch as well." Well. Bill started stuttering, looking decidedly uncomfortable. "I was just kidding. I mean me anywhere around her." Peef. No one failed to see the beads of sweat developing on his forehead. "Bedtime, right?" he asked quickly before getting up and literally ran inside with the twins chasing after him. Harry was just as curious as they were, and Charlie suddenly felt 4 piercing gazes on him and he threw up his hands in protest. "Don't ask me, I have no idea," but the twinkle in his eye immediately gave him away. "It's classified information which will be disclosed once the Ministry sees fit," Percy suddenly piped up, making everyone roll their eyes. Sensing that Percy was getting ready to talk about work, everyone hurriedly got up and excused themselves. It was getting late anyway and he was feeling tired too, so he followed after the rest of the group. Before he passed Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, however, who were deep in conversation with each other, he stopped. Mr. Weasley. I need to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow." "Sure Harry, you can use the flow powder, but Dumbledore wouldn't like the idea of sending you alone," he grimaced. This was one thing he had to make sure he was going alone. "I'll be back before long, I'll leave in the morning." Mrs. Weasley looked like she was going to protest, but after a long moment she nodded. After bidding good night to them, he climbed back upstairs to Ron's room to find Ron reading a book on his bed. Their eyes met and Ron grinned uncertainly, which he returned, but the tension was uncomfortable. "Night, Ron," he said before climbing onto his bed. He heard his faint reply, but he sighed softly and closed his eyes, wondering how much longer their friendship can survive. The next day Harry rose well before everyone else, and after putting on his normal pair of jeans and a black shirt he crept downstairs. Quickly he scribbled a note for Mrs. Weasley and left it on the table and grabbed a fistful of flow powder. Throwing it into the fireplace, which immediately lit with emerald flames, he stepped in and said clearly, "Leaky cauldron," and allowed himself to be beeped into the nauseating sensation of spinning. After it stopped he found himself in the middle of a crowded pub. Ignoring the hushed whispers and stares, he strode to the counter, grinning at the barman. "Harry Potter. An honor as always to have you here, sir. What can I get for you?" Tom the barman asked, smiling at him. "Anything for breakfast?" he asked. "Of course, take a seat, I'll be with you in a moment," Tom said before he walked to the back. He sat down in a table at a corner, and as soon as the food arrived he ate hurriedly, wanting to get away from the stares. Thanking the barman and leaving a generous tip, he walked to the back of the shop and tapped the bricks with his wand and watched fascinated as the bricks parted, showing the brightly colored street packed with people. Even after 3 years he could never get tired of walking down the streets. There was always something interesting to see every few steps he took. He went into Gringotts first and asked to make a withdrawal from his vault. After thoroughly enjoying the cart ride to and from the vault much to the amusement of the goblin who accompanied him, he was once again walking through the streets trying to figure out what to get. He was aware of some witches that seemed to be around his age staring at him and giggling. He even recognized some of them from Hogwarts whom he had never spoken to but knew from appearance. Turning thoughts back to Fleur, he didn't know what to get her. He wanted to get her something special but at the same time he didn't have the remotest clue of what. It was then that he wandered into a part of Diagon Alley that he had seen but never walked into due to the large number of witches in it. Flushing slightly and realizing he'd just walked into the so-called Pink District, talked about in whispers among his peers as a place of horror where no man should wander into consciously lest he values his life. Ignoring the giggles and stares he walked on eyeing the shops until finally he caught sight of an equivalent to a Muggle jewelry store. Girls liked jewelry traditionally, right? Walking inside he smiled at the old man that looked up at him, his face brightening immediately. "Harry Potter. What an honor, what can I do for you, sir?" he asked excitedly. "Just looking, sir, if I find something of interest I will let you know," Harry said, making the old man nod vigorously. The shop had many fine necklaces, bracelets and more of the sort, but they were too flashy for his liking. Somehow he couldn't imagine Fleur ever wanting to wear something like them. Sighing resignedly he was just about to leave the shop when he noticed a silver necklace with a gracefully formed star as a pendant. There was a bright sapphire stone on it which Harry could have sworn was glowing. It stood out with an almost ethereal beauty, but what made it so appealing was the simplicity in its design. This description fit perfectly for Fleur. Blushing slightly at the depth of his thoughts he beckoned the shopkeeper. He knew he needed to give this to her, anything else he could get seemed to pale in comparison. Perhaps it seemed a bit much, but then again this didn't really look tacky or expensive, so. When did he become someone worrying over jewelry? Maybe Mr. Weasley did have some idea of what he was talking about when he said he had it bad. "Found something of interest, Mr. Potter?" the old man asked, walking up to him. How much is it?" he asked, pointing at the necklace. The man looked surprised, but his face immediately transformed into a smile and pulled it out. "A rather interesting piece, that is. I'm surprised it caught your eye. I will be willing to part with it for 60 galleons, Harry, who was expecting a much higher price than that, looked up in surprise. The old man chuckled softly. "It doesn't matter, Mr. Potter, the fact that it caught your eye makes me wonder. So many people have come and gone from my shop and yet none have ever noticed it. It has a very unique story of its origin to it, but forgive me but I don't feel like revealing it to you yet," he said, his eyes twinkling. Harry was surprised, but he nodded happily and proceeded to pay for it, and the man wrapped it in a box and gave it to him, which Harry took, feeling immensely pleased that he had found something worth to give to Fleur. Before he left, however, he turned back to the man. "The next time I visit I will hope I can learn the story behind this. Mr. Brian Keep, Mr. Potter, and of course I will be honored to do so," the man said, bowing low. "Oh, and I would like to be introduced to the recipient of that necklace the next time. Good day, Mr. Potter," he added, smiling slightly, and he ducked to the back of the shop, leaving Harry standing with a shocked expression on his face. After a few moments Harry shook his head slightly and walked out and was soon back inside the leaky cauldron. He checked his watch and was shocked to find that it was almost 2. Mrs. Weasley was going to kill him. He hurriedly waved goodbye to the barkeeper and, grabbing a fistful of flow powder from a cauldron next to the fireplace, he stepped in and said, "The burrow," and allowed the green flames to envelop him, pulling him inwards. After a brief moment of spinning, Harry found himself sheepishly getting back to his feet and rubbing soot from his clothes while looking at a worried Mrs. Weasley and Hermione. "Harry James Potter, mind explaining what took you so long? You were gone before we woke up, and look at the time." Interestingly, it wasn't Mrs. Weasley that spoke. He looked up at her, ignoring the spark of annoyance that rose in him at her question. "Sorry for making you worry, I guess I just lost track of time," he said evenly. After a long moment under the piercing gazes of Mrs. Weasley and Hermione, he heard a quiet voice beside him. "Harry, what's this?" He looked to his side to find that the box containing the necklace had slipped from his hand and was now in the clutches of Ginny. A piece of the necklace was dangling outside of the box, making him realize she'd probably peeked inside, and he immediately felt a flare of anger rise in him. No matter how close they were, No matter how much he considered her as a sister, it was not her place to poke around his things. He reached over and quickly took the box from Ginny, who hurriedly backed away at the expression on his face. "Something I bought," he said coldly, and shifted his gaze sharply back to Hermione and Mrs. Weasley, who had been watching the exchange intently. "And no offense, but what I do on my spare time is none of your business." Mrs. Weasley opened her mouth but quailed under his gaze as he walked swiftly past them and back up the stairs. He found Ron and Charlie engaged in a game of chess, and both broke into grins when he entered the room. Ron had apparently gotten over his behavior the previous night, and Harry was too used to it to care and decided to just run with it. Besides, he didn't want to snap at too many people on the same day. "Just got back," Ron while watching his knightly hack away at one of Charlie's pawns. "Yeah, you should have seen Mom, she was getting really worried. Her and Hermione," he sighed and lay back on his bed after carefully placing the box inside his trunk. He didn't answer, and from his silence Charlie seemed to understand what he was thinking. "Mom will always worry about you, Harry. She sees you as a part of family, and she always worries about all of us. Even now," Charlie added with a pained smile. "I know it gets annoying and she does tend to go overboard, but yeah, I guess so," he muttered, cutting him off. He really didn't want to speak about this. Sure, he liked Mrs. Weasley, but he hated the feeling of being smothered by her and her acting like a concerned parent. He turned to watch Charlie lose yet another pawn to Ron's knight. "Where are the others?" "Fred and George are locked up in their room again, the rest are at work," Ron said. "Bill too?" he asked, surprised. "Yeah, but he's not in Egypt. He's in Gringotts, he left a little while before you came," Ron said, smiling while he watched one of pawns smash Charlie's knight into dust. "That reminds me, I'm leaving for Romania tomorrow and Bill's going back to Egypt early in the morning," Charlie said before groaning. His king had thrown his sword and Ron's pieces were cheering in victory. The rest of the day passed pleasantly with Harry, Ron and Charlie talking about Quidditch, who were soon joined by Fred and George and later by Bill. Night soon came, and after a lively dinner marred only by Ginny, who was trying to catch his eye from time to time, getting increasingly frustrated when he wouldn't even look her way. Hermione was happy to find that both Ron and Harry were once again in speaking terms. Finally they retired to bed with farewells to Bill and Charlie, who were going to leave before dawn. When asked why they were going back to work so soon, both of them mysteriously answered that they wanted to take a holiday a lot sooner next year than normal. In the middle of the night Harry got up and quietly took out the box from his trunk and quietly went downstairs with a piece of parchment and a quill. Lighting one of the lamps, he began to write and sealed it inside an envelope with Fleur's address on it. After he was done, he went outside and found Hedwig, who hooted softly in greeting from her perch next to Errol, the Weasleys' family owl. He carefully tied the box along with the letter and gently stroked her wings. "This needs to get to Fleur, okay?" he murmured, and she blinked at him. After affectionately nipping at his finger, she took off, leaving him grinning and imagining the look on Fleur's face when she received her gift. Fleur was sound asleep when she felt something suddenly jump on her bed, making her eyes snap open with a shriek. It took a while before she noticed the little bundle of silver lying next to her, shaking with laughter. "Gabrielle, don't ever do that again," she said crossly before pulling her little sister into her arms and tickling her affectionately. "Happy birthday," Gabrielle shouted loudly and keying Fleur on the cheek, making her smile widely. "Thank you," Fleur replied, ruffling Gabrielle's hair. She giggled and wriggled free of her sister's arms and ran outside. Before long she came back holding a picture and handed it to Fleur. Her face broke into a grin. It was a picture of her and Gabrielle sitting under a tree. It was brightly colored, and although the picture was hardly a beauty, she felt like it was one of the best drawings she had seen in her life. She turned to see Gabrielle watching her nervously and laughed and pulled her into a tight hug, murmuring her thanks. She suddenly realized with a jolt that she could do magic freely, now that she was 17. She grabbed her wand from the table next to her and made her window burst open and levitated the books and other objects around the room, and much to Gabrielle's amusement conjured brightly colored bubbles. Eventually she got up and went to the washroom to freshen up, leaving Gabrielle jumping around trying to pop every single one of the bubbles she could reach. Once she returned, she picked up Gabrielle and went downstairs to find her parents waiting for her at the dining table. Both broke into wide smiles when they saw her and pulled her into their embrace. "Happy birthday," Her father and mother sang in unison, making her laugh before running to hug them both. They both handed her 2 wrapped boxes which she tore open eagerly. In one of them was a pair of shoes that had caught her eye while shopping for school supplies a few days ago. She had not mentioned anything about it to her mother, who was with her because of the price. Even though their family was very well off, she was modest and didn't like to spend money unnecessarily, something that her parents were extremely proud of her for. Squealing in happiness, she hugged her mother tightly and tore open the remaining box, which contained the most beautiful dress robes she had ever seen. It was made of a very soft material that felt like water flowing in her arms, and it was the exact color of her hair. Beside it was a pair of sapphire ear rings which was the exact color of her eyes. She grinned happily and hugged her father tightly, making him chuckle softly and pat her head gently. "Sit down, dear, we made your favorite today," her mother said before firmly grabbing Gabrielle's hand and pulling her to her lap. It was usually a hard job to get Gabrielle to eat in the morning, and today was no less different. Together they tucked in while happily making plans for the day and for when Fleur would be returning to Beauxbatons in 3 days. "Well then, Flower, since you are of age now, I believe you will be putting your name up for the Triwizard Tournament?" her father asked, ignoring the worried look on his wife's face. Ever since she had learned of the tournament, she had been fighting tooth and nail with her parents to be allowed to compete. He knew nothing they could say or do would change her mind. She wanted to prove herself once and for all and stop the notion of her fellow students that she was only the best of her year because of her Villa heritage, allowing her to have her way with her teachers. Madame Maxime was very supportive in letting Fleur compete, as she was easily one of the best students Beauxbatons had seen in years. His wife did what any mother would do and always will. "Worry. Of course, Papa," she said, crossing her arms and looking at both her parents with her face set. He chuckled. "Then the only thing I can say is, make sure you do your best and make us proud," he said with a grin, making her smile back. "Are you sure about this? You have nothing to prove. We are already proud of you as it is, and I don't want you to willingly put yourself in harm's way," her mother said worriedly. She had been planning on protesting, but with her husband giving his consent, she didn't have much to go on now. She had to accept the inevitable. Fleur sighed softly. "Yes, Maman, there is nothing to worry about. This is something I have to do." Her mother nodded and didn't say anything, and she knew this was the closest form of approval she could and will ever get from her mother. "When you are chosen, we can come to watch you write?" Gabrielle asked, tugging at her sleeve. "If I am chosen," she corrected gently. "You will be chosen," Gabrielle shot back, making her father laugh and her mother smile grudgingly. "And we can meet Harry Potter too." "Gabby." Fleur blushed slightly. At this, everyone burst out laughing, completely breaking the initial tension that had built up with the issues of the tournament. She couldn't deny it though, she was looking forward to meeting Harry once they went to Hogwarts, and unknown to her, both her parents had been closely observing her behavior with the black-haired boy that they had met at the World Cup. They had been shocked when Fleur had embraced him, and they had been even more surprised to find that he in turn was unaffected by the Villa allure. Well, he just had a great deal of self-control, more like. Where usually people lost themselves, the boy seemed to have a remarkable aptitude at reining himself in. Nevertheless, it was something which the Villa worked hard to find in potential partners, or even for just a friend that wasn't another woman. Apolline had been lucky enough to find Dominique, who was one of the few men that possessed a tolerance to her allure, and they had fallen in love and now had a very happy life together. Both of them wanted Fleur and Gabrielle to find that happiness, especially Fleur, who was now an adult. "I noticed that our owl was gone for a long time." International Post. Her mother asked with a smirk, noticing how Fleur was getting redder by the second. Thankfully, Fleur was saved at that moment by one of their house elves that came in holding a rather large package with a letter. "Excuse me, madam, but this arrived earlier in the morning for you today," he said in his wheezy voice, handing her the items. "Thank you," she said, smiling at him, making him bow low before retreating. She tore open the letter. "Happy birthday, Fleur. We all chipped in to get you this, hope you like it. Amy, Aurélie, Caroline." She opened the package, intrigued to find a rather large box. Opening it, she gasped in wonder. Inside it was a glass ball. But not just any glass ball, it was an inky black with a perfect, moving model of a galaxy and stars. Astronomy was her favorite subject in school. She took it out, making Gabrielle squeal in delight. "So pretty," she exclaimed. Fleur laughed and, after looking at the orb, fondly handed it to Gabrielle, who seemed transfixed by it. You have some very good friends, her father said, to which she could only nod in agreement. She quickly got one of the house elves to fetch her a quill and a parchment and scribbled a note which she sent back to her friends thanking them for the gift. She couldn't shake off the feeling of disappointment she had though. She had been hoping against hope that Harry would have remembered her birthday, although it wasn't something she could hold him against. It was just one of the little snippets of their conversation back at the top box. She was also a bit worried that she hadn't gotten a reply to her letter yet and wondered if something was still wrong with him. He had after all been in a pretty bad shape when she had seen him last. "Dear, what's wrong?" her mother asked, looking at her worriedly, for her eyes had suddenly lost the bright gleam in them and her smile which she had just seconds ago was no longer present. Startled, she looked up to find everyone staring at her and hastily she hitched back an awkward smile. Nothing. To her relief, no one questioned her afterwards, although she could see the uncertainty lingering in her mother's eyes. After a few moments, more delight in the mood, she asked something which had been nagging her constantly the past couple of days. "When do we go to Hogwarts? Do we stay for a term at Beauxbatons and then go, or?" she asked, directing her question at her father. "No, when you go back to school I believe they will spend the first 2 or 3 days to get everything organized. I think you should be in Hogwarts by the end of the first week of September." Fleur's eyes widened. She didn't think they would be going that soon. That meant they would be spending the whole year in Hogwarts. A part of her was really excited, but another part of her, the part of her that hadn't faded since she started wondering why Harry hadn't replied, was apprehensive. She was already almost a stranger in her own surroundings. To be in a foreign environment without knowing anyone would only make the feeling worse. And also, at least the boys in Beauxbatons knew to keep their distance from her for their own good, but the foreign students, who knew how they would act? Or if they would show any restraint? More than anything, she wanted to have Harry in addition to her school friends by her side. She sighed and looked up. Breakfast had disappeared in the midst of all the talking and Gabrielle was now lying on the rug on the floor, and she along with her parents were still seated at the table. "Your grandmother wants us over for the night," her mother said conversationally. "That's great," she beamed before getting up and intending to go back to her room when a loud hoot caused everyone to turn around in surprise. She looked on in surprise when a beautiful, snowy white owl flew in through an open window next to the table carrying a letter and a thin, medium-sized box. It flew right towards her and landed on the table right in front of her and hooted again, holding out its leg, allowing her to relieve the owl of its burden. It nipped her finger softly before flying back near the window and perching itself on it and closing its eyes. Gabrielle immediately jumped up and ran to the owl and stroked it, laughing when it gently nipped her ear. "Who's it from?" Fleur's mother asked, grinning at her and bringing her attention back to the letter and the box. She was momentarily distracted watching Gabrielle and the owl. She turned over the letter and there was a funny fluttering in her stomach when she saw the name. "It's from Ari," she exclaimed and eagerly tore open the letter while her parents chuckled, waiting for her to read it out. Hearing this, Gabrielle dashed to her side and leapt up onto the chair beside her, trying to read the letter over her shoulder. Sitting down, she began to read. "Dear Fleur, first of all I want to apologize for taking so long to send you a reply. I got your letter a few days ago, but I remembered your birthday was also in a few days' time, so I wanted to send this to you on that day. So, happy birthday. I got you something. It's not much and I'm not really sure, but hope you will like it. I'm feeling all right now, nothing to worry about. We go back to school on the 1st of September, and I really do hope that I can see you again. From what I hear from my friends, this year is going to be something different, but we have no clue about it. Do you have any idea about it? If so, what is it? Say hi to Gabrielle and your parents for me. Have a great birthday, Harry. P.S. Hope Hedwig got to you in time. I wanted to make sure you get this on the day of your birthday." Fleur couldn't get rid of the smile that had formed halfway through the letter, and she was feeling the happiest she had been when she finished reading the letter. She looked up to find everyone grinning at her rather mischievously. Even her father's eyes were twinkling. He actually remembered, wasn't expecting that, he murmured while his wife nodded. "Open it," Gabrielle cried, pointing at the box. Fleur quickly set the letter down and gently tore the paper wrapped around it. It was rather light, and curiosity taking over her, she pried the top of the box off and everyone gasped in wonder at what they found. It was a necklace. It had a beautiful sapphire stone on the star pendant that was glowing dimly. Overall it was a modest piece of jewelry, but it was all the more beautiful due to the simplicity of it. She gently picked it up in her hands, watching as the blue stone glowed brighter and a feeling of warmth surged through her. She noticed a note underneath and picked it up to read. She felt herself blushing at what she saw. "This might be a bit much, but it reminded me of you, hope you like it." "It's beautiful, he has quite an eye," her mother said softly when Fleur gave the necklace to her when she wanted to take a closer look. A flash of recognition appeared in her eyes and her mouth opened in shock, but she closed it immediately. This was, however, not gone unnoticed by Fleur, who had been watching her mother closely. "What is it, Maman?" "Oh, nothing, dear." "Well, come here then, let me put it on you. You wouldn't want to break his heart when you meet him again, do you?" she asked cheekily, making Fleur blush harder. She walked over to her mother, who gently placed it around her daughter's neck and secured it firmly. "I'm going to write back to Harry, Maman. Papa, I'll get ready to go once I've sent his owl back," Fleur said happily before gathering up the letter and going over to Hedwig and holding out her arm. She regarded her for a moment before leaping onto her outstretched arm and hooting happily nuzzled against Fleur's neck, making her laugh. "Aren't you a cute little thing?" she murmured affectionately, walking carefully back up to her room. Gabrielle had once again taken to staring at the orb, her eyes wide, while her parents watched Fleur disappear before turning to look at each other. "Wasn't that?" Dominique trailed off. Both were shocked, to say the least. "Yes," Apolline said happily. "When Mother sees it, it's going to drive her crazy," Dominique laughed. "Looks like I'm going to have to find out a lot more about Mr. Potter than I thought." 2 days before they were due in Hogwarts found Harry, Ron and Hermione lounging around in Ron's room. Harry was losing spectacularly in against Ron in yet another chess match, while Hermione was lying on Harry's bed reading her copy of Advanced Charms. "That's it, I've had enough," Harry said, throwing up his hands in defeat as he was yet again cornered by Ron's pieces and watched his king throw its sword down in defeat. Ron chuckled. "You sure you don't want another go?" he asked, and laughed at the look Harry gave him. Harry grinned afterwards and got up and stretched. The past few days had been pretty uneventful, save for the constant bangs issuing from the twins' room. They had seen Percy from time to time at dinner, but apart from that he stayed shut up in his room for the most part. Ginny had been avoiding Harry apart from occasional glares she shot him, which Harry chose to completely ignore. Truth be told, he still had not forgiven her fully for her actions, and it was much easier for him to just ignore her. Harry, Ron and the twins had taken to eavesdropping, much to Hermione's displeasure, on Mr. Weasley and Percy's conversations whenever they could. From the snatches of the conversations they heard, they were able to deduce that the Department International Magical Cooperation was extremely busy these days. Harry, on the hand, really couldn't wait to get back to Hogwarts. The sooner he went back, the sooner he would meet Sirius and Lupin. He was also excited in the prospect that he would be trained by them. "So bored," Harry muttered, sitting down at the edge of his bed. "Why don't you just read some of the new books?" Hermione asked from behind him, still absorbed in her book, making no signs in getting up. Harry turned to look at her incredulously and turned back to Ron, who shook his head and mouthed, "Mental," to which Harry grinned and immediately jumped in surprise when he felt Hermione playfully poke his side with her foot. "What was that for?" he asked, turning to look at her to find her looking at him, her eyes glinting mischievously. "I saw you, Harry. It wasn't me. It was Ron. You're the only one I can reach," she grinned. Harry sighed before tugging the hairband that tied his hair into a ponytail off. Hermione had given a few of them to him and assured him that it didn't make him look like a girl. But it felt nice to loosen up sometimes. Hedwig should have gotten back by now, and he was very nervous and wondering whether or not Fleur liked his gift. A knock on the door made them look up to find Ginny scowling slightly with a letter. Hedwig got back. "Harry, this is for you," she said, and handed him the letter before turning and swiftly walking away. Harry's breath almost caught up when he saw that it was from Fleur and eagerly tore it open and read it quietly to himself. "Dear Harry, thank you so much for the necklace. It's so beautiful, I love it. I'm already wearing it too. I was so happy when I got your letter, for a moment I was thinking that you wouldn't remember. I'm so glad that you're feeling better now. I'm sorry, but I don't think I will be able to write back again after this. I'm returning to Beauxbatons day after tomorrow, and we will be traveling almost the entire time, and your owl, who is the cutest owl I have ever seen, will have a hard time finding me. I will not reveal anything more for now. Maman, Papa and Gabrielle all send their regards. Love, Fleur. Harry grinned happily and carefully folded the letter and put it in his trunk. Turning around he found Ron staring at him but quickly rearranged his face into an awkward smile. Hermione sat up higher. Who was it from Harry? Harry took a moment to try and wipe the smile off his face but found it almost impossible to do with the thoughts running in his mind. The most prominent one, she wore it. Kept running again and again in his head and was making him feel lightheaded. Fleur, Hermione smirked back at him, however he noticed that Ron had a rather pained expression on his face. Sensing the tension, Harry hurriedly tried some damage control. Ron, I'm going out to fly, coming? Harry quickly asked. I'll be there soon, got something to do. I'll get Fred and George when I come, he said, and Harry nodded before shouldering his firebolt and walking out. He tied back his hair and quietly crept past Mrs. Weasley, who was cooking at the kitchen. Now whenever she saw him she always kept trying to cut his hair. It seems now that Bill was out of her reach, she could only focus on Harry about it. Once he reached the secluded area at the back outside of the burrow he mounted his broom and kicked off, enjoying the feeling of the wind rushing past him. His thoughts immediately wandered back to Fleur's letter. He felt sure now that they would be meeting each other again, and it surprised him when he realized just how much he was looking forward to seeing her again. He couldn't understand this feeling, it was unlike anything he'd felt before. Yes, she was more than just a little attractive, but he felt as if she was something special. There was no other way he could explain it. He couldn't wait more than ever now to get back to Hogwarts. He had a feeling that whatever was going to happen this year was somehow tied to what Fleur kept hinting in her letters. Harry, what are you doing? A voice called from below and he looked down to find the three Weasleys looking up at him. He realized he had been floating stationary in midair for a while now. He grinned at them and beckoned them, and soon they were once again tossing the twins' ball at each other, trying to score points. They went on the entire evening, and finally when they got back they showered and had dinner before going to bed. The next day passed much the same way, however towards the evening everyone were packing their belongings. The rooms were cleared of the clutter, wardrobes emptied, and Hedwig and Pigwidgeon's, Ron's owl that he got from Sirius as compensation for losing his pet rat, cages were cleaned. The twins' room, which was filled with many strange-looking objects, suddenly disappeared, much to Mrs. Weasley's astonishment, and although she spent the evening trying to track them down she couldn't find them. Ever since Mr. Weasley had told her about the Tung-Tung Toffee incident she had been beside herself with rage and gone on a warpath, clearing out any and all of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes products she could find. But the twins were almost always one step ahead of her, and they still managed to keep all of their inventions hidden from their mother's watchful eye. Finally, they had one last meal together, and which was finished with a brilliant show of fireworks. Compliments of the twins, and everyone turned in early in preparation for the next day. No matter how much they were prepared, they were always tightly pushed to get ready. Mr. Weasley had used the phone in the village to get a cab over, and after a hurried breakfast everyone crammed in rather uncomfortably to the cab with their trunks packed safely into the boots. Mrs. Weasley and Percy decided to remain at the burrow, seeing as the cab didn't have room for all of them, and after hugging all of her children and Harry and Hermione and shaking hands with Percy, they all crammed into the back, leaving Mr. Weasley and Ginny to share the front seat next to the driver. Harry was unpleasantly surprised to find Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, which he hadn't seen throughout the summer, sitting on her lap. It made for a very uncomfortable journey, and everyone ended up with several scratches on their faces except for Hermione. The twins were mostly to blame. Bored from sitting quietly, they had taken to annoying the cat, which after 10 minutes of constant prods and pokes finally retaliated. Once they reached King's Cross, the driver wasn't at the least unhappy to see them go. After Mr. Weasley discreetly healed every one of the cuts in their faces, they set off towards platform 9 3/4, ignoring the stares of Muggles, with Ron and Harry attracting more stares due to their owls. Harry was getting increasingly uncomfortable at the females giggling and watching him pointedly, and feeling his color rising he decided to go first as soon as they reached the magical barrier. Walking over to it, he leaned against it while deep in conversation with Fred, who volunteered to go with him. They stumbled through it and came out in front of the Hogwarts Express and the masses of people surrounding it. Harry couldn't help the grin that slowly formed on his face. He was going back home. After waiting for everyone to fall in, they quickly loaded their trunks onto the train and turned back for a final farewell with Mr. Weasley. "You are all going to have a very interesting term this year, Mr. Weasley said as he hugged his sons and daughter and finally Harry and Hermione. "Dad, what is it?" "It's been driving us crazy the whole summer," George whined while everyone nodded in agreement. Mr. Weasley grinned. "You will know today. Dumbledore will probably be making the announcement at the feast. Just please, promise me you all will stay out of trouble. Especially you, Fred, George and Harry." Harry looked shocked at his inclusion, to which Fred and George roared with laughter and clapped him on his back. "You are our partner in crime, Harry, don't you forget it," Fred said, winking at him. "It's as you said last year, Harry, you don't look for trouble. It usually finds you, Mr. Weasley said kindly. Harry merely smirked back. "Well then, get on the train, it's almost time. Have a great term, all of you. Bye Dad. Bye Mr. Weasley, thanks for everything." They all jumped onto the train and watched as Mr. Weasley disapparated before their eyes. "I can't wait till I can do that," Fred said, looking at the empty spot where his father stood with an expression of longing. "You will take your test next year, we have another 3 years to go," Ron grumbled. "Right, your little bro. Okay then guys. We're off to the front. Need to see Lee." Ginny also said something about meeting with her friends and left, leaving Harry, Ron and Hermione to look for an empty compartment. After finally finding one, they settled in and were joined soon after. They were seated by Neville Longbottom. "Neville, how was your summer, mate?" Harry asked, making the round-faced boy smile back at him. "It was great. The World Cup was really something, wasn't it? Were you still there when you know whose mark appeared?" "Where were you?" Ron asked, surprised. "Grant took me back home immediately after the match ended," he said sheepishly. "Yeah, we were there," Harry sighed. "Nothing happened though, in fact I wasn't anywhere near the mark." "You'll have to ask Ron and Hermione about that." Harry laid back and relaxed into his seat, occasionally joining in on the conversation between Neville, Ron and Hermione. His mind was full of thoughts about meeting Sirius and Lupin, and also about Fleur, the last of which kept making his heart race occasionally. Familiar faces kept dropping by as the journey progressed on. Angelia Johnson, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell dropped by around midday and started fawning over him. He was always badly prepared to deal with girls and they knew it. They teased him to the point that he was bright red in his face and only left when the lunch trolley came. He was nevertheless pleased with their visit. He looked to them as his older sisters and he to them was like a younger brother that they all shared. After lunch they were visited by more familiar faces, including Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, who talked endlessly about Quidditch, and much to Ron's delight and Harry's amusement, Crumb, Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil also showed up to greet Hermione. Both had taken to eyeing him like a piece of fresh meat though, and that was something that irritated him beyond all reason. "I make one little change and this is what happens," Harry thought to himself while watching Ron, who had been growing increasingly moody at the attention he was getting. It wasn't until later that they were visited by Daphne Greengrass. Even Harry didn't know how on earth he ended up being friends with her. She was a haired witch and was one of the most attractive girls in Hogwarts. But her cold personality was notorious throughout the school, and she had ruthlessly crushed all attempts of every single boy that had tried to get close to her. In the middle of their second year, when everyone suspected Harry as the heir of Slytherin and behind the attacks on the Muggle-borns, she had found him sitting alone outside of the castle in front of the lake. She had approached him, and after introductions were made they had begun talking to each other, and by the end of the year she was the first Slytherin that Harry could honestly call a friend. Over their third year they had only gotten closer, something that the rest of the Gryffindors and Slytherins had looked on in surprise and frowns with. By the end of the year, she was one of Harry's good friends and they had even exchanged a couple of letters over the summer. She walked in, coolly ignoring everyone else, and sat opposite Harry, who smiled at her. "Hey Daphne, didn't hear from you after the cup." She smiled at him. She almost always had a calm, blank mask which she kept on at all times, and it was only around Harry and Tracy Davis, her best friend, that she got rid of it. "It's not entirely my fault. You didn't write back either, and I was a little busy," she said softly. "Call it even then?" Harry asked, grinning at her. He was dimly aware that Hermione, Ron and Neville had gone extremely quiet. "I guess," she said, and regarded the others with a questioning look, and almost immediately they started talking amongst themselves. Again, she turned back to him and winked. Everyone's saying you had changed quite a bit, she murmured, twirling a strand of her hair under her finger and regarding him approvingly. I must say it's quite the improvement, Harry groaned. Not you too, it's bad enough as it is. I'm feeling like I should just cut it. Don't, it's nice to see a boy that's different from all the normal ones, it should give our year at least a better image. What with the other groups coming into Hogwarts, Harry was instantly on alert, and from the silence from Hermione he knew she was listening in too. Other groups? Harry asked, and her pale gray eyes widened in surprise. You don't know. Harry shook his head and she laughed. Well then, Mr. Potter, I don't think I feel the need to let you know just yet. Think of it as punishment for not sending me any letters after the cup, Harry groaned again. Come on, you didn't either. I know, but when you have an edge, you use it, Harry finished, making her smile at him. You've improved, I see, and you're still the same Slytherin I remember, Harry grumbled, making her laugh softly. A few moments later his least favorite people of Hogwarts showed up. Malfoy and his sidekicks. Well, Greengrass, I thought you had better taste than in people. I mean, Potter, he drawled. Well, that aside, you're hanging around Weasley. And Beavertooth. And that fat lump. Daphne folded her arms and looked coldly back at Malfoy. I do, that's why I'm here with him, she said coolly, nodding towards Harry. Then anywhere near you or the others. It wasn't missed how she completely excluded Ron, Hermione and Neville. Despite how many things she didn't agree with Malfoy on, she did agree with him on his views on most of the Gryffindors, particularly on Ron and Hermione. Malfoy seemed to try a different tactic. I couldn't believe when I saw you at the top box with the minister. What did the Weasleys do to ever get up there? Did you sell your house? Ron's ears went red and his face flushed with anger. Oh yeah, Malfoy. Then why weren't you up there then? Ron snapped. Careful, Weasley, your mother might have to start WH. Ron leapt to his feet, his wand halfway into his hand when a loud voice called from somewhere down the corridor. Hey! No magic can be used until you reach school, put that away. Seething in anger he quickly pocketed his wand as Malfoy smirked before slamming the door shut. But not before saying, better watch your back this year, Potter. Don't let that big head of yours inflate too much. Honestly, Ron, you shouldn't let him get to you so much. Hermione muttered under her breath while Ron sat down moodily. Soon enough the compartment had sunk back to its usual stupor while Harry and Daphne caught up with what they'd been doing over the summer. All the while he'd been trying to get her to slip up and give him some clue as to what was going on in Hogwarts, but she never fell for it. Finally he resorted to gazing pitifully at her, something which had her stoic expression loosen until finally she burst out laughing, much to the amazement of the others. No, as good as that one is, you'll have to do better than that. He pouted slightly, which made her smile wider as she patted his arm. But I think the headmaster will make his announcements today, so just hang on. Fine, he grumbled as she got up and stretched, glaring at Ron, who was staring at her as he averted his eyes quickly as if burnt. I think I'll go back and join Tracy. See you tomorrow then, she asked, stopping near the door. Yeah, he said with a grin. See you. He turned back to the book which had been lying forgotten on his lap all this time, but before long realized that the other three were watching him. What? He asked irritably. Neville and Ron turned back to their previous conversation, but Hermione, however, seemed to have a bone to pick with him. Since when did you get so close to her? She asked pointedly. The tone of her voice was so disapproving. He sighed inwardly. He knew she disliked Daphne a lot. What the reason was for that, he didn't care. Nor would he ever want to waste his time finding out. I'm sorry, he said slowly. But, why exactly does that matter to you? He could have laughed at her expression. He'd never seen her so speechless before. To be honest, it felt rather good. Hermione, there were times when she would butt in on places where she had absolutely no business in. This was one of those, and he'd be damned if he didn't make it clear to her. I'm just asking, she stammered, clearly not used to having him speak to her that way. And I just gave you my answer, he said shortly, returning to his book. Ron and Neville, who had been awkwardly listening, hastened to pick up their conversation. After a few moments of Hermione looking between him and towards the other two, no doubt for some form of support, she finally reached into her bag and buried her nose in a book without another word. Shaking his head slightly, he pulled out a book on defense theory which Sirius had sent him earlier in the summer for his 14th birthday and began to read. He found that he was beginning to like dueling and hoped that at least this year they would have a competent defense against the dark arts teacher. Lupin was the best they ever had, but he doubted he would be coming back, what with Snape ruining it for him. But he wasn't complaining, he was after all going to have private lessons with him and his godfather. One thing that made him nervous was that Dumbledore had actually stepped up and arranged for Harry to be trained. The past 3 years he had done no such thing, preferring to leave Harry to progress through his school year as normal. Even in the 3rd year with the Dementors and Sirius on the loose, when they still thought he was guilty, Dumbledore didn't give him special instructions at all. He shuddered to think what the signs Dumbledore was reading to make him make his decision. "We better get ready, it's almost time," Hermione murmured after a while, still carefully avoiding looking at him as she put her book away. They pulled on their school robes and soon the train started slowing down until finally coming to a stop. They got out and mixed with the crowd of people, nodding at everyone they saw that recognized them. "First years, follow me," he heard a familiar voice call and fought his way through the crowd to the large figure in the midst of the crowd. "Alright there, Harry," Rubeus Hagrid asked, pulling him into a hug, his dark black eyes twinkling. "Good to see you again, Hagrid," he said, grinning and pulling back. Hagrid smiled at him through his beard. "Changed a bit, haven't ye?" "Well, not exactly a child anymore, Hagrid muttered gruffly, ruffling his hair. "Wait till you see what I got for me first lesson," he said before walking away with the group of first years behind him, leading them to the lake where they will take the traditional boat ride to Hogwarts, leaving the rest to board the horseless carriages. "Wonder what he's got ready?" Hermione asked faintly while she, Neville, Ron and Harry took one carriage. Harry nodded sincerely, hoping that it wouldn't be action-packed like their first class back in their 3rd year when Malfoy provoked Buckbeak, leading to a whole mess of trouble. They remained quiet, watching the large castle loom steadily closer to them. Harry felt warm inside when he caught sight of the Gryffindor Tower and found himself looking forward to when he would lie down on his 4-poster bed and gaze at the hangings. He was home. They soon came to a halt and they got off and entered through the front entrance and into the great hall where all the teachers except Professor Minerva McGonagall and Hagrid were seated. He saw Dumbledore smile at him as he took his seat next to Hermione at the corner of the Gryffindor table, and he grinned back. His eyes scanned the table, ignoring the sneering potions teacher who had his look of loathing reserved just for him. His eyes fell on a badly scarred man with pale grizzly hair who had a brilliant blue magical eye placed over the socket of his left eye. The man was scowling and looked almost wary of everyone else as he was fixing his gaze on all of the students while they piled into the room. He noticed his right arm was twitching and reaching into something in his pocket, and that his blue eye whizzed around from time to time. "Who is that?" he asked, turning to Hermione and Ron while watching the twins and Lee, who came up and sat opposite them, closely followed by the 3 chasers of the Gryffindor house team. "That's Mad-Eye Moody. I saw him once when Dad took me to the ministry when I was little," Ron said, watching Moody. "Yeah, he's a twitchy bloke, isn't he? Downright paranoid he is," George said after looking where everyone was. Spotting the confused look on Harry's face, he added, "He's an ex-Auror, one of the best. Half the cells in Azkaban are full because of him. Made himself loads of enemies and is always on the lookout for attackers." "He's creepy," Katie said with a shiver. They quieted down when they noticed the gaggle of first years that arrived in through the middle of the 4 house tables. He grinned, watching the anxious, terrified faces of them, remembering how he himself felt when they were about to be sorted. The hall went quiet while they waited for the sorting hat to start its song. His eyes glazed out and he wondered where Sirius and Lupin would be now and when he would finally meet with them. He caught snatches of the hat's song and snorted. "It wants us all to unite, hard to see that happening anytime soon," he muttered under his breath. As soon as the hat was finished, everyone burst into applause, and soon they were watching while the first years were sorted into their houses, trying to ignore the sharp pangs of hunger. As soon as the hat shouted its last word, "Gryffindor," he clapped loudly with the rest of the table as a tiny red-faced first year ran and took his place at the far end of the table next to nearly headless Nick, the house ghost. Dumbledore stood up, smiling broadly. "To all the new students, welcome. And to everyone who returned, welcome back. I have a number of important announcements to make, but for now I have only 2 words, tuck in," he said, and sat down as food appeared in front of them. The hall was filled with voices and laughter while the students helped themselves to the food. He loaded his plate and began to eat quietly, concentrating more on his food than the talking around him as he was ravenous. After he was done and comfortably full, he joined in on the others' conversations, which turned out to be on the World Cup. He was also excited to find out what it was that was so mysterious about this year and how it could possibly tie in with what Fleur had mentioned in her letters. Something he noticed was that this time a lot more of the students were fixated on Dumbledore waiting for him to speak, and he knew they were all anticipating what was in store for this year. Dumbledore got up again, smiling broadly, and instantly the whole hall went quiet. "First, let me introduce our newest Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Alistair Moody," Dumbledore said, gesturing at the scarred man. The applause that rang out was very subdued, and Moody neither stood up nor acknowledged it. He took a swig from a flask in front of him, glaring at everyone. Dumbledore then proceeded on to tell them of some of the main rules, as he always did at the start of each year. When he was done, he chuckled at the faces staring at him in anticipation. Everyone was waiting anxiously for his final announcement. This year will be very different from all of the past years of Hogwarts. This is the first time in 150 years that this event will be taking place in Hogwarts. First, I am extremely sorry to tell you that all Quidditch matches this year are cancelled. He paused as an angry outbreak of muttering broke out, and Harry looked in horror at the rest of his team, who looked scandalized. Dumbledore raised his hand, and almost immediately the muttering ceased and the hall was quiet once more. "However, it is my greatest pleasure to say that this year, years after the final tournament, Hogwarts will be hosting the first Triwizard Tournament." The effect was instantaneous. A loud roar rang in the hall. "You have got to be joking," the Weasley twins shouted, and everyone burst out laughing, even Dumbledore. "No, I assure you I am not joking, Mr. Weasley," he said, his eyes twinkling in their direction and both of their faces twisted into identical grins. "Wicked. The Triwizard Tournament is a set of challenges that a selected student from each of the competing schools must complete. The winner will have eternal glory and 1,000 galleons prize money and bring great honor to his or her school. The tournament has been carefully organized as a joint effort for improving international magical relations, and you can be assured that a lot of changes have been made to improve the tournament in order to avoid the tragedy that occurred during the last one, where all of the champions were killed." Harry looked around to find a lot of people were stricken and horrified. But there were still many more that were looking on eagerly. "However, due to the advanced level of magic needed for these tasks, we have decided to draw an age limit for all those who want to enter. I will be drawing an age line around the impartial judge so that only those that are 17 years and above may enter." At this, cries of outrage and protest echoed across the hall, and Dumbledore was silent for a moment. He waited patiently for everyone to quiet down. "That's so unfair," Fred said loudly. "I am turning 17 in a couple of months." He wasn't the only one that was outraged. Harry saw that all along the table people were looking angry at not having the chance to compete. "We could have entered, what about you, Harry?" Ron asked. "We have done loads of stuff, I bet we could do this too." "But Ron, people have died in this tournament." "I am actually glad Dumbledore is drawing an age line," Hermione said. Harry remained quiet. Sure, it would be fun to enter, but he already had his plate full with extra lessons from his godfather and Lupin. "I don't think I would have enough to deal with already this year," he said, and Hermione nodded at him. 1,000 galleons prize money, Harry, Ron beeped, and eternal glory. "Only you would want that, Ron," Hermione snapped, making Ron look at her darkly while he sighed. Soon everyone quieted down and turned back to the headmaster, who hadn't moved the entire time. "Thank you. Now, as I was saying, since Hogwarts is hosting the tournament, delegations from the Magical Academy, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, the Institute of Magic, will be arriving here on Friday afternoon. You are excused from all classes in the afternoon to welcome the new students. They will be joining classes with us and live with us for the whole year, as they will stay to cheer on their chosen champion. I hope you will treat each other with respect and look forward to forming new friends." It was like fireworks were lit inside his head. He couldn't stop the grin that was forming on his face. This was what Fleur had been hinting at all the time. She was coming to Hogwarts. He was still thinking of the prospect of meeting her again when he noticed a hand waving in front of him. "Harry." He was startled to find Ron and Hermione gazing at him. "You were staring into space with that stupid grin on your face." Blushing slightly, he shook his head and instead concentrated on Dumbledore. "The champions for each school will be chosen on Halloween night at the feast. you may begin entering your names from the night of the 30th of October till then. Take heed though, if you are chosen you have no choice but to compete. By adding your name you accept the binding magical contract and you cannot back out of it. The champions of each school are exempted from their final examinations as they will need the time to concentrate on the third and final task which takes place on June. Now then, I have taken over most of the time and I am sure most of you will want to head to bed. You all have a busy day ahead of you tomorrow. Good night. And with a final wave of his hand he went back to his seat and started talking with Moody while the rest of the teachers got up. Harry, Ron and Hermione followed after the rest of the Gryffindors in the direction of their dormitories, laughing and speculating with the others and thinking up ways to enter without being of age yet. I don't care, we'll find a way, won't we, George? Fred said, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Of course, we only need a few more months before we are 17, a couple drops of the aging potion should do it, George replied with his evil grin back in place. Don't you think Dumbledore would have thought of that? Hermione asked skeptically, but the twins just waved her away. They finally came to stop in front of the painting of the fat lady and Lee stepped forward. The passwords, baubles, a prefect downstairs told me, and the portrait swung open letting everyone climb in. Once Harry was inside he could hardly keep his eyes open when he wandered into familiar, warm common room with a fire blazing merrily. He heard Hermione bid good night and tiredly climbed up to their dormitory with the others and sleepily changed into his night clothes and slid into his bed after bidding Ron, Neville, Seamus and Dean good night and closed his eyes after tugging off his hair band. Before he fully drifted off to sleep however his thoughts were turned to the beautiful silver-haired witch and smiling slightly, embraced the closing darkness. The next day they received their class schedules and Harry, in a flash of inspiration, did something that he would be very thankful for in the days to come. When he noticed that today after Transfiguration he would be having double divinations he snapped. After a hurried conversation with Professor McGonagall he got permission to drop it, much to Hermione's approval and Ron's disappointment, and took up ancient runes, something that he had been curious about after reading the book that Sirius sent him. Hermione was delighted and he tried to convince Ron to do it too, but he refused, saying it was too hard. Harry knew he would have to do some extra work to catch up, but anything that could get him away from Trelawney would be better. He also got a note from Dumbledore requesting his presence later the day in his office. Together they set off to Transfiguration, where they knew instantly that this year was going to be exceptionally hard. After taking down notes they proceeded to turning a goblet into a hamster, which was by far the hardest that anyone had ever done. After countless attempts Hermione succeeded, and soon after, much to McGonagall's immense pride, Harry succeeded too, earning Gryffindor 10 points each for being the only students that could do it. Ron was extremely put out by this and McGonagall gave Harry a very rare smile. He found that his concentration was much better now and that he had actually given his full attention during the lesson instead of talking with the others. He grinned inwardly. He had Dumbledore's words very seriously. He wanted to improve himself as much as he could so that he could get stronger and prepare himself the best he could in every way. That was brilliant, Harry, Hermione exclaimed happily as they headed down for lunch. It was one of the hardest lessons we had too. Ron grunted sourly and looked away. He was told off by McGonagall for not managing to change his goblet even a little, something that only he and Neville had managed. They sat down to eat and were joined by the twins and Lee. Amazing lesson, Moody really knows his stuff, Lee was saying as he sat down. How was he? Harry asked curiously. He knows what he's doing, that's for sure, Fred said while the other two nodded in agreement. Hermione looked at her timetable. We don't have him till Wednesday, she said, disappointed. After eating they made their way out of the hall waving at Hagrid, who waved back happily. Harry and Hermione departed for ancient runes while Ron and Neville for divination. Ron stiffly bid them goodbye before parting ways with them, heading for the 6th floor while they headed for the 7th. Harry was rather annoyed with the way Ron was behaving. He did ask him and divination was still a complete waste of time, but it seemed Ron was far more content to be in a class where they didn't exactly have to work and write rubbish down as homework. He on the other hand couldn't afford to keep wasting away like this. Being in that situation back at the World Cup, being so helpless, getting hurt. He hated it. He needed to start improving himself in any way that he could. If it meant less messing around in school and actually doing some productive work for a change, so be it. He'd do it with or without him. They walked into the new classroom and he looked around at the ancient symbols and charts all around the rooms. They greeted everyone else that were already there who were surprised at his presence, including Ernie Macmillan. "Nice to see you again, Harry. You've taken up ancient runes, I see," he asked pompously. Harry grinned and shook his hand. "Yeah, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask." "Okay," Harry said, disguising his laugh as a cough while Hermione smirked. They sat down together and waited for the rest of the students and teacher to show up. He suddenly felt someone tug at his hair from the back and turned to see Daphne grinning at him with Tracy Davis at her side. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Daphne asked, sitting beside him while Tracy sat on her left. Hermione tactfully turned and started talking with Ernie and Susan Bones, who were sitting behind them, although everyone stole glances at them from time to time. It was a well-known gossip in Hogwarts that the Ice Queen of Slytherin and Harry Potter were friends and seemed to cause a great deal of interest. "I dropped divination, this seemed good so I took it," he said, grinning back. "Hey Davis. Potter," she answered coolly. Although they were on better relations than any Gryffindor and Slytherin, it was only because of Daphne. Soon enough the door opened and Professor Babbling walked in. She was a tall, thin raven-haired witch that Harry knew by appearance, and she was much like Professor McGonagall in a lot of ways. After taking attendance, she talked to him and gave him some extra work that she promised would soon allow him to keep up with the rest of the class, and proceeded on with the lesson. He honestly found it a lot better than divination and interesting, and found by the end of the class that it would be a lot more useful when they reached rune inscriptions, which could add magical properties and strengthen magical instruments, something that he along with the rest of the class were looking forward to. After parting ways with Daphne and Tracy, they quickly headed down for an early supper. He had to go to meet Dumbledore and Hermione was anxious to get to the library. He didn't see Ron anywhere and assumed they were still at divination, and after hurriedly shoveling down his food he bolted off in the direction of Dumbledore's office. "Drop," he said firmly to the gargoyle in front of Dumbledore's office, which jumped aside, granting him access. He climbed up the stairs and knocked and entered the room, and his eyes widened. "Sirius, Remus," he shouted as his eyes picked out the two men grinning broadly at him standing in front of Dumbledore's desk. He ran and hugged both of them while Dumbledore chuckled softly and Fawkes trilled beautifully. He stepped back, gazing at his godfather and Lupin, two men who had both become the closest things to what he had left to call family. Sirius looked much better than he saw him last year, and he closely resembled the laughing best man at the Potter's wedding day. His hair was just as long as his own, reaching to his shoulders, although he hadn't tied it back. Lupin was also smiling brightly at him, although he looked a little frail and sickly. "How are you, pup? You've changed so much since I last saw you. Nice job on growing out your hair, by the way." James tried to do it too, but his mom wouldn't hear of it, Sirius said, ruffling his hair. "I've been great, but isn't this?" He trailed off, glancing around at the portraits, and Dumbledore answered his unasked question. "Nothing to worry about, Harry. I have explained everything to them, and no one apart from those in this room know of this," he nodded. "But where are you staying? Not at Hogwarts, right?" he asked, looking at both of them. "We're staying at Hog's Head. The barman is Albus's brother, Aberforth," Sirius answered. He gaped at Dumbledore, who chuckled again. "I'm sorry, Harry, but there is a lot I haven't gotten around to telling you yet. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to be somewhere at the moment. Use the time to catch up," Dumbledore said before striding over to Fawkes, who immediately turned into a ball of fire and vanished once Dumbledore's hands closed around its tail. "Dumbledore sure does travel in style," Sirius chuckled while the portraits laughed in amusement. Sirius waved his wand and conjured up 3 chairs in the middle of the room and sat down with them. "Are you all right, Harry? Dumbledore told me about your exposure to the Cruciatus curse." "It's all right," he mumbled. "Nothing much, Harry," Sirius growled. "Don't lie to me. Dumbledore has already told us all about it. Get up and lift up your shirt." "It's nothing, it's just Can you please just show us, Harry?" Lupin asked quietly. He paused for a moment but then reached under his shirt and lifted it to show the darkened, jagged scar that stopped halfway at his stomach. Lupin looked sickened and Sirius was growling like an animal. Some of the headmasters and the headmistresses on the wall emitted shrieks of outrage. "The Dementor's key was too good for the bastard that did this," Sirius snarled. Lupin gripped his shoulder tightly and everyone fell silent for a while. Hoping to get rid of the tension that had built up, he broke the silence. So, got any idea where we're going to train? He asked. Lupin smiled gratefully at him. The room of requirement. The what? There's a room on the 7th floor that transforms into anything depending on the needs at the time, Harry. I'm not surprised you haven't found it yet. Even I stumbled across it towards the end of our 7th year, and by that time we had already finished writing the Marauders map, so we couldn't add it, Lupin said. Yeah, Sirius grunted. He seemed to have calmed down enough, for now. We'll be using it every day starting tomorrow for 2 hours from 8 to 10, alright? Sirius said. Okay, but how are you going to get in? Wouldn't it be suspicious if a great black dog kept roaming around in school after dark? Harry asked curiously. There's a passage that connects it to Hog's Head, Sirius said, grinning. What? Yeah, even I was shocked when Aberforth told me about it, thought he was off his rocker. There wasn't a single secret passage out of the school that we didn't know about, but well, we were wrong, Sirius said. Alright, what are you going to teach me? He asked, looking at either of them excitedly. Sirius and Lupin laughed. I, of course, being the greatest dueling champion that Hogwarts had ever seen, will be teaching you just that, Sirius said with a wide grin. Lupin rolled his eyes. I will help out on that part too, Harry, there is a lot to teach you. Apart from that, I will be teaching occlumency. What's that? You'll see, Lupin said with a smile. To get into the room, just come up to the 7th floor and stand in front of the blank wall opposite the statue. Tap the wall 3 times and the entrance will appear. So, the Triwizard Tournament I wish I was back in my 7th year of Hogwarts. I'd give anything for a chance to compete, Sirius sighed. Then catching his eye, he grinned evilly, one that even Fred or George could never hope to match. Speaking of which, what's this I hear about you and the Delacours? Try as he might, he couldn't stop the heat from rising in his face. Something which was not missed by his godfather, whose grin got wider. From what I heard from Dumbledore, they seem to like you a lot. Dominique Delacour has apparently been asking a lot of questions about you from Dumbledore. Their daughters are part Vila, aren't they? Fleur Delacour, their eldest daughter too. I must say though, an older girl and a Vila at that. James would be so proud. Sirius. Harry yelped, unable to take it anymore as both him and Lupin started laughing. After that they spent a little more time talking, but Harry had to get back to the Gryffindor Tower. Since he didn't have his invisibility cloak or the Marauders map with him, he stood a high chance of getting caught. After a final hug to both of them, Harry stepped out of the office and went back to the common room to find Hermione and Ron waiting for him. Ron seemed to have forgotten about his earlier mood and was more interested to find out about Sirius and Lupin. Hermione looked like she was going to die with envy when he'd finished. You will be learning all sorts of things that go beyond the 7th year even, she said enviously. Hermione. He muttered with a shake of his head. This means I have a lot more work than normal. So. He rolled his eyes at Ron, who shrugged. It was almost midnight when they finally headed to bed, and Harry took off his glasses and his hairband before sighing contentedly and closing his eyes. Sirius was safe, Fleur would be at Hogwarts soon, everything was looking up. Fleur, you done packing? Aurelie asked, poking her head into Fleur's room. Yes, I already sent my trunk down. Get a move on. Madame Maxime wants us all down in 15 minutes. Amy and Caroline are already there. I'm on my way, Fleur said, smiling slightly at the irritated look her friend was giving her. If you're not down in another 5 minutes, I'm coming back and dragging you down with me, even if I have to stun you, she grumbled. Fleur nodded and proceeded to make a final sweep around her room to make sure she had got everything. In Beauxbatons, everyone had their own personal rooms. One dormitory for the boys and one for the girls. She sat back down on her warm bed. Since she was going to be spending her final year at Hogwarts, it was the last time that her door will hold the engraving, Fleur Delacour, and the thought of it made her heart heavy with sadness. Throughout her years in school, her room was her only sanctuary where she was free from the lust-filled looks of men and the death glares of women. It was in this same room that she spent most of her first year, with tears sliding down her cheeks. It was into this same room that Aurelie had burst into to hide from a group of boys that had been trying to spike her drinks with love potions and led to her making her first friend. When they had realized how similar their situations were, they had become inseparable friends from that day onwards. With the company of her first friend, she became a lot more open and relaxed, which led to her finding 2 more close friends, and by the end of the year the 4 of them were as close as friends could get. She sighed as she surveyed the room that had given her so many happy memories and a safe haven. Her room now held no clue that she ever lived here. The wardrobes were empty, the photos of her family were gone, her bookshelf had been emptied and her table was polished and gleaming. She picked up her wand and stepped outside and closed the door. With a final wave of her wand, her name faded away from the door. She felt a stab of pain in her heart, but almost as soon as it had come it faded away, ridding her of her negative emotions. Her hand unconsciously went to her chest where she felt warmth radiating towards her fingers. After making sure her necklace was secure around her neck, she started making her way downstairs, remembering the words her grandmother had said to her. On the night when they had gone to her grandmother's house where she lived alone except the house elves for company in spite of her family's protests. Fleur's mother had been almost ecstatic when she had asked Fleur to show her necklace to her grandmother. When she had obliged, Alana had stared at it for a full minute before breaking down laughing, then pulling Fleur into a tight embrace and pulled away murmuring, "Good luck." Fleur and Gabrielle had been utterly bewildered by their parents and Alana's behavior and didn't know what to expect. Alana then asked who it was that sent it, and when she had heard it was Harry Potter she looked almost pleased before her face twisted into what can only be described as the most evil grin they had ever seen on their grandmother's face yet. Once they finished their dinner, Alana had pulled Fleur aside and after making Fleur swear she would not question the reasoning behind her words, she had said something that had left Fleur more confused than ever. "When the time comes, do what your heart tells you to." Alana had refused to explain any further than that, promising that it would make sense eventually. Fleur was at the courtyard in front of Beauxbatons now. The whole school had formed outside to see the selected few, around 20 students in all, off. 4 mighty Abraxan horses were chained to the powder blue carriage, pawing at the ground with their powerful legs and lifting their wings every now and then. When everyone noticed her, they broke into loud cheers and wolf whistles, although more than once she picked up some words that were issuing from the male population in the crowd. Over the course of her school years, Fleur had gained the respect and admiration from most of her peers. The girls who had been initially jealous of her came to understand her position, especially after certain nasty incidents involving some of the boys which resulted in their expulsion from school. Almost everyone sympathized with her and had come to like her as a friend, especially after Fleur had started opening up to them, although there were still others that were blinded by their envy. Madame Maxime and the rest of the selected representatives along with a few teachers were waiting for her, and she had a bright smile on her face. She always held a soft spot for the young Vila. She herself, being a half-giant, understood the pain of being different. When she was closer to the carriage, a boy suddenly grabbed her arm and she recoiled at the rough hand that closed around her arm. "Let me go," she suddenly yelped, her voice coming out far weaker than she wanted it to. The boy on the other hand had a glazed look in his eyes which confirmed her fears. Before she could do anything else, however, he suddenly removed his hand as though burnt, looking at her accusingly. "Are you all right, my dear?" Madame Maxime asked as soon as they drew closer. Fleur was angry at herself for exhibiting her weakness and felt her face reddening and fixed her gaze on the ground. "Yes. Go inside, dear. Aurélie, see to it that you both get settled in, everyone else follow in. I have a few instructions I need to give out before we leave. We will be leaving soon." They all climbed onto the carriage with Fleur and Aurélie at the front, followed closely by Amy and Caroline and the others. None of them spared a backward glance at the mass of students assembled outside. As soon as they entered the carriage, everyone burst into peals of delight. The inside of the carriage was magically expanded to contain a number of rooms along a narrow corridor. One of the rooms was a single classroom and the rest of the rooms were exact replicas of their rooms back in their dormitories. Fleur felt the corners of her mouth twitch upwards when she found a familiar-looking door with her name written across it in elegant silver letters. She opened it to find her room exactly the same as she remembered every year after she had unpacked. "I was going to tell you, but I thought it'd be amusing to watch you get so emotional over a room," Aurélie said, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "I wish you had told me. I could have avoided a lot of fuss if I had come down earlier," Fleur grumbled, sinking into her bed while the others seated themselves on the chairs lying next to the window. "Oh, don't worry. I doubt he'd be doing that again anytime soon," Caroline said with a smirk. "What did you do?" Amy asked expectantly while the others looked to her in amusement. "Ah, I am glad I finally got a chance to curse him." Had been one of the things on my to-do list before I left school, Caroline said, fingering her wand lovingly. My only regret is none of my other curses got through to him. You scare me sometimes, Aurelie said, and the redhead burst out laughing. Did you see his face at the end? It was so priceless, she gasped out, and then was overcome by a fit of giggles, making everyone smile in amusement. He thought it was something I did though, Fleur said pointedly. Yes, but, do you really care? She shot back. Fleur looked at her for a few seconds before sighing. No. Well then, you can thank me later, the redhead said with a wink, making her groan. Suddenly they felt the carriage vibrate slightly, silencing all of them. Then Amy squealed in excitement. We're on our way. Everyone got up and rushed to the window. Sure enough, they were steadily gaining height and Beauxbatons had already disappeared from view, covered by a few clouds. After watching for a few moments, everyone sat back down. We should be at Hogwarts tomorrow, I think, Amy said thoughtfully. Caroline and Aurelie's faces suddenly fixed into identical grins and eyed Fleur, who inwardly groaned. She knew what was coming. Only one more day until we finally meet the boy that charmed our Fleur, right? Aurelie asked. Still, who knew you were so daring, going right after Harry Potter, not just any of the usual riff-raff, and celebrity at that? Caroline said with a smirk. He's not like what you're expecting at all, she mumbled half-heartedly. And I'm not going after him. I just like him. As a friend, I mean. She was too flustered after her slip-up that she had ceased to make sense. Unfortunately for her, her friends knew her well enough to catch on to it. Oh, you want to do more than just be friends with him, Aurelie muttered. Trust me, I know you. And besides, no one gives something like that to someone they don't hold special. As soon as they had met in school, her friends had been bothering her non-stop about the necklace she wore. When she had finally caved in and told them everything, they had been teasing her non-stop over the past few days. It's so obvious to us how much you're taken with him, Caroline added. You get this look on your face whenever you talk about him that I've never seen before. That's not true, she exclaimed. Look at yourself now. Everyone dissolved into peals of laughter when she seized her pillow and threw it as hard as she could at Caroline. Who do you think will get in? Amy asked once they had all managed to calm down. The tournament, I mean. I'm sure it'll be one of you, Aurelie said with conviction. I'm glad that Madame didn't let Pauline come to represent us. Things would really have gone downhill then. Pauline was a curly brown-haired girl who was very competitive. She was often referred to as the bookworm of Beauxbatons, and it was known throughout the school that she hated both Fleur and Caroline with passion, declaring that both of them were only good in their studies because they charmed the teachers with their looks. If that brat was chosen, might as well just give up on a Beauxbatons victory. She can't do anything that isn't written down on a manual. She'd probably spend her time trying to decide which spell to use while the other champions had already finished their tasks, Amy said scathingly. I don't think we will be chosen according to our grades. I think everyone has an equal chance of getting chosen, Caroline said after a while before yawning widely. What's the time, by the way? It has been a while. Better return to our rooms then. I think I hear Madame Maxime coming, Amy said, standing up and stretching. Sure enough, no sooner had she said it, the sound of footsteps was approaching. Everyone return to your rooms, we will be turning off the lights soon, Madame Maxime's voice echoed through the carriage. Good night everyone, Caroline said, stifling another yawn. After bidding each other good night, they left, leaving Fleur sitting in her bed. Hogwarts, Fleur mused, changing into her night clothes. She looked fondly at the gleaming blue stone before climbing into her bed and snuggling under the covers. It was still rather early, but she was feeling tired. The day had taken its toll on her. What are you doing now, Harry? Harry was panting hard, his body drenched with sweat. He was inside the room of requirement and his godfather was mercilessly firing curses at him. He dodged a blue light that issued from Sirius's wand and yelled, Protega, and watched as the blue light rebounded, causing Sirius to duck. Harry relaxed but immediately realized his mistake. His shield was shattered by a blinding flash of blue again, and hardly having time to react, he could only watch as a red light slammed into his body and blacked out. Harry groaned when he sat up with Sirius crouching next to him. This was the 7th time he was reawakened by Sirius now. Lupin, who was sitting in a chair next to the fireplace reading a book and completely oblivious to the spells firing at opposite directions through the room, now stood up and replaced the book back in the shelf next to him and sank back down on his seat. Impressive, Harry, to be able to produce a shield charm already is quite an accomplishment. When did you learn it? Harry shakily got up. After hitting the ground multiple times, his sense of balance was distorted and the world seemed to be spinning in front of his eyes. He sank down to the chair next to Lupin, eyeing Sirius wearily, who had his back turned to them. In the book Sirius sent me, I've been practicing. Sirius suddenly turned around. It was a very dog-like movement. From which book? Harry looked away uncomfortably. He knew what Sirius was getting at. He had only practiced the spells from the defense theory. He seemed to gather the worst from Harry's face and snorted. He could tell his godfather was not pleased with him. The first time they had dueled, Sirius had flicked away Harry's disarming spell and struck him directly at his midsection, causing him to fall to his knees in pain. Sirius was no longer the caring godfather in their duels. He was like a demon, and his face seemed to go back to the haunted look he had on the night Harry had first met him in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius had made no comment after each of their duels over the past couple of days and had kept knocking him unconscious and reawakening him only to knock him out again while Lupin watched grimly from the sides. Harry, it's time we talked, Sirius said abruptly. He eyed him apprehensively and waited for him to speak. Why were you beaten so easily that first time we dueled? Because you deflected my spell. And what was that spell? Sirius asked. He remained quiet. Granted, you have lasted a lot longer over the next few duels. Why do you think that is? He remained silent for a few moments, painfully aware both Lupin and Sirius were watching him closely. Because I stopped trying to disarm you. Indeed, silence reigned once more. Why did you lose just now? Because I relaxed for a moment, he said quietly. Yes, and no. Tell me, Harry, what is the purpose of a wizard's duel? Is it to disarm your opponent? Or is it to constantly keep dodging curses and erecting barrier after barrier while your opponent keeps up a steady stream of attacks? Who do you think will tire first? What if your opponent used magic that cannot be blocked? Sirius whispered. If this were a real duel, who do you think will be lying face down on the ground? When he didn't answer, Sirius leaned forward and gripped his shoulders. Look at me, pup. He slowly looked up and found himself staring at Sirius's eyes and was startled to see they were watery. Harry, you make me proud. What you have done up till now are beyond extraordinary. You make us all proud. I can almost hear James bragging about his son. But you must understand, you need to get better than that. I don't like it. I want more than anything for you to live your life the same way your father, Moony, and I did. But the way things are shaping up now leaves me no choice. You are the last remaining member of my family. You are the son I never had. I know we cannot afford to lose you. Do you understand? Harry was ashamed and embarrassed at the same time. But he knew the truth behind Sirius's words. He looked at Sirius and Lupin, who smiled encouragingly at him and finally nodded. Sirius smiled and leaned back while Lupin brought out 3 bottles of butterbeer. All right then, let's start from the beginning, Sirius said, his eyes gleaming slightly. To win a duel, Harry, disregard what the normal rules say. That is the sort of dueling for competitions. In a real duel where there are no restrictions, there is only one way to win. Strike first, and strike hard. Never give your enemy an opportunity to counterattack. The minute you are forced to be on the defensive, you give your enemy plenty of opportunities to retaliate and effectively end the duel. Only use defensive spells as a distraction to position yourself better to attack. Harry voiced a question that had been nagging at the back of his mind. What was the spell you used to break through my shields? Sirius grinned back sinisterly, which sent shivers down his spine. Contigo Talia. His eyes widened. He knew that spell. He actually had read about it in the second book that Sirius sent to him along with Defense Theory. The large black book with its title faded away was filled with an arsenal of offensive spells, and Harry had been almost nauseated when reading half the spells in it, which were extremely powerful and in nature. The spell was classified as dark magic by the Ministry due to its capabilities of taking down almost any shield that was known in magic and banned from professional duels. But Sirius held up his hand. How could I use a spell of that caliber? Sirius finished his sentence. Because I can. Harry, do you really think that the Death Eaters or Voldemort would play by the rules? Lupin said quietly. The only reason why we lost so many people in the past to Voldemort and his followers were because we had a misguided sense of justice, or morality, call it what you will. We thought we were above those spells. That we don't need to resort to such barbaric methods. The Death Eaters have no such reservations, they aim to kill. I know it is classified as dark magic, but what makes it so? Apart from the greater drain in energy, what makes it dark? He opened his mouth but shut it again, confused. Is it the nature of the spell? Magic is magic in the end. In the past, magic was never differentiated as light or dark as we do now. It is the wizard that uses it that determines the nature of the spell. Whether he uses the spell to destroy or protect is entirely up to him. Sirius was now pacing the room, impatiently trying to make Harry understand. The limitations placed on the practice of these spells by the Ministry years and years ago were to stop witches and wizards from casting spells beyond their grasp and draining their energy. The need for such spells gradually faded away until Voldemort came into power. You have proven to be more than an exceptional wizard. Dumbledore's uneasiness is a very bad sign. When he says something is bad, you can surely expect things to go downhill. When the time comes, you need to be properly prepared, Lupin finished quietly. He was silent for a long time as he pondered the implications of Lupin and Sirius's words. There is nothing else for it, pup. Do you want to get stronger? Sirius asked, stopping his pacing and turning to look at him. After a long while he nodded silently. Then are you prepared to do what is necessary? He nodded again, this time with more conviction. Sirius's face broke into a wide smile. All right, I don't think we'll carry on for longer today, it's already 11. Although the day after tomorrow we won't be able to practice right. Yeah, the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang are arriving, don't think I can miss the feast, Sirius nodded. Any particular reason you don't want to miss the feast? He suddenly quipped with an evil grin while Lupin looked around interested. No, it's just, Harry trailed off, mumbling. Inaudibly looking away. Sirius and Lupin looked at each other before roaring in laughter. Am I right in assuming that a certain Miss Delacour goes to Beauxbatons? Sirius asked and immediately ducked when Harry sent a stinging hex at him. All right, Albus will have our head for keeping him this long. By the way, Harry, we will have to postpone occlumency lessons to next week, Lupin said, gathering up the empty bottles and placing them inside a bin that appeared at the corner of the room. The room itself was a wonder. It was lined with bookshelves containing books on occlumency and books on defense and the dark arts that seemed to have been taken directly from the restricted section of the library. The room was wide and spacious, and there were 3 armchairs next to a fireplace at the left corner. Once they had started dueling, and after Harry was knocked unconscious once, he wished he could have had a softer landing and almost immediately caught sight of a few cushions that appeared next to him. Landing on them was another matter though, Sirius kept him constantly moving. That's interesting, where did the bottles go? Lupin asked, mildly interested when the bottles vanished along with their container. Sirius shrugged. To the kitchens maybe. Why can't we start on the weekend? Harry asked. It's the full moon. I won't be in a good enough condition. Oh, that problem, Lupin smiled. My furry little problem, Harry grinned. All right then, I guess we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and make sure you learn that spell. I won't be satisfied until you learn at least some of the spells in that book. The shield-breaking charm is extremely useful, Sirius called before stepping through the large portrait that was in fact a tunnel that led straight to Hog's Head. Good night. Both Sirius and Lupin waved at him. Night, he called back before throwing on his invisibility and pulling out the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. He waited for the ink to spread fully over the parchment and made sure the coast was clear before he stepped outside. As soon as the door shut behind him, it solidified into the wall, leaving no trace of it. He carefully made his way into the Gryffindor Tower, and after giving the password to a very cranky fat lady who was annoyed at being woken up, climbed in and thankfully made his way to his bed, wiping the map clear. Not even bothering to undress, he fell onto the bed and had barely removed his glasses and hairband before he drifted off to sleep, welcoming the comforts of sleep. Harry woke up in the middle of the night with his head throbbing painfully and silently got up to get himself a drink of water. His scar suddenly seared with pain and his vision suddenly blurred, and he was looking at darkened shapes and he could hear faint whispering. As soon as it came, the vision and the pain in his scar faded away, but the damage was done. He knew he wasn't going to be able to go back to sleep again. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he groaned. It was still 2 in the morning. Sighing, he picked up his invisibility cloak and the map, and after hesitating a moment, picked up the black book instead of his copy of defense theory and stuffed it in a bag with his school books for classes later today. The last few years he had only survived his encounters with Voldemort and the dark creatures due to sheer luck and a lot of help, might as well start changing it. The constant pains in his scar and the blurred visions along with Dumbledore's warning at the start of the year had lit a flame in him, fueling him with a drive to get better. Over the past few days it had become almost a routine for him to be woken up in the early hours of the morning. Instead of trying to go back to sleep, which he quickly realized was impossible, he had taken to slipping out of the castle using a well-hidden secret passage in the third floor which led straight to the school grounds and practicing spells in a secluded spot next to the Great Lake. After throwing the cloak over him and tucking the book safely under his arm, he climbed out of the portrait, ignoring the startled gasp from the fat lady, and stealthily made his way to the third floor, edging around the teachers on patrol, and after a few minutes he came out to the quiet and darkened school grounds with a cold breeze blowing around him. Removing the cloak, he stuffed it inside his bag. He doubted anyone could see him in the darkness and made his way to his spot next to the lake under the guidance of the moonlight. Pulling out the book once he reached his destination, he lit his wand silently. Sirius had already given him instructions to do his basic spells non-verbally in preparation for the more advanced ones. So far Harry could only manage Lumos non-verbally. After carefully reading the wand movements and theory behind Contigo Talia, he conjured up a target dummy and reinforced it with a basic shielding charm. After casting the spell for the first time, he felt his legs weaken with the huge drain the spell cost him, and he could only manage a faint blue spark that did nothing whatsoever to the target. Grimacing slightly, he leaned back against a tree and decided to wait a little before trying again. This was exactly like how it was when he first tried the Patronus charm. After resting a moment, he tried again, this time paying more attention to the wand movements with similar results. Well, this is going to be tough. It was almost 6 in the morning when the sun finally came up. Harry was breathing hard like he had run 100 laps around the lake, but was nevertheless pleased with the end result. He had managed to break through the shielding charm and scored a direct hit on the target. True, it wasn't as powerful as Sirius's, but it was an accomplishment all the same. Unable to ignore the hunger that had been growing steadily over the past few hours, he stuffed everything inside his bag and made his way back to the castle and into one of the bathrooms. Freshening himself up and using a charm on his clothes that wiped out all traces of the lingering smell of sweat, making them as good as new, he made his way to the Great Hall, where by now the rest of the students were already there. He made his way to the Gryffindor table, ignoring the stairs as normal, and slipped into a seat next to Ron, Hermione and the twins. Ignoring their gazes, he piled his plate with food and started to eat. After ignoring them for as long as he could, he looked up annoyed. "What?" he asked irritably. "You look like a mess," Hermione said. Harry stared at her for a couple of moments and then shrugged. True to her words though, the area under his eyes had darkened and his eyes had an almost dead look on them. Practicing magic in the dead of the night coupled with his lack of sleep was taking its toll on him. "It's nothing. Where do you keep going, Harry? Ron said you never came back after you left in the evening," Hermione asked, unaware of how much it was irritating him. "Well, he was asleep, wasn't he?" he snapped back. It was bad enough that he was tiring himself out every day, and to listen to Hermione's constant nagging only added to his stress. She fell silent and no more words were exchanged between the three of them. Harry couldn't help but notice how strained their friendship was getting. Hermione was, probably for the first time of her life, challenged in school work. He'd been giving her a run for her money in each and every one of her classes, and at the end of the day they remained the only two who could fully complete anything their teachers set for them, and everyone did not fail to see her displeasure of it. He was particularly good in Transfiguration, much to McGonagall's immense pride, and the rest of the teachers were pleased with him. Even Snape couldn't do anything more than sneer at him. Ron too was getting irritated with the way things were going, especially since he no longer could rely on Hermione for help since she was so intent on beating Harry. He was put out by Harry's behavior and had taken to talking with Dean and Seamus in lessons, preferring to stay out of the other two's way. But it wasn't hard to see that he resented the way Harry was changing. McGonagall leaned closer to Dumbledore, and she, like him, was intently watching Harry, who was eating silently. "Are you sure you did the right thing, Albus? Telling the boy all that?" Dumbledore sighed and looked sadly back at her. It was inevitable. From what I have seen, there are a lot of things going wrong. Bertha Jerkins disappeared. Where Voldemort? He paused to stare sternly at McGonagall, who shuddered involuntarily. She disappeared where he was last known to have been. The Minister for Magic refuses to see reason in the attack on Alistair has only increased my worry. I'm convinced that whoever conjured the Dark Mark did it as a sign to the others that the Dark Lord would rise again. With the way things are going, Harry would do well to be more prepared. What about his godfather, and Remus? Dumbledore had confided to McGonagall only about the truth behind Sirius Black, and she was the only one apart from him and Harry's friends that knew he was receiving lessons at night from them. They don't like it any more than you or I do. But they agreed it's best. Sirius was actually the one that suggested the whole thing after Harry told him about his vision. That may be so, Albus, and I can honestly say I'm pleased with the way Harry has improved. But it is taking the toll on him. Every night he is outside and comes in only in the morning. Dumbledore smiled inwardly. She would never admit it, but she held a soft spot for Harry since the day she had seen him as a baby before they left him under the Muggle's care. The sooner he completes his training the better. I shudder to think what would have happened if Mr. Delacour hadn't arrived in time to help Harry. He attracts trouble like no other, and he will has to be prepared. In the future he will be glad for everything he's learning now, Dumbledore said gently. McGonagall finally nodded and turned away. Dumbledore sadly watched as Harry tiredly got up from the table and walked away. There is still a lot more I haven't told you, Harry. I wanted you to grow up and have a happy life, but with what's happening now, I can only hope you will be prepared when I tell you everything. Harry slowly made his way to the dungeons, ignoring the gazes from the girls around him. He had been surprised when two girls, a Ravenclaw 4th year and a Gryffindor 5th year, asked him out for the next Hogsmeade weekend, which he had politely declined. He hated the way their eyes always flitted to his scarf first, which irked him to no end. As soon as he reached the dungeons, he completely ignored Malfoy, who shouted something at him, and slipped into his seat and waited for the class to begin. Potions had become almost bearable. He found that the best way to shut Snape up was to just finish the work that was set by him as carefully as possible, which almost always left Snape speechless. You look like you could do with some sleep, Potter. Hey Daphne, he said tiredly, turning to grin at Daphne, who had just arrived. She sat at the table in front of him. You all right? She asked with a faint note of concern in her voice. What? Don't tell me the Ice Queen is actually concerned about me now, he asked mischievously. In your dreams, Potter, she said coolly, grinning back. He laughed. She was at least different from the others. She never seemed to act differently around him, and that made him grateful to her. At that moment Ron and Hermione came in and slid into their seats next to Harry. Daphne smiled coldly at them and turned around to talk with Tracy, who had just arrived too, along with another one of her friends. Harry was not in the mood for talking with either of them and was thankful when Snape walked in, effectively ending all conversations. Today you will be making a strengthening solution. The instructions, he flicked his wand at the board, which suddenly filled with writing, are on the board and all the supplies are in the cupboard. Well, what are you waiting for? Get started, Snape said, leering at Neville, who was sitting behind Harry, who swallowed nervously. Harry quickly got up and got the ingredients and quickly came back and proceeded to carefully read the instructions. After double-checking with the book, he carefully followed the instructions, blocking out everything else that was going on around the room. He found that it was the best way he could reach the goal of the lesson. It was very easy to get distracted and slip up if you spent your time looking around the room. He determinedly kept his concentration focused on his potion, and after about 45 minutes he had a colorless mixture in front of him, exactly the way the book described it. Snape, who was strolling around the room, paused, and he had to do his best to stifle his laughter when the greasy professor walked away quickly with no comment. He looked at his watch and gasped when he realized he had about half an hour remaining until class finished. He looked around to find that no one else was finished yet. Hermione was getting increasingly bad-tempered next to him. She was almost there, of course, but of course, he'd been faster. If you're done, Potter, don't just stay there. Bring a sample over and get out, Snape called. Harry was slightly taken aback, but nevertheless he filled a flask with his potion and walked over to Snape's desk and placed it in front and quickly grabbed his bag and walked out after clearing the contents in his cauldron. He vaguely wondered why Snape had let him go, but he made his way back to the Gryffindor Tower, seeing as he had another 2 hours left before his next and final lesson for the day before they were to meet outside the castle to greet the foreign students. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards at the thought of seeing Fleur. He was really looking forward to seeing her again. A part of him was worried a little though that she might have chosen not to wear the necklace he sent her. It was only days after he thought it would have been better if he got her something a lot less personal. Cursing himself silently, he staggered onto his bed and closed his eyes and fell asleep without realizing it. He woke up just in time to make a mad dash for defense against the dark arts. Hermione glanced at him worriedly as he dropped to his seat next to her, but he was slightly pleased that she didn't nag him about it. Ron nodded at him, a gesture which he returned. "All right then, everyone back on your feet," Moody said, whipping out his wand. After they had gotten to their feet, he made the tables pile together at the back of the class with a wave of his wand. "I will be performing the Imperious Curse on each and every one of you," Hermione squeaked, and a number of other students backed away nervously. "Constant vigilance," Moody roared, making everyone jump. "What would you do if a witch or wizard casts it on you? Would you rather face it unprepared, or do you want to see for yourself if you can stand a chance against it? It is not impossible to break free of it, although it is wiser to avoid being hit with it if you can. A witch or wizard with a strong mental capabilities can break free of it. Let's see how far along you lot are. Now, Miss Potter, forward if you please." The events that followed had Harry trying as hard as he could not to laugh as each and every one of his classmates did bizarre stunts that no one could have thought possible. Hermione sang the Hogwarts anthem while tap dancing, Ron imitated a chicken, Neville performed a series of complex gymnastics, Seamus conjured a bunch of roses and knelt on one knee and proposed to a bright red lavender brown, and so on. He could have sworn he saw Moody smirking. He was enjoying this, and, to be honest, he himself would be lying if he said he wasn't enjoying the show. Finally it was his turn. He went to the front of the middle and waited. Moody pointed his wand at him. Imperio. A curious sensation spread through Harry. His mind was blissfully calm and he felt like he was floating away without a care in the world. A voice suddenly sounded at the back of his mind. "Jump onto the desk." Immediately he felt a surge of anger pass through him. Why should he? "No," a firm voice at the back of his mind stated. "Jump onto the desk now." "No, why should I? Jump now, boy." "No," Harry roared. Harry realized then that he had shouted out loud. The whole class was watching him wide-eyed. Moody suddenly started laughing. "Very nice, Mr. Potter, look at that, you lot." He resisted it, he actually threw it off. 10 points to Gryffindor. Again, show them how it's done. Watch his eyes, that's where you will see the change. Harry growled softly while he walked out of the class at the end of the lesson. Moody had put him through the curse 5 times in a row until he could just shrug it off. Ron and Hermione suddenly appeared on either side of him. "How did you do it, Harry?" Hermione asked. Harry was annoyed, but he kept it hidden. He didn't want to keep blowing them off no matter how irritating it was. "I don't really know, I just ignore what he tells me." "You can actually hear him telling you what to do?" Ron asked wide-eyed. "Don't you?" he asked surprised. "No, all I felt was this weird feeling of happiness and I just thought it'd be fun to imitate a chicken," Ron finished sheepishly. Hermione nodded vigorously. "It was the same with me." "I don't know then," he said evasively. He glanced at his watch. "Better get outside then, I'm going to leave my bag at the tower." After they had left their belongings in the Gryffindor Tower, they walked out to the schoolyard where the entire school was assembled. The heads of houses were trying to get everyone organized by year. As soon as they walked in, McGonagall beckoned them and placed them with the rest of the 4th years. Before she turned away though, she eyed Harry closely. "Mr. Potter, why isn't your hair tied back?" Harry reached behind his head and realized that his hair wasn't tied back anymore. He must have lost his band, probably sometime during his last class. "I think I lost it, Professor," he mumbled. "Never mind, here." She conjured a red-colored band and gave it to Harry, who gratefully took it, muttering thanks, and proceeded to tie back his hair. "Weasley, tuck your shirt in. Longbottom, wipe the dirt from your face," she barked at them before moving away. "Bloody hell, why is she so uptight today?" Ron beeped. "Guess they want to make a good impression on the others when they arrive," Harry muttered. He was getting nervous now and was slowly getting excited. His heart skipped a couple of beats when an image of the silver-haired witch formed unbidden in his mind. Thankfully no one saw his face redden a little and he silently cursed himself for feeling like this. He could make neither head nor tail why she affected him like this. After taking a couple of calming breaths he, like the others, started looking around for signs of the others' arrival. How do you think they're coming? Train, Ron whispered from behind him. Of course not, Ron, Hermione hissed. How then? Broomsticks. Or are they apparating? You can't apparate into the Hogwarts grounds, Ron. How many times do I have to tell you? Is it only me that has ever read Hogwarts, a history? Harry, who heard this, chuckled softly, earning him a playful jab at his ribs from Hermione. Only you, Hermione, Ron said, catching his eye and grinning. At that moment Dumbledore's voice sounded loudly. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe the delegation from Durmstrang approaches. Cries rang out excitedly from the students as everyone looked wildly around. A faint sound was gradually getting louder and louder, like water was being drained. The lake. Look at the lake. Someone from the crowd shouted suddenly, and everyone turned towards the lake. Although they were a little way away from the lake, it wasn't difficult to see that a whirlpool was slowly getting wider and wider. Slowly, a mast appeared which quickly grew larger. A skeletal green ship slowly emerged from under the water, light gleaming from its portholes. The first years went into transports of delight, and a series of clicks and flashes announced that many of the Muggle-borns had brought their cameras. The eerie green ship came to rest near the banks and people began disembarking. Everyone, Harry noted, seemed to be built along the lines of Crabbe and Goyle, and they waited patiently as the group approached them, a rather tall, thin man leading the group. Albus, how good to see you again, the man said, spreading out his arms in welcome. The man's voice was cold and bore an uncanny resemblance to Snape's. His chin was incompletely covered by a goatee which ended in a small curl, and his pale blue eyes were icy, giving them a dead look. Igor, Dumbledore smiled as he embraced the man. The students from Durmstrang approached from behind, and they were finally able to get a look at them. Their bulk was due to the fact that they were wearing large fur coats, which they gave no indication of wanting to remove them anytime soon. Most of the students were boys, but there were quite a few girls too. They were all gazing up at Hogwarts, and Harry could tell most of them were impressed. Harry's eyes caught sight of an all too familiar scowling face, and he could tell by the sharp jab he received on his elbow from Ron that he had seen him too. Harry, that's Krum, he hissed. All around them everyone were muttering excitedly as everyone noticed the Bulgarian seeker. Excited whispers broke out among them, and almost everyone were trying to find a quill and parchment to get an autograph. Do you have a quill on you? Ron asked hurriedly, making Hermione roll her eyes. No, I left my stuff back in the tower, Harry replied. Krum was pointedly ignoring the stares on him, his eyes looking at the castle with a bored look. Honestly, why is everyone so excited? Hermione asked disgustedly, looking at a group of girls who were debating rather loudly if Krum would sign their clothes with lipstick. Hermione, he's like the greatest seeker in the world. And he's still in school too, Ron said as if he had settled the matter. Suddenly the Weasley twins appeared behind him with identical evil grins and made keying noises loudly behind Ron, making everyone burst out laughing and Ron's ears go red and mutter a few words that he would never have done under the presence of his mother. Harry grinned and turned back to the Durmstrang students who were walking into the castle. Some of them removing their fur coats. They were wearing a deep, blood-red colored set of robes underneath, which were similar to the Hogwarts ones in every way except color. Once the initial excitement had died down, everyone went back to their silent vigil, listening intently for any sound that would announce the arrival of the Beauxbatons delegation. Harry was getting nervous by the minute, and his heart was hammering in his chest. What if Fleur wasn't chosen to be one of the few to represent the school? He immediately crushed the thought. That wasn't possible. About 5 more minutes passed until someone yelled, "There!" It was one of the second years, and he was pointing at the sky where a dark shape was rapidly approaching. What is that? Colin Creevey asked, snapping photo after photo at the dark shape that was gradually getting bigger. It's a carriage, Fred shouted. And sure enough, it was. A gleaming blue carriage loomed closer and closer, and in front, pulling them, were 4 dark gray-winged horses. They landed with a crash just a few feet in front of them, and everyone instinctively drew back. The horses were much larger than hippogriffs, and their hooves were the size of large dinner plates. Hagrid clapped his hands excitedly, which drew many amused looks, and Dumbledore looked at him with his eyes twinkling. The carriage was large too, it was as big as a normal house. The door opened and a figure jumped out and waved his wand and some steps appeared connecting the doorstep to the ground. A large woman stepped out eliciting whispers of awe from the crowd. The woman moved with an elegance that was only matched by a few, and she had handsome, olive-skinned features with warm black eyes. She wore robes of black satin, and as she approached, the rest of the students followed through. Most of them were girls, wearing light blue silky dresses. Their dresses were knee-length while the boys wore robes of the same color. All of the girls had their faces wrapped in shawls hiding them from view, and they seemed to be shivering. None of them seemed to want to remove their shawls, and Harry's heart sank. He needed to know that Fleur was there. Albus it is a pleasure to finally meet in person, the large woman said, extending her hand towards him. My dear Olymp, it is an honor, Dumbledore said, keying her hand. Igor arrived already? She asked. Her voice was gentle, almost like a cat purring. Yes, they are inside, let us go in. You may sit anywhere you find comfortable, Dumbledore added kindly to the students behind her who were shivering. But our orzes need to be taken care of, she said. Our care of magical creatures teacher, Rubeus Hagrid will do it, Dumbledore said, gesturing at Hagrid, who came up smiling. Olymp Maxime, a pleasure meester, Hagrid, Maxime said, smiling at him. Harry noticed that she was slightly taller than Hagrid. Might I inform you that the orzes drink only single malt whiskey? I will see to it, Hagrid said, bowing. Dumbledore turned around and motioned for the others to follow them, and everyone went inside to the entrance hall. Harry was depressed now. He kept lagging back trying to get a glimpse of the students, but he couldn't find her. Some of the girls had taken off their shawls, but he couldn't recognize any of them. He sighed and followed after Ron and Hermione, who were a few yards ahead of him, and made to walk into the great hall when a melodious voice sounded behind him which froze him in place. Ari. He turned around, hardly daring to believe it. He caught a brief glimpse of Silver before he was pulled into a hug, and he felt his heart skip a couple of beats before he recognized her. Her scent was something that was imprinted in his mind, and there was no mistaking it, it was her. She drew back, still holding his arms, her shawl lying on shoulders. She was as breathtakingly beautiful as he remembered, maybe more. Her sapphire blue eyes were twinkling brightly, and his eyes fell on her pink-colored lips that were parted slightly, the last observation making him blush. She laughed in her lilting voice and embraced him again, to which he smiled before returning it. When they drew apart, he noticed only then that everyone else was frozen in place looking at them. Dumbledore and Maxime were looking at the pair of them, smiling widely, and he could have sworn he saw Dumbledore wink. The boys around them were staring open-mouthed and had dazed looks in their eyes, while some of the girls were glaring at Fleur. One of the Beauxbatons students suddenly laughed, which seemed to bring everyone around them back to their senses. Shall we? Dumbledore asked, and Maxime nodded, and they made their way towards the teacher's table down at the end of the great hall. Harry grinned at Fleur, who smiled back at him, while the rest of the Beauxbaton students were watching him closely. As they walked in, he realized all of the 4 house tables were stretched longer, and that the Durmstrang students were sitting with the Slytherins. He made his way to the Gryffindor table and slid into the seat next to Hermione, who was staring wide-eyed at Fleur, who smiled at her before sliding into the seat next to Harry. Ron went purple and looked like a goldfish struggling to breathe when his eyes fell on Fleur, much to Harry's amusement. The rest of the Beauxbaton students took their seats in the Gryffindor table too. Harry was deeply aware of the jealous looks on him from all around the room, and he determinedly ignored them. He was too happy to care just then. Dumbledore stood up smiling, and the whispers died down. Welcome to Hogwarts. I hope you will find your stay here comfortable and will take the opportunity to make new friends. I have a few things I must address about the tournament, but unfortunately we must wait, for one of the officials is running a little late. I am sure that you have all had a tiring journey, so let me invite everyone to feast with us. Dumbledore took his seat, and the plates in front of them filled with food. Harry noticed that there were a lot of unusual dishes that he had never seen before, which, from the appreciative murmurs from the Beauxbaton students, must be some of their national dishes. Everyone piled their food onto their plates, and soon the hall was filled with the voices and laughter. Well, how about introducing us, Fleur? A blue-haired girl asked, who was sitting opposite them. Oh, Ari, I'd like you to meet my closest friends, Ziz's Aurelie and Zaysay, to her Caroline and Amy, Fleur said, gesturing at a pretty red-haired girl who smiled at him in a way that made him uncomfortable, and a haired girl who, noticing this, grinned at him. Harry Potter, it's a pleasure to meet you, he said, grinning at them. The red-haired girl cocked her head sideways. Didn't we meet at the World Cup? She asked. Her accent was surprisingly good. He thought for a moment and remembered the girl that had waved at him. Near the tent, right? You remembered, she exclaimed, and Harry nodded. Fleur looked surprised. When was Z's? She asked, looking surprised. Caroline laughed. Remember I told you about the boy I thought looked good for an Englishman? She asked, making him blush while the others looked on in amusement. She is always like Z's, Ari, don't worry about it, Aurelie said, grinning at Harry while Caroline pouted. I'm not always like this, but for you maybe, she said suggestively, smiling provocatively at him, making him squirm uncomfortably. She caught sight of Fleur giving her the tiniest hints of a glare and couldn't stop. The smile that tugged her lips, sure, she was her friend, but that didn't mean she couldn't make it all a bit more difficult for her. And I think that person who hasn't stopped staring at Fleur since we sat down is the one that was with you next to you on that day. She asked, pointing at Ron, who immediately received a very painful elbow at his side from Seamus. He had indeed been staring with a dazed look at Fleur the whole time, and Harry felt a wave of annoyance wash over him as he looked over. The way he, and actually most of the other boys on the Gryffindor table, were staring at Fleur and the other girls was nauseating. Ron came to his senses just then and stammered something incomprehensible and quailed under Caroline and the rest of the Beauxbatons students' gaze. That seemed to snap most of the others out of their daze, and they hurriedly busied themselves with the food in front of them. Harry turned to look at Fleur, who was looking uncomfortable. I'm sorry, he said quietly to her, and she smiled warmly at him. Non-EET is not that uncommon. As the meal progressed on, Harry got to know every single one of the Beauxbatons students, who obviously knew who he was. From their behavior, and especially the girls, Aurelie, Caroline and Amy, he could tell that they were very protective of Fleur. Although each and every one of them was 17 and older, they were a lot of fun to talk to. They completely disregarded the rest of the people in the Gryffindor table. They didn't seem to take it too kindly to the way how everyone kept staring at them from time to time, which even he could admit, was rather embarrassing. Soon the food was cleared from the plates, leaving them gleaming clearly. He turned to look at the Durmstrang students and burst out laughing when he saw at that exact moment Krum completely ignore Malfoy, who had asked him something, and turned to talk with one of the Durmstrang students, leaving Malfoy looking embarrassed. The Durmstrang students looked bored, and all around the room everyone were looking expectantly at the teacher's table. Harry noticed an elderly wizard who was seated next to the Durmstrang headmaster, who had graying hair and was dressed in a muggle suit. Dumbledore got up to his feet. Seeing as we are now well fed, let us go on to the matters at hand. First let me introduce the headmistress of Beauxbatons, Olympe Maxime, and the headmaster of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff, he said, gesturing at the two people sitting next to him. Everyone applauded politely. Next, let me introduce Mr. Barty Crouch, who is the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the man who made this tournament possible. More applause while he stood up and bowed. Now, Mr. Filch, if you will, he called to the back where Filch was lurking around. He came up to the front with a large casket under his arm and set it on a pedestal in front of the teacher's table. Dumbledore walked towards it and waved his wand, and it melted away to reveal a rather large, golden goblet. Now, let me introduce everyone to the judge that will be selecting who is going to compete. At precisely 7 p.m. on the evening of October 30th, the goblet will ignite, and from then on anyone that wishes to compete need only write their names and their school on a piece of parchment and drop it into the flames. Keep note, however, that only those that are 17 and above may submit their names. If anyone younger tries, you will be faced with some rather unique consequences, he said with his eyes twinkling in the direction of the Weasley twins, who looked visibly offended. Might I also stress on the fact that whosoever wishes to submit their name, be sure that you will be willing to compete if you are chosen. By submitting your name you are effectively signing a magical contract, which means you cannot back out if you are chosen. The champion will be chosen on the Halloween feast on the 31st, so you have time till then to submit your name. On an additional note, everyone is dismissed from classes on the 31st, he finished, smiling as some of the students cheered. All right then, off to bed then. Karkaroff and Maxime got up, making their way towards their respective students, while the Hogwarts students filed out of the hall towards their dormitories. Good night, Fleur, Harry said, standing up to follow after Ron and Hermione, who were waiting for him at the entrance when he saw Maxime coming towards their table. "Non, wait, Madame Maxime wanted to speak with you," Fleur said, holding him back. He looked at her in alarm, eliciting laughter from the rest of the students, but she smiled reassuringly at him and he looked apologetically back at Ron and Hermione, who shrugged and left with the others, who were shooting curious looks over at them. He waited nervously while Maxime walked up to them. Even the Durmstrang students and Karkaroff were glancing over at them curiously, and when his eyes met Harry's, his eyes widened and performed the familiar shift to his scar. Harry looked up at the staff table where only Dumbledore and McGonagall were remaining, talking with each other, but he had the funny feeling that they were watching him. Hagrid was also there, although he was still eating, having arrived towards the end of the feast. "Monsieur, Harry Potter, a pleasure to meet you," she said gently. Harry smiled awkwardly at her, wondering what on earth was going on. "It's an honor to meet you, Madame Maxime," he said, bowing respectfully at her. She looked surprised, but her smile grew wider. "I wanted to thank you personally for protecting one of my students," she said seriously. Some of her students looked confused, but from the way Amy, Aurelie and Caroline smiled at him from behind her, he knew they knew what she was talking about. Feeling the color rising in his cheeks, he smiled uncertainly at her. It was nothing," he said quietly. "Nevertheless, you avenue my gratitude, bonne nuit, Monsieur Potter," she said, smiling at him. Turning to her students, she said something in French and left with the others, who waved their goodbyes at Harry. "Harry, can you come with me for a second?" Fleur asked softly. He was surprised but nodded, and after turning to wave goodbye at Hagrid up at the staff table, he followed her outside, where a little further away the rest of the students were making their way back to the carriage, which was situated a few feet away from Hagrid's hut. He caught sight of the Durmstrang students a little further away making their way back to the ship. It seemed they were going to be spending the night in it. "Fleur, where are all of you going to sleep?" he asked curiously, watching all of the students climb into the carriage. "Our rooms are in Z carriages, EET is a lot more bigger on Z inside," she said, grinning at him. He nodded sheepishly. Of course it was bigger than that, he had already forgotten their tents that they used during the World Cup. It was then he caught sight of a gleaming blue light on Fleur's chest. "You wore it," he blurted happily without thinking. He had mostly forgotten about it after seeing her. She laughed and slowly pulled it out so that it was exposed. He frowned. It wasn't gleaming that brightly when he had bought it. I never got to properly thank you for it, did I?" she asked. "I'm just glad you wore it," he said sincerely. She smiled before leaning closer to him, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. He felt his heart beat faster and all thought was wiped from his mind. After a few seconds she drew back, and Harry felt his knees weaken when he saw that she was rather red on her face. "Thank you, Harry," she said quietly. "And bonne nuit," Harry, who was still shocked, forced his mind back to reality. "Night, Fleur," he said, and she smiled at him before walking away. His cheeks were still tingling and he watched her walk away. "So what did you really do?" Caroline asked eagerly, probably for the 14th time. Fleur sighed exasperatedly. It was 8 in the morning and her friends had come unceremoniously into her room and woken her up half an hour ago and had been interrogating her about Harry Potter. "I already told you, we didn't do anything. I only wanted to thank him for my present and I did," she said, leaning back against her pillow. "What? Not even a key? Wait. You did," she cried when she saw the blush forming on her face. "Why are you making a big deal of it? It's normal for us too." "No, not for you. My God, you have it bad." Caroline groaned exasperatedly. "This is only making me so much more interested in him." "Well, for what it's worth, Fleur, he did look really happy when he saw you," Amy said with a smirk. She felt a smile spread across her own face. When they arrived, she had seen Harry standing near the front of the crowd and she had easily recognized him. He had a disappointed look on his face when they all started going back to the castle. When she finally called out to him, his shocked expression mixed with happiness made her heart leap, and before she knew what she was doing, had thrown herself into his arms in front of everyone. "He is a cute one though. I wish I had put a claim over him the first time I saw him," Caroline said, sighing softly. Catching sight of Fleur, she grinned and added, "Relax, I won't do anything. He's all yours. He's not mine," she exclaimed, but she couldn't stop the feeling of relief that spread through her at Caroline's words. Truthfully, she had felt rather put out when she found out that Caroline had seen him at the World Cup too. "Oh come on, it's obvious to all of us how much you like him. We've never seen you act this way over a boy from all our years together," Amy said while the others nodded. And from what I've seen, he is also rather taken with you. He kept looking at you throughout the feast sometimes, but it wasn't like the way the others look at you. It was different. I don't think he noticed us watching him even," she said thoughtfully. "But he can't, he's younger than me," Fleur trailed off weakly. "By what? 2-3 years. You turned 17 only recently too," Amy said softly. "Look, Fleur, even if you can't seem to figure it out for yourself, we can. We've been watching you for over 6 years now. You just have to admit it to yourself. Do you not like him?" Caroline asked bluntly. Fleur's mind was working furiously. She couldn't answer it directly, but she knew that if she was honest, she had only one answer to give. She just couldn't believe how fast she had grown fond of Harry. Meeting him last night had only increased her feelings for him. Initially she had kept telling herself that he was younger than her. That had been her excuse whenever her friends teased her about him. She used it to tell herself that she couldn't possibly be thinking about Harry in that way and that he was only a good friend. But after hearing it aloud, it just ceased to matter. She enjoyed being with him, he made her feel safe, something that until she met him, thought that only her father could do. He was quiet and reserved despite being famous. He was also similar to her in a lot of ways. Both of them were seen not for what they really were, something that they both hated. Plus it didn't hurt the fact that she found him more than a little attractive. And if she dared believe it, he was just as interested in her. "Well, Fleur," she gave a start and looked up. The others were watching her closely and she could see the smirks on all of them. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. I do like him. But it's a little scary about how fast I came to like him," she said quietly, unable to stop the blush creeping up her face, making the others grin triumphantly. "Just see how it turns out," Aurelie said, then smiled. "I don't think that he has eyes for anyone else though. It was pretty clear from the way he was after he saw you. It makes even me jealous." Fleur threw her pillow at her and laughed. Something told her what she said was true and it pleased her to no end. "That said, you better get a move on. We may have all sworn off him, but that doesn't mean there aren't any other women that wouldn't mind having a say in it." Caroline muttered before getting up. "It's almost 9, I'm hungry." "All right, I'll get changed," Fleur muttered before ushering the others out. She stopped when she caught sight of her reflection on the mirror. Her cheeks were still stained red and she noticed that the blue stone on her necklace which was glowing brighter and felt warm to touch. What Caroline said was true, she couldn't really afford to keep putting it off. She needed to step up and take what she wanted. It was with these thoughts that she carefully tied back her hair, spending a lot more time than usual paying attention to how she looked before going outside to join her friends. "Did you see the man that was taking care of the horses?" Caroline asked when Fleur approached them and they started slowly walking back to the castle. "Yes," Aurelie asked, lifting an eyebrow. "Do you think he's like our headmistress?" she asked. Fleur frowned, she hadn't really thought about that. The others too were looking thoughtful. "Maybe," Aurelie said. They walked on and ignored the stares they were attracting from some of the students that were outside. Fleur shivered slightly. The boys in Hogwarts seemed to have little to almost no control over themselves. Their glazed expressions were unpleasant. Some of the girls glared at them, but they ignored them and continued on their way to the Great Hall. "Just like first year in Beauxbatons," Aurelie said with an annoyed expression, eyeing a rather large boy who was drooling with his eyes on her. They entered the Great Hall and made their way to the Gryffindor table. "And there's your target," she said in an audible whisper, causing the others to grin when they spotted him. Fleur frowned when she saw Harry there, reading a book by himself, sitting a little away from the others. None of the other Beauxbatons students were there yet and there were only a few Hogwarts students around them. "Bonjour, Ari," she said brightly, seating herself next to him while the others took their seat opposite them. Harry gave a start and looked around at them. She frowned again when she saw his face. There were bags under his eyes and his eyes had a cold, almost dead look on them. It was only for a second though, his eyes suddenly sparked brighter and he grinned at them. "Morning," she didn't fail to notice that how weak his voice sounded. "You okay?" she asked while the others looked at him concernedly. He nodded. "Yeah, just tired I guess. Where are the others? Caroline asked, looking around. The tables weren't as crowded as the night before with only a few students around. Oh, they're in class. My professor told me to rest up since it was my only class for today, he muttered, rubbing his neck sheepishly. You, Avenue classes today? Aurélie asked incredulously. Only because we missed our last two yesterday, but I only had one scheduled for that day, so I'm not really missing much. You're not eating, Ari? Fleur asked while they served themselves. He shook his head. Nah, I already ate, he said. Soon they were joined by some of the other Beauxbatons students who joined them. Most of them had taken a liking to him, and to be honest, it was hard to see who wouldn't. He was completely different from what they'd all come to expect from Englishmen. She was surprised to find that he was in the Quidditch team too, much to Caroline and Aurélie's delight, who loved it. They made him promise he would let them ride his firebolt later in the day. Soon the food was wiped clean of their plates, and little by little the hall was emptying of people. Most of the Beauxbatons students were eager to explore the castle, and they left with leaving the five of them together. Caroline and the others had bullied him into taking them on a tour around school, and they were just about to leave when, Mr. Potter, didn't I ask you to go to the hospital wing? I thought Mr. Weasley took you there. A stern voice sounded behind them, and they turned to see a rather stern-looking witch looking at them. I'm sorry, Professor, I forgot. I told Ron I would go on ahead and told him to go back. He muttered softly, pushing himself to his feet. Almost as soon as he'd gotten up, he swayed visibly and fell backwards, causing most of the people to look over curiously. In an instant the witch was kneeling on the floor beside him with Fleur, helping him up while the others looked on worriedly, half risen from their seats. The stern-looking witch sighed and pressed her hand against his forehead. You will get a fever like this. I'm going to have a few words with Mr. Weasley. How he could come back without seeing to it that you were safely in the hospital wing after seeing you pass out in my classroom is beyond me, she said softly. May I ask if you could take Mr. Potter to the hospital wing? It's on the first floor on the corridor to the right, she asked, looking at them. I'd take him myself, but I have another class coming up soon. Oui, madam, Fleur said. I can go by myself, Professor, Harry mumbled quietly. No more out of you, Mr. Potter, or else I'm going to have to take points off Gryffindor. I will be asking Madame Pomfrey personally if you went to her or not, she said warningly before leaving. Harry looked embarrassedly at them, and as soon as she was out of earshot, I can really go by myself, I just lost balance for a bit, he said before quailing under the combined gazes of the girls. We're going now, Ari, and you're going to come quietly, Fleur growled, sliding her arm around his waist and pulling him closer. We'll come too, I wanted to see around the castle anyway, Aurélie said, getting to her feet while the other two followed suit. Together they walked outside to the now deserted entrance hall. What are those hourglasses? Amy asked while Caroline and Fleur helped him climb the stairs. Oh, those show the number of house points for each of our houses. So, 4 houses and you're in Gryffindor. Yeah, the other 3 are Ravenclaw, Slytherin and Hufflepuff. At the end of the year the house with the most amount of points wins the House Cup, he explained. Wait a moment, he mumbled, putting his hand up against the wall, his breathing getting increasingly labored. What happened to you, Ari? You were fine yesterday, Fleur asked worriedly. I don't know, I think I'm just tired, that's all, he said, giving her a small smile. They started moving again, and when they finally reached the hospital wing an elderly woman came hurrying over to them. I just got word from Minerva, put him on that bed over there, she said, pointing at the bed nearest to them. Once he was on the bed she came over holding a tray with different potions in them. Honestly, Harry, do you make it a necessity to end up here every year? She asked, in a reprimanding tone, making him grin sheepishly at her. Let's see what's wrong with you now. She whipped out her wand and started murmuring quietly, tracing her wand around his body as the others looked on curiously. A few minutes later she suddenly snapped her eyes open and glared at him. Do you have a death wish? Sleep deprivation, exhaustion, and the most serious of all, you have almost completely drained your core of its magic. What in the world were you trying to do? If you had kept going at this pace you would have been crippled or worse, dead within the next few weeks. Fleur and the others stared in shock at Harry, who was now looking away, not meeting any of their eyes. Take these potions starting from now on every day before breakfast for a week. You are prohibited from practicing magic except for the simplest spells until the week is out. I will be sending notes to your teachers. Is that clear, Harry? He nodded mutely. Do you have trouble sleeping? If so, I can give you a potion for dreamless sleep. Harry muttered something incomprehensible while drinking each of the potions. The matron waited patiently for him to finish and asked, "What did you say?" He looked uncomfortable under the gazes of everyone and didn't say anything for a moment. "I already tried that, it doesn't work," he said quietly. Her eyes widened slightly. "That's strange, I will see what I can do. In the meantime, it is important that you use this week to recover. If you overexert yourself again, I will have no choice but to send you to St. Mungo's. Now, do you understand me? I cannot stress how important it is that you stay away from magic or any physical activity. If it were up to me, I'd have you here until you recover and have confiscated your wand, but no," he yelped, cutting her off. "Good, then you know what to do." "I understand," he said. "In the meantime, it is up to your friends to see that you don't step out of line." "But, I guess no worries there," she said, her eyes twinkling mischievously at him before looking over at Fleur, whose hand was lying over his. Both of them blushed furiously, eliciting giggles from the others as she moved her arm away. "Poppy," Harry whined, making the matron laugh. Her grin grew wider when Fleur looked determinedly back at her. "So why don't you introduce them, Harry?" she asked. Once everyone had given their names, Poppy frowned thoughtfully. "Is the nurse in your school still Madame Leona?" she asked. She has been ever since our first year," Aurelie said. "Ah, I've been meaning to send her an owl for a while now, never knew where she was." Catching the confused looks on them, she added, "We were trained under the same healer back then. I took the post available in Hogwarts. I had no idea where she was until I heard from a friend that she was the nurse in Beauxbatons." "Can I go now?" Harry asked suddenly. "Oh, well, if it were up to me I would keep you here for the day, I'm not finished yet," she said when he made signs of interrupting her. "I will let you go now if you come back here for a checkup every day in the evening, whenever you have time." "Well, all right," Harry grumbled, slowly getting up. "You all right?" Amy asked. "Good as new," he said, giving her a small grin before looking over at the matron. "Thanks a lot, Poppy. Just make sure you do as I said. You know I make good on my threats," she said before walking back in the direction of her office. "Sue, we can get a tour of Z Castle now?" Aurelie asked, looping her arm through his while Caroline sidled up next to her and doing the same while the other two looked on in amusement and, in Fleur's case, slightly disgruntled. He laughed before straightening up. "Where do miladies want to start?" As it turned out, they wanted to see everything. He took them straight up to the 7th floor and proceeded back down. "This place is huge," Caroline exclaimed as they came to the 5th floor. Harry looked at her, frowning. "Isn't yours as big as this?" "No. Well, it is big, but it's nothing compared to this place," she said. "Oh, do you have houses like ours with different common rooms?" he asked. "Non, we aren't sorted into different houses. We Avenue 2 quarters, one for Z boys and one for Z girls. Separate dormitories by Z years," Amy answered. They came onto the 4th floor where some other students were moving up, and Harry's smile seemed to disappear instantly. Fleur looked closely when she saw a red-haired boy who she recognized as the one who had been staring at her during the feast last night. When he caught sight of them, his eyes narrowed and he muttered something to the group of boys behind him and glared at Harry. Harry, on the other hand, ignored them and walked straight past them. They noticed that Harry had quickened his pace and they hurried to catch up to him. "Merde," Aurelie muttered when they reached Harry. He looked at her curiously and saw that she was glaring at the people around her. She muttered something in French which caused the girls to giggle, leaving him looking at them curiously. "What's wrong?" "Oh, she just said Z Englishman, Avenue, almost no self-control," Fleur said, smiling slightly. "It's just back in Beauxbatons I was never stared at as much as Fleur, but it's like I'm on display," she said, shuddering when they passed a group of 6th years who stared blankly at them. "I don't know how much longer I can go without cursing one of them," Caroline said, glaring at a boy who Harry recognized as Malfoy, who was looking at her with an expression of longing, while the rest of the Slytherins that were behind him, glaring daggers at him. Harry suddenly burst out laughing, which seemed to bring Malfoy to his senses, and quickly walked away, taking his cronies with him. "By all means, if you're going to do something to Malfoy, I want in." Harry said, grinning at her, who smirked evilly back. So his name's Malfoy, she purred, sending shivers down his spine, making him feel almost felt sorry for him. Yeah, well, it also might be because you're all hanging around me, he said, nervously turning around and facing all of them. I'm not exactly a lot of people's favorite person right now. Fleur smiled at him, as did the others, and suddenly Caroline slipped her arm under Harry's and pressed Drew dangerously close to him and placed her mouth next to his ear. It's nothing we aren't used to. After all, you're our favorite person from Hogwarts already, no? She whispered audibly. As for the stares, it's nothing new. It took a while for this to stop in Beauxbatons. But I wonder, should we be disappointed that none of us can affect you in that way? He went extremely red and looked at a loss for words. The expression on his face was so lost that the others couldn't help but laugh, even Fleur, although she was slightly disgruntled by what Caroline did. Caroline drew back and sighed softly. A pity, she said before suddenly pulling him towards the grounds. They spent the rest of the time in the grounds, sitting by the lake, in the spot where Harry usually practiced his magic in the middle of the night, although he didn't mention it to them. It was well secluded and no one came their way. They watched the giant squid lazily drift across them next to the Durmstrang ship on the opposite side of the lake, discussing about the Triwizard Tournament and speculating about the events that were coming up. It was close to 1 when they decided to head back inside for lunch, and everyone got to their feet except Harry. Ari, you're not coming? Fleur asked. Harry glanced at her and the others, who were watching him curiously. I don't feel like it, and besides, I'm not that hungry, he muttered, not meeting any of their eyes. Fleur frowned while the others looked confused. Then she murmured something to the others, who nodded and sat back down next to him while he looked on in surprise. I'll keep you company, Zen, she said. She was curious about why Harry was acting like this, and truthfully, she wasn't hungry either. But, he began and fell silent under her glare. We'll bring something when we come back, Caroline said. Before they walked away, he could have sworn he saw them grinning. Harry was acutely aware that they were alone, and suddenly he felt extremely nervous. This was the first time that he got to see her properly, and every little detail he could pick up only filled him with an ache in his chest and a desire to get closer to her. Is there something on my face? She asked, glancing at him with a mischievous smile. No, I just. Harry couldn't get any words out, and he found himself unable to look directly at her. Sorry, he murmured and looked away. He suddenly felt a small hand slip into his, making him flush slightly as she moved closer to him. You know, I am glad that you aren't as immune as you make out to be, she said playfully, intertwining her fingers through his, watching as the blush deepened. You wouldn't want to give the impression that you are not interested in girls, do you? Harry grinned, somehow managing to keep his calm. Well, I apologize if I gave you that impression, he said. A comfortable silence settled over them, and they watched the ripples continuously emerge along different places in the lake. The place where they were was hidden from view unless anyone purposefully came around the bank. You seem to be close with the nurse, she remarked aloud, and Harry suddenly laughed and straightened up against the tree they were leaning against. I should be, after all the time I spent in there. It's not like I like getting myself hurt, he said, indignantly catching sight of her disapproving expression. Things just always seem to happen to me. Sure, she smirked at him, and he returned the grin, and they looked towards the lake for a few moments. What happened to you in the morning? What in the world were you trying to do when you almost drained your core? She asked, breaking the silence. Just a little extra work, I guess I got carried away. She waited for him to elaborate, but he didn't seem to want to, and she let it go. She noticed that a shadow crossed over his face, and his eyes seemed to lose its brightness, going back to the cold, dead look he had on his face in the morning. After a few moments she moved closer to him, making him turn to her. She could see, deep in his eyes, that he was hiding something. She could see the hurt in his eyes, and she held his gaze before he looked away. Is there anything wrong? She asked, squeezing his hand a little. He didn't speak for a long time, and she was going to ask him again when he suddenly spoke. It's just, I don't understand what's going on anymore, he muttered. She waited patiently without breaking the silence. When he spoke again, his voice was low. When I try my hardest to do something because it is necessary, others see it another way. Are you talking about the red-haired boy? She asked, remembering their exchange back in the castle. He looked at her, surprised before nodding. My best friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, he laughed humorlessly. They aren't particularly fond of how I do my things now. What do you mean? She asked gently. He stared at her for a moment and sighed. I don't know how to explain it. It's just, he seemed to be struggling to find the proper words, they think. I have the perfect life. Famous for something I can't even remember, I would gladly give up everything I have if I could get what I lost back, he said quietly. They were the only two I thought that understood me. It's not like I don't have any other friends, but after everything we had been through together, to find out that they still took me the wrong way, it just shows that even after all this time, I still can't get anyone to see who I am. He smiled sadly. I can't explain why, but it hurts. Silence reigned as his gaze met hers before he lowered his HEA. Sorry, I didn't mean for you to hear all that. Why did I go and say all that, to her especially? Fleur was shocked. She couldn't believe that he could have been feeling like this. He literally described exactly how she'd felt. Well, still felt for the most part of her life. At least she had her friends who she knew she could count on, but she didn't want to imagine what he felt. She felt her heart sink as she looked at Harry, who was still gazing at the ground. Gently she brought her other hand to his chin and lifted his face, making him look at her. His eyes had the same cold look in them, and she could see the loneliness and the pain reflected in them. Don't worry about them. They haven't seen or understood you in the way you thought, Ari. Don't let them turn you into a person you are not. Harry looked like he was straining to say something, but she put her finger on his lips, silencing him. Don't try to change yourself, Ari. Even I can tell that there's a lot more to you than you're showing. I can understand that, but it's my job to find out none. And besides, I kind of like the person in front of me. Both the one I can see, and the one I cannot. She could see the surprise in his eyes. She had no idea what made her say it, but it just came out so easily. After what felt like hours, he finally averted his gaze. Really? He asked softly. She could detect a faint hint of hope in his voice. Without even telling herself to do it, she leaned closer and kissed him lightly on his cheek. When she drew away, she could see the faint smile on his lips, and she felt his grip on her hand tighten momentarily. Unfortunately for them, we leave you two for a few hours and these happens. I feel like we should avenue come later. A sly voice forced them apart. They turned to see the rest of the girls, Amy watching them with satisfied smirks. It's not what it looks like, Fleur exclaimed, not noticing she was speaking in French, which made the others burst out laughing. What is it then? Come on Fleur, we need details. Aurélie said, smirking back at her. Even I'm impressed at how fast you move, Caroline said, and immediately ducked the tickling charm that Fleur sent at her. Calm down, your boyfriend is looking so helpless, it's adorable. Fleur sighed exasperatedly and pulled Harry to his feet, ignoring his bewildered look. Enough moping around, Ari, now come with us. Where we going? Just come, she said, pulling him with her while the rest of them followed. They came up to the Beauxbatons carriage, which was a few feet away from Hagrid's hut, and they pushed him inside when he backed away. They took him down the corridor and into their small dining room, where there were two other Beauxbatons students who were having a late lunch. As soon as they took their seats, plates appeared in front of them, laden with food. You guys get your food here? Harry asked, surprised. Yes, we can eat if we want to, Aurélie said, grinning at him. Many of us prefer eating it is small and more private. But it is pleasant having you with us, Mr. Harry Potter. One of the students, a brown-haired boy, said, extending his hand. Harry recognized him as one of the boys he had talked with in the morning. I haven't introduced myself yet, haven't you? My name is Basile Surf. Harry grinned and shook his hand. After the other boy introduced himself as Jean, they started to eat. Didn't you eat? Fleur asked, eyeing the others as they too served themselves. We were going to, but Madame Maxime called us aside for something. After that we just thought we'd come and get you two before going, Caroline said, shrugging slightly. Ari, haven't you something to ask you? Basile asked. Harry looked at him curiously. When we were going around the castle, we came to the second floor, and there was a bathroom that was sealed off, and there were some unpleasant things written on the wall. I asked about it from one of the portraits, and he said that a couple of years ago the Chamber of Secrets was opened and that a monster attacked students in your school. I saw that too. "I'd been meaning to ask you about that, Ari," Aurelie said. Now that he mentioned it, Fleur could remember seeing something written in red letters on a wall, but it had been too far away from them and she hadn't thought much about it. It was on that floor that they had come across Ron Weasley and the other students too, and Harry hadn't stayed too long, which didn't let them get a good look at it. Harry nodded. "Yeah, it was back in my second year. 3 students were petrified and 1 nearly died." The girls gasped and Basile and the other boy got an odd gleam in their eyes. "Z portrait also told me that it was you that killed Z monster inside it and made Z school safe again. Is that true?" Harry blushed, his face reddening from the attention. Fleur and the others were looking at him in amazement while the Basile and Jean were waiting eagerly to hear his response. Fleur could see that he was getting uncomfortable with the questions. "Yeah, but, that's amazing," Amy exclaimed. "What was Z monster?" Jean asked eagerly. Harry was getting cornered as each second was passing. "A basilisk, but," he never got to complete his sentence when the others gasped in astonishment and fired questions rapidly at him. "No, I just got lucky. If it weren't for Fawkes and the Sorting Hat I wouldn't even be here right now," Harry said, ignoring the questions. "But a basilisk, Ari. ET is one of the most deadliest creatures in our world," Fleur said, gazing at him. "How did you do it?" Caroline asked, and the rest of them fell silent. It was clear that they wanted to hear it, and Harry sighed dejectedly. He told them all about how they had gone into the Chamber of Secrets when his friend's sister had been taken into it in an attempt to save her. He told them everything: Fawkes' timely arrival, how he got the Sword of Gryffindor and how he used it to kill the basilisk. He left out the part with Riddle's diary and his memory though. By the end of it everyone were looking at him with expressions of awe, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. "Guess you aren't famous just because of your name then?" Caroline asked, grinning at him. Harry groaned loudly, drawing laughs from everyone, and they spent most of the next hour just talking with each other. Basile and Jean, Harry quickly realized, were like the French counterparts of Fred and George. He grinned inwardly, wondering what would happen if the 4 of them got together and made a mental note to introduce them to each other. It was sure to cause havoc. He glanced at his watch after a while and gasped. It was 5:45 and he had to go back to Poppy for his checkup and then onto the Room of Requirement to meet with Sirius and Lupin. He wouldn't be able to duel with Sirius, but he still wanted to see them. I've got to go, it's getting late," Harry said, getting to his feet. "We'll see you tomorrow, Ari," Basile said while Jean nodded in agreement. Harry found he actually enjoyed their company. In addition to the fact that they were so much like the twins, they were fun to be around. The girls also called their goodbyes to him, and before he left he turned nervously to Fleur. "Fleur, can I speak to you for a moment?" She looked at him curiously before following him out of the room. Harry took a deep breath and forced himself to look at her. She made him feel emotions he never thought he'd possessed before. "Thank you, for everything. You don't avenue to thank me for anything, Ari," she said softly. "We will see each other tomorrow." He nodded and returned her smile. "Good night, Fleur. Bonne nuit, Ari," she said, and watched him disappear from view before she turned back and headed back to the dining room. "I'm going back to my room. I need to write a letter to Gabrielle," she began. No, you're coming with us. You aren't getting away that easily," Amy said. Aurelie and Caroline stood up, grinning at her, and after bidding Basile and Jean, who were looking confusedly at them, good night, they marched Fleur to her room. Harry walked happily back up to the castle. The day had actually been one of the best days of his life. Spending time with Fleur and the others, especially Fleur, was something he was looking forward to. He couldn't wait until he saw her again tomorrow. He stopped by the hospital wing before heading to the common room where, unfortunately for him, he ran into Professor McGonagall, who had dropped in to see Poppy. "Mr. Potter, if you ever endanger yourself like that again, I am going to give you detentions for the rest of the year," she said sternly. "Yes, Professor," Harry said meekly. After Poppy had checked on him, she let him go. But only after he had promised her that he would be back first thing in the morning for his potions. Harry started climbing up towards the Gryffindor Tower and sighed before giving the password. Feeling the bitter memories from last night resurfacing in him. Yesterday, after watching Fleur disappear inside the carriage, Harry happily made his way back into the cast and climbed up to the Gryffindor Tower. Although it was late in the night, more people were up than usual. No doubt due to the excitement of having the foreign students over, and from the excited babble in the room, the appearance of Bulgaria's star seeker. Spotting Ron, Hermione and Ginny huddled together in a table away from everyone, he started towards them. Before he could reach them, however, he found his way blocked by Dean and Seamus. "The man. Harry, how did you manage to bag that one?" Seamus asked. Harry stared back at him. "What? That girl. The one with the silver hair. She's a Vila, isn't she?" Harry realized he was talking about Fleur. "Yeah," he muttered, acutely aware that they were the center of attention in the common room. Seamus wasn't even bothering to keep his voice down. "How did you get such looker?" "I didn't get anyone. She's a friend," he muttered shortly. "Yeah, right," Dean said, rolling his eyes. "You're one hell of a lucky bastard." Harry didn't answer, but he made to go around them when he bumped into Ginny. "Sorry," he said softly, and made to head towards Ron and Hermione, who were watching from their place, when he felt a hand close around his wrist. Looking around, he saw that it was Ginny who was holding his hand, and he looked curiously at her. "You bought that necklace for her, didn't you?" she asked quietly. Only Dean and Seamus heard it, while the rest of the people looked on intrigued. She suddenly let go and left hurriedly in the direction of the girls' dormitory, leaving Harry standing, utterly bewildered. He caught sight of the twins, who looked confusedly back at him, shaking their heads in negative to his questioning look. "You happy now?" He whirled around to see Ron standing a few feet away from him. "Ron," Hermione said, her voice broke the silence that settled in the room. Her tone was almost pleading. "What's going on?" Harry asked. "You think you're so good, don't you? Thinking that it makes you better just because you bagged that whore of a Vila." The room went deathly quiet. Harry heard muffled gasps around the room. He looked at Ron directly, unable to keep the growing anger he was feeling down. "What did you say?" he asked quietly. "I'm sick of you, Harry. You constantly keep finding ways to make yourself look better in comparison with others, don't you? What are we? People that you keep around just so you can feel good about yourself?" Ron asked. "Watch what you're saying, little brother," Fred suddenly said loudly. Ron just glared at him. "Even from my own family? Are you trying to make me look bad in front of everyone just so they will accept you over me? What the hell are you trying to do?" Harry couldn't think of anything to say. He was having enough trouble trying to make sense of what he was hearing. But Ron wasn't stopping his rant at all. "Even with Ginny, you know that she liked you, and you just act like you don't even know her. My sister not good enough for the likes of the great Harry Potter, is it? And what's with you outdoing everyone and acting like a teacher's pet? Is the attention you get not enough already? Making friends with Slytherins too. What are we? Not good enough for you? And then out of the blue you pick up some Vila whore." "Ron, what?" Hermione began, interrupting him when Ron gestured towards her. "Even Hermione said it. It's like we don't even know you anymore. Associating yourself with snakes, going after those French women, beeping up to McGonagall, I mean really." Harry wasn't listening to Ron at all. All he could do was gaze mutely at Hermione. Ron, this wasn't too surprising. But Hermione looked pleadingly at him. "Harry, don't try to deny it. You said so yourself to Ginny, and you said that he was trying to make everyone look bad in class," he shouted at her. Hermione looked stricken, and she got up and made to make her over to Harry, who had his head down, his hair completely hiding his face from view. "Harry, we never," she sounded close to tears when he started laughing. His shoulders were shaking, and everyone looked on in astonishment as he couldn't seem to stop laughing. It unnerved everyone. His laughter was subdued and had no trace of happiness or joy in it. Everyone were frozen in their places watching him until he finally looked back up and fixed his stare on Hermione, who flinched. His eyes were cold, there was no trace of the usual brightness in them. There was a small smile playing on his lips while he stared at her. "Why are you laughing, Potter?" Ron growled suddenly. Harry turned to look at him, and at that moment fire that was blazing at the corner of the room hissed angrily. His face had transformed so drastically. His eyes were the worst, the usual warm green was gone. It was as if at that moment Ronald Weasley was nothing more than an insignificant bug under his shoe. The metal grate in front of the fire made a loud grinding noise as he took a step towards the redhead, and no one could blame Ron for backing away. "Why am I laughing?" Harry asked. His voice was quiet, but it sent a chill to everyone's bones when they heard it. "I find it funny because after all these years, I never saw this coming. Especially from you two. Harry, please, Hermione whispered, her eyes filled with tears. What Hermione? He asked, turning to her. She fell silent and he looked at her for a few seconds before staring up at the ceiling. This is pathetic. I can't believe what I just heard at all. He looked back at Ron and fixed his stare on him. I thought you two knew what was going on. Guess I was wrong. Harry, Hermione spoke again, but he growled, silencing her again. Hermione, there is nothing that I have to say to you. Spotting his bag lying on a table a few feet away from him, he walked over to it and picked it up. He walked back to the entrance. One of the prefects tried to stop him, but the look he gave her made her shrink away from him. Stopping before climbing out, he looked back at Ron, who was standing as still as a statue. Weasley, if you ever call Fleur a whore again, there will be nothing that can stop me from cursing your mouth off your face. With that, he pushed past the entrance, leaving the deathly silent room behind. Where do you think you're going at this time? The fat lady demanded, but Harry ignored her and walked around the corner, hiding himself from her gaze. He pulled out his invisibility cloak and after putting it on, he ran. With every step he took, his mind was beginning to accept that what just happened had been real. Not even bothering about the noise he was making, he ripped open the tapestry in the third-floor corridor that led to the school grounds. A weight was growing on his chest that was straining to break free of him. He ran straight to the place beside the lake where he often came to practice magic and pulled out his wand. He didn't know what to do. It was getting painful. His magic was like an inferno, fueled by the raw feelings of betrayal and anger. It wanted release. And release he did. He let loose a strangled yell as a gigantic beam of pure energy erupted from the end of his wand, streaking across the lake, leaving a crackling trail behind. His legs gave out from under him and then he knew nothing more. When he awoke much later, it was in his bed back in the Gryffindor Tower. Sighing, he gave the password and climbed through. The chatter in the room died down when he emerged, and Harry took no notice of everyone and walked determinedly towards the dormitory, intending to get his books and take them with him so that he won't have to come back after meeting Sirius and Lupin to get them. Hey Harry, can we speak to you for a moment? Fred asked, walking up to him with George right behind him. After regarding them for a moment, he shrugged and followed them to their table. Fred turned around and Harry noticed that for the first time since he had known them, they neither of them had their usual grins on their faces. Listen, we want to apologize for what Ron said. We never thought anyway like that of you, and we sent a letter to Mom telling her about what he did. He said while George nodded in agreement. Harry regarded them silently for a moment before managing a small smile at them. There's nothing to apologize for, he said quietly. It was true, they had never been anything but decent with him. When they continued to look uncertain, he decided to break the tension. Come on, where are the usual two I knew? He asked, and they broke into their usual grins. Fred and George, reporting for duty, sir, they said, saluting smartly at him, making Harry and the others that caught the exchange laugh. By the way, there are a couple of people I want you two to meet, Harry said, remembering Basile and Jean. Will do, Harry, George said. Katie, Angelina and Alicia climbed through the portrait hole behind them, and Katie, spotting Harry, made her way to him and the twins with the other two close behind them. Hey Harry, I overheard Professor McGonagall saying something about you being in the hospital wing. You okay? Katie asked, looking at him in concern. It's all right. No, really I'm all right, he said when they continued to look at him worriedly. If you say so. I had never seen her so angry before. I walked in on her shouting at Ron over there, something about him not taking you to the hospital even after you fainted. He what? Fred asked, his grin vanishing to be replaced with a scowl and glaring over at Ron, who was at the opposite side of the room, ignoring them. If there's anything wrong you'll let us know, won't you? Alicia asked. Harry looked gratefully at them and nodded. I will, anyway, sorry guys but I've got to go, he said, glancing at his watch and noticing that it was almost 8. He went up the boys' dormitory and grabbed the books and stuffed them in his bag before heading back down. He came face to face with Hermione when he emerged back into the common room. A surge of anger flared in him and he walked past her when she opened her mouth to speak and climbed out of the portrait hole and set off towards the room of requirement. Sirius and Lupin were already there, and as soon as they saw Harry they stood up with stern expressions that reminded Harry of Professor McGonagall. I just got word from Dumbledore about what happened. Mind telling me exactly why you almost killed yourself? Sirius growled. Harry explained what happened, and at the end of it Lupin was frowning thoughtfully. You must have released almost every ounce of energy you had into that spell. Only when a wizard is put under severe strain or emotional instability can he manage that. What happened? Harry grimaced. I'd rather not talk about it for now, he said quietly. Lupin regarded him for a few moments and nodded. Sirius still looked concerned, but he let it go after a look from Lupin. They sat down and opened up some bottles of butterbeer that Lupin had brought. If you are put back in the hospital wing for doing magic again, I will personally see to it that you are put away in St. Mungo's until you recover, Sirius said, narrowing his eyes at him. But it's a whole week, he whined. No, Sirius roared. Harry, do you have any idea how close to death you were? All right, I was only kidding. I don't want to spend a week on a bed anyway. He frowned thoughtfully. Can't I start occlumency yet? I was planning on doing that today, but with your condition it would not be very wise. Lupin said gently. Harry nodded unhappily. What is occlumency anyway? It is a way of defending your mind against external penetration. The opposite of it is legilimency, that gives you the power of accessing another's thoughts and memories. Voldemort is well versed in both arts, and after your visions Dumbledore agreed that it is necessary for you to learn to defend yourself should you need it. So Voldemort could see what we are thinking whenever he wants to. Harry asked worriedly. It depends on how well a person's mind is guarded. Sometimes the victim of a legilimency attack can even reflect it to their invader if they are well versed in occlumency. I don't think you will have much trouble mastering it though. Resisting the Imperious Curse is somewhat similar to this, he said smiling. So if I learn this, I might be able to block the visions. That's what we're hoping for. Wait, what do you mean, visions? Did you have any more after the one you told me about? Sirius asked. Yeah, but none of them were as clear as the first one. They're all dark and blurry. I started seeing them after I came back to Hogwarts. It's usually always at night I see them, and after that I usually can't go back to sleep at all. We should have gotten started on this sooner. Will you start going over the theory first? We can start on it first thing after Madame Pomfrey deems you fully recovered. Lupin said, and Harry nodded eagerly. If he could stop the visions he could finally have a good night's sleep. They settled in comfortable silence, enjoying the drinks and talking about some of the things Harry could practice without doing magic for the upcoming week. When it was getting late they went back to Hogshead, leaving Harry to go back to the grounds. He didn't want to admit it, but the visions he frequently saw made him uneasy, and he was honestly afraid of falling asleep. The rest of the weeks leading up to the day when the goblet would choose the champions passed by without much incident. Harry noticed that Fleur and her friends always kept him company whenever they had free time, something that Harry was constantly looking forward to. He introduced the twins to them, and later, the three chasers to them, all of who became fast friends with each other. A number of hilarious incidents involving Filch, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle and even Ron took place, all of which Harry was sure the twins, Basile and Jean, had a hand in. Harry's was getting increasingly subdued whenever he wasn't with Fleur and the others. It seemed that most of his classmates were either too nervous to approach him or, like Ron, muttered things behind his back. Hermione kept trying to speak to him, but he completely ignored her, preferring to speak with Daphne whenever they had potions or runes. No one apart from the few that spoke to him even attempted to talk to him, and he didn't attempt to talk to anyone. It suited him better that way. Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class was easily the most action-packed. They were learning to take care of funny creatures that looked like a cross between a scorpion and a fire crab that Hagrid called blast-ended scroots. They quickly figured out why it was so called when one of them propelled itself forward with a bang with sparks flying out behind it. As time went by they seemed to get more and more aggressive, and it was getting tougher to keep them from killing each other. Herbology was a smelly, all-around disgusting affair where they were trying to extract a yellow pus from some plants which supposedly provided cures for acne. They couldn't wait to move on and onto the next part of the lesson, which hopefully wouldn't be as bad as this. Surprisingly, his best subjects became transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark arts, and most shockingly, potions. All of the teachers, save Snape, were reveling in Harry's progress, and they took great pride, Professor McGonagall especially, to give Harry more advanced bits of what they had just done, seeing as he usually accomplished whatever was the goal of the lesson after just 2 or 3 attempts, meaning he was free for the larger part of the lesson. Snape usually let him go whenever he finished, and he almost never bothered Harry anymore, choosing to avoid him. A change which Harry greatly appreciated, and Malfoy hated. Mad-Eye Moody though he found rather strange. Ever since he'd thrown off the Imperious Curse, he often caught him gazing at him, quickly looking away whenever their eyes met. Whenever Moody drank from his hip flask near Harry, he could smell a familiar odor of which he almost always forgot about within the next few minutes under the strain of the work put under them. Harry, Fleur and the others visited Hogsmeade whenever they had the chance. The French students were very pleased with the tiny town and took great delight exploring it. Twice when they were in it, Amy, Caroline, Aurélie and the others mysteriously disappeared for a few hours, leaving Harry and Fleur alone, something which they both found intriguing. Yet, they never questioned it and enjoyed the time they had together, both happy to be in each other's company. He couldn't understand how it was with him and Fleur. He had multiple people from Hogwarts and even from Durmstrang come up to him and ask bluntly if they were going out together, which he always denied, fighting down the urge to curse them when they got smiles on their faces when he did. Once, an elderly couple they ran into in a shop in Hogsmeade remarked about how good they both looked together, causing them both to blush furiously and hurry out of the shop, much to the shopkeeper's amusement. He realized by now that he was getting attracted to Fleur, but he was afraid to say anything and ruin the friendship they had. Looking at it logically, why would she ever see him as anything more than a friend? She's perfect in every way, gorgeous, witty, a far better person than he could ever hope to be. She could have any person she wanted in a heartbeat. More than half the students were head over heels for her. Why would she even need to look his way? But even with all that, he hated just how real the possibility was for something between them. Every little clue, the way she smiles at him, the way their hands would occasionally brush each other, it all just felt too good to be true. Ever since Harry was declared to be fit once again for magic, he had gotten himself 3 very protective older sisters of sorts, Angelina, Katie and Alicia. All of who were closely watching over him. It was different from the constant nagging he used to get from Hermione. It made him feel like they were all a part of a big family. His duels with Sirius were steadily improving. Much to Sirius's approval, he had altogether stopped using defensive spells and he had already mastered the shield-breaking spell. Harry was able to break through almost any shields that Sirius erected, and more than once he managed to corner Sirius. Although Sirius always managed to get out of it, Harry knew that he was proud with the way Harry was doing. Harry finally started on occlumency, and it was safe to say that it is one of the most hardest things he had ever done. Whenever Lupin dived into his memories, Harry couldn't control his emotions when he was forced to relive them, thus causing his concentration to fail and allowing Lupin easy access to his mind. Additionally, he now had headaches each day and his visions were getting more numerous. In almost no time at all, it was the 30th of October. Harry watched with everyone else as the goblet ignited with brilliant blue flames at exactly 7 in the evening. Immediately afterwards, the Durmstrang students with Crumb in the lead each came forwards and dropped slips of paper with their names and school written on them into the goblet, which flared red every time a paper was dropped. Harry gave Fleur's hand a comforting squeeze before she got up, which elicited a small smile from her before she walked up to the goblet and confidently dropped in her name, followed by the rest of the Beauxbaton students. Many of the Hogwarts students dropped in their names too. So far, the favorites were Cedric Diggory and Angelina Johnson, with both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor cheering on their housemates. Harry didn't mind either way as long as none of the Slytherins got chosen as champion. After dinner, Harry had just said bid goodnight to Fleur and the others and was just walking up the grand staircase when he heard a muffled scream coming from outside. He faintly thought he recognized the voice and bolted back downstairs and out into the grounds, pushing past the people who were milling out the Great Hall. Harry arrived just in time to see a group of Durmstrang boys grab hold of Fleur roughly as she screamed again. Amy and the others were a few feet away from them and he could see them rushing to help Fleur. Seeing Fleur scream snapped something in him and he whipped out his wand and yelled, "Relatio!" pointing his wand at the boys who were repelled backwards, violently, away from Fleur. He ran over to her and his anger increased at the sight of her on her knees sobbing slightly with part of her uniform torn. He crouched down next to her and gently gripped her hand. She shivered slightly and leaned into his arms crying softly while he stood up awkwardly trying to comfort her in any way he could, wrapping his arms around her. Out of the corner of his eyes he saw Karkaroff yelling at the 4 students. Madame Maxime came up to them and gently laid her hand on Fleur, who was still shaking violently and refusing to let go of him. "Monsieur Potter, can you bring Fleur to the carriage?" she asked. Harry nodded and gently guided her towards the carriage with Amy, Caroline and Aurélie following, glancing at Fleur worriedly. They hadn't gone a few feet before they heard a voice behind them. "Excuse me." They turned to see the Durmstrang boys, and Madame Maxime eyed them icily. The rest of the Beauxbatons students suddenly drew closer together, blocking Fleur and Harry from view. "Yes?" she asked coldly. "They wanted to apologize for the that happened, we're not in control of our actions," the tallest one of them said. Madame Maxime snorted. "You really expect me to believe that? Just because she is what she is does not excuse you in the least for your behavior. I know for a fact that my student spends most of her time working hard to keep her under control. She attaches the attention she gets. You're telling me you four got enthralled by a non-adult Vila, who wasn't even trying?" Silence followed. "Remember these. You are not in Bulgaria anymore. Come near or any of my students again and you will not get away with it." With that she turned around, striding towards the carriages with Harry and the others following in her wake. Once they were inside the carriage, Harry led Fleur to her room with the others. She had quieted down, but every now and then she would shiver suddenly. When Harry tried to let go of her, she tightened her grip on him, making him look helplessly at Madame Maxime and the others. "Let Avenue some time, Aurélie said softly. He nodded, glancing worriedly at Fleur, who still had her face hidden from view in his arms. They gently closed the door, leaving them inside. "Fleur," he murmured softly. "Don't go," she whispered softly. She sounded so vulnerable that he couldn't find it in him to refuse. He slowly slid to the floor, leaning against the wall with Fleur. It didn't seem prudent to put her on the bed, especially when she was refusing to let go. She suddenly sighed and rested her head on his shoulder, making him blush slightly before he pulled her closer to him. He could feel her breathing getting slower. He took the time to look around the room. This was much like he'd imagined her room to be like, neat and organized. He caught sight of a photo on the bedside table directly in front of him, from which Fleur and the rest of her family were waving furiously at him. Grinning slightly, he glanced down at Fleur and was startled to find that she was fast asleep. She was holding onto him rather tightly, he noted. He knew he couldn't move without waking her. Sighing softly, he moved to make himself a bit more comfortable before returning his gaze to her. Even in her sleep she looked nothing less than breathtaking. "You're in over your head, Potter," he mused silently. Why did he have to fall for someone so far out of his reach? Smiling at the irony of his situation right here and now, he closed his eyes. He felt far more at peace with her near him than he cared to admit. Madame Maxime came to check on Fleur in the middle of the night, and she gently pushed open the door. She was surprised when she found both her and Harry asleep, and after a brief moment's hesitation she closed the door again as quietly as she could. Fleur woke up early in the morning feeling a little sore. She almost jumped in surprise when her pillow rose and fell, and she looked up to see Harry with his eyes closed, leaning back against the wall with one hand around her. Her pillow had been his shoulder. She looked at her watch. It was still only 5 in the morning, and besides, she was loath to leave her spot next to Harry. She gazed up at him and watched him fondly while he breathed in and out. Feeling sleep take over her again, she leant contentedly against Harry and smiled inwardly when she felt Harry's arm tighten around her. They were woken up to a loud chorus of ahs from the girls, and both of them had hurriedly got up, sleepiness forgotten. "I trust you two had a good night's sleep?" Aurélie asked, winking at the pair. Harry looked so embarrassed that they burst out laughing at his expression, even Fleur. "Come on you two, we're going to Hogsmeade. The others are waiting for us outside," Caroline said before walking outside with the others, leaving Harry looking determinedly away from Fleur. "I'm sorry, Fleur, I meant to leave, but I guess I fell as," she silenced him with a quick peck on his cheek. "Enough out of you," she murmured. "I'm glad you didn't leave." She couldn't help laughing at the embarrassed expression on his face. He really had no idea just how endearing that was. "Well, I guess I'll let you get changed," he muttered, starting towards the door before she stopped him. "Don't you, Avenue to 2. I was going to go ba. Anything wrong with doing no. I mean yes. I mean I can't," he started stammering. She waved her hand, cutting him off. "There's no need. Lock the door, stay, till I get changed and you can use my shower afterwards." "But I don't have any clothes," he whined. "I'll get you something to wear. Now stay." She quickly took a shower and got changed after ensuring he wasn't leaving. Once she was done, she ushered him in and left to salvage something to wear for him. It wasn't too hard seeing as one of her friends, Jean, was around the same size as him, albeit a little taller. Once they were done, they left to join the others. Even the twins and the Gryffindor chasers had come and they all spent the rest of the day in Hogsmeade. The group had fun teasing both Harry and Fleur about what happened in the morning, and both were thankful when they started heading back to the castle. Harry determinedly ignored the jealous stares coming his way when they walked back to the Great Hall and instead focused on the goblet like many of the others. After the Halloween feast was served and the food cleared, the headmaster got up and an unnatural silence settled throughout the hall. "It is time for the champions to be chosen," he said, and almost as soon as the words had escaped his lips, the goblet began hissing violently and sparks of reed shot out from it. The sparks suddenly disappeared and a piece of paper came floating through the air which Dumbledore caught. "The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Krum," he read loudly, and the hall was filled with cheers and applause. Dumbledore smiled at Krum and directed him towards a door on the right behind the staff table. He stared intently at the goblet, which was now sparking red once more, and Dumbledore caught another paper that floated through the air. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour." The hall was filled with applause again, and Harry grinned at her, who smiled radiantly back at him before standing up and walking up to Dumbledore, who watched her with his eyes twinkling before directing her to the door on the right. The tension was now high as the goblet started hissing again. A paper came flying out, which Dumbledore grasped. "The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory." The whole Hufflepuff table were on their feet applauding as Cedric walked over to Dumbledore. Harry sighed inwardly. He was glad it wasn't Warrington, the 7th year from Slytherin. "Now then, the champions have been chosen," and Dumbledore stopped himself when the goblet started hissing again and a paper shot out of it. He caught it and stared at it for a moment while the flames in the goblet died down until it became non-existent. The entire hall was deathly quiet, and almost immediately Harry had a bad feeling that whatever it was going to be bad news. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Harry Potter," he called, and Harry felt himself freeze. This was very bad news. Harry couldn't believe his ears. The silence that had settled in the hall when Dumbledore had called out his name was deafening. He felt the gazes of everyone drilling into his back as he sat as still as a statue, trying to make sense of what just happened. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore called again, breaking the silence. Harry looked up and determinedly avoided the gazes of his housemates. He felt a cool hand grip his next to him, and he looked sideways at Aurélie, who nodded encouragingly at him. "It's all right, go on, Ari," she said softly, giving him a comforting squeeze. He got up, feeling like his legs would give out at any moment from under him, and turned towards the teacher's table. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began to walk slowly towards the teacher table. He kept his eyes fixed on Dumbledore, who was looking right back at him with a calculating expression on his face. It felt like he would never reach the table. Quiet muttering broke out around him. The icy stares were enough to send chills down his spine. He cleared his mind completely, using everything Lupin taught him with occlumency, blocking out everything. He didn't want to know what they were saying. Dumbledore stepped aside when he reached him, clearing the path to the door that Fleur and the others had gone through. As soon as he was in, the door swung shut behind him. Breathing a sigh of relief at being away from under the gazes of everyone, he leaned against the wall. His mind was in chaos. Blind fear and panic threatened to overwhelm him. He didn't have much time though. The door swung open again to reveal a rather large-haired wizard who Harry recognized as the enthusiastic commentator from the World Cup. "Harry, why are you standing here? Let's go join the others," he said, beaming at him. He placed his hand on Harry's shoulder and practically pushed him down the corridor and opened a door on the right to reveal a moderately sized room with comfortable-looking couches and a fire blazing in the fireplace at the side. Fleur, Cedric and Krum, who had been standing silently away from each other, looked up when Harry and Bagman walked in. "Ari, what's wrong?" Fleur asked. He could detect a note of concern in her voice, and he knew his face was betraying some of the panic he was feeling. Cedric and Crumb were looking at him curiously too, and he opened his mouth to say something but found that he couldn't get his voice to work. Bagman, on the other hand, had no such problems. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to the youngest and fourth champion?" he said in his signature voice that he used while commentating. Fleur, Cedric and Crumb just stared at him. He stared fixedly at the floor, unable to look at any of them. "But, there must be a mistake," Fleur exclaimed. Bagman turned, smiling brightly at her. "Mistake? No, no, I assure you, Mr. Potter's name came out of the goblet just a few minutes ago." At that moment the door behind them burst open and Dumbledore came in, leading a group of people. He strode swiftly to Harry and grabbed his shoulders tightly. "Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry?" he asked, shaking him roughly. His voice was one that Harry wasn't used to hearing from in all of the past years in Hogwarts. "No. Did you ask an older student to put it for you?" "No sir, I didn't," Harry said, looking straight into Dumbledore's electric blue eyes. He felt like he was being X-rayed and repressed a shudder. "He is lying," a man said loudly, and Harry looked up to see that it was the Durmstrang headmaster that had spoken. Dumbledore ignored him. "Are you telling the truth, Harry?" he asked. His voice was back to the normal tone that he always used when talking with him and that put him at ease. "Yes sir," Harry said quietly. "Are you just going to let this boy lie to you, Albus?" the Durmstrang headmaster said again. Harry could see that the man was positively livid. "Karkaroff," Moody growled. The Durmstrang headmaster fell silent. "Headmaster, Potter has been crossing lines ever since he first came to this school. I wouldn't put it past him to disobey the rules set for the tournament." Snape drawled from the back, and Harry could feel his anger rise tenfold and forced himself to remain quiet. "That's enough, Severus," Dumbledore said with an air of finality in his voice. "I don't think that Harry put his name in, but due to the rules, he will have to compete. This is preposterous. Hogwarts can't have two champions. I demand that we reignite the goblet and resubmit names so that each school will have two champions. Else I will be forced to withdraw my student and return to our school. We have no wish to participate in a biased tournament. It is only fair," Karkaroff said coldly. Moody suddenly laughed. "Empty threats as always, Karkaroff. You and your champion are not going anywhere. He was chosen so he, like Potter, has to compete. I assume you are knowledgeable about the binding magical contract he signed when he submitted his name. Which also means that Potter has to compete." "How convenient," Snape said. He walked forward and Harry saw that Snape had a sinister smile on his face. He braced himself. Whatever was coming next could not be good. "I know for a fact that many of the Gryffindor students, led by Fred and George Weasley, tried to submit their names late last night by using the aging potion. Your ever-faithful sidekick was also present at the time, I believe, as he was with them in the hospital wing getting rid of the after effects. So Potter, is there any reason to believe that you were not with them? Perhaps the goblet malfunctioned and there were no problems for you." For a brief moment he looked towards Fleur and Madame Maxime. "I was not with them," he said quietly. He didn't want to mention the fact that he was with Fleur because it would embarrass her. "It's going to take more than your word for that, Potter," Snape said smugly. "I wasn't. You can ask any of them. Ari did not go anywhere near the goblet." Fleur's voice cut him off. He turned to find her glaring daggers at Snape. "Can you confirm that?" Snape sneered at her. "He was with me," she said, causing everyone to look at her with shocked expressions. Several moments passed before Snape broke the silence. "Headmaster," inappropriate behavior such as, whatever else that Snape was going to say was cut off by Madame Maxime's loud voice. "What are you implying, monsieur? I know for a fact that Monsieur Potter was with us, for I had personally asked. I am to come after the incident with the students from Durmstrang. I decided to let I am stay since it was late. I trust there are no problems with this?" she asked, directing her question at Dumbledore, who now had a small smile and a twinkle in his eye. "Of course not." His face grew somber. "I am afraid that you will still have to compete because of the contract." "Sir, please, I don't want to compete," Harry said desperately. Before Dumbledore speak again, however, Karkaroff interrupted. "So an underage wizard is going to be allowed to compete, giving Hogwarts an unfair advantage. What about the students that worked hard for this chance, Albus? Many of my students would die for the chance to compete. We should. Maybe someone is hoping that Potter is going to die for it." Moody interrupted quietly, making the room go dead silent. Alistair, what are you saying? You can't be serious. Bagman asked, his eyes wide. The goblet is a very old and powerful artifact. Only a powerful witch or wizard could have hoodwinked it to make it think that perhaps, instead of just 3 schools competing there are 4. Thereby submitting Potter's name under the 4th group. Given the history of this tournament and the binding contract, it seems like the perfect chance to expose Potter to the dangers that come with the tournament. You know a lot about it. Karkaroff sneered. Moody turned to focus on him, fixing both his normal and artificial eye on him. It's my job to think as dark wizards do, Karkaroff. It has served me well in my days as an Auror, as you should know. Alistair, Dumbledore said warningly, silencing Moody. Now then, I think it's about time we let the champions have their instructions. Mr. Crouch, if you please. A man with graying hair who was standing beside Madame Maxime stepped forward. He wore a neat muggle suit. Harry doubted even the Dursleys could see him for what he is. The first task will take place on the 24th of November. This task is designed to test your daring and nerve in the face of the unknown, so you will not be given any information about what you will face. If any of you have questions about it, I suggest you ask them now. Crouch looked around at Harry, Fleur, Krum and Cedric expectantly. When no one spoke, he nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Potter, since you were submitted independently, that is, without the backing of a school, you may choose to either be a champion for Hogwarts or remain as you are. Which means you will be representing none other than yourself. Harry looked up in surprise. He knew that there would be no difference in what he chose. He already knew how the rest of the school would react to him competing in the tournament. Then again, Cedric is the Hogwarts champions. The real one. He was chosen to represent Hogwarts. He was the true Hogwarts champion. There was no reason for him to intrude on the Hufflepuff's glory. That, and this would at least make it fair. More trouble shouldn't be caused for Fleur and the others because of him. Harry looked up, catching Dumbledore's eye. By the small smile on the headmaster's face, he had an odd feeling that he knew what Harry was going to choose. I will remain as I am, sir. Then it is settled. Good luck to you all. Crouch smiled stiffly at them before moving back and out of the door, closely followed by Snape, Moody and McGonagall, who Harry hadn't noticed. Dumbledore turned, smiling at them. This has been a long night for all of you. I advise that you all get yourselves to bed as soon as possible. Oh, and before I forget, the wand weighing ceremony will take place next week on Wednesday. Make sure you all get excused from your classes and come to the unused classroom on the ground floor by 3 in the afternoon. Karkaroff beckoned Krum and they were the first to head to the door. Harry, Cedric, make sure you two head back to your common rooms now. I'm sure your housemates are waiting up for you. Dumbledore said brightly before walking out. Harry waited until Dumbledore and Cedric went outside before turning to Fleur, avoiding her eyes. Fleur, can I speak to you for a moment? He heard Fleur say something in French to Madame Maxime, who nodded at her and followed after Dumbledore, giving Harry a small smile. Just when he realized it was only him and Fleur in the room, her voice broke the silence. Ari. He looked up at her for a moment before looking away again. He felt like he had wronged her somehow. Fleur, I just wanted to apologize. His words failed him when he felt her hand on his chain, bringing his face up to meet her gaze. There is nothing for you to apologize for, she said, looking at him in confusion. He shook his head. You shouldn't have had to say that you were with me in front of everyone. He mumbled. I don't regret saying it at all. You stayed with me when I needed you, and for that I will always be grateful. I didn't want them thinking that you had entered the tournament. Even if you hadn't been with me that time, I know you would never have entered yourself into these. He looked tentatively up at her and was relieved to find that she was smiling at him. There was no trace of doubt in her eyes. Her smile dropped suddenly and she looked downcast for a moment, making Harry look at her worriedly. What's wrong? He asked. It's just, what that man said worries me. Why would anyone want to put your name into the goblet, Ari? What if they did it, hoping you would get hurt? She bit her lip. What if anything happens to you during the tournament? Knowing that she was worried about him caused his heart to soar with happiness, while another part of him was guilty for making her worry about him. Nothing will happen to me, Fleur. If what he said is true, I'm more worried that something will happen to you or the others because of me. She smiled slightly, her hand coming up to his face, her fingers tracing his cheek lightly. That is one of the things I like about you, Ari. She murmured softly. He was trying hard to hide his face but to no avail. She finally seemed to take pity on him before she suddenly drew her hand away. We should get going, Madame Maxime is waiting for me. He nodded and they left the room. He saw the Beauxbatons headmistress and to his surprise, Cedric waiting for them at the entrance to the Great Hall. Bonne nuit, Ari, you too Monsieur Diggory. Fleur added, looking at Cedric who grinned back at her. Night Fleur, madam, Harry said respectfully to Madame Maxime who smiled back at him and left, putting her hand around Fleur's shoulders and the two started conversing in rapid French as they made their way out. Harry looked curiously at Cedric who shook his head and gestured towards the stairs. Once they started climbing, Cedric stopped at the top of the stairs and turned to him. Harry, why did you choose to not represent Hogwarts? He sighed, you are the one that was chosen to represent Hogwarts, I'm not even supposed to be in this thing. I'm only worried about getting through this thing to the end since I have to compete. Hogwarts deserves its true champion. Not someone underage and inexperienced. I'll probably end up embarrassing myself. Rather not drag everything down with me. Cedric smiled warmly at him. Still, it would have been better if we had 2 chances at it. I don't think you will be bad at the tournament. In fact, I think you will give us all a run for our money. The stuff I've heard you've done over the past few years, well, he trailed off and Harry managed a small smile at him. They both started making their way to the first floor when Cedric suddenly laughed. Harry looked at him curiously and found that Cedric had a mischievous glint in his eyes. So, you and Fleur eh? He asked slyly. Harry felt his cheeks flush at the question and was glad of the darkness that hid it. We're just friends. Harry mumbled, but as he said it, he knew how weak it sounded. Sure, his tone was heavy with sarcasm. You like her, don't you? Everyone knows that. He laughed at the mortified look on Harry's face. Don't worry, I won't go around telling anyone. Especially about where you were, say, last night. His tone was teasing. Cedric, Harry growled. Relax. But still, you're seriously lucky. Trust me, you wouldn't want my luck. Ever. Harry muttered grimly, his mind wandering back to the tournament. They had reached the 4th floor when Cedric stopped, saying that he had to go down that way to his common room. Harry glanced curiously down the corridor and wondered, not for the first time, where exactly the Hufflepuff common room was. He only knew where the Slytherin one was. After bidding him good night, Harry resumed his slow pace back to the Gryffindor tower. He felt a small sense of apprehension slowly grow in him as each step he took drew him closer to the portrait of the fat lady. He didn't know how any of them would react. He knew that almost everyone in school had been dying for the chance to compete, and with him getting in despite being underage was surely going to cause him to be at the receiving end of their resentment. He sighed as he reached the 7th floor. It wasn't going to be anything he wasn't used to. He had been at the receiving end of people's dark mutterings before, especially during their 2nd year when everyone thought that it was him who was attacking Muggle-borns around the school. Besides, this year hadn't exactly been the greatest one since the start. What with his falling out with Ron and Hermione, the only 2 people he had been close to since his first year at Hogwarts, and with him concentrating harder on his work meant that he had put quite a bit of distance between himself and the rest of them. The only things that brightened up his day was seeing Sirius and Lupin at their lessons and spending his spare time with Fleur and her friends. So, school champion? The fat lady asked when he drew up to her, surveying him with pride. Harry smiled at her. Not exactly. Balderdash. She swung forward to admit him. Hands flew out to pull him through and he was met with a large cheering crowd led by the twins. How did you get in, Harry? They both asked at the same time while people around him were shouting incomprehensible questions at him. And without even getting a beard. Wicked. Fred shouted. Harry opened his mouth to speak but closed it again, shaking his head. His own voice wouldn't be heard over the loud voices of everyone around him. Fred suddenly shouted over the din. Quiet. Let him speak. Harry looked at Fred with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. All he wanted to do was to get away from them and get to bed. When they had all quieted down and looked at him expectantly, he finally found his voice. I didn't enter. He knew that they probably wouldn't believe him, but he had to try. Several of them made disbelieving noises as he expected. What he didn't expect, however, was for a snide voice that floated through. Yeah, like we're supposed to believe that. You probably entered yourself because you think you can do all the stuff in the tournament better than anyone else. You're just going to embarrass everyone here when you do the tasks. Harry's eyes narrowed as he recognized the voice belonging to Ron. He searched through the crowd which had gone very still trying to find him. Harry fixed him with a cold stare once he located the mass of red hair at the back and spoke. I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't know why my name came out of the goblet. All I want to do is to get through this in one piece. Cedric is the Hogwarts champion and he will remain the only one. I don't represent Hogwarts, or any school for that matter, so the only one getting embarrassed will be me. But of course you'd like that, wouldn't you? He asked snidely before looking around at the others. Dumbledore and the people that matter know I am forced to compete, and that's enough for me. I'm not going to waste my time convincing anyone. A long silence followed after his words. Harry, most of us don't think that you entered yourself to this thing. George spoke up and many of the other Gryffindors nodded, murmuring their agreement. Besides, unlike some of us, we don't think that you will fail at any of the tasks. Katie spoke up, shooting Ron a piercing glare. Yeah, we're just glad that one of us our own are going to be competing. Give 'em hell, Harry. Fred said loudly, making most of them laugh, breaking the tension that had built up since Harry spoke. Harry was relieved to find that there were still people who he could count on and smiled at them. He noticed, however, that there were still many people, comprised mainly by the Gryffindors in his year other than Neville and Hermione, were glaring openly at him. He didn't pay attention to either of them, and after extricating himself from the crowd by saying that he needed to sleep, he made his way to the dormitories, which was mercifully empty. He let out a frustrated sigh as he sat down on his bed. Why did everything have to happen to him? Moody's words had increased his apprehension. The way Dumbledore had suggested for him to be trained was oddly coming together. The vision he had of Pettigrew and Voldemort before the World Cup, combined with the Death Eaters in the World Cup, and finally his name coming out of the goblet, seemed to be linked with each other and seemed to come together like the pieces of a puzzle. Besides, how would Sirius and Lupin take the news? If they hadn't heard it already. They were already working him to the point of exhaustion, driven by a drive to push Harry past his limits. Not that he was complaining, but it was difficult for him to keep track of both that and his school work. Now with the addition of the tournament, he had no idea how he was going to start to even get prepared for it. He let down his weak occlumency barriers for the first time since the whole day and repressed a beep as the full extent of his emotions threatened to overpower him. He needed to learn how to better control his emotions. He had an inkling that the upcoming days in Hogwarts were going to prove that he needed every ounce of control he could manage. He got up and got changed into his night clothes. He was too exhausted to even think about going back outside on his nightly sessions. Before he lay back down on his bed, however, he had a few protective wards around his bed. After all, he didn't know what to expect from his fellow classmates. Better be safe than sorry. He took off his glasses and placed them on his bedside table, slightly afraid of falling asleep. He had managed to stop most of the visions which intruded on his sleep, but some of them still succeeded in unnerving him. They kept switching frequently between dark blurry shapes and a face with burning red eyes and a horribly deformed body which always woke him up with a gasp. Unable to stop the drowsiness that overcame him, he closed his eyes, surrendering to whatever his dreams would bring. The next day found Harry sitting early at breakfast with Aurelie and Caroline. Both of them were genuinely concerned about him and assured him that they would all support him and help him in any way that they could. Fleur was still asleep since they had no classes in the morning, and after hastily saying goodbye to the two French witches, he left hurriedly for ancient ruins, determinedly ignoring the gazes on him and the mutinous mutterings that followed him. He made it with a few minutes to spare and lined up outside with the other students outside of the classroom as it wasn't open yet. Harry. He turned to see Daphne walking up to him. Harry grinned at her. Morning. Well, aren't you going to explain how you became a champion? He raised an eyebrow slightly. Her tone wasn't accusatory, but curious. Harry regarded her for a few moments. I don't know, he said truthfully. She gazed at him before smirking. Why must you always be like this? She said with a long, fake sigh. Huh, you're telling the truth. She looked almost disappointed. He looked at her in confusion. And that's bad because, just, not fun at all. Harry grinned at her. It was sort of a private joke between them. Ever since they had met in their second year. She found it amusing that she could read Harry so easily and never lost a moment when she could point it out in detail, which always annoyed him. Their conversation was cut short at the arrival of Professor Babbling and a few feet behind her, Hermione. Harry spared her a glance and turned away from her when her eyes found his. He had a feeling that she was going to talk to him and didn't want to give her the chance. He still couldn't find it in him to forgive her. The lesson was interesting to say the least. Harry had already caught up with the rest of the class, something which pleased the professor a lot. They had started learning about the runes which could be imbued with magic to add certain properties to instruments of all sorts, strengthening them. Harry was greatly interested to learn that runes had been inscribed in the balls which were used for Quidditch. The quaffle, for example, had a rune which made it indestructible and slowed its falling speed when it lost too much altitude without the hands of a chaser supporting it. Once their time was up, Harry resignedly made his way down to the dungeons with Daphne and Tracy for potions. The Slytherins were going to be infuriating. As soon as he reached the dungeons, sure enough, a familiar drawl reached his ears. If it isn't the champion. Hey boys, how long do you think he will last in the first task before he wets himself or snuffs it? I personally prefer the second option, but I'd rather keep the first open too. Crabbe and Goyle sniggered stupidly while a couple of other Slytherins laughed. Harry ignored them and clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palm. He could not have been more happy to see Snape when he arrived almost immediately, cutting off any additional remarks Malfoy had for him. Snape seemed to be in an exceptionally foul mood today as he walked in, snapping at Malfoy to be quiet. Something which brought a grin to Harry's face as he watched Malfoy fall silent with a look of complete shock. Harry mildly wondered what anyone could have done to put Snape into such a foul mood that he would snap at his favorite student, and made sure to keep his head down and avoid looking at Snape for the entire lesson. Poor Neville received the full force of Snape's temper and was visibly reduced him to tears by the end of the lesson, much to the amusement of the Slytherins. Harry could never have been more happy to get out of from Snape's class as soon as the time was up. Once outside, he breathed a sigh of relief and set off towards the Great Hall for lunch. Glad that he had a free period afterwards before Defense Against the Dark Arts. He spotted Fleur and the others already seated a little way away from the other students in the Gryffindor table. Making his way over to them, he slipped into the empty seat beside Fleur, who smiled brightly at him, to which he grinned back, ignoring the swooping sensation in his stomach. Finally woke up, I see, Harry said with a mischievous glint in his eye, making Fleur pout. If I hadn't gone just an hour ago to get her, she would have slept through the whole day, Caroline remarked with a smirk. I wouldn't, Avenue. Her expression was so serious that Harry burst out laughing. After a moment the others joined in on his laughter, making the people in the vicinity look at them with raised eyebrows. They were soon joined by Jean, Basile and a couple of other Beauxbatons students, and the rest of the hour was spent in laughter. After lunch the Beauxbatons students had to go for their classes, leaving Harry with 2 hours free before his final lesson for the day. Deciding against going to the common room where he will most likely run into Ron and the others, he went up to the Ollery to visit Hedwig. The snowy white owl fluttered down to his shoulder as soon as he walked in and nipped rather painfully at his ear, drawing blood. Ow. Yeah, I guess I deserved that. Sorry for not coming to visit, girl. She then affectionately rubbed her head against his cheek and closed her eyes, still on her perch from his shoulder. Harry walked towards the large window and surveyed the grounds. He caught sight of the Quidditch pitch and smiled sadly. How much easier would this have all been if there was no tournament? He would normally be training hard for the matches around this time with the others, and they would have had their first match of the season by next week. He smiled fondly, remembering the time he spent with Fleur and the others just before he came here. There was never a dull moment with them. In the short time he had known them, they had become much closer to him than Ron and Hermione were. Apart from Fleur, Aurelie seemed to be closer to him than the others. He grinned when he remembered when he had let it slip that her blue hair made her look pretty. She had been feeling down because of some of the Hogwarts girls who maintained that she had dyed her hair that way. He didn't know what made him say it, but it had improved her mood greatly, much to the amusement of the others. He was already dreading the end of the year. Without considering the tournament, by the end of the school year they would all be going back, and he had no idea if he would ever be able to see them again. Although he never admitted it, it was a constant pain at the back of his mind and he had a gnawing fear that he would be left alone for the next few years in Hogwarts. Provided he makes it through this year. Harry. A tentative voice called from behind him, bringing him out of his musings. He recognized the voice and sighed exasperatedly. What happened to your ear? He had forgotten about the pain in his ear and grimaced. I didn't see Hedwig for a while. He saw her draw out her wand and stepped closer to him and raised his hand. Don't. She looked hurt and stepped back. After a few moments he gently prodded Hedwig and stroked her wings gently. She gave a soft hoot and took off, back to her perch with the other owls. He made to walk past Hermione but she stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Harry, please. I need to talk to you. Her tone was pleading. Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I don't have anything I want to talk to you about. I'm sorry, Harry. For everything. I wasn't thinking properly at that time. I was only comforting Ginny and I was a little jealous at how you were. She was interrupted when Harry laughed. Hermione, I never knew how petty you were. After all these years I have finally seen that none of my friends ever grew up past our first year. You were worried about something as trivial as who does better in class. You think I was doing better in class because I want to show everyone up. Prove myself better than the lot of you. Harry, I know I was wrong and what I said was stupid but, she tried to protest but was cut off again by Harry. And what the hell do you mean when you say that you were trying to comfort Ginny? She told me you bought a necklace for the girl you met at the World Cup, Harry. She was really upset. She had a crush on you even before she came to Hogwarts, Harry. Just seeing you and that girl together hurt her a lot, she began and Harry felt an anger rise in him. So what? She thinks that I betrayed her in any way? Harry asked incredulously. Who I spend my time with, who I talk to never will be her business. Or yours. Fleur has been a much better friend to me than any of you have ever been. Since it's your job to comfort Ginny, comfort her over the fact that I'll never be interested in her. Merlin, you'd think that she'd stopped living in a damned dream world by now. I was wrong, Harry, I'm sorry. I've been worried about you. You never seemed to be in the common room at night and you looked like you were getting sick. I know you never entered yourself into this tournament, Harry. I want to help you get through this. Please, let me help. I'm glad you think I didn't enter myself. Harry replied, sarcasm dripping from his voice. He didn't know what was making him angry. He had a splitting headache and noticed that his occlumency barriers had dropped and took a moment to erect them again. Once he had calmed down he looked at Hermione. Where was the friend who cared when I needed her? Oh, wait, she was running around wondering why I was being an egoistical prick. I didn't mean it. What Ron said, about you. Was he lying? Did you or did you not say all those things, Hermione? She opened her mouth to protest, but seemed to think better of it before closing. See, he muttered quietly. You did say all of those things. To me, there are no two meanings for them. He sighed softly before shaking his head. Whatever, I don't care anymore. I don't need your help. I accept your apology, but that will be all. Now please stop bothering me every time you get close to me. I have enough distractions as it is. She was in tears by now and Harry felt a slight pang of guilt which he squashed ruthlessly. Harry, can't we be the same as we were before? I miss being with you. I don't know. You and Ron were the only people who I trusted the most apart from Sirius and I don't want to face the same thing that happened again. He walked past her and stopped at the door. Maybe when you two grow up and take a moment and look at what's really happening, but even then I don't think I can ever go back to seeing you two the same way. He turned the doorknob but before he could walk out her voice stopped him. You are not the same person I knew. He turned around, giving her a sad smile. If you mean I'm not the same person you met on our first year then yes, I'm not. All my life I was forced to grow up. A memory of a small black-haired boy with startlingly bright green eyes covering in fear in a dark cupboard. It's time you stopped searching for the things you want to see in me, Hermione. That's all that is with Ron. I at least hoped you were smarter than him. With that he walked out, leaving her staring mutely after him. After getting himself to one of the bathrooms he cleaned the blood which had trickled down his wound and put a weak healing spell on his ear which closed the wound. Then he hurried to Moody's classroom and made it with a few minutes to spare before the lesson began. He caught sight of Neville who was sitting alone and went up to him. Hey Neville, you alright? He felt slightly guilty for not checking up on Neville after potions. The round-faced boy managed a small smile at him. Yeah, I'm okay, Harry. But Snape was in a really bad mood, wasn't he? Yeah, he was. Oh yeah, last class Moody asked you to stay behind, right? Everything all right? Harry asked curiously. Neville suddenly smiled. With a hint of pride coloring his voice that he rarely heard from him before, he answered. Oh, Professor Moody gave me some books on herbology that he thought I might find interesting. Professor Sprout had told him that I was good at it, and it turns out that he is rather interested in herbology too. Harry grinned. It was a nice gesture that Moody did for him. Neville rarely got any recognition from his teachers. Moody strode in, his wooden leg clunking on the floor soon afterwards, and Harry took his seat behind Neville. Constant vigilance. Moody suddenly roared and laughed as everyone jumped in shock. Harry grinned inwardly. He always did that, at some point during the lesson. He's already done it so many times that Harry couldn't believe how none of the other students were never prepared for it. After the initial 3 or 4 classes, Harry could almost see it coming and was prepared for it when Moody shouted again at a class a few weeks ago. Something which Moody noticed and awarded 20 points while chuckling maddeningly. All right, turn to chapter 7 of your books and read up on the first couple of pages. After that, I want you all to take notes on this. We will be putting all of it to practical use next class, or today if we have time to spare. Well, go on then. Moody growled, and they turned to the pages of their books grumbling in disappointment. After class, Harry went downstairs, wondering what he could do for the next few hours before dinner. He didn't know if Fleur and the others were done with class, so he went outside, to his favorite place beside the lake. As he drew closer, he was both surprised and pleased to find Fleur sitting with her back propped up against the large tree behind her. She looked up as he approached and smiled at him. Sitting next to her, he grinned back. "You're done too?" he asked. The others, Avenue classes though. I don't like arithmancy," she said with a shudder. "That's the one with all of those numbers and stuff, right?" She laughed. "Yes, Ari, Z1 with numbers." A comfortable silence settled over them, although Harry wished now that he had sat a little bit away from her. He realized after a few minutes that she was leaning against him and felt his heart skip a few beats. Closing his eyes, he breathed in her flowery scent, wishing that he could stay like this forever. Although this brought back his earlier thoughts about when she would leave by the end of the year. He knew now that he liked her in no way that he had anyone else, but why did it have to be her of all people? "What's worrying you?" Fleur asked after some time. Harry turned to see her bright blue eyes fixed on his face. "Nothing really," he murmured. She shook her head. "Come on, Ari, don't lie. I know something's wrong." He sighed before grinning faintly at her. "Am I really that easy to read?" "Sometimes," she said playfully. She gave him a questioning look that told him that she wasn't going to let it go until he answered her. "It's nothing. I'm just worried about how everything will turn out, I guess." "What do you mean?" she asked softly. Harry thought for a moment, deciding the best way to put what he was thinking into words. "I met Hermione earlier today." She nodded, encouraging him to continue. He could see that her lips had formed a hard line. He had confided in her about Ron and Hermione, and she was angry at them for what had happened. "She apologized to me, and well, honestly, I had been thinking that if they thought over what they had done and apologized to me, I would happily have accepted it. And things could go back to the way they were, but I just can't do it. I wanted to. I really did, but something just kept telling me that there was no point to it. It's alright if you can't find it in you to see them the same way as you did before." Her tone gentle. "That's not what worries me. It's just, I don't like this feeling. Not having anyone, I mean." She looked surprised at this, and before she could open her mouth, he hastened to explain. "Fred, George, Angelina, Alicia and Katie. They are the only people that can at least speak normally with me. All of the others, well, they don't treat me like a normal person. And they always change. With this tournament and the mess I'm in, it's easy to see that." He sighed softly. "And then there's you and the others. By the end of the year you will all be going back, and since the others aren't even in the same year as me, well, we'll get past that when we get to EET-non. Yes, it is painful to think that we will not be able to see each other or like we do now when we leave, but we will always remain friends." She said softly. "I don't like the thought of you spending the whole summer with those horrible muggles. Maybe you can come back with us for summer. Maman and Papa would be pleased, Gabrielle will love it too. They asked a lot about you when I wrote to them." Papa was furious that they are still making you compete even though it's obvious that you never entered the tournament. I'd like that, he muttered quietly, making her smile at him. The two settled into a comfortable silence as they watched the ripples forming in the water. I wish I'd gotten to know you earlier, Fleur said softly after a while. So many things could have been different. Different. She turned to look at him. Yes, she murmured. Different. Better. Don't you think? She asked in a whisper. He suddenly realized her hand was in his. When did she get so close to him? His breath caught in his chest when he found her staring intently at him. He realized then that their faces were only inches apart from each other, and he found himself unable to tear his eyes away from hers. Her eyes fluttered shut as they got nearer, and Harry had almost closed his eyes when at that moment, a voice tore through the silence. Fleur, you there? It was Amy's voice, and they both immediately turned away from each other, blushing furiously. Harry inwardly groaned. What was he thinking? He had almost keyed her. Unable to look at Fleur in the eye, he looked away. Moments later, Amy, Caroline and Aurélie appeared from the side. There you are. And hey Harry, when did you get here? Caroline asked brightly, unaware of the blushes that were covering both their faces. Some time ago, he mumbled. We're starving, come on you two, Amy said, and Harry nodded, getting to his feet. After hesitating for a second, he held out his hand to Fleur, who was still on the ground, and almost sighed in relief when she accepted it and allowed him to pull her to her feet. The others set off in towards the castle, but Harry shifted nervously on his feet. Fleur, sorry, He didn't know what else to say. He felt her hand on his chin and felt her raise his head up to meet her eyes. He felt an immense feeling of relief spread through him, in addition to feeling his heart race when he saw that she was smiling shyly at him. For what? She whispered, and before he knew it, she leaned in and kissed him swiftly on his lips. He went rigid as she drew back, his mind not forming a single coherent thought as he stared dumbly at her. She laughed at his expression and took his hand, pulling him with her after the others, who had turned around at Fleur's laughter. What's the matter with you two? Aurélie asked, looking at them with a questioning look. Catching sight of Harry's expression, she suddenly grinned. What's wrong with Ari? Nothing. Harry flinched at how high his voice sounded. This only served to increase their amusement. They set off together for the castle again. Fleur still had her hand wrapped on his, and even when they entered the great hall she didn't let go of it. Only once they had seated themselves in their usual places did she finally let go. He wasn't allowed time to think as they were joined by Fred, George and the chasers, and before he knew it, it was almost time for him to meet with Sirius and Lupin in the room of requirement. Hurriedly he got up, bidding good night to them, his gaze lingering on Fleur for a moment. Unable to think of anything to say to her, especially with the others around, he gave her a small smile before walking away. Outside the hall he took a deep breath, letting everything that happened run slowly again through his mind. The realization that hit him made his mouth curve upwards into a huge grin and set off up the stairs with a new skip in his step. Harry! His godfather cried, bringing him into a bone-crushing hug when he stepped into the room. He looked up at Sirius and Lupin, surprised until he realized that they had probably heard the news about him in the tournament from Dumbledore. Guess you know that I have to compete in the tournament then? Harry asked as they sat down around the table next to the fire. Lupin nodded. He looked more worn out than ever, and Harry wondered whether the full moon was closely approaching. I can't believe they are making you do this. It's clear that someone else has their plans in store for you and they're still going to let this go on. Sirius growled. I expected more from Dumbledore. Harry, this is going to give anyone that is aiming at you a clear shot at doing whatever they want to you. This is not good news at all. Lupin said gravely. What am I supposed to do? All I can do is face whatever they throw at me, Harry said quietly. Sirius got up and started pacing around the room. Harry had never seen him this agitated, even during the first few times they had dueled, and his abysmal performance had been apparent. This tournament was cancelled because of the death toll. I have no idea why they reopened it and how safe it will be. All I do know, however, is that all three of the tasks are going to be exceedingly dangerous, and it only takes one mistake, or someone operating with bad intentions, to cause another death. I'll be damned if anything happens to you. Sirius's voice had a hard edge to it. Calm down, Sirius. We can safely say with the amount Harry has grown up to now that he will be more than competent at handling anything these tasks throw at him. Lupin said, looking proudly at him. I know. But this is getting out of hand. The same year that Harry has these visions, Dumbledore calling us in to prepare Harry. Sirius sighed, sitting back down and running his hands through his hair. They gave no hint about the first task. Lupin asked, looking at him curiously. No, we won't know what we're going to face until we do. You can be sure that the others will find out some way or another. Cheating is, and has always been a major part of this tournament. I know for a fact that the department in the ministry that organized this had a lot of dealings in Romania. Lupin said thoughtfully. Romania, why was it that it sounded familiar? Well, I guess all we can do is to continue with our lessons until we get a hint of whatever it is. Sirius remarked. Then his face broke into a smirk, an evil glint in his eyes. How was it? Spending a whole night with Avila. You make even me jealous sometimes, pup. Becoming that close to Avila is every man's dream, and for you to do it at 14, I'm so proud of you. What the hell are you thinking? Harry roared, disregarding the blush that crept up to his face. Both Lupin and Sirius were laughing uncontrollably, clutching at their sides. I did not do anything with Fleur that night. I just wanted to make sure that she was all right. I swear I had no intentions of staying. I just, fell asleep. He finished lamely, glaring pointedly at them when they renewed their laughter to a point that they were in hysterics. Sirius was gasping for breath, wiping tears of laughter out of his eyes while Lupin was still chuckling uncontrollably 5 minutes later. I can name one person who said the exact same thing as you did after he had spent the night with Lily in our 7th year. Both your words are exactly the same, it's uncanny. Soon, after they had calmed down, Harry and Sirius took their places. When the duel started, Harry waited, carefully watching Sirius. Sirius always initiated the duels at first, but ever since Our had started improving, his godfather had been getting increasingly wary. Without much warning, Sirius fired a stunning spell at him swiftly. He quickly sidestepped it, barely avoiding it in his surprise. He wasn't given a moment to react when Sirius fired a silent spell at him, and he quickly thought with all his might, Protega. An invisible barrier expanded around him, and when Sirius's spell collided with it, it made a sound similar to a bell chiming. Harry quickly directed his wand at the bookshelf next to Sirius, Pharaoh. The books toppled outwards and Sirius hastily jumped out of the way, but Harry grinned. Incendio, he thought silently, causing the books to burst into flames. Sirius growled and sent 3 quick spells in succession before moving away from the flames. Harry ducked, sidestepped and conjured small shield which shattered under the force of the final one. Without missing a beat and acting on intuition, he pointed his wand vaguely at Sirius's direction and yelled, Contigo Talia. Before the bright blue spell had left his wand, he quickly chained it with a stunning spell. Sirius's eyes widened as his shield shattered into pieces before his eyes. But he wasn't the dueling champion of Hogwarts for nothing. He fired his own stunning spell straight ahead of him, and the 2 spells collided with a deafening bang and brilliant red sparks. Then he thought, Incarcerus. The muffled thud announced that Harry had been unable to block it. Harry groaned when Sirius strode up to him and muttered the counter curse, freeing him from the ropes that had sprung around him. Taking Sirius's outstretched hand, he allowed himself to be pulled up. That was amazing, Harry. Sirius grinned. At this point, I'd say that you just need experience. A more wider collection of spells won't hurt either. But you are definitely more talented than me or James had ever been at your age. But I failed again. Harry beeped. Harry, you are doing extremely well. Sirius just happened to be more prepared than you were. If he had fired his spell just a second later, or mistimed it, the victor of this duel will undoubtedly be you. Lupin said with a pleased expression on his face. Now I can finally start showing you some of the real stuff, Harry. I don't think any of this is in the books I'd gotten you, but I think there will be a few in the library's restricted section that explains this in detail. I will talk to Dumbledore and get you permission to borrow some of the books from that I have in mind. But right now, I want you to pay attention. Harry looked at him curiously and nodded. A table appeared in the middle of the room with 3 chairs around it, and they sat down around them. All right then, I assume you realize now that you can change your spell. Make it stronger or weaker depending on the situation. Like the way you did with the shield breaking spell. Yours was strong, or else it wouldn't have been able to shatter mine. I used the most potent shielding charm there is, and you succeeded in breaking it. Congratulations. Harry grinned in embarrassment at the praise. Now, what you should know is that we have far more control than that over our spells. We can modify them to better suit our needs. Most wizards don't realize this, but we can basically mold our spells into any way, shape and form and even change the effects. For example, take the Cruciatus curse that bastard used on you. If you were exposed to it for longer, the wound would have gone deeper and it would have drawn blood. Voldemort never uses that form, although his purpose is more sickening. He couldn't stand having his victims faint from blood loss while he tortured them, could he? Harry shuddered inwardly and felt the ghost of the pain return to him momentarily. Sirius's eyes showed the cold fury emanating from them and he closed his eyes. After a moment he opened them again. Let's use something else. Take the Patronus charm. You can use it as a quick means of sending messages at times of emergency. The Patronus, if used in that way, will act as a temporary familiar to you. Well, like that, any other spell can be modified in many ways. Watch. Sirius got up and pointed his wand at nothing in particular and murmured, "Stupefy." Harry looked on in amazement as a small red light appeared at the end of his wand. It steadily grew larger and larger until it grew to the size of a bludger, glowing red and balanced at the tip of the wand. Sirius smiled and turned the wand upwards so that it looked like he was holding a weird glowing lamp torch, and Harry gasped when the glowing red ball started flickering like flames. "That's amazing," Harry cried, and both Lupin and Sirius grinned at his enthusiasm. "That's not all, watch." Sirius flicked his wand and the glowing ball disappeared. Again he muttered, "Stupefy," and again a glowing red ball appeared. However, this time, the ball left the wand and floated a few feet in front of them. Sirius still had his wand pointed at it and he made the ball float to the middle of the room, away from them. Dispergum, the ball instantly burst and small specks of red exploded from within like small bullets. They flew out, hitting the bookshelf and everywhere else around the room, leaving angry marks on anything it made contact with. Harry ducked immediately but found that none of the projectiles even came near them. "You can control everything, including the direction." Sirius grinned. "How you control it, whether you make it into a scattering spell, or a slow-moving blast that pierces through anything it touches. Heck, you could even form it into a wall that has the same effects to anything that touches it. That will take a lot of energy, but it is still possible. In short, you can make it into anything your imagination permits, provided that it obeys all the rules of spell casting and all the other boring details. So far I've never had a problem modifying my spells, so I don't think it will matter a lot. You did fail miserably at trying to create a replica of that girl you had a crush with a massaging charm," Lupin said dryly, and Harry looked with great interest at Lupin while Sirius choked. "What did he do?" Lupin laughed, ignoring the murderous glare Sirius was giving him. "Don't ask me why, Harry, but Sirius here wanted to make a human form of Andrea Vellin with a massaging charm." "What happened?" Harry asked, holding back his laughter. "Oh, he thought he succeeded. Well, your father thought it'd be funny to have her, the real her, materialize in front of him when he used the incantation. Course we had a hard time getting her to go along with our plan, but once she knew we had no intentions of stopping her from, say, defending herself by using any means necessary, well, let's just say once she was done with him, Madame Promfee had to regrow a cert. Mooney." Sirius barked, but the damage was done. Both Harry and Lupin were roaring with laughter, and it took them some time to quiet down, much to Sirius's displeasure. "All right, Harry, you'd best get going," Lupin said, getting up. "Why? I want to get started on that," he said indignantly. "No, not today. It's too late." Lupin's expression was stern. Sirius and Lupin then bid goodnight to him and they left, leaving Harry to go back to the Gryffindor Tower. As he made his way back to the tower, his thoughts drifted back to Fleur. He could hardly believe that she had keyed him and wondered more than once if it had been a dream. He climbed through the portrait hole after distractedly murmuring the password to the fat lady. He made his way up to his bed and climbed onto his bed, not even bothering to get undressed. He smiled to himself, finally convincing himself that what had happened was real, and before he knew it, had fallen asleep. None of the painful dreams plagued his mind. They were instead focused around a certain silver-haired woman. Fleur was, needless to say, the happiest she had ever been. She had no idea what made her do it, but she was very glad she did. It had released a huge weight off her shoulders, and it had quelled all her doubts about how he felt. She had been tired of the tiptoeing they had been doing around each other. She had no doubt now that Harry liked in the same way she did him. It wasn't like she hadn't known though. Even without Amy, Caroline or Aurelie's constant musings, she knew with the way that Harry acted around her that he was attracted in some way to her. She sighed happily staring up at the ceiling. The pendant on her necklace had been glowing brilliantly for a while now and it felt warm to touch. Closing her hand around it she smiled softly before turning to her side and closing her eyes, her thoughts drifting to him. The next few days leading up to the wand-weighing ceremony flew by, to say the least. Harry was disappointed to find that Sirius wouldn't be showing him how to do the stuff that he did until the next week, leaving Harry to brush up on his occlumency with Lupin, which he took with great disappointment. The headaches that followed proved too much and Harry once again spent a few sleepless nights down by the lake practicing in any way he could. The others were surprised at the way Harry and Fleur now acted around each other. No one failed to notice that the two had gotten a lot more closer to each other overnight. Harry had a feeling from the knowing smirks the others were giving them that they had guessed something was up, or that something had changed between them, but neither of them could either confirm it, or deny it. Neither of them spoke to each other about what happened. He didn't mind though, he didn't feel the need to speak to her about it and he was extremely happy with the subtle changes with him and Fleur. He also didn't want to push Fleur into something thereby destroying what they had already. Also, with the first task rapidly approaching, he couldn't afford to distract her and ruin what she had worked for. Little did he know however that she had almost the exact same thoughts running on her mind. Although she had already decided that after the first task would be the perfect time to further what they had now into something more. Nevertheless, they both spent a lot more time with each other than they did with the others either by the lake or in the library. Talking about anything that came to mind and listening to the other contently. It didn't take long for Harry to open up to her and confide everything. Far more than what he had shared with Ron and Hermione. Or anyone for that matter. To say she was furious with what she was hearing was an understatement. Come to think of it, he himself never really had heard himself recount these things before, he never had to. But now even he was having trouble wondering how he survived this long. As for the Dursleys, it was his mistake. He didn't mean to even enter that area, but by the time he'd caught himself the damage was done. She knew that there was a lot more to them than being just his relatives who hated magic. They were not something he wanted to even think about. Thankfully she seemed to know that it was a particularly delicate subject with him and didn't bring it up again. At least for now. She in turn confided in him about her life before Beauxbatons and after she entered. He laughed at how she and Aurelie had met, but everything else about her life was not much better than his. Ever since she had been 9 years old and her Vila charms had begun showing themselves, her life had been a lot like Harry's, separated from the others and alone apart from a select few. Harry soon learnt that what the men at the World Cup had attempted to do to her was not the first time that she had narrowly escaped from something like that. During her 4th year in Beauxbatons, a few boys had cornered her and attempted to have their way with her. It was the first and last time she had fully transformed into her other form, as she called it, in order for her to defend herself. By this time Fleur had been shaking uncontrollably and Harry could see the damage that had been done to her mentally with everything that had happened. He couldn't even begin to imagine what she could have felt, or still felt. To think that just recently with those boys from Durmstrang she had to face something similar. He tentatively pulled her into his arms. As she buried her face in his chest he gently keyed the top of her head before tightening his arms around her. She wasn't the strong woman she projected herself to be, nor was she the weak, delicate woman others saw her to be, especially given recent events. She had her own inner demons, just like him. The difference was that he had learned to suppress them, and he only had to face them again at the end of the year. Fleur on the other hand was thrust headfirst into their mercy every single day. Being under a constant threat like that is more than capable of damaging a person. It was something he only knew too well. As her breathing slowed he chanced to look at her face. He could see the difference now, he could see the vulnerability buried underneath. And yet, there was the barest hint of a smile on her lips as she had her eyes closed, her ear pressed to his chest as if listening to his heartbeat. It was something he treasured, the fact that she could let all her defenses down and allow herself to be so close to him. It was a trust that he would rather die than betray. Harry glanced at his watch. It's almost time and he didn't want to be late for the wand-weighing ceremony. Whatever it was, He nervously put his hand up and stared at Snape while sighing inwardly, cursing his luck for having to ask Snape for permission to be excused from the lesson. Snape took almost 5 whole minutes to notice him. By now the whole class was looking at him curiously. He finally looked up from the book that he was focused on at his desk in the front of the class and fixed Harry with the usual loathing look that was reserved just for him. "Yes, Potter. I need to go for the wand weighing ceremony," he said, repaying Snape's look with interest. "Ah yes, I forgot you are a champion." Snape sneered at him while Malfoy and some of the Slytherins sniggered audibly. "I expect you back here to complete your draft of Living Death. Champion or not, you still have to complete the lessons." He smirked and opened an empty flask and filled it with the colorless potion in his cauldron. Walking up to the table where Snape was watching him with a growing expression of distaste, he set it down in front of him. "It's done." He turned away quickly, hiding his grin because of the look on Snape's face. Determinedly avoiding the gazes of everyone else, he packed up his things and after clearing his cauldron with a silent vanishing spell, proceeded out of the classroom. Glancing at his watch again, he broke into a run, bolting up the stairs and out of the dungeons. Finally reaching the door to the unused classroom opposite the Great Hall, he stopped, catching his breath and glancing at the time. He had about 2 minutes to spare. Breathing a sigh of relief, he pushed the door open and walked inside. The classroom was huge, much bigger than any of the other classrooms he had ever been in. The usual desks and chairs were gone, and in the middle of the room sat Ollivander, who smiled, nodding his head at Harry when he walked in. The headmasters and headmistress were all present, with the addition of a rather viscous-looking woman with dirty hair who fixed him with a hungry look when his gaze met hers, making his skin crawl. Dumbledore nodded kindly at him and gestured towards the side of the room where Cedric, Krum and Fleur were seated. He noticed that Fleur was scowling at a bald-headed man with a camera who couldn't seem to stop looking at her. She turned away from the man and caught sight of him, and her expression brightened up considerably as he took his seat beside her. She smiled and slipped her hand in his, pinching it slightly. "You're late," she said in an accusing voice. "Sorry." Snape was a pain. He caught Cedric's eye, who was looking at him curiously. He looked like he was going to say something but shook his head and turned away with a grin, leaving him with a bewildered look. He didn't have time to dwell on it though. Dumbledore cleared his throat at that moment. "Now that the 4th champion is here, we can get started. Mr. Ollivander." Dumbledore turned and took his seat with Karkaroff and Madame Maxime on the opposite side of the room with the 2 remaining people in the room. Ollivander stood up from his place and turned with a warm smile on his face. "There's nothing to worry about. We're just going to inspect your wands to see if they are in perfect condition. Ladies first, Miss Delacour, if you please." She walked up to Ollivander and placed her wand in his outstretched hand. He examined it closely, murmuring under his breath while twirling the wand between his fingers. 9.5 inches. Rosewood. And the core is, dear me, a single hair from a vela." Fleur grinned. "From my grandmother." Ollivander looked at the wand in reverence. "I have never used vela hair for a core in my wands. Vela hair can only be used as a core for a wand if the wand's master shares a special connection with the vela. It isn't the most reliable core we could use for our wands." He muttered, more to himself than others. "This is a truly exceptional wand. Especially good for charms." He took a few more minutes with the wand and finally he murmured, "Orchideus," causing a bouquet of flowers to appear from the end of her wand. "It's in perfect condition. Thank you for allowing me to assess your wand, Miss Delacour," he said, bowing to her and handing her the wand and the flowers. "Mr. Krum then." Krum got up and walked over to Ollivander, with his ever-present scowl more pronounced than ever, and gave his wand to him. Harry noticed that unlike most normal wands, Krum's was almost black in color and a little thicker than most. Ollivander took a moment with his wand as with Fleur's before speaking. 10.25 inches. Hornbeam. Dragon heartstring core, he asked, and Krum nodded silently. "This is a Grigorovich creation, is it not?" he asked again, to which Krum nodded again. "Inflexible, suited more for power." He spent a little bit more time and made a flock of birds burst out from the end of his wand with a bang like a gunshot. Then he handed the wand back to Krum with a satisfied expression, announcing that it was in the best condition again. Cedric went next. "Ah, now this is one of my own," Ollivander said happily. "It's in fine condition too. Polished it last night," Cedric said, grinning sheepishly. Harry glanced down at his wand and noticed that it was covered with fingerprints and small scratches and hastily rubbed it using a handful of his robes, causing a brilliant shower of red and green sparks to shoot out from its end. Fleur giggled while the others in the room looked at him in amusement. "Sorry," Harry said in a small voice. Ollivander returned to examining Cedric's wand, chuckling slightly. "I remember this clearly, 12.5 inches. Ash, containing a single tail hair from a fine male unicorn. Best suited for transfiguration." Cedric nodded in response and Ollivander returned to examining it. He finished his examination faster than the others and gave it back to him after making a fountain of wine shoot from its end, announcing that it was in perfect condition. Harry got up next and walked towards the aging man, trying to hide his embarrassment from earlier. Ollivander smiled and took his wand from him, his expression transforming instantly. "How well I remember this wand." Harry nodded, remembering the words Ollivander had spoken to him when he first bought his wand. "It so happens that the phoenix who gave the feather for this wand, gave one other. Just one other. What's curious is that the other feather went to the wand which left you with your scar. 11 inches. Holly. Containing a single tail feather of a phoenix. Nice and supple." Ollivander suddenly stopped, looking at his wand curiously. He spent a much longer time with his wand than the others and murmured a spell that surrounded his wand with a sapphire blue glow, a color that Harry found strangely familiar. "Curious, your wand is in good condition, Mr. Potter, but I would like to speak with you if you have time after this." Harry was slightly taken aback, but nodded all the same. "Well then, I believe we are done here?" Dumbledore asked, looking questioningly at Ollivander, who nodded. "Then you are all free to go," he said with a smile towards the champions. "Not yet, Dumbledore. We still haven't gotten pictures of the champions or a backstory on them. The Daily Prophet is doing a feature on the Triwizard Tournament." The haired witch called. Harry noticed that for a second, he thought he saw a frown on Dumbledore's face before it vanished almost immediately. "Very well. However, the champions may only be interviewed if they give their consent." "Is that clear?" Dumbledore asked sternly. The witch looked like she had been slapped in her face and didn't speak for a few moments. Recomposing herself, she smiled coolly. "Of course." Her sugary sweet voice made a shiver run down his spine, deciding that if he could help it, he was going to stay as far as possible from the witch. The witch immediately fixed her gaze on Harry as soon as Dumbledore turned away from her. They were all made to stand in the center of the room while the cameraman snapped photo after photo. Harry kept his nails dug deep in his palm, trying hard to keep a smile, which was proving difficult as the minutes flew by. He noticed that Fleur, Cedric and even Krum had the same pained looks on their faces. What surprised him the most was that Krum's expression mirrored the others. He'd thought that being an international standard Quidditch player, Krum would be more used to this sort of thing. After the group photos were over, they insisted on taking individual photos of the champions. Fleur was especially displeased by this. The cameraman seemed intent on taking more photos than needed of her, something that Madame Maxime noticed and unceremoniously removed an extremely grateful Fleur from under the scope of the camera. Madame Maxime and Fleur left soon after that. After they were done with the others, the witch walked up to Harry, who was waiting for Ollivander, who was deep in conversation with Dumbledore. "Rita Skeeter, reporter for the Daily Prophet. I was wondering if I could get a small interview with you." "Nothing much, just a few questions." She had latched onto his arm by the time she had finished speaking and was pulling him little by little away from the others. He instinctively wrenched his hand free from her grip, none too gently. Something about the woman unnerved him. "No, I mean, sorry, I have to speak to Mr. Ollivander." Her smile faltered, however it switched back on so fast that it was scary. "How about afterwards? We will still be here. I have a class afterwards." "Sorry." He lied easily, turning away from her before she could speak to him again. He saw that Ollivander and Dumbledore were now waiting for him by the door and thankfully walked up to them. "We'll continue this discussion in my study if it's all right with you, Mr. Ollivander. And Harry, of course?" Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling at Harry, who nodded and followed him and Ollivander up the stairs to Dumbledore's study. They reached the stone gargoyles, who leapt aside to grant them entrance when Dumbledore said clearly, "Fizzing Wisby." Once inside, Dumbledore waved his wand and caused 3 chairs to appear at the middle of the room, where he gestured to Harry and Ollivander to take their seats. Once Harry sat down he heard a soft musical cry and seconds later, a slight weight on his shoulder. He looked at his side to find Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix perched on his shoulder. Fawkes proceeded to rub its head affectionately against Harry's cheek which brought a smile to his lips. "Hey Fawkes," he murmured, stroking his beautiful red and gold feathers. The phoenix trilled happily and closed its eyes. Dumbledore chuckled. "Seems like you're going to have to be the one to take care of Fawkes once I'm gone, Harry." Dumbledore said cheerfully. "I don't know, sir, Hedwig might get a little jealous," he said, grinning slightly. Then he looked at Ollivander. "Is there anything wrong with my wand or something, mister?" Ollivander: "Yes, well, it's nothing serious. Some rather interesting things came up while I was examining your wand, Mr. Potter. If I may?" he asked, leaning forward and stretching out his hand. Harry understood and gave him his wand. He murmured a few strange words and once again the wand was surrounded with a beautiful blue glow before it changed to a fiery red color. Ollivander nodded absent-mindedly while Harry and Dumbledore looked on curiously. "As I always say to everyone that first comes to my shop to purchase their wands, it is not the witch or wizard that chooses the wand, it is the wand that chooses its master. The wand mirrors its master's growth. When the master's potential increases, so does the wand. In other words, the wand is only as powerful as the wizard who uses it." Ollivander flicked Harry's wand making the glow fade away and gave it back to him. Even for those of us who have devoted our lives to studying and researching wand lore, there are still many questions which we aren't even close to answering. What does the wand look for in its master? What makes it different? Wands have many different traits as you would have noticed when I was examining the other champions' wands. Miss Delacour's wand makes any charms she casts much more potent that only a few others can hope to match. Mr. Crumb's wand has a bit more power behind it, just like many of Grigorovich's creations. Mr. Diggory's wand makes for easier transfigurations. The wand mirrors its owner's strong points. In other words, Harry nodded, although he still didn't have the faintest clue where this discussion was headed. "Now your wand, Mr. Potter, is one of the most unique wands I had ever forged. Unusual combination. I remember thinking to myself on the day I finished it that I would be lucky to see its master in my lifetime. There are a few problems that rose when I examined it though." Ollivander paused for a little and seemed to be deep in thought. "The core of the wand, whether it be a dragon heartstring, hair from a unicorn or the feather from a phoenix, determines the strength of the connection between you and your wand. It also plays a major role in the results you can achieve with your wand. When I examined your wand, Mr. Potter, it seems that the connection you have with your wand is somewhat lacking. There is room for improvement. A lot of room actually." Harry tilted his head sideways in confusion. "What do you mean, sir?" "It means that with the current pace, your wand will not be able to keep up with your development. It's like how you will never receive the best results with someone else's wand. Your wand will eventually fall behind you. The connection you have with your wand is already fully developed and yet it feels inadequate." "What do you propose then, Garrick?" Dumbledore asked. Harry wondered for a second who he was speaking to, then realized that he was using Ollivander's first name. While this is an extremely rare situation, it is not unheard of. Throughout the history of wand lore, there have been many recordings of such things happening. The problem can be solved by finding a second core to function hand in hand with the original. However, this can be quite difficult to find as it is extremely difficult to find another core for a wizard. There are still certain clues that can show us what to look for though. "Mr. Potter, if I could have your wand back again." Harry gave Ollivander back his wand. Ollivander once again murmured something and Harry's wand glowed a fiery red. "This is your affinity, if you will. This shows your current bond, the Phoenix Feather Core, which incidentally came from the very same phoenix on your shoulder," he added, nodding towards Fawkes who was still perched on Harry's shoulder. "My wand's core came from Fawkes?" Harry asked in amazement. "Yes." Dumbledore nodded, smiling while Fawkes trilled happily. "And this," the wand glowed blue, "is your second affinity. I do have certain ideas as to what the core might be, but it is only an assumption, so I need to do more research before I can give you an answer, Mr. Potter. It is also only going to get harder to find your second core if my assumptions are correct. Your wand will serve you well for the time being. However, I must ask that you come back to my shop after this tournament ends. We will have to figure out some way to solve this problem." Harry nodded and took his wand back. Dumbledore and Ollivander both stood up and Harry followed suit. I was right when I said we should expect great things from you, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said with a smile. Later that evening after an early supper found Harry, Fleur and the others sitting in what was now their favorite spot in the Hogwarts grounds, next to the lake where he usually practiced at night. The girls were amusing themselves by throwing the remnants of their food towards the lake, which kept vanishing within seconds under a large tentacle. So, what do you think the first task is going to be? Caroline asked, sitting down in front of Harry and Fleur, who were propped up against the tree, talking quietly. It can't be anything too dangerous, right? I mean, Zay, avenue to consider that Ari is competing too now. Aurelie said anxiously, joining them with Amy. Harry grinned at the blue-haired witch. She had been a lot more protective of him ever since the day his name came out of the goblet. All I have to do is survive whatever it is, right? He said, earning him a painful knock on his head from Aurelie and a hard jab from Fleur's elbow at his side simultaneously. He winced, rubbing his head with one hand and crouching low to minimize the pain at his side. Forget the tasks, you two are going to force me out of them if you carry on like this. Don't go giving us ideas now. It actually sounds pretty good to me, Caroline said with a sinister smile on her face. Serves you right, don't go around saying zings like that, Ari. Fleur said reproachfully, while Aurelie glared at him. Harry gulped under their gazes and nodded. What, are we that scary? Caroline asked with a smile. You have no idea, he muttered, making them laugh. But seriously, I can't believe they're not giving any information about the first task. I think this is the first time they're doing something like this, considering the past tournaments. Amy said thoughtfully. It can't be anything too bad then. They don't really expect you to face off against something you've never seen before. Caroline's voice carried a strain of doubt though. Everyone fell silent, watching the giant squid float lazily across the lake while Fleur leaned against his shoulder. They spent the next hour talking about whatever that came to mind, occasionally laughing as the witches recounted some of their experiences in Beauxbatons. Harry closed his eyes, enjoying the sense of peace that had settled over them, wishing they could stay like this for as long as they wanted. Ari. He opened one eye lazily to look at Fleur. Looking around, he grinned when he saw that Aurelie had fallen asleep beside him. Caroline and Amy were already standing up, stretching their arms, and from the tired looks on their faces, they looked like they were only just waking up too. We're going back to the carriage, I need to send a letter to my parents. Fleur said, getting to her feet. Yeah, and we're going to take a shower before dinner. Caroline added, stifling a yawn. Harry nodded and looked at Aurelie, who still hadn't woken up. What about her? He asked. Let her sleep, she's been a little too busy with school work. Besides, you will be here till we get back, right? Caroline asked. Harry nodded. He had no wish to stay in the castle unless absolutely necessary. Sirius and Lupin weren't going to be able to have their usual lessons with him today either, they both apparently had something to do. Oh, and Harry. Try to control yourself, I know she's sleeping but it might make her unhappy if you try anything. Caroline said playfully. It took Harry a few seconds to get what she was talking about and blushed crimson. What? I'd never do something like that. He yelped while the three of them burst out laughing. Calm down. Caroline choked out in between her laughter. Oh, look at you, you look so cute when you start blushing like that. Making him squirm uncomfortably. Come on, Fleur said, dragging Caroline by the arm, although she too had a hard time controlling her laughter at his expression. We'll be back soon, Ari. He watched them go, sighing in relief and leaning comfortably against the tree. They always brightened him up one way or the other, and he was really thankful for that. He still had no idea what he was going to do when they all left at the end of the year. They had gotten so close together that he felt like he'd known them for years. He couldn't stop the smile that spread across his face when he remembered the feel of Fleur's lips on his just a few days ago and how their behavior towards each other had changed after that. The contact had been far too short for his liking, and more than once he wished they could repeat it. He had no idea where they stood now, but he didn't care. The closeness they shared was more than enough for him. For now at least. Nothing that went on in Hogwarts bothered him the slightest. Malfoy and by now, more than half of the school were sporting badges which kept changing between, support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion, and, Potter stinks. Dumbledore hadn't made an announcement about the reason why he was competing, but he didn't care. Besides, he highly doubted that the people would take Dumbledore's word anyway. Most of them felt that he was trying to take away the Hufflepuff's glory, and they were also angry that he was now a champion. Harry had once seen Cedric angrily asking some of the students to stop wearing the badges, something which made him a little happy. Most of the Hufflepuffs had since stopped wearing the badges afterwards, but they were still acting coldly towards him. He chuckled softly when he remembered the twins replacing a box of badges that Malfoy was giving out with a batch of their own, which gave the people who started wearing the badges a nasty surprise when they found that the previous words vanished, replaced by, "I am in key and to add to the hilarity, a permanent sticking charm placed on them. Fleur and the others had been furious when they had first seen the badges. It had taken a lot of convincing from Harry to calm them down. Although just a day after Malfoy had started giving out the badges, he turned up in the hospital wing with warts growing all over his body. Something that he suspected Caroline or the twins had a hand in, although they never confirmed it. "What are you grinning about?" A soft voice broke the silence. He turned to see Aurelie opening her eyes and stifling a yawn. "Nothing," Harry replied, grinning at her. She looked around, brushing her hair out of her face. "Where are the others? They'll be back, it's almost time for dinner," he said, glancing at his watch. "They could, Avenue woken me up," she said indignantly. He looked at her with a mock-hurt expression. "Am I really that bad company?" She smiled warmly at him. "No." The two lapsed into comfortable silence. "Ari, can I ask you something?" she asked after a few moments. He looked at her curiously. "Sure. Is there anything going on with you and Fleur?" His heart raced at her question and he looked away. He knew that they had noticed the change in their behavior over the past few days, but he had no idea how to respond to the question. He remained silent for a long time, thinking how best to answer her question. "I don't really know," he said truthfully. Neither he nor Fleur had talked to each other about what had happened after all. She seemed satisfied with his answer though. "Do you like, she asked. Harry knew there was no point denying it now. Looking away from under her gaze he nodded, feeling the color rise in his cheeks. "Yes," Harry said quietly. Aurelie suddenly laughed and he looked up at her with a mixture of embarrassment and curiosity. She smirked, shaking her head at his questioning gaze. "Come with me," she said, getting to her feet and holding out her hand. "Where are we going?" "Back to the carriage, I need to get changed before we go for dinner." "You're not going to let me walk back there alone, are you?" she asked playfully. He smirked before taking the offered hand, allowing her to pull him to his feet. She looked expectantly at him with her arms crossed before he laughed and offered her his arm, around which she looped her own, and together they made their way back towards the carriage. Along the way he caught sight of a massive figure next to Hagrid's hut. "Hagrid," he shouted, waving at him. "Harry, good to see ye," Hagrid said with a smile as they drew nearer. "And, who might this be?" Harry had already introduced Hagrid to Fleur when they had run into him a week ago. "This is Aurelie Belcourt, and Aurelie, this is Hagrid. He's the Care of Magical Creatures teacher." Hagrid seemed to swell with pride at being introduced as a teacher. "A pleasure to meet you, monsieur, Hagrid," she said, shaking Hagrid's enormous hand. "I'll come with the others, Ari," she added to Harry, and after exchanging a few words with Hagrid, she went up to the carriage a few feet away from them and disappeared inside it. "Another one, huh? Ye have come a long way from the little Fur's year back then," Hagrid remarked with a grin, making Harry groan. "She's only a friend," he mumbled. "Yay, sure." Hagrid had a slight twinkle in his eye. "No need ter look like da," he added when Harry glared at him. "And, before I forget, come down around 11 at night, got something to show ye." Harry stopped glaring at him and instead looked on apprehensively. "Why so late?" "I'll explain when we get there. Make sure ye bring your cloak with ye, alright." He frowned. Hagrid usually wouldn't be asking him to come out of the castle, breaking the curfew, unless it was something important. "Alright, I'll be there. And, there's another thing too. Where are Ron and Hermione? I haven't seen the three of ye together at all. Even when I put ye three to work in groups, ye hardly speak with each other anymore." Harry sighed. He honestly didn't want to talk about them anymore. "We kind of fell apart," he said after a few moments. Hagrid stared at him. "What happened?" he asked curiously. After debating for a moment whether or not to tell him, he decided to just get it out. He didn't go into too much detail but gave Hagrid a brief rundown of everything that happened between them. They didn't, Hagrid growled, by the time he had finished explaining. It doesn't matter, he said with a slight note of sadness in his voice. Hermione, I always thought she had her heart in the right place. Hagrid muttered, shaking his head. They will realize how wrong they were, Harry. I've seen ye down there by the lake sometimes at night, working yourself to death. We're all proud of ye, Dumbledore, and the other professors speak most highly of ye, Harry. Don, let them get ye down. Harry managed a small smile at his words. The carriage door opened and Fleur and the others stepped out. Once they reached Harry, he introduced Amy and Caroline to Hagrid too. Afterwards the five of them walked back into the castle for dinner. Hagrid said that he wanted to feed the horses before he came. Inside the Great Hall they were greeted by the twins and the French wizards along with the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and the rest of dinner was spent in laughter and general speculation about the tournament. None of the Beauxbatons students resented Harry for being a champion, which made him happy. They were, however, stealing glances at him and Fleur with smirks on their faces. He had a slight suspicion that someone had tipped them off about the recent changes. Now though, they looked like they had received confirmation to their musings. Not that they should be surprised though. After more than half of the people in the hall had emptied out, they decided to call it a night to get an early rest. Once the others had stepped outside, Fleur gave him a quick good-night key on his cheek before following after the other Beauxbatons students, leaving him frozen on the spot. Unfortunately for him though, one of the twins had spotted the little exchange while they were waiting for him. They teased him all the way up to the Gryffindor Tower, resulting in him blushing furiously enough to make some of the others look at him in concern, thinking that he was feverish while the twins were roaring in laughter. Eager to get away from the twins, he went straight up to dormitories and stuffed his cloak in his bag before heading outside again, saying that he had to go see Professor Dumbledore for something. Once outside, he threw on his cloak and walked down the familiar pathway to the secret passageway which led to the grounds. Once outside, he decided to take a walk along the edge of the lake, seeing as it was still about an hour before he was supposed to meet with Hagrid. When it was time, he walked up to Hagrid's hut and knocked on the door. After a few seconds it opened, revealing his massive form. Harry. He pulled off his cloak and Hagrid smiled in relief. Good, now throw her cloak back on, we've got someone else comin'. And, make sure ye stay hidden. Follow me now. He sounded excited for some reason and Harry couldn't help but feel nervous. The only times he had ever seen Hagrid this excited was when talking about some extremely rare or dangerous magical creature. Nevertheless, he nodded and threw his cloak back on after petting Fang, who bounded up to him whining slightly. Hagrid stepped outside with his crossbow and a lantern in one hand. Harry felt his heart sink as he realized that they were going to be heading into the Forbidden Forest. He had ventured in there in both his first and second year, and if he had a choice, had no wish to do so again. He watched curiously while Hagrid strode up to the Beauxbatons' carriage and softly knocked on the door, which opened after a while to reveal Madame Maxime. Bonsoir, madame, Hagrid said, bowing and offering his arm. Monsieur, Hagrid, you said you, avenue something to show me? She asked, taking his hand. Oh course, shall we? She smiled in response, and together they set off towards the forest, leaving a slightly annoyed Harry trailing behind them. As they walked in deeper through the forest, Harry was beginning to feel irritated. Hagrid and Madame Maxime were talking in quietly in front of him, and so far he had received no indication of where they were heading. Everything was pitch black around him, the only light coming from Hagrid's lantern. They had been walking for about half an hour and he was wondering why they hadn't run into any centaurs yet, or even some Aragogs, the monstrous spider that resided in the forest children. Hagrid hadn't so much as looked behind him and was instead focused on Madame Maxime, and he was just thinking about turning around and heading back to the castle when a distant roar sounded. In his past excursions into the forest he had never heard anything like it before, and intrigued, picked up his pace and followed Hagrid, who seemed to be walking in the direction of the sound. A small light came into his sight in the distance, which grew larger and larger with every step he took. The roars were getting louder, and finally they reached a well-lit, huge enclosed area where he saw hundreds of wizards with their wands out and groups of them tending to 4 large cages. What was inside them froze Harry in place. Hagrid laughed and tugged Madame Maxime closer, who had her hands on her mouth. Dragons. 4 full-grown vicious dragons. There was a red, almost 25 feet tall that had flames spewing out of its maw. A green, slightly shorter dragon that was growling at the 50 or so wizards that were surrounding its cage. Another silvery blue dragon that was almost as huge as the red one that was slumped forward in its cage, with its eyes closed. From the looks of it, the wizards that were around the cage had stunned it. The dragon in the cage nearest to them made Harry take an involuntary step backwards even though he knew they were nowhere near it. It was an inky black and was far larger than any of the rest. It was snarling, and even as he watched, about 50 stunning spells slammed into it. It got further enraged and roared, bright orange flames erupting from its maw. "Over here. We need help with this one." A wizard near it shouted, and the group nearest to them moved to their aid. Together. Another one shouted, and Harry watched as nearly double the number of stunning spells shot towards it. It roared again, however that seemed to do the trick as it slumped forward, growling softly. Hagrid seemed almost transfixed by it and edged closer to it as Madame Maxime followed, wide-eyed. One of the wizards noticed him and came up to him. Harry almost greeted him stupidly before realizing he wasn't supposed to be here. It didn't take long for him to realize that he had just found what they were going to be facing for the first task. Why else would they be keeping dragons in the forests? "Hagrid, I knew we wouldn't be able to keep you away from you," Charlie Weasley said with a small grin as he walked up to him. "Which one is it you've got here?" Hagrid asked, nodding towards the black dragon that was still growling. "Hungarian Horntail." Charlie grimaced. "I have no idea what they were thinking when they shipped this one here. It's the most vicious dragon we got back in the reserve. My prayers go out to the champion that ends up having to face this one." Hagrid moved closer to it while Madame Maxime stood back. "Wha, other breeds you got there?" Hagrid asked reverently, looking at the other dragons. "The red one is the Chinese fireball, green is the common Welsh green, and the blue is the Swedish short snout," Charlie explained, gesturing at each of the dragons in turn. He broke off and stared at Madame Maxime, who was watching each of the dragons transfixed. "Hagrid, why did you bring her?" Charlie asked quietly. He was too busy staring at the dragon. "Won't she be telling her champion now?" Hagrid didn't seem to be able to register the question. Charlie sighed. "How's Harry?" "He's fine," Hagrid replied. Charlie ran his hand over his hair. "Mom doesn't know what they're going to have to face for the first task. She's already worrying herself hoarse over him. I already wrote to Ron telling him about the dragons, hopefully he would have told Harry about it. He's going to need all the help he can get if he is to survive this." Charlie shook his head. "And they said they were making it safer." Harry clenched his fists in anger at the mention of Ron and turned around. Hagrid probably wouldn't notice his absence. As he made his way back out to the castle, he caught sight of Karkaroff heading in the opposite direction. This confirmed it. Now Crumb and Fleur would know what they were going to be facing too. He needed to find Cedric and let him know about the dragons. He wasn't going to let him walk in there unprepared. His mind was panicked as he walked up the stairs to the Gryffindor Tower. How was he going to get past a dragon? He had witnessed firsthand how many people it took to stun a dragon. After quietly muttering the password to the fat lady, who looked in surprise at him but swung forwards, admitting him in, he slumped onto one of the armchairs next to the dying fire and tried to calm his mind. There had to be a way to best a dragon. They wouldn't give them a task that was impossible to do, would they? He was far too jumpy to sleep now. Getting up again, he went up to the dormitories and stuffed his books inside his bag before heading outside again, ignoring the fat lady's protests. Once again covering himself with his cloak, and after carefully studying the Marauder's map, he went down to the library. Walking to the aisle entitled Magical Creatures, he walked up to the part with dragons and pulled out all the books he could find on them. Settling himself on the floor and lighting his wand while checking constantly on the Marauder's map to see if anyone was approaching, he carefully went through the books, hoping to find something, anything that would give him a way to face a dragon. "Harry, you look terrible," Katie said worriedly when he walked into the Great Hall for breakfast. He hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. Nothing in the books he read gave any clue for a possible weak point on a dragon. Indeed, none of the books gave specific directions as to how a single wizard could face off against a dragon. "It's nothing," Harry mumbled, painfully aware of how low his voice sounded. She glanced at him in concern, as did the others. If he wasn't feeling so nervous, he would have laughed at the worried looks the twins were giving him. It was so out of character for them. He ate silently, occasionally joining in on the others' conversations to ease their worries. Once he had finished eating, he was just thinking about going back to the library as he had a free period to do some more research when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked around to find Fleur, her face etched with worry. "Ari, come with me," she said quietly. There were bags under her eyes and for once she looked more sleep-deprived than he usually did in the mornings. Once he got up she gripped his hand tightly, pulling him with her urgently. Only when they came to their spot by the lake did she stop. "Madame Maxime told me last night. Ari, for the first task we dragons," Harry interrupted quietly. She looked at him in shock. "I know Fleur, Hagrid showed them to me last night when he asked your headmistress to go with him." "Oh, okay, I thought you wouldn't know." He smiled at her and squeezed her hand gently. "Thanks for telling me anyway. You would, haven't you done the same for me?" They gazed at the lake for a few minutes. She looked worried and he noticed that she made several attempts to speak. Finally, after a few minutes had passed, he leaned onto her, gently nudging her side. They had by now seated themselves in front of the tree as they always did. "What's wrong?" he asked quietly. She turned to look at him, half her silvery white hair covering her face. "A dragon, Ari. Even I don't know how to do this. Madame Maxime is going to help me prepare, but even she is worried." She fell silent and Harry waited patiently for her to go on. "I'm worried about you," she added in a voice barely above a whisper. He felt an odd feeling of happiness spread through him at her words. "We'll find a way past this. I'll also have some help too, so don't worry." He did after all have Sirius and Lupin to ask for advice. She sighed before nodding. "If you need help with anything you will ask me, right?" "Course I will. And if you need anything too, I will do my best to help." She nodded and gave him a small smile. The two spent the rest of their time together in silence, taking comfort in each other's presence. Harry had no idea how he got through his lessons that day. He wasn't able to concentrate on any of the classes properly, although none of the professors commented on it. Some of the professors, even McGonagall with the sole exception of Snape, excused him from all his homework for the upcoming week as the first task was only 10 days away, counting the weekend. When his final lesson for the morning ended, he quickly made his way towards the school courtyard. He didn't think that Cedric had any idea about the dragons yet. Spotting him at a corner with Cho Chang and some of his friends, Harry walked swiftly towards them. "Hey Cedric, can I speak to you for a moment?" he asked, ignoring the glares from the Hufflepuffs that were accompanying him. "Sure, Harry," he replied and walked with him to the side with a curious expression. As soon as they were out of earshot of the others, Harry spoke. "Dragons. That's the first task." Cedric's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Dragons?" he repeated. "They've got one for each of us." "You sure? Positive? I've seen them. Fleur and Crumb know about them too." Cedric nodded absent-mindedly. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry stared at him in shock. "We're competing, aren't we? Do you think I care about this competition at all?" he hissed angrily. He could feel his temper rising. His head was filled with worry about the first task and how they were going to get past it, and here Cedric was asking stupid questions. "Right," he said sheepishly. He nodded and turned to leave when Cedric grabbed his shoulder. "Thanks a lot." He managed a small smile at this. "Anytime." Cedric turned and made his way back to his friends, and he turned away, intending to return to the castle. He didn't get very far when a voice he recognized only too well called out to him. "Hey, Champion Potter." Harry stifled a groan and turned a wary eye on Malfoy, fighting the impulse to curse him on the spot. He had caught the attention of everyone in the courtyard and they were all looking eagerly at Harry and Malfoy, waiting for something to happen. "My father told me about what's going to be on the first task," he said proudly. "Perhaps if you ask me nicely I might consider telling you what it is." "Not interested," Harry muttered and made to continue walking back to the castle when Malfoy's voice rang out again. "My father made a bet with me, you see. He thinks you wouldn't last more than 5 minutes in the first task." "I said you wouldn't last longer than a minute. And I should care because?" Harry asked, turning towards Malfoy. "I'm not interested in the pathetic methods you and your father used to amuse yourselves. Didn't you two have enough fun in the World Cup with those people?" It didn't take long for most of the students around them to guess what Harry was talking about, and he heard many of them gasp. Exactly what are you insinuating, Potter? Malfoy snarled while Crabbe and Goyle cracked their knuckles with menacing looks on their faces. Exactly what I said, he replied wryly and turned away. All it took was the look of surprise on the people in front of him to tell him what was coming when he nimbly sidestepped, narrowly missing the jet of orange light that flew past his side, while some of the students shrieked and jumped out of the way. Harry had his wand the next second and with a silent binding spell, had Malfoy bound and gagged in ropes. Faster than the students could even see, jets of red light flew out of Harry's wand, slamming into both Crabbe and Goyle, knocking them out instantly. Harry turned and walked up to the three unmoving figures on the ground, with Malfoy staring up at him. Fear evident in his eyes. Didn't anybody tell you it's bad manners to attack someone who has their back turned? He asked quietly, although his voice carried to everyone in the courtyard in the silence. With a wave of his wand the gag fell off, letting him breathe. No matter how much Harry hated him, he wasn't going to let him suffocate. Malfoy's eyes widened as he stared past Harry at someone behind him. Professor Potter attacked me, sir. I was watching Mr. Malfoy. A voice growled. Harry looked around to see it was Professor Moody. I will be reporting your actions to your head of house about the cowardly way you attempted to attack Mr. Potter. A job well done on the other hand, Mr. Potter, he said to Harry, and he could have sworn he saw a smile forming on his scarred face. Run along now, I'll take care of these three. Yes, sir, Harry said quickly, placing his wand back inside his pocket and moving back up to the castle. Most of the students cleared the way for him, staring at him in amazement. Harry sighed, making a mental note to avoid giving such displays in the future. After dueling with Sirius for so long, everyone else seemed to be pathetically weak. Seeing that it was almost time for lunch, Harry went to the Great Hall where he was pleased to find Fleur and the others were already seated. After slipping into the seat beside Fleur, they began to eat. That was brilliant, Harry, Fred said loudly, coming up from behind them. Seriously, we saw the whole thing. Malfoy never knew what hit him. George agreed. Harry laughed in response. Oh, this seems interesting. What happened? Caroline asked, looking from the twins to Harry. Before Harry could explain, the twins told them exactly what happened, recounting everything that had happened, not leaving anything out. Neither of them bothered to keep their voices low, resulting in them attracting quite a few glares from the Slytherin table. Harry caught sight of Daphne though, who grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Wish I could have seen that, Angelina said with a broad grin. By now the Gryffindor chasers and Jean and Basile had joined them too. Zat pig, you should, Avenue done something more than just leave, I am like Zat, Ari. Aurelie remarked. Once they had finished eating, the group dispersed. Harry had a free period again before History of Magic, which he was planning on skipping anyway. Harry and Fleur decided to use the time to search around in the library. Although they were going to be competing, despite Harry's protests, Fleur and the others were adamant about helping him. After spending more than 3 hours in the library, which proved utterly fruitless, the French witches had to leave for their lessons. Harry too left for Charms, which was to be his final lesson for the day. After the lesson, Harry met with the others and they once again spent as much time as they could in the library before dinner, hoping to find something. After an early dinner, Harry rushed upstairs to the room of requirement. Harry. Sirius greeted him as soon as he stepped inside. From the worried looks on his and Lupin's faces, Harry deduced that they probably knew. You know about the first task? He asked. Lupin nodded. Yes. Dumbledore let us know yesterday. Dragons, what is the old fool thinking? Letting Harry into something like this? Sirius growled. Harry sat down in the armchair next to the fire and looked helplessly at his godfather and Lupin. What am I going to do? I've probably read up on all the books in the library about dragons. There's no clue on how to beat them. He asked quietly. It's not impossible. There are a few ways. Lupin said gently. The simplest way is the conjunctivitis curse. It's a little difficult to pull off since you have to aim right at the dragon's eye. The eye is the weakest point on a dragon, Harry. Sirius added at Harry's questioning look. We will practice that curse in addition to a few others that I have in mind. Don't put too much faith in just one spell though. We have no idea exactly what you're going to have to do against it, and it's better to have a few methods to try in case one fails. Not to mention that you will have to be careful while approaching it. It's sheer lunacy to go head to head against a dragon. Lupin added. Do you think I could do it? Harry asked. We have seen how much you have accomplished since we began training you. Right now you are the most threatening to the dragon you will face than the others. The years of education doesn't matter. You yourself are proof of that. Sirius said proudly, making him smile in embarrassment. We still have 10 days until the task. We will use all the time we have for you to learn everything you need. I had been planning on teaching you this stuff anyway. Sirius added as an afterthought. Lupin stopped teaching him occlumency as the week wore on. Sirius also broke away from the teaching him the usual things, which disappointed Harry slightly because he had been looking forward to learning how to do what Sirius had shown him the week before with the stunning spell. It was only a small part of him that was disappointed though. The new spells and the advice he was getting from Sirius and Lupin proved to be valuable for the upcoming task, reducing his earlier panic somewhat. He mastered the conjunctivitis curse within 3 days, a feat which impressed both Sirius and Lupin greatly. It seemed that Harry's nerves were a great motivator. Apart from it, Harry spent a lot of time with various other spells designed to distract. Something which he knew would prove useful in order for him to get a clear shot at the dragon's eye. A part of him was a little reluctant about using the curse on the dragon's eye though. With the description given of the spell, it would surely blind the dragon and cause it great pain. Another spell that caught Harry's eye was the shackling curse. It was one of the more advanced spells like the shield-breaking charm. As far as the book's descriptions went, that curse had the capabilities of immobilizing virtually anything it landed on. As a side note, it was mentioned that it was used to great effect during the past war between the wizards and the giants. Harry tried it once a few days later while practicing at night. The drain it caused him rendered him immobile for hours and he had to drag himself up to the hospital wing where he was reprimanded by Poppy. Both Sirius and Lupin had been furious with him when they found out that he had spent a few hours in the hospital wing due to core draining again. Thankfully this time around though, Harry hadn't unknowingly poured everything he had into the spell like the last time, so he managed to recover within a day. Both his godfather and Lupin's anger paled in comparison with Fleur's. He truly believed he wasn't going to make it out alive once she had started advancing on him while he was lying helplessly on the bed in the hospital wing. After yelling at him for almost the whole floor to hear for being reckless, she had proceeded to stay with him for the entire time, disregarding everything else and making sure he stayed in bed. He wasn't allowed to move an inch under her gaze and had no choice but to squirm helplessly under the combined glares of her and the others. As the date of the first task drew nearer, Fleur, Krum and Cedric were beginning to show their strain too. Krum looked surlier than usual and all 4 of the champions showed signs of spending multiple sleepless nights. Fleur had been pleased to find out that Harry had a plan on what he was going to do. Harry on the other hand couldn't stop worrying about her. She looked like she was having a little trouble with whatever she was working on, although she always smiled and declined his offers to help her, saying that everything was going well. The day before the first task, the last day of the weekend, the others cornered both Harry and Fleur at breakfast and marched them straight out of Hogwarts, along the familiar path to Hogsmeade, ignoring their protests. You both have prepared enough, Caroline said firmly. Yeah, use this time to relax, Fred added. What they said was true enough. Neither Harry nor Fleur had anything more to work on other than brooding over tomorrow. Neither of them had taken more than a few minutes to relax over the past week. Smiling resignedly at each other, they trailed after the others, forcing themselves to relax, putting the upcoming task out of their minds for this one day. Sirius and Lupin both promised him that night that they will be watching and cheering him on, although Sirius would have to be there in his animagus form. Nevertheless, he was grateful that they would be there. Harry forced himself to sleep that night, succeeding in getting only a few hours of sleep in. The rest of the time he kept going over what he had learnt and imagining situations on how best he could use it while staring up at the roof of his bed. At the crack of dawn he silently got up and dressed in his school robes and made his way out of the portrait hole. Good luck, the fat lady called, and he managed a pained smile at her. His nerves were almost stretched to the breaking point. He sat down alone in the great hall. After a while he was joined by Fleur and the others. The terrified looks on the witches did nothing to calm Harry or Fleur, Even Caroline, who normally had a smile on her face, looked worried. Soon the other students started coming in. After the great hall was filled, the food appeared on the plates in front of them. None of them seemed to have an appetite, although the others kept trying to force them to eat. When it was almost time, Dumbledore stood up. "It is time. Best of luck to the 4 champions." The 4 of them rose from their seats to loud cheers and filed out into the entrance hall, where they were joined by Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, Madame Maxime and Karkaroff. "This way." Dumbledore smiled at them. Harry and the others followed after them outside to the grounds. In the distance there was a large enclosed structure which looked like a smaller version of the stadium in the World Cup. Once they reached it, they were directed into a changing room where they had to change into the robes provided for them. They were almost the same as the normal robes they wore for Quidditch, although they had protective gloves which matched the color of their robes. Krum's robes was fully red, Fleur's was a mixture of blue and silver, Cedric's was black and yellow, and Harry's was full black. The robes carried the insignia of the wearer's school, although Harry's didn't have one. Once they were dressed, they ducked into a tent which had 4 bunk beds. After a while the tent flap opened and Bagman, Crouch, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff and Dumbledore strode in. Bagman was carrying a small pouch which was smoking slightly. "Are we all here? Excellent." Bagman cried happily. "On to business then, ladies first," he said, offering the pouch to Fleur, who looked at it apprehensively before putting her hand in. She drew out a tiny model of a green dragon with the number 2 tied around its neck, which squeaked and a bit of fire escaped its maw. It was the common Welsh green. She just stared at it while Madame Maxime placed a hand comfortingly on her shoulder. Krum went next. He drew out the Chinese fireball. The fiery red dragon snarled softly at him. It had the number 3 tied on it. He made no visible change in expressions and just glared stonily at it. Cedric drew out the Swedish short snout which had the number 1 on it. He paled slightly as he was going first, but other than that he maintained his stony look. Harry groaned inwardly, cursing his luck. There was only one dragon remaining. Putting his hand in the still smoking bag, he felt a sharp pain on his finger. He grabbed the small black dragon which bared its minuscule fangs at him and spread out its wings. It had the number 4 tied around it. "Now that all the champions know which dragon they're going to face, your task is to collect the golden egg," Bagman exclaimed dramatically. "Each of the dragons have a single golden egg in their nests along with some other eggs. It will be doing its best to protect them, and your task is to get the golden egg by using any means necessary. Any questions?" No one spoke, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Now, when the cannon sounds, Mr. Diggory, you will walk through that door over there which will take you to your dragon. Next is Miss Delacour, followed by Mr. Krum and Mr. Potter. The task will begin in a couple of minutes, so prepare yourself as best you can. Best of luck to you all," Bagman said before exiting the tent. After a few words with their respective champions, the headmasters and headmistress too left the tent. Harry thought that Dumbledore looked worried for a second when he wished him luck, but thought that he had only imagined it. They waited in silence while sounds of students laughing and talking became apparent as they took their seats in the stadium. After quietly wishing Cedric good luck, he moved next to Fleur and took her hand. "Ari," she murmured, gripping his hand tightly. He tried and failed to smile at her. "We'll be fine. Do your best and be careful," he whispered. She put her hand on his cheek, gently stroking it with her thumb. "You too," she whispered back. Her face was so much more closer to his than he had remembered, and for a moment his eyes fixed on hers. He knew Krum and Cedric were in the room, but all that seemed to have faded away. He wanted to say something. He couldn't bear the thought of something happening to her. This all just felt too real. This was not a school tournament. The moment they brought dragons in, they made this a fight for survival. Before he could force his voice to work, her lips touched his for a moment before she pulled away. He was still trying to register what she'd done when he felt her hands wrap around his neck, drawing him closer, and her lips were on his again, although this time it was far more than a simple peck. He'd never felt anything like it. It was like he was walking on air, the feeling of her soft lips. There were no words to describe the feeling. All he knew was the wanted more. He wrapped his arms around her while her hand came up to his hair, tugging him closer. He had no idea how long they stayed, neither willing to part from the other. Finally she pulled away before hugging him tightly, which he returned. burying his face in her hair partly to hide his face from the others. Cedric grinned from behind her and gave him a thumbs up, causing him to blush. He thought he saw Crumb smile for a moment before he turned away. Remaining in Fleur's embrace had a calming effect on him and he didn't want to let go of her. Soon afterwards, the cannon sounded and Cedric got up shakily. As he disappeared through the door, a loud roar followed by screams and wild cheering sounded. Bagman kept up a steady stream of comments, his voice augmented magically. He didn't know which was worse, Bagman's comments such as, "Clever move. Pity it didn't work," or the gasps, groans, screams and cheers from the crowd as they waited for Cedric to complete his task. After about 8 minutes the crowd was cheering itself hoarse. "Give it up for the Hogwarts champion," Bagman yelled. Cedric had completed his task. After a few minutes the cannon sounded again. Harry leaned his head against hers for a moment before letting her go outside. "Give it hell," he said softly. She managed a small smile and moved determinedly to the door and disappeared through it. The next few minutes were the most agonizing minutes Harry had ever gone through in his life. He was worried to death about her and Bagman's commentary wasn't helping. "Oh my god. That was close one." Harry was having terrifying visions running through his mind as the crowd screamed over the roar of the dragon. "Nice move," Bagman suddenly yelled. "Is this it?" "Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Delacour of Beauxbatons." The crowd's cheering drowned out the angry roars of the dragon and Harry heaved a sigh of relief. She had gotten through. Soon, the third cannon blast sounded and Crumb got up. "Good luck," Harry called out to him as he walked towards the door. "You too," he grunted in his heavily accented voice. Soon the agonizing routine started. A daring move. Yes, a direct hit. The dragon was roaring in agony and the ground shook from the force of it moving around. A few minutes later Bagman shouted his final word. Crumb too had completed his task. Harry got to his feet, waiting for the cannon blast. After what felt like ages it sounded and after closing his eyes for a brief moment, he walked outside. The sound of the crowd's cheering became muffled as he walked on. In front of him was the huge black dragon, crouched protectively over the eggs. The entire area looked like a rocky landscape. He felt hundreds of eyes stare at him from all directions but he blocked them all out, focusing only on the beast in front of him. "Stupefy!" Harry yelled, causing a jet of red light to strike the dragon just above its left foreleg. It did nothing other than to irritate the horntail which growled menacingly at him. He heard Bagman shouting something incomprehensible in the background as he began circling the horntail which was watching him unblinkingly, its yellow eyes fixed on him. His breath quickened when he caught sight of the golden egg which was lying with some other grayish eggs under the horntail's wing. She didn't seem to want to leave her eggs for anything. Quickly he fired off 3 reductor curses at the ground in front of her. She roared as the boulders blew up, throwing dust up into the air, temporarily blinding her. Harry took careful aim and pointing his wand at elevated area near the horntail was perched on yelled, "Confringo." She roared as she lost balance and the eggs rolled out from underneath. Then suddenly, without warning and abandoning the eggs, she rushed straight at Nim. He was given only a split second to react as a jet of flames came right at him, forcing him to conjure up a wide shield. He crouched behind it, waiting for the flames to die out. As soon as the heat diminished he scrambled out of the way, throwing himself out of the horntail's way. Taking careful aim he tried firing the conjunctivitis curse and succeeded in scoring a direct hit on the eye. This enraged the horntail as she roared in agony. Harry made a beeline for the golden egg and almost reached it when a spiked tail entered his field of vision, forcing him to dodge it by leaping to the side. She was snarling, one of her eyes were closed and yet she was intent on getting to her prey. Harry had barely managed to dodge another spurt of flames when the horntail appeared out of nowhere above him, placing him directly underneath its belly. As he scrambled out of its way it suddenly took off, taking flight. He pushed himself to his feet and immediately jumped to the side as the horntail crashed onto the ground. However, he was too late to react to the tail which sped towards him, burying itself deep on his right shoulder. He gritted his teeth at the pain and wasting no more time he took aim again and fired a second conjunctivitis curse at the remaining eye, making her roar and trample around, almost damaging the other eggs. The horntail was fully blinded. This unfortunately meant that the spiked tail which was buried in his shoulder was wrenched away, making him scream in pain. Refusing to let this hinder his movement, he dashed at the golden egg and safely tucked it under his arm. Even as he did so, he saw Charlie running through the door at the opposite end with a group of about 50 or so wizards, waving his hands. Harry felt his head spin from exhaustion and the loss of blood as he staggered towards them. A scream from the crowd told him that something had gone horribly wrong. The entrance from which Charlie came and caved in, trapping him, Harry and about 3 other wizards who had followed after Charlie. Even before anyone knew what was happening, a massive shape hurtled past him and smashed into the opposite end, next to the entrance as Charlie jumped out of the way. It was the Horntail. She roared angrily and advanced on Charlie and the other 3 wizards, one of them lying on the floor as Harry watched in horror. The Horntail seemed to be advancing on the wizards, relying only on her sense of smell. They all fired stunning spells at the Horntail to no effect. Harry quickly grabbed his wand, praying that this would buy them some time. He shouted, "Tenebris compete." His knees buckled from the sudden drain. 4 dark purple chains flew out from the end of his wand, wrapping themselves around the Horntail. It was immediately stopped in its tracks and it roared angrily. But he could feel his sight going blurry. A fraction of a second later, a brilliant, jagged white light slammed into the Horntail from somewhere behind him as his chains disappeared. The Horntail slumped forward and didn't move. He lost his balance and the last thing he remembered was a hand that wrapped around his waist, catching him. Harry slowly opened his eyes. He could hear low voices around him, although he couldn't figure out what they were saying. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he became aware of a stinging pain on his shoulder and bit his tongue, screwing his eyes shut, stopping himself from crying out. After getting used to the sensation, he slowly opened his eyes again. At the foot of the bed he was lying on were 2 tall figures, and he turned sideways to see a familiar silver-haired figure sitting on the chair next to him. He slowly became aware of the hand intertwined around his left hand. "Hey," he murmured. He heard a startled gasp before his vision was blinded by a mass of silver hair, the flowery scent threatening to overpower his senses as Fleur threw her arms around him, avoiding his injured shoulder and burying her face in the crook of his neck. "Idiot," she whispered, "don't ever do something like that again." After a while she drew back. She had tears streaming down her cheeks and her eyes were red and puffy, although it did nothing to lessen her beauty. "I won't," he said quietly. "Harry, how are you feeling?" Dumbledore asked. Harry turned to him, who was standing in front of him next to Lupin. A loud bark announced that Sirius was also present, and Harry grinned slightly when Sirius put his paws up onto the bed, allowing him to get a better look at him. "All right, I guess. What happened?" Harry asked. "One of the wizards were under the Imperious curse. He destroyed the entrance from where you're supposed to go through after collecting the egg." Lupin answered in a tired voice. "Who cast it?" "We don't know," Dumbledore said quietly. At that moment Poppy came bustling in with a steaming towel. "You can talk to him later, Headmaster," she said in an irritated voice. Dumbledore chuckled softly and stepped back. "Of course, and Harry. All things considered, you were placed in first place. You did a very nice job, I must say," he added before he stepped outside. "We'll see you again soon, Harry," Lupin said with a small smile. "There are a few more people waiting for you outside. Well, you can tell them to wait there. At least until I am finished with him," Poppy said crossly to Lupin before he nodded and left with Sirius. Without warning she pressed the warm towel on his shoulder, making him hiss in pain, and Fleur glared at her. "It's necessary, Harry, so bear with it." After repeating it for a few times she stepped back in satisfaction. "All right, now just sit for a few minutes or I won't let anyone else in or for you to go out." "Got it." Harry nodded with a grin. He glanced at Fleur and was relieved to see that she had stopped crying, although her eyes were still red. "How'd you do?" he asked. "I'm tying for second place, Whiz Crumb," she replied, grinning. "Nice one," he exclaimed, grinning broadly. She gently traced her finger along his bandaged shoulder lightly. "Does it hurt?" she asked softly. "No, it's all right now." Harry felt his cheeks coloring slightly as he realized that they were the only 2 in the tent now. He hadn't been able to think about it much, but now he was remembering their key before they had faced the dragons. She seemed to know exactly what was going on in his mind as she smiled shyly at him. "You're blushing again, Ari," she whispered. He tried to say something, but none of the words were coming out. He could only watch transfixed while she drew closer. Before he knew it, she was keying him gently. After getting over his initial surprise, he responded by wrapping his uninjured arm around her waist, pulling her closer to him while he returned his ministrations as best he could. She broke away for a moment as she slowly hoisted herself up onto the bed, her lithe body coming to rest atop his as she straddled his lap. There was a rather hungry look in her eyes as she leaned forward, her arms circling around his neck as she keyed him again, harder and more fiercely than ever before, as if she was afraid that he was going to vanish into thin air at any second. For his part, his mind was wiped blissfully blank, all that was left was her. Much too soon for either of their liking, however, they were forced apart by a chorus of wolf whistles and cheers. Both of them turned, blushing furiously towards the entrance where the twins, Aurelie, Caroline and Amy, who were grinning widely at them. "About time," George exclaimed while the others laughed at the blushing faces of the two champions. "They're waiting for you two in the tent over there. Should I go tell them to carry on seeing as you two are busy?" Fred said with a smirk. He glared at him before pushing himself upright as they disappeared outside again. With a sigh he turned back towards Fleur, noting how her face was still as pink as ever. Judging by the stinging in his cheeks, he knew he wasn't any better. With a beautiful smile she extended her hand towards him, which he took without a second thought, and as their fingers intertwined. As the two stepped outside, the crowd's cheering increased dramatically. "Harry." He turned to see Charlie jogging up to him. "I know we owe you our lives. If you hadn't stopped the Horntail, I don't think we could have survived long enough for Dumbledore to intervene." He shrugged in embarrassment. "Besides, you were outstanding. You were against the Horntail too. And you too, Ms. Delacour," he added with a small bow towards Fleur. "Anyways, later, Harry. I promised I would write to Mom and let her know everything that happened." "Well, they're waiting for you two over there." Harry and Fleur made their way to the tent where they were before facing the dragons, while the others left to join the crowds in the stands to get outside. "A job well done, all four of you," Bagman said, smiling at each of them. Cedric had half of his face covered in bandages and Crumb had his usual scowl back in his face, other than that he looked unhurt. "Now then, please pick up your golden eggs." He noticed his egg lying on the bunk bed next to which the tiny model of the Horntail was sleeping and picked it up. "Right, these eggs are really important, for they contain the clue that will tell you what you need to know for the second task, which takes place on February, without which you cannot hope to succeed," Bagman said cheerfully. "Any questions?" They shook their heads. "Off you go then. Get some rest, you've all more than earned it." Harry tucked his egg safely under his arm and picked up his model of the dragon before walking outside with Fleur. The others were waiting patiently for them, and once they reached them, Fred and George grabbed hold of both Harry and Fleur's eggs and started shaking them and tapping it with their knuckles, eliciting laughs from the people around them. Harry felt his hand brush Fleur's as they started making their way back to the castle, and after grinning shyly at each other, gripped each other's hands tightly. They were walking for a short while only before they were interrupted by the reporter woman and her cameraman, who were waiting by the sidelines. "Harry. Oh. And what's this?" "Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion too." It seemed like the woman was going to burst in excitement from the way she was eyeing their intertwined hands. "Congratulations on your performances for the first task. May we have a couple of words about your experience? And what about you two? Could we get the when? The how? NTH. You can have one word," he growled, cutting her off. "Goodbye." Fleur hid her laughter at the expression on the witch's face, but the others were not so successful. Together they headed back to the castle in happiness, feeling like a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. The two were unable to keep their eyes off each other, something which their friends were quick to comment on. But both of them knew one thing. Everything had changed. Again. Sirius called. "Stupefy," Harry murmured, concentrating hard. The tip of his took on a red glow. Slowly, a glowing red ball grew at the tip of the wand, which steadily grew larger and larger. After a few seconds Harry broke off, panting slightly but with a triumphant grin on his face. Floating just a few inches in front of him was a glowing red ball which remained perfectly stationary. "Good." Sirius nodded with a grin. Harry flicked his wand and the ball disappeared. He turned to walk back to one of the armchairs and staggered slightly as his vision shifted in and out of focus. "You all right, Harry?" Lupin asked in a concerned voice as he sat down. "Yeah, just lost focus for a bit," he muttered, wincing slightly as his shoulder gave a painful throb. He wasn't supposed to be moving around much after all. The horntail's tail had buried itself a little too deep in shoulder. That's enough for now, Harry. I only wanted you to do this because I wanted to see if you can. We can carry on after Christmas, Sirius said, sinking into the chair next to Harry. It has been 2 weeks since the first task. Today was the first day of the Christmas break, which oddly started sooner than normal. Lupin suggested that it would be better to do his training during the day now that they had time, and had insisted with the backing of Sirius that they wouldn't teach him anything until he was back to 100%. So today, around 2 in the afternoon, found Harry, Sirius and Lupin in the room of requirement. Isn't that like 2 weeks? He asked. Seems like a waste, don't you think? Just take the time to rest. You need it after all. We had been meaning to tell you, we won't be here for the time anyways. Sirius muttered after a few moments. Why? Harry asked with a frown. A few things we have to do, we'll let you know later, Harry. Sirius added, catching the look on Harry's face. Is it something to do with what happened at the first task? Harry asked curiously. From what he knew, no one had any idea about who cast the Imperious Curse on one of the dragon handlers. The wizard himself had no memory of it, and it was assumed that he was under the Imperious Curse a few days before the task took place. You could say that, Sirius replied with a smirk. That reminds me, have you checked out your egg yet? Yeah, all it does is wail loudly until I close it. I have no idea what it means. When did you say the second task was again? Lupin asked. Bagman just told us it's on February. Harry said with a shrug, immediately regretting it when his shoulder gave a sharp throb. We can work on that later then. You can use this time for more important things. Sirius said with a grin. How are things with the French champion? What do you mean? Harry asked feebly, feeling his cheeks warm up. Don't act dumb. I'll never forgive you if you let someone like that get away from you. She's one hell of a catch, take some initiative. Sirius was still grinning widely at the embarrassed look on Harry's face while Lupin watched in amusement. And while you're at it, work on those other French witches too. I'm starting to regret that I spent most of my time here in England. If half the witches in France are as good as the ones here, it must be paradise. Harry covered his face with his palm. Aren't they a little too young for you, Padfoot? Lupin asked with a smirk. Well, they are still women, aren't they? Besides, there's bound to be plenty of older women that look like that in France. And he wonders why James got married before him. Lupin muttered while Harry laughed. I heard that. Sirius growled. Glancing down at his watch, he got up. All right, Harry, it's almost 3. We should be heading back. Harry nodded and stood up with Lupin. So we won't be meeting again until Monday then? Harry asked. No. And I don't want to hear that you spent even 5 minutes in the hospital wing because you recklessly practice magic, all right? Sirius said sternly. Got it. Harry replied with a grin. After exchanging farewells, Harry stepped outside of the room after carefully checking to see if no one was around with his map. It was daytime after all. As he made his way down the stairs slowly, he passed numerous students who openly stared at him in awe. It was like the earlier mutterings and subtle hostility that had been directed to him ever since he became a champion never happened. Carefully avoiding their gazes, he quickened his pace, trying to make his way downstairs as soon as possible. The way they acted frustrated him. They always changed. It was just like back in his second year when everyone thought he was the heir of Slytherin. They all avoided him like a plague and spoke behind his back. By the end of the year, once everything was clear, he went back to being the person they admired and liked. It was no different now. At least the Slytherins never change, they always hated me since day one. It seemed that everyone were shocked by his performance in the first task. Fred and George, who had secretly set up bets for who was most likely to win in the first task, were now rolling in galleons. Everyone that had placed bets had favored either Cedric or Crumb to win. Some had even placed bets that Harry wouldn't last longer than 5 minutes against the dragon. Still, some had even betted that Fleur would be almost as bad as Harry. The twins had of course placed their own bets, placing everything they had and more on Harry and Fleur, acting on a whim. The level of spells he had used that day had not gone unnoticed by anyone. Rita Skeeter had commented on it in the Daily Prophet, to quote, Mr. Potter showed that he is not the average fourth-year Hogwarts student. The question is, what else has he been hiding? Apparently everyone knew by now that Harry was not representing Hogwarts as his points were not added up in Hogwarts' favor. The Daily Prophet had slightly exaggerated here and made him out into a sort of a rogue champion. This however had given some people the idea that he was not representing his school because of his arrogance. The dragon handler who had endangered Charlie and his associates' lives while under the Imperious Curse had apologized countless times to him when he had met him. Harry thought he had seen fear in the man's eyes which irked him slightly. It seemed he had been expecting Harry to press charges for it. The man had no memory about who cast the curse on him or when. A few drops of Veritaserum had confirmed his innocence, as Sirius informed him. This incident, however, was not made public. Mostly everyone thought that it had been a freak accident. If this was made public, the tournament would have been forced to shut down. It was clear that whoever did this was aiming for him and him only. If the tournament was shut down, it meant that everything the others had worked for was for naught. Harry was still glad that the tournament was still going on. If it did shut down, it meant that there would be no more reason for either of the foreign schools to remain here anymore, and he wasn't ready to say goodbye to Fleur at all. His desire to be with her had only increased after the first task to a point that it was scary. With their mutual affections out in the open, they had become closer to each other than they already were before the task. She didn't have any problems with openly displaying her affection for him, which after his initial shock and embarrassment when she had keyed him in the middle of the Great Hall during dinner one time, he happily returned. He still couldn't believe his luck and how everything had turned out between them, and he couldn't remember feeling this happy in his entire life. He knew that they were going to have to talk about how this was going soon, but he also dreaded it. He was scared that it might change what they were having now. He didn't understand why she would choose him of all people, an underage wizard who was nothing but a heap of trouble. Harry. He was brought out of his musings by a tentative voice beside him. He jumped slightly, coming out of his reverie. Recognizing the voice immediately, he carefully stepped a little farther away. "What, Hermione?" he asked, not bothering to disguise his annoyance. He wanted to get downstairs where Fleur and the others were waiting for him. He was already running late and was afraid of what they were going to do to him when they found him. He always avoided mentioning where he went when he went to meet Sirius and Lupin, and although they never questioned him, he knew that they were a little worried about it because he always came back looking unusually tired, looking like he would fall over. I just wanted to know how you were doing." He looked at Hermione. She looked genuinely worried and her eyes were a little red. She had kept trying to talk to him after the task, but he never gave her the chance. He suddenly felt a spasm of guilt, and after a long moment he tried his best to smile at her and force his voice back to normal. "I'm all right, still a little sore, but I should be fine." She made a small noise that sounded like a sob, which only made him more uncomfortable. "That's great. You were amazing out there, Harry. You really were," she said quietly. She looked like she was struggling to say something but fell silent again. "Thanks, Harry stopped when she opened her mouth to speak again and looked at her curiously. "Sorry," she said in a small voice. Harry tried to speak, but she went on, cutting him off. "Fleur is a great person, I'm glad you two are together." She finished with a small smile, and Harry rubbed his neck in embarrassment. "Thank you," he murmured. She nodded and turned away. "Hermione," he called after her. She had only walked a few steps away from him and she turned to look at him. "I'll see you around later." A large smile broke out on her face and she looked for a moment like she was going to dash at him, but seemed to think better of it. He grinned, feeling oddly light, like something had been lifted off his chest, and after waving goodbye at her, turned and continued downstairs. He had been guilty with the way he had treated Hermione. No matter how angry or betrayed he felt with her, he couldn't stand that he was causing her pain emotionally. This made him glad that he was finally able to at least try and give her a chance today. It had been a constant, gnawing pain in his head for some time now. Ron, on the other hand, he couldn't find it in him to forgive him. Charlie had somehow found out that Ron hadn't informed Harry about the letter he had sent him about the dragons, something which Harry suspected the twins had a big hand in. Harry didn't know the details, but it seemed that Charlie had quite a few words with Ron before he left for Romania. Ron noticeably became very subdued afterwards, not even coming down to eat at meal times. He stepped outside to the grounds and quickly made his way to the secluded spot near the lake, ignoring some of the students who called out to him. As soon as he reached it, he saw an angry Fleur standing with her arms crossed, staring at the lake. When he got closer she turned her head sharply in an almost bird-like movement. "You better, haven't you a good reason for not being, when you said you would?" Fleur demanded. Harry got as close as he thought was safe and looked at her imploringly. He could see her eyes that were narrowed softened noticeably, but her expression remained angry. "Well, I'm sorry, I lost track of time," he said quietly, looking down. He couldn't understand it, but he couldn't stand to have her angry at him. It was quiet for a while until she sighed softly and walked up to him and gently lifted his face up so that his eyes met hers. "Ari, I'm only worried about you because I'm scared that you will end up back in the hospital wing for doing something reckless again. I don't know where you keep disappearing off to all the time and I can't help but worry," she said softly. "It's fine, Fleur, really. I will make a promise now that I will tell you where I keep going soon though." He wanted to tell her about Sirius and Lupin and what it was that he was doing, but he was afraid that she would be frightened off by it. Revealing why he was training would mean that he was going to have to tell her everything about him and Voldemort. She seemed to sense the internal conflict because she put her arms around him and placed her head on his shoulder. He took a sharp intake of breath before he buried his face in her hair. "I don't need to know where you go off to if it is something you are uncomfortable with." Revealing, she whispered, her breath tickling his ear. Then she smirked, unseen by Harry. "As long as you aren't going to meet with another girl." Harry pulled away from her and instantly she knew her words had hurt him. Her heart almost broke at the sight of his face. His eyes lost their usual glow that made them light up, replaced by an almost lifeless look. "I'd never do that to you," he said quietly. Ari, cursing herself for making him like this. He looked away and she gently cupped his cheek, forcing him to look at her. She slowly leaned in and keyed him, enjoying the way the feeling of his soft lips and the way his face warmed up whenever she did this. Closing her eyes she concentrated on transferring all her feelings for him. After a few moments she reluctantly pulled away. She leaned her head against his and slowly opened her eyes to find that the green eyes had regained some of its beautiful glow. "I know you won't." The Christmas decorations in the castle this year were by far the most spectacular that Harry had ever seen. Instead of just the usual green Christmas trees that usually decorated the Great Hall, there were numerous snowy white trees that had been decorated in addition to the usual amount of trees. The suits of armor were spotless and instead of swords, they now carried candy canes. None of them seemed to be too happy about it though, some even showing their irritation by tripping random people with their canes as they walked past them in the corridors. All around the school there were occasional outbursts of Christmas carols, courtesy of the numerous portraits. This time though, it was sung in French and Bulgarian in addition to English. The smells wafting in from the kitchens below meant that the house elves were busier than they had ever been. Mistletoe was something of a nightmare this year. Harry was finding it extremely difficult to stay inside the castle without his invisibility cloak anymore. Wherever he went a large number of girls always followed, forcing him to spend almost all of his time outside. Not that he complained though, Fleur was facing the same, if not worse problem with the boys as was Aurelie and Caroline. Amy seemed to have picked up a boy from Durmstrang and she kept disappearing for increasingly long amounts of time. Fred, George, Jean and Basile were having the time of their lives. All four of them, Harry noticed, were exceptionally talented with mind-altering charms which they put to full use once on a mistletoe targeting an unsuspecting Malfoy and a 7th-year Slytherin that Fred and George seemed to hate. What happened afterwards emotionally scarred a few first years who were unlucky enough to catch the sight and rendered Malfoy unable to show his face to the school for a good number of days. Harry was for the first time reluctantly dragged into Fleur's room in the Beauxbatons carriage one day. It was freezing outside and neither of them wanted to walk into the castle, which was in a state of chaos with more than half of the students taking after the twins and the French prankster's idea. Either way, it was extremely hazardous for any of them to venture into the castle. They had even met Krum and Cedric outside along with a few others who had also wanted to escape the madness in the castle. They had politely declined when Krum had invited them to the ship, partly due to the fact that one of the boys who attacked Fleur was with them. Harry, who immediately went to sit on the chair next to the window, was dragged by Fleur onto the bed by her while Aurelie and Caroline stood by the side watching in amusement. "Why don't we go to the dining table?" he whined as Fleur pulled him backwards onto her while Caroline sat down, bouncing on the bed slightly. Because Ziz is much more comfortable, Aurelie said with a wink, sitting down next to Caroline. And my butt felt like it was going to get frozen off. What? I'm just telling it like it is, Caroline added at the three questioning looks. Harry soon got over his nervousness of being in bed with Fleur, who had her head pressed against his chest again while Caroline and Aurelie were leaning on some pillows that they had conjured up, laughing and reminiscing about the past years. Harry found this oddly familiar and comforting. Like it was something he once had and yet never received. Even though him, Ron and Hermione had been best friends, they never did anything like this, just sitting and talking together without a particular purpose. It was always about something that was going on that needed to be discussed, or Hermione was always either reading a book and Ron was focused on talking about Quidditch. Harry had to answer to both of them. This was different. Apart from Fleur, who was cuddled up against him, who had already become an almost vital part of his life although he didn't know how to define it, Caroline and Aurelie felt a lot like family to him. It was an entirely new feeling, as they all kept joining in on the conversations or poking fun at each other. He felt that he, rather than spending his earlier 3 years in Hogwarts, had spent almost 6 years in Beauxbatons with the witches. Right then, I have an important announcement to you all, McGonagall said sternly, silencing the entire common room. She stayed quiet while the general murmur in the room died down until it was complete silence. This year, Hogwarts will be hosting the Yule Ball in light of the Triwizard Tournament, which will be taking place on the evening of Christmas. Only 4th year and above are allowed, however you may invite a younger student if you wish. McGonagall was sounding even more strict than usual. Now this event is a chance for us all to, in lack of a better word, loosen ourselves. That does not mean, however, that I will tolerate any of the Gryffindors bringing shame to his or her house. Each and every one of you represent our house, therefore each and every one of you represent us. It only takes one badly behaved individual to cause the reputation of the house and its students to crumble. Understand? She asked. She waited for about 2 minutes. When no one seemed to be speaking, she nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Potter, I'd like to have a word with you outside. Feeling a little apprehensive, he followed after McGonagall, who disappeared through the portrait hole. Once outside, he was surprised to find that she hadn't moved an inch and was waiting for him to climb out. Now Mr. Potter, before you say anything, I know that you are not representing a school in this competition. However, it is traditional for the champions to open the dance with their respective partners. Professor, what did you mean when you said partners? Harry asked hurriedly, unsure of whether he had heard properly or not. Yes, Mr. Potter, your partner, your dance partner. But I mean I can't dance, he stammered, blushing slightly. The corners of McGonagall's mouth twitched upwards in a rare smile. Well then, I suggest you make haste and get practice. You wouldn't want to disappoint Miss Delacour, would you? Then she turned and left, leaving Harry standing speechless. Harry was absolutely dreading going to the ball. True, the first thought that had jumped to his mind when McGonagall had mentioned the ball was that he probably wouldn't go. He was scared that he would embarrass Fleur in front of everyone. There wasn't anyone else he would go with other than her after all, but the fact remained that he couldn't dance. He deliberately let off asking Fleur to the ball for 2 days. He knew it hurt her, although she never mentioned anything about it while they were together. He needed to find a way to learn to dance, and he kept trying to get help from Professor McGonagall. But she seemed to be too busy every time he checked. He was running out of time too. Fleur had gotten invited to the ball countless times, as Caroline had informed him and told him to get a move on. Although he knew that she would never accept to go to the ball with any of them, there was still a tiny part at the back of his mind that was scared that she might get tired of him and accept. Another darker part of him wanted to rip whoever that asked her limb from limb. She wasn't alone though. He had countless distractions while he was desperately trying to find a way to learn to not embarrass himself at the ball. Many of the Hogwarts girls seemed to think he was a worthy catch, especially now that he wasn't looked down as a champion. There were even quite a few girls from Durmstrang that had their eyes on him, and he realized that the easiest way to stop everyone from asking him and Fleur to go to the ball respectively was to ask her and be done with it. So it was with these thoughts that he carefully removed Aurelie from the group the first chance he got the next day and confessed about his total lack of knowledge about dancing. She started laughing. It's not that funny, he muttered while she beckoned him into an empty classroom that they had located. It is for me, she choked out in between giggles. Come on, please help me. He beeped. She finally stopped giggling and regarded him with a mischievous smirk. And what do I get in return? She sticking her nose up in the air and folding her arms in a perfect imitation of a snob. I don't know. How about a solid gold set of gobstones? She asked in a thoughtful voice. Harry gaped at her. Oh come on. I'm kidding. How about you two visit me when you come to France in the summer? He looked at her in surprise. Huh. She suddenly blushed and looked sheepish. What do you mean? France. Summer. She refused to talk no matter what he tried. Finally giving up, he fell silent when she refused to talk. After a few moments of silence she looked up in relief. All right, come, air. She held out her hand and Harry looked at her in surprise. Take it. She growled and he hesitantly took it and she intertwined her fingers around his. Next she grabbed his other hand which was lying uselessly at his side and placed it on her waist, sighing when he blushed at the contact. Honestly, Ari, you are mature about everything else but when it comes to zings like these you are worse than a 5-year-old. He looked hurt at this but she grinned triumphantly when he stopped fidgeting and remained still. Just copy me for now. She slowly started moving slowly on the spot. And watch your feet, she yelped, narrowly avoiding his foot which was now standing where hers had been a split second ago. Sorry, he mumbled sheepishly. It's all right. Now, even Harry had to admit, it's simple. After a few steps and a few twirls he found that it was getting easier to keep going. Aurelie flicked her wand and a light tune started playing and soon, they were getting well into it until Harry had fully learnt all the steps. He was surprised to find that it hadn't taken more than a few hours when they stepped out. Thanks a lot Aurelie, seriously. He said smiling at her to which she returned. No problem, she had the same sheepish expression she had at the beginning. Don't tell Fleur I said anything okay? Faking a look of confusion he turned to her, did you say anything about summer? Oh yeah you did, thanks for the reminder. Ari, she growled and reached out to him and he danced out of her reach. I'll specifically ask her about what you said. He yelled, sprinting down the corridor while she laughed and chased after him, ignoring the looks of amusement on the others who were watching both of them act like 4-year-olds. Harry grinned as he sped down the stairs. She was still closely behind him and he ducked when a bolt of silver light narrowly missed him which he recognized as the tickling charm. Unfortunately at that moment he ran headlong into a surprised and extremely large 7th year and with the force of the impact he lost his footing and tumbled onto the ground. Now, he heard a soft voice behind him and looked around to see Aurelie standing over him with an evil grin on her face. He barely had time to react when she descended on him, tickling every inch of him she could reach making him laugh uncontrollably while the onlookers looked on laughing as the same person who had taken down a dragon was now writhing helplessly on the floor, helpless to the blue-haired witch who was showing no mercy. A loud clearing of a throat behind them forced Aurelie to stop, much to Harry's relief and they both turned sheepishly to find Professor McGonagall looking at them with a stern expression although she had a hint of a smile on her face. Mr. Potter, Miss Belcourt, if you two could kindly act your age. She asked as they both pushed themselves off the floor blushing slightly. Sorry Professor, Harry said in embarrassment while he heard Aurelie mutter something similar next to him. She sighed, off you go then. Neither needed telling twice as they hurried down the corridor. Soon afterwards they found Fleur who was in the school courtyard with Caroline talking with Cedric who grinned at him as he made his approach. Where have you two been? You should have seen it, it was the funniest thing ever. Caroline exclaimed while Fleur and Cedric looked amused. What happened? Harry asked, sitting down on the ledge next to Fleur who moved a bit to make space for him and immediately took his hand, surprising him slightly. Ronald Weasley asked Fleur to the ball. Cedric replied with a smirk. Harry's jaw dropped while the others burst out laughing. How did this happen? Harry couldn't make neither head nor tail of this but he could feel his anger growing towards Ron. What was he playing at? I don't think he meant to though. Caroline replied. Huh? Harry asked confused, looking at Fleur curiously. She smiled and shook her head. He is not exactly the picture of self-control, she murmured and he understood. How could he forget? It was still funny, after he asked her he just stood there for about a whole minute and ran away. Caroline said, smirking at the memory. Oh yeah Harry I wanted to ask you, Crumb asked if he could meet with us sometime in the Quidditch pitch sometime. Cedric said, his eyes glinting in excitement while Harry gaped. What? Yeah, He said he wants to see how Hogwarts' finest handles a broom. Aurelie smirked. And that is you and Ari. Of course. Both of them exclaimed. Fleur grinned. So you accept it. I never expected you, add some ego, Ari, or even you Cedric. Harry and Cedric grinned evilly. When it comes to Quidditch, we shouldn't hide, should we, Harry? Cedric inquired with a thoughtful expression. Of course. It's always going to be Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and lastly stinking Slytherin. Harry declared. Hey, why did you put Hufflepuff after Gryffindor? Cedric whined. Because I have to fall off my broom for you to catch the snitch. Cedric lunged for Harry and grabbed his head under his arm and rubbed his head hard with his knuckles while the others laughed at the sight. After a few minutes where Harry struggled to get out from under Cedric's arm, they both sat panting on the ground. You've changed somewhat, Harry, Cedric said, grinning. Yeah, Harry asked, returning the grin. Yeah, looks like your girlfriend is being a bad influence on you. Harry, who was blushing now, punched Cedric's shoulder lightly and he clutched his arm with a mock-hurt expression and glanced at Fleur. See what I mean? I'm glad, he was a little too innocent when I met, I am. Fleur said with a wide smile. Hey, we did the most part. Caroline huffed indignantly. Cedric immediately put up his hands. I know. I saw what you did to Malfoy, I see where Harry here gets his new violent streak from. He said cheekily and laughed with the others as she smacked the top of his head. When did Crumb ask for us? Harry asked curiously. A few days ago, when he invited us to the Durmstrang ship, remember? Quidditch talk, Harry asked with a smirk. What else? Got to improve relations with the other schools as champion, right? Seeing as you've got Beauxbatons more than covered on your end. Cedric finished grinning while Harry blushed and the witches smirked at his words. We could use one more contact in Hogwarts though, Mr. Diggory, seeing as Harry here is already taken. Caroline purred and Harry laughed as Cedric went red. Hey Cho! Harry exclaimed, making Cedric get to his feet in a flash and look around in fear. The sounds of laughter behind him made him growl as he grabbed Harry, who was still laughing, on the ground. After a while Cedric left saying he needed to see Cho and Harry nervously got to his feet. He still needed to ask Fleur to go the ball with him. Fleur, can I talk to you for a sec? He asked. She nodded with a smile while Caroline huffed. Fine, we can tell when we're not wanted. She marched away and Aurelie laughed. We'll meet you two at dinner then. She winked at Harry and ran to catch up with Caroline. Harry and Fleur left the courtyard and into the grounds. Harry didn't know why he was nervous, he already knew that she felt the same way about him as he did her. He glanced down at their intertwined hands and smiled. He had no idea exactly when or where his hand had found its way into Fleur, and the thought made him happy. Once they reached their usual spot by the lake, he turned and faced her nervously. By the mischievous glint in her eyes he knew she had an idea of what he was trying to do. He tried to speak but faltered when the wind blew slightly, causing her long hair to flow gently across her face, making her look angelic. Summoning all of his courage he took a deep breath. Fleur Isabelle Delacour, will you go to the ball with me? He spoke softly and was surprised to find that he didn't stumble on any of the words. Fleur smiled beautifully at him, making his heart skip a couple of beats. Who else would I got whiz? She murmured, resting her head on his while he sighed in relief and closed his eyes at the contact. Sorry I took so long, he said quietly. She giggled softly and keyed him. I did wonder, are you going to tell me why? She asked playfully. I'll let you know at the ball. He asked. It's a surprise. I'm hoping it will be a good one. He said, laughing. That night Harry noticed throughout dinner that his eyesight was sliding in and out of focus, and at brief moments his vision would black out to be replaced by shadows around him. He also felt himself getting increasingly sleepy as the time wore on. Assuring everyone that he was just tired and needed to sleep, he made his way back to the common room and up to the dormitory, collapsing onto his bed the moment he reached it, forgetting to take off his clothes and glasses with his face buried on the pillow. He was gazing down at a cowering man in front of him, while a few feet in front of him were two silent figures who were watching the scene before them. They were in a darkened room, the walls were covered in multiple scratches and the window in front of him was half covered with a large piece of cloth, letting moonlight stream in. Master, page, please, the man in front of him whispered. He laughed, the sound sent chills down his spine. The laughter was high and cold and carried no humor in it. He liked it, he liked hearing the fear in this man's voice. "Who said you can speak?" he asked. Again, one of the figures at the back raised a wand and pointed it at the covering man. Crucio, a surge of pleasure shot through him as the man screamed. After a full minute he raised his hand and the figure lowered his wand. The man's screams subsided and he could hear him crying, sobbing like a newborn. "Well, Wormtail, do you want another taste of pain? Or will you take it to heart that you will not fail me again?" he asked coldly. Wormtail nodded swiftly. "Why, yes, master. You have failed me too many times, Wormtail. I will give you only one more chance. Fail me again and you will not see the light of another day." "Yes, my lord. Remove yourself from my presence," he spat. Once Wormtail scurried away, he beckoned one of the figures forward. "My lord?" he asked. His voice was like a low growl. "Greyback, it seems that my servant in Hogwarts has broken free of our control and has taken matters into his own hands. He has become a thorn in my side." The man grinned, showing large fangs. "He will be taken care of, my lord." He glared at him and instantly the man looked down in fear with a barely audible whine. "I trust you can follow my orders more efficiently than Wormtail." "Yes, my lord." "Then you will do well to consider your words before you speak. You will act on June. We cannot risk drawing attention more than we already have to ourselves. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, my lord," he repeated. "The boy is vital. I do not think that we can follow with the original plan now. It will be up to you to make sure he gets to me, and that our friend is disposed of." The man's eyes glinted in excitement, nodded. "Good, leave us." He waited until the room was empty before closing his eyes. He would not show weakness in front of his followers. He only had to endure for a little bit more after all. Miles away, Harry Potter snapped his eyes open, sweat pouring down his face. He could still remember vividly what he had seen. What was going on? Who was Greyback? Who was the servant in Hogwarts? Glancing around the room, he got to his feet quietly. He needed to tell Dumbledore about this. Grabbing his cloak, which he threw over himself, completely covering himself. After quietly climbing out of the portrait hole and ignoring the fat lady's startled gasp, he hurried down to Dumbledore's office and pulled off his cloak as he strode nearer to the gargoyle. "Whoa there, son, you shouldn't be here this time of night," it said. "I need to see Professor Dumbledore, it's kind of urgent." The gargoyle shook its head. "You missed him earlier, he's gone. Left some time ago actually." Harry cursed under his breath. "Do you know when he will be back?" "Can't say I do." "Now you better get back to bed," it said sternly. Harry grinned slightly and nodded, throwing his cloak back on. But he didn't head back to the common room, instead choosing to head down to the grounds. Once outside, he took off his cloak and proceeded down to the lake, wondering if he should write a letter to Sirius like he did last time or just wait until they got back. There was one thing that made him nervous though. In the dream or vision, he was Voldemort. It wasn't like the last time when he had been watching from the sides. He had felt the emotions, he had felt the pleasure at hearing Wormtail's screams. He didn't know what to make of it and he felt like he was tainted. Half of him was unwilling to mention this to Dumbledore or Sirius, and yet another half of him knew that this was something they needed to know. No, this wasn't something that he could put in a letter. This was something he needed to see them personally and ask about. Sighing, he gazed up at the night sky as a bright red star twinkled brightly, remembering his first year when he had met the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. "Mars is unusually bright today," he muttered under his breath, catching himself by surprise before proceeding to walking along the shore, letting the cool air soothe him. Gazing fondly at the Beauxbatons carriage, he let his thoughts drift to Fleur, which immediately calmed him down, wondering what on earth he had ever done to have someone like her in his life. He felt like he was living in a dream with her. He realized now that she was something that he needed to keep going. The thought scared him, yet he didn't want to deny it to himself. Gazing back up at the sky, he realized there were a multitude of blue stars surrounding the red one, all of them twinkling as brightly as the red one. The sight was strangely appealing to him as he sat down under the tree, keeping his eyes fixed on the sky. Before he realized it, he was fast asleep, no longer troubled by any nightmares. Harry and Cedric met with Krum at the Quidditch pitch the next day. Harry was shocked to find that Krum was actually really friendly and even rather talkative. Contrary to how he had been acting. After introductions they had taken to the skies, both Harry and Crumb chuckling in amusement at Cedric, who was whining at being left behind since he was still using a Nimbus 2001, which, while being an excellent broom, was not quite in the league with the Firebolt. Harry had the most amount of fun in a long time. He had longed for so long to be back in the air, but the first task in his lessons with Sirius and Lupin had been taking up almost all of his time. Crumb had brought his own golden snitch, which added to the fun, turning the pitch into a three-way duel between the three seekers to catch it. Harry only managed to grab the snitch twice, and the two he counted on sheer luck. Crumb was in a completely different world from knew that there was no way he had a chance at beating him in a match. Crumb, however, laughed when Cedric and Harry expressed their amazement once they were on the ground. "I have been playing Quidditch since I've asked for," he said, chuckling at the looks on their faces. "Damn, and you're like the youngest player in an international team," Cedric muttered, shaking his head. "One of our beaters is 19, only a year older than I," he replied with a shrug. "You two should try, England can use a useful seeker." Harry grinned. "You talking about Lynch?" Crumb smirked. "Almost as useless as our chasers." They roared in laughter as they made their way off the pitch. They had only just then realized that the stands had collected quite a crowd and they were eager to make themselves scarce. Christmas Day was soon upon them. There was a sense of badly concealed excitement in the air as everyone scrambled around, grabbing their presents from under their beds. Harry woke up and eyed the room sleepily, just making out the figures of Neville, Seamus, Dean and Ron, who were ripping off the covers on their presents. Harry got up and pushed on his glasses, looking happily at the huge pile under his bed. "Merry Christmas, Harry. And thanks for the present," Neville yelled happily, and Harry chuckled. "You too, Neville." It was nice to see Neville so happy and loud. He was usually quiet and timid. Taking a leaf out of Moody's book, he had given Neville a book on herbology. None of the other boys around him said anything, but he didn't care, proceeding to unwrap his presents. He got the usual sweater from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, although this time it had a golden dragon stitched to it along with some homemade treats. From Fred and George he got a huge bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and an assortment of Zonko's merchandise. He also had some strange-looking instruments from Jean and Basile which he thought were probably not safe to touch until he had asked them about it. Neville had given him a wizard's chess set. Hermione's gift was a book on advanced transfiguration. He felt glad that they had made up after all. Angelina, Alicia and Katie had all chipped in and given him a brand new broomstick servicing kit. Hagrid had sent him some of his signature rock cakes along with a wallet made from dragon hide. To his surprise, he also had a pair of dragon hide boots from Charlie. Sirius had given him a brand new wand holster. Lupin had gotten him a golden snitch which started flying around at high speeds around the room as soon as he opened the box. It took a few minutes, but as soon as the snitch flew closer to him he snatched it out of the air in a flash and stuffed it inside the box. He got a bottle of men's perfume from Amy, and from Aurelie he got a brand new set of wizard robes which were plain black, except they had a more stylish look to it than normal. Caroline had given him a black shirt which had a designer label that he had seen on some of Uncle Vernon's shirts back when he was in Privet Drive. Finally he reached for Fleur's present. Tearing it open eagerly, he was momentarily stunned when he saw a framed photo. It was of him and Fleur, and they were both sitting on the floor. His arms wrapped around her and she was cuddled up against his chest. He realized that this was probably taken back when they had fallen asleep on the day that he had spent the night with her. Even as he watched his photo self key at the top of her head and tightened his arms around her, grinning up at him while she smiled shyly at him. He set the photo on his bedside table next to the one of his parents, who immediately waved at them. After watching the two photos for a while lost in his own thoughts, he got up and after dressing in warm clothes he left, climbing out of the portrait hole and happily wishing the fat lady a Merry Christmas. In all his memory he had never seen the castle this crowded on Christmas Day. People were tearing up and down the corridors with charmed snowballs they had brought in from outside and shouting at the top of their voices. Filch was running around, screaming in fury as the floor was getting dirty with all the melted snow. The teachers were trying to restore order too, although none of them looked like they had the heart to do it. Down at the Great Hall he had just reached the Gryffindor table when Fleur threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly and knocking the wind out of him. Laughing, he lifted her off her feet while she shrieked in surprise. Setting her down, he noticed she was already wearing the silver bracelet he had given her, and on her other hand she held a beautiful silver flower which he had carefully charmed. The bracelet was plain, but it had an intricate design to it. "Merry Christmas," he said in amusement as he smiled at her, her blue eyes gleaming beautifully. Whenever she got excited she kept speaking in French without her knowledge, and right now he had no idea what she was saying, although he knew by now what "merci" meant. He wasn't allowed much time to decipher what she was saying though, as she keyed him hard, to which he responded by wrapping his arms around her and pulling her closer to him. Their moment was interrupted a few minutes later by a loud clearing of a throat. However, blushing brightly, they broke away and gazed down at the Gryffindor table. He just noticed that everyone else were already seated, staring at them. "It's like we're not even there," Fred said, shaking his head. "Come on guys, control yourselves. I'm too young to see this," George said with a mock horrified look. "Thanks for presents by the way, mate. You'll forgive us if we don't thank you like Fleur did, right?" Fred asked with a worried look, causing everyone to burst out laughing, even Harry and Fleur, despite their faces still being bright red. "I wouldn't mind," Caroline said seductively with a wink which made Fleur glare at her while the laughter increased. "Thanks for the presents, Ari," Amy said happily, while the others added in their thanks, making him smile and nod his head as he and Fleur slipped into their seats. "You guys too." Catching Hermione's eye, who was seated a little away from them with Neville and Lavender, he grinned and mouthed, "Merry Christmas," which she happily returned. The rest of the day flew by fast. Everyone were excited with the prospect of the upcoming ball, and quite honestly, Harry was getting increasingly nervous. Fleur seemed to be a little more nervous too as the time to the ball kept drawing closer, both of them catching each other's eyes and looking away in embarrassment. Finally the twins dragged everyone outside, where a large-scale snowball fight erupted which lasted until about 3 in the afternoon, until the girls decided to start getting ready, leaving the boys speechless. "Why would they need 5 feet ours?" Jean asked in confusion, paying for his lapse in concentration by receiving a face full of snow with a well-aimed hit from George, which immediately resumed the fight, lasting for another hour. Harry trudged up to the Gryffindor tower soaked from head to foot in snow and shivering slightly. When he was on the 3rd floor, however, he saw Lupin, who was making his way back upstairs, and after staring in astonishment ran after him. "Remus. Hey!" Lupin turned around, smiling brightly. "Harry. Whoa there," he chuckled when Harry threw his arms around him. "Merry Christmas, pup." "Thanks, you too. When did you get back?" he asked as they resumed making their way back upstairs. "Just now actually. Snuffles is waiting for me. Want to come up to see him?" Harry nodded eagerly and they proceeded to the room of requirement. "Remus, what did Dumbledore say?" Sirius asked distractedly as soon as the door opened, then catching sight of Harry his face broke into a wide grin and hurried forward, hugging his godson. "All set for the ball?" he asked, waggling his eyebrows. Harry nodded nervously. "As much as I could hope for, I guess." Lupin clapped him on his back. "You'll be fine. Yeah, you better not do anything to embarrass her or yourself," Sirius added. "Sirius, stop scaring him," Lupin said, shaking his head. Yeah. Listen, come here around 7. We'll make you presentable to your mistress. I might have some pointers to sweep her off her feet," Sirius muttered, ruffling his hair. "Gotta do something about keep it messy today." "All right," Harry grumbled. "See you later then," he said with a wave before stepping out of the room. "Sirius, no matter how hard you try, he's never going to be like you were." "He's too much like Lily," Lupin said with a smile. "I know that. But then again, I haven't exactly been around for him." "Better start now," he murmured. That evening the common room was a mess. All around them people running around, bumping into each other. Everyone were only half dressed and many were complaining about their dress robes. "Bloody hell, how does anyone expect us to move around in these?" Seamus growled, tugging at his dress robes. Ron had been standing in front of the mirror with a disgusted expression on his face, touching the white collar hanging limply on his chest. Harry had to stifle his laughter before he turned to his dress robes. Pulling them on, he was pleasantly surprised to find that they felt exactly the same as his normal school robes. He went to stand in front of the mirror and some of his nervousness went down. They fit him well, the green lining coincided perfectly with the color of his eyes. "Where did you get those?" Ron asked abruptly. He turned towards the redhead, not really able to hide the smirk forming on his lips. Ron really did look ridiculous. Diagon Alley, he replied. Neville looked away and Harry could see that he was hiding a smirk. Ignoring their looks, he pushed open the door and strode past the common room, which was packed with people, ignoring the stares and Fred and George, who Wolf whistled as he approached. "Have fun," the fat lady said with a wink when he climbed out of the portrait hole. Glancing at his watch, he made his way to the room of requirement. Sirius and Lupin were already there when he entered. "Hey, you don't look half bad," Sirius said, ruffling his hair while Harry glared at his in annoyance and tried to tame his hair for probably the millionth time. Sirius pulled out a bottle which he recognized as hair gel. Looking at it wearily, he looked up at Sirius with a questioning look. "Trust me, Harry, I know what I'm doing. I used to do this for James before he went out for his dates with Lily," Sirius said with a broad grin. Lupin nodded reassuringly from behind him and Harry sat down with a groan. Sirius pulled off the hair band, letting his hair fall on his shoulders. Then dipping his hand in the bottle, he started attacking his hair with a comb and his free hand. After a few minutes he stepped back with a low whistle. "Nice job if I say so myself, Padfoot," Lupin said with a grin, making. Sirius conjured a mirror and held it up to Harry and he stared back at his reflection. His hair still was as messy as ever, but it now looked like it was done on purpose and had a more stylish look to it. Overall it did look better. "Thanks," Harry said gratefully, moving to get his hair band before Sirius snatched it away from him. "Nope, you're going like this today," he said with a grin. "But Professor McGonagall will kill me," Harry beeped, reaching for the band while Sirius held it away from him. "Not today, Harry, trust us on this," Lupin said with a smile. "Off with you. Go get her," Sirius exclaimed, pushing him towards the door. "Oh, and use protection, by the way," he added. "I don't really want to see a Harry Jr. by next year." "What?" Harry yelped before Sirius pushed him out of the door, laughing loudly. Harry took a few moments to settle his emotions before taking a deep breath and walking downstairs. When he reached the entrance hall, he found that it was filled with people who were still trying to locate their partners. Trying desperately to find Fleur, he quickly walked down the stairs, uncomfortably aware of the whispers and astonished looks he was getting, coupled with giggles. Spotting Fred and Basile standing near the entrance to the grounds, he quickly made his way to them. "Blimey, mate, way to steal the spotlight," Fred said with a smirk. "What did you do to yourself?" He was spared from answering when footsteps behind them grabbed their attention. Harry felt his mouth go dry when his eyes fell on the silver-haired goddess standing a few feet in front of them, looking like something straight out of a fairy tale. She was wearing elegant silver robes which clung to her shoulders, exposing her neck. The necklace and bracelet he had given her clearly visible. Her sleek silver hair hanging smoothly down her back, reaching her waist. She was also wearing a pair of earrings which matched the color of her eyes, just like the pendant on the necklace. She wasn't wearing any makeup at all, unlike many of the girls he had spotted around the room, but it only seemed to enhance her beauty, and unless he was imagining it, he could have sworn that her pale skin seemed to glow under the light. Her eyes widened slightly when their eyes met. She walked up to him and he opened his mouth, except no sound came out of it, and he closed it immediately. "Z's first time I avenue seen you look at me like that." Her words broke him out of his daze, and after processing what she said, immediately looked down in embarrassment. She smiled softly, her hand coming up to his cheek. "I like EET," she whispered, sending shivers down his spine. "You look stunning," he murmured quietly, surprised that he could even speak properly. Her cheeks colored a light pink. "And you don't look so bad either. Oi, lovebirds, you two have plenty of time for that later," George called loudly, making them blush slightly and look around, their hands now firmly intertwined. "Come on, Harry, don't we look good too?" Caroline asked, and he just realized she and Aurélie had also arrived. Caroline and Aurélie were both wearing dress robes that were the same design as Fleur's, except Caroline's was red and Aurélie's was blue. "Both of you look amazing too," Harry said honestly with a short bow, making them laugh. Caroline got a mischievous glint in her eyes and Harry immediately felt apprehensive. "I will be expecting a dance from you, Mr. Potter," she purred, batting her eyelashes. "Oh no you don't," Fred said loudly, standing in front of Caroline and pretending to shield her while the others started laughing. "You already have Fleur, you stay away from our dates." "Mr. Potter, Miss Delacour, over here please. Professor McGonagall's voice rang loudly across the loudly. Harry and Fleur hurried towards her and joined the other champions. He and Fleur were placed in front of the group and behind them was Cedric and Cho, who grinned at them as they came up. They had to wait a few minutes before Krum and his partner joined them, and Harry's jaw dropped in surprise when he saw who his partner was. It was Hermione. She looked a lot different than normal. Her normal bushy hair was straightened and sleek, much like Fleur's, although it was nowhere near as long as hers. She smiled uncertainly at him when they approached and he grinned back, nodding at Krum, who returned the gesture, looking as happy as he had been back in the Quidditch pitch. The doors to the Great Hall opened and they strode in, Harry taking particular care in how he walked. The 4 house tables were gone and the hall was littered with round tables where about 6 people could sit comfortably. The enchanted roof above them looked like a snowy sky, like something straight out of a Christmas card. At the end of the Great Hall, the rest of the teachers and the school headmasters and headmistress were seated already, along with Bagman and, to his surprise, Percy, who waved cheerfully at Harry. Dumbledore's eyes twinkling brightly as he nodded at Harry and Fleur when they got closer. There were 3 empty tables fit for 2 near them, and Harry and Fleur took the one on the right while Cedric and Cho took the one next to them, leaving Krum and Hermione to take the remaining one. When all of the seats were occupied, Dumbledore stood up, smiling at the occupants around the room. "Welcome and a Merry Christmas to you all. Before we begin, I urge everyone to dine. As experience has taught me, it is far better to enjoy a night on a full stomach rather than an empty one." Some of the students laughed and he sat down. Harry looked down at his plate and noticed a menu lying on it, and he curiously picked it up. Glancing up at Fleur, who looked just as confused as he did, and around the room. "Pork chops," Dumbledore said clearly to his plate, and food appeared. Getting the idea, everyone else copied him. Harry looked at his menu, trying to decide what he wanted to eat, and turned it around to look at the French and Bulgarian dishes. "Palm Duchess," Fleur said to her plate, and she looked at him. "Don't know what to get?" she asked. "Not really," he muttered, glancing at the front side again. "Want to try something French?" she asked, and he grinned. "Sure." She glanced at the menu and finally pointed at something on it. "Get these." Harry looked doubtfully at it before telling his plate. His pronunciation was horrible and the plate remained empty. Fleur dissolved into a fit of giggles and he looked at her pleadingly. "Don't laugh," he whined. After she had calmed down, she started teaching him to pronounce it. It took him a couple of tries, but he finally managed it. "Bien," she exclaimed, and he grinned. "Who is that? I feel like Avenue's seen, I am before," she asked after a few moments. Harry turned in the direction she was pointing and saw she was gesturing at Percy. "Oh yeah, you did. That's Percy. He's one of the Fred and George's brothers. He was there in the top box with us. Oh, now I remember. Has been looking at us for a while now," she added as an afterthought. Harry groaned. He's probably wants to find someone to talk to about his ministry work. "And that is Cauldron Bottoms," he replied innocently, and she burst out laughing. After the food had been finished and most of the plates in the hall were wiped clean, Dumbledore stood up. "May I ask everyone to rise?" he said with a smile. Once everyone were on their feet, he waved his wand and about half the tables disappeared, clearing a space at the middle. A stage grew out from the side where some weirdly dressed people, wearing clothes that were torn in strategic places, trudged up to it and picked up the instruments. From the cheers in the hall, Harry gathered that they were some kind of wizarding band. Harry realized with a jolt that they were going to be opening the dance. Feeling extremely self-conscious and unable to look at Fleur, they made their way to the dance floor, hearing familiar whistles and deciding that after this was over, Fred and George were going to die. Fleur too looked a little nervous, but he felt himself calm down when she smiled at him. Remembering what Aurelie had taught him, he intertwined his hand around hers and tentatively placed his free hand on her waist. As the band began playing a slow tune, they slowly started revolving on the spot. Fleur took the lead after a while, for which he was grateful, and he easily followed her through the steps. The room and its occupants faded out of his sight, and his attention was focused only on Fleur. Her face was alight with happiness. Her smile and the way her eyes never left his mesmerized him. They weren't even aware when they came to a stop and that the music had stopped. Blinking slightly, they looked around in surprise as everyone started applauding. Harry grinned in embarrassment when he caught Aurelie's eye in the crowd and she winked at him. More couples came up to the dance floor as another song started to play. Crumb and Hermione had left and he turned to see what Fleur wanted to do. He would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy dancing with her. Do you want to keep going? He asked nervously and she smiled softly. Yes, she murmured quietly. As they made their way back to the dance floor they caught sight of Aurelie and Basile, Fred and Caroline, George and Angelina and Amy and a boy from Durmstrang. They all had smirks on their faces when they came back to the dance floor, although soon enough, both of them went back to their trance where everyone else were blocked out. I didn't think you would be able to dance, she said playfully. Got to thank Aurelie for that, he said with a grin as he twirled her around. Her eyes widened in realization. You learnt from Aurelie, she exclaimed. You could, Avenue asked me. I wanted it to be a surprise, he murmured. She grinned at him and rested her head on his, oblivious to the people staring at them. You didn't, Avenue too, she whispered softly. His heart leapt as they stared at each other. Both of them had stopped dancing. A laugh next to them brought them back to reality and they looked around to see Caroline and Fred smirking at them. Both of them went red when they realized that many people were staring at them. Harry caught sight of Dumbledore and Madame Maxime who were looking happily at them. Dumbledore winked at Harry when their eyes met, making Harry blush harder if possible. On unspoken agreement both of them went back trying to find a table for them. Harry, Fleur, over here, Cedric called from a corner in the room where he and Cho were already sitting. My, aren't you too cute? Cho said slyly when they sat down, then started laughing as they looked away. Same reactions too. Look at Professor Sprout, Cedric exclaimed, and they all turned towards the dance floor where Sprout and Moody were dancing. The poor woman looked scared out of her wits as she kept her gaze fixed on Moody's wooden leg which kept narrowly missing hers. Five Sickles says Moody will step on her foot. You're on, Harry said grinning. The four of them watched carefully, laughing occasionally at the other unlikely couples. One of the funniest was Hagrid and Madame Maxime. They were taking more than half of the dance floor to themselves and many of the couples dancing near them looked extremely nervous. The song ended with no injuries and Cedric groaned. Pay up, Harry said with a smirk. Later. So cheap, Harry muttered, shaking his head. Hey, Cedric exclaimed in a mock-hurt voice while Fleur and Cho laughed. They continued to watch the dance floor, occasionally pointing out some of the more amusing sights. Harry noticed Ron and Parvati sitting at the other end of the room staring at Crumb and Hermione who were dancing in front of them. When the band started playing slightly faster tune, Fleur got up, tugging his hand. Fleur, I only know one dance, he said uncomfortably. Doesn't matter, she said before pulling him with her. He looked imploringly at Cedric and Cho who shook their heads, smirking. Once they had reached the dance floor she led him through a dance which turned out to be nothing more than Harry trying desperately to avoid treading on her feet. When the music stopped she fell into a fit of giggles while he stared at her trying to figure out if he was amused or offended. The latter evaporated when she keyed him on his cheek, leaving him with an idiotic grin. They were once again painfully aware that they were the focus of many eyes in the room and Harry felt a surge of anger at the thought. Didn't they have anything better to do than leave them in peace? Fleur seemed to be thinking along the same lines when she started pulling him towards the entrance hall. You sure you don't want to stay? He asked her in surprise. Truthfully, he couldn't wait to get out of there. The only thing that kept him back was because he liked dancing with her. But now it was less appealing to him because of the attention they were getting. Yes, she said quietly. They slowed their pace as they made their way outside. The grounds were littered with couples who seemed to be taking advantage of the darkness that surrounded them. We can go near the lake, he whispered hurriedly when they stopped, unsure of where to go as it seemed like there was no spot that seemed private enough. She nodded with a grin and they hurried towards their usual spot, which was deserted as they had hoped. They stood silently, watching the lake with the moon reflected brightly on it. Neither had let go of the other's hand the whole time. Harry glanced nervously at her who was lost in her own thoughts. He never wanted this to end, this was something he needed. He didn't know what he would have done this year if he hadn't met her at all. Indeed, he didn't know how he could keep going on without her anymore. It was like she was a long-lost part that now filled the void in his heart that had been formed after everything he had to endure with the Dursleys and Voldemort. How did she feel? He had a constant fear that she wouldn't feel the same way as he did. Although a part of him kept reassuring him that she did feel just like he did, although he couldn't explain it. The stares they were getting had only made him more aware to how they looked like to everyone else. He was still younger and still in school while she was already of age and would be graduating from school this year. Why would she want to be with him? She could have anyone she wanted. Putting that aside, he was a constant danger to others. There was definitely a reason why Dumbledore had suggested that he should be prepared. The attack at the World Cup, his name coming out of the goblet, the incident during the first task, it all seemed to come together. Charlie almost lost his life that day. He knew that he was already in love with her, he probably fell in love with her from the moment they had met at the World Cup. But was this normal? This was no fairy tale, and yet he felt like he was in one whenever he was with her. This thought scared him. He was afraid of getting hurt. Fleur was, well, Fleur. Yes, he got to live out a part of his dream, but anymore. Dare he believe in a future? It was cowardly, but he desperately wanted to avoid more emotional pain. What happened with Ron and Hermione had affected him more than it should have, a lot more. Even though he had decided to forgive Hermione, and did, he knew that he couldn't return to how they had been the past 3 years. He was scared to think how he would feel if Fleur separated from him. He didn't want to keep hiding things from her. She, Sirius and Lupin had become the most important people to him. It was scary to think just a few months ago these people had never been a part of his life. "What's wrong, Ari?" A soft, melodious voice brought him out of his thoughts. He looked at her to see her watching him in concern. "Nothing much." He lied. She smirked. "You're a very bad liar." He sighed, scratching his head. "I am, aren't I? What's wrong? I can see that you are in pain." She murmured softly. "Let me, Ari." He began, but his throat tightened. Her hand was gently caressing his cheek and she was gazing steadily at him. He had almost no control over his mind just then as he watched her eyes darken. There was some emotion behind her eyes he found all too familiar, and yet he couldn't place it. His thoughts were wiped from his mind when he felt her lips on his, her arms wrapping around his neck as his unconsciously wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer to him. Her unique scent overpowering his senses along with the sweet taste of her lips. Warmth was spreading through his body. It was almost like the feeling when he ate chocolate right after facing a Dementor, except this was 1,000, no, infinite times better. They pulled back when the need for air became overpowering. Her warm breath tickling his ear, sending shivers of delight down his spine. He was caught by surprise when she tugged him back, capturing his lips with hers again. When they parted for the second time, she placed her head gently on his chest while he tightened his arms around her, burying his face in her hair. He loved the feeling of having her in his arms. There were honestly no words to describe it. Suddenly she started giggling and he gazed down at her curiously. She moved them carefully towards the tree near them and leaned on him suddenly. Before he knew it, fall on the ground where he landed a little painfully with her on top of him. He groaned slightly and looked up at her, who was still now laughing openly at him, her hair tickling his face. The sight was so cute that he couldn't help but be amused and slightly annoyed at the same time. "What?" he asked a little defensively. "Harry Potter, the boy who killed a basilisk, faced down about 100 Dementors, a dragon, and you know who is still powerless against a woman." She had finally stopped laughing and was looking at him with an adoring expression. He blushed slightly, feeling her breath tickling his face from their proximity, but refused to back down. "Not just any woman, there's only one who can do that to me, and I'm looking at her right now." Her cheeks colored slightly, but she got a mischievous glint in her eyes. "This woman sounds interesting. Anything you can tell me about her?" she asked playfully. "She is the most beautiful woman in the world. She's kind, smart, funny, and she understands people well. She. His words caught up in his throat, wondering if he should go on. She instantly caught on to his hesitancy, losing the childlike gleam in her eyes as she looked at him curiously, waiting for him to go on. Using every bit of courage he had left, he pushed on. "She's given me something that I never thought I could have. I still don't understand why she gave it to me, even though I am a few years younger than her. I don't understand why she would choose me, when she could have someone better than me. When she deserves someone better than me." His voice gradually got quieter and quieter as he spoke until it became barely above a whisper. She didn't say anything for some time and he found himself unable to look at her. He was afraid of what he might see on her face. He might see realization reflected on her face. He was afraid that she would. A part of him screamed at him, reprimanding him for bringing this up, and yet another part of him assured him that it was for the best. He felt a hand gently caress his cheek, and after a few movements, he forced himself to look at her. He was startled to find that her eyes were teary. She leaned towards him and kissed him lightly. It wasn't as heated as earlier, but it still sent shocks down his spine. "Ari," she said quietly, drawing back a few inches. "Don't ever say that again. You don't see what's in you that everyone else does. You are not perfect, nobody is. But you are as close as anyone can get, to me at least. As for age," she smiled gently at him, trailing a finger down his cheek, making him shiver. "Your eyes show who you are. From them I can see that you are much older than me. And besides, what is 3 years for us?" He opened his mouth to speak, but she placed her finger on his lips, silencing him. "You say that I, avenue given you something that you thought you never could, avenue. It is the same for me. You proved I can be seen more than just a villa. And also don't forget that I am now an adult. I make my own choices and—" She paused for a moment. You're one of my choices I'm not going to give up. Nothing will change that. Nothing." His question escaped him before he realized it. His voice was filled with hope and smiled gently at him. "Not." She kissed his cheek softly. She did the same for the other. Single. His nose. Zing. He suddenly smiled, which made her heart skip a couple of beats. His bright green eyes were almost glowing, burning with happiness. "I love you." Silence fell. The words had escaped his lips before he knew it. He hadn't even been thinking about it. She stiffened in his arms and he immediately felt apprehensive. She gazed at him with an unreadable expression, his words dying out on his throat. He knew it was useless now. He had laid everything out to her and it was no use denying it. He didn't even want to deny it. These were his true feelings and he didn't want to lie to himself or Fleur, although he would have preferred he hadn't said that now. They probably had been staring at each other for hours and they wouldn't have known it. Harry had almost lost hope. Closing his eyes, he mentally kicked himself. "Do you mean it?" she asked. Her voice was barely audible and he almost didn't hear it. His eyes snapped open to find her blue eyes shining brightly. He gulped before he closed his eyes again, taking a deep breath. "Yes," he said softly, keeping his gaze fixed on her. She remained frozen for a few more seconds before she closed the distance between them and tenderly kissed him. When they parted, she had a single tear sliding down her eye. "I love you too." "Nothing." His question escaped him before he realized it. His voice was filled with hope and longing. She smiled gently at him. "Nothing," she whispered. He suddenly smiled, which made her heart skip a couple of beats. His bright green eyes were almost glowing, burning with happiness. "I love you," he murmured. If the leaves would have rustled, if the wind would have chosen that moment to hum, in short, if there had been even the slightest noise just then, Fleur would have convinced herself that she had misheard him. As it was, at that moment the only sound that could be heard was the faint rhythmic beating of their hearts. Her own immediately started beating louder as soon as his words had left his lips, that she was sure that even he could hear it. For a few moments her mind ceased to function. She never dreamed that he would say this to her. As she watched, his brilliant green eyes dimmed slightly and he had a look of horror on his face. If this had been any other time she would have been laughing at the sight. His lips moved but she didn't hear him. She could only gaze down at him while her mind struggled to recompose itself. He got a defeated look on his face and his eyes dimmed further. The sight made her heart throb painfully. She could see the sincerity behind his eyes. There was no deception. By the look of horror on his face, he hadn't been meaning to say this, but this only added to his honesty. He genuinely cared for her. She never broke her gaze from his face as the torrent of emotions raged within her. With every passing second her mind was beginning to accept what she felt in her heart. The answer was becoming clearer. It was easy to accept it. She had never felt what she was feeling for him for anyone else before. It was an entirely new feeling, yet it was familiar at the same time. She knew then that the only person she would ever have these feelings for was for the one that she was gazing at right now. She knew the answer for the question she was about to ask. The answer was plainly written in his eyes, but she needed to hear it from him. Just as he had exposed himself to her, she was going to do the same for him. "Do you mean it?" She was surprised she could even speak. His eyes snapped open and she was once again consumed by his mesmerizing gaze. He closed his eyes briefly before he opened them again. They were gleaming brightly again. Yes, it was like someone had lit fireworks in her mind. His eyes showed everything. Feeling her mind grow hazy, she leaned forward and captured his lips with hers, her eyes slowly shutting. Warmth unlike anything she had ever felt before was spreading through her and she felt complete for the first time. Like she had regained a missing part of her. All of her past memories that haunted her ceased to exist, making her feel oddly light. She drew back to look at him, still feeling the warmth in her chest which was growing with every passing second. She felt a tear sliding down her eye as she looked at him and voiced the thoughts that were literally screaming at her. The words that would change her fate from that moment on and tie it to the man she was gazing at. "I love you too," she said softly. His face lit up like Christmas lights. He simply looked radiant at that moment and made a promise to herself then that she would do her best to make that same expression on his face appear more often. She felt her own smile widening as she gazed into the eyes of the man she had fallen in love with. The warmth she felt at her chest didn't disappear. Instead, it felt like it was increasing steadily. Harry frowned slightly and gently wiped away the tears that were falling from her eyes. She hadn't even been aware of the tears until he gently caressed her cheek. Closing her eyes, she leaned into his hand. Unseen by her, his frown disappeared to be replaced by the same smile he had just moments ago. It was a few minutes before he moved his hand. "Fleur," he murmured, and she opened her eyes, following his gaze towards her chest, and gasped. Her necklace was glowing brilliantly. She gently tried to lift herself up and off his chest, but something prevented her from doing so. She tried again, and yet some unknown force seemed to be drawing her back to him. Strangely, this did not panic her. Instead, she welcomed the comforting sensation that was spreading through her. From the curious look on his face, he wasn't panicked either. Suddenly it hummed softly, and a ray of blue light extended from her now brilliantly glowing necklace and wrapped around Harry's neck as his eyes widened. Almost as soon as the blue light had wrapped around him, an emerald green light extended from Harry's neck and intertwined around the tendril of light connecting them. The light slowly dimmed after a few minutes as they both looked on in amazement. Once the light dimmed sufficiently, she gasped, as an all too familiar object was plainly visible on his neck. An identical necklace was now fastened around his neck. It was exactly the same as hers, and the sapphire blue stone was glowing. She glanced down at hers and was shocked to find that hers had changed. Instead of the sapphire blue stone, the stone was now a vivid emerald green which was also glowing. She found this color much more appealing for some reason. "Ari," she whispered. "What happened?" I don't know." His face reflecting her emotions perfectly: shock, bewilderment, awe, and a slight hint of happiness, although neither could explain what brought this on. "Did you know about Z's when you got it?" she asked curiously. He shook his head. "No. Although, the shopkeeper did say something." He frowned and remained silent for a few moments. He was surprised that I wanted this and said something about it being unique. "And he also said he'd like it if I introduced the one I gave this to the next time." He blushed slightly. "The color seems to have changed." She grinned and gently trailed her fingers around his pendant. "Seems so," she said softly. "Do you? Not that I don't err." Her smile widened as she watched him struggle. He looked pleadingly at her. "What I'm trying to ask is, do you want this one back? The blue one, I mean." "No, I like Z's better," she said softly. "But if you want this one back." "No, I like this one." Whatever it was lost as he started mumbling and went quiet. "What did you say, Ari?" she asked playfully, seeing this opportunity to tease him a little. She knew he was uncomfortable from the way he kept avoiding her eyes. He mumbled something again, more audibly, but it wasn't clear. "What is it?" she asked gently. "It's the same as your eyes," he said quietly. She rewarded him with a brief but sweet key and laughed when he blushed. She slowly rolled off him and placed her head on his chest and draped her arm around him, smiling as he pulled her closer automatically. "I got another Christmas present from you," he said softly. She reached up, keyed his cheek, and returned her head to his chest. There was no need to talk about what happened, it felt right. Right now both of them only wanted to enjoy the comfort of each other's company before they were forced to part ways for the night. It was hours later when Harry escorted her back to the Beauxbatons' carriage. They had spent the remainder of their time in comfortable silence, enjoying their moment of peace and the new feeling of the closeness they shared. They had advanced much further in their relationship and they both knew that it had become something special. It was a relationship that both of them were willing to do anything they could to protect. She was extremely reluctant to part from him and she could see from his eyes that he felt the same. She couldn't remember the last time she had felt this happy. Half of her wanted to spend the whole night in his embrace as she had done once before, but she knew it would only get them both in trouble. She was pleased however when he leaned in and kissed her softly before walking back to the castle after quietly bidding her good night. It had always been her that initiated physical contact between them. Once inside her room she smiled fondly at her now emerald necklace as she lay down on her bed. Her thoughts filled with the raven-haired wizard that she had come to love, which carried onto her dreams as she drifted off to sleep. Tonight could not have been more perfect. The object of the Fleur's affections was currently making his way back to the castle slowly. He had carefully tucked the necklace inside his robes as the glow would surely attract attention. There were still many couples milling about in the grounds, but he didn't even glance their way. It was like he had a permanent smile etched on his face. People were staring at him as he entered the castle, but he was still too focused on his thoughts on the silver-haired witch to care. He was brought out of his thoughts rudely by extremely loud voices. Recognizing one of them, he sighed and quickened his pace. He didn't need to see or hear this. Unfortunately for him though, said loud voices were coming from the foot of the marble staircase that led to the stairs to the rest of the castle, and to add to his displeasure there was a crowd already gathered around the stairs, barring his way upstairs. Resigned to his fate, he hung back in the crowd, waiting for it to end. Instead of being a jealous prat all the time, work up the courage to ask someone to the ball the next time instead of ruining other people's nights for them. Ronald. Hermione screeched before she ran up the stairs and away from sight. A full 10 seconds passed before the crowd burst into laughter at Ron, who was standing with his gaze fixed at the spot where Hermione had been, his ears as red as tomatoes. Harry wasn't laughing, but he sure to hell wasn't going to go up there and comfort the git. Even as he watched, Ginny came running up to Ron to comfort him. As the crowd dispersed, Harry felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see Cedric grinning at him. "So, before all this happened, why did you have that stupid grin on your face when you walked in?" His only response was to regain the same grin as all thought wiped from his mind again and drifted to Fleur. Harry. Cedric impatiently snapped his fingers and gazed at him. "What?" he asked innocently. Cedric was watching him intently and his eyes widened. "Merlin's beard, you two didn't. I mean, did you and Fleur you know?" "What? No," Harry yelped, drawing stares from everyone around them. "What is it then?" "Definitely not what you're thinking," Harry shot back. "Oh come on Harry, you can tell me." "Nothing happened. Where's Cho anyway? Were you waiting here for me just to ask this?" Harry asked incredulously. "Oh no. She's talking with some people over there," he said, pointing vaguely at the crowd behind them. "I actually wanted to talk to you about something. I was trying to find you, but then this whole thing between Granger and Weasley happened and pretty much drew everyone's attention," Cedric said sheepishly. "What is it?" "Listen, I didn't exactly get a chance to repay you for tipping me off about that dragon," he said quietly. Harry waved his hand dismissively and grinned. "It's all right. You would have done the same for me. Hopefully." Cedric clutched his chest dramatically. "Ouch, that was a low blow, Potter." Harry smirked. "But anyways, I take it you haven't worked on your egg, right?" "Not yet. I figured I'd start on it after Christmas. It just wails every time I try opening it." Cedric nodded knowingly. "Well, if you ever need a bath, a good one mind you, you could just use the prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor." He winked. "Huh. Just take a bath and bring your egg along. Might help you think." Harry looked confusedly at him. "Listen, I don't know where this is going, but I am not playing for the other team." "What? You're a right bastard, you know," Cedric growled when Harry started laughing. All right, thanks I guess. Before I forget, password's Pine Fresh." "All right, thanks again. Gotta go then. See you later Harry. Hey, you might want to take Fleur with you when you go. That place isn't too small and it's private. Will save you a lot of trouble of sneaking around, you know," he added with another wink, making Harry blush crimson. After saying his goodbyes, Harry trudged up the stairs. Once inside the Gryffindor tower, he hurried up to his dormitory, ignoring the crowd that had gathered where most of the older Gryffindors were continuing the ball, much to the disgust of the younger students. Once he changed into his more comfortable night clothes, he climbed onto his bed and shut the covers around them. He remained awake a long time, gazing at the glowing blue stone, thinking about Fleur. He had always thought his life was unfair and had wished more than once that he could have just passed on with his he wanted to survive. Something about her gave him hope for the upcoming years. When she had returned his feelings, he knew that she had meant it. He couldn't describe it, but he had seen the depths of her feelings for him. She had taken away his fears, his insecurities. That night he couldn't have been able to think about Voldemort or the task if he wanted. Not that he had the slightest desire to do so. He wasn't even worried about the end of the year, when the tournament would be over one way or the other. He knew that Fleur wasn't going to leave him behind. He thought for the first time of his life about the future, a time when there was no Voldemort. He could only see a smiling silver-haired witch waiting for him. The morning paper carried an unpleasant surprise. Harry had almost choked on his pumpkin juice when he saw the picture on the front page. It was of him and Fleur with their foreheads touching, gazing at each other while other couples were dancing around them, with the headline, "Sparks of Romance at the Yule Ball." "So you're off the market now?" Fred asked in a mock disappointed voice. Harry had pushed the paper away from him when he had seen the word Vila come up more than once in the paragraphs. The paragraph starts with, "The boy who lived, ensnared." That was enough to convince him he didn't need to read the rest to know what was written in them. The others had shared his disgust and hadn't read the paper at all. He was worried about Fleur though, although in reality he needn't have wasted time worrying at all. Fleur hadn't reacted at all when she saw it. She merely pushed the paper away from her as Harry had done and keyed him, making sure to get his lopsided smile permanently etched on his face before starting to eat, diffusing the tension immediately. "There's something different about you two," Caroline remarked. They had all finished eating and it was only Harry, Fleur, Caroline and Aurélie remaining at the Gryffindor table. They were allowed to visit Hogsmeade, but Harry and Fleur had decided to stay behind, and in a surprising move, so had Caroline and Aurélie. "Such as?" Fleur asked, leaning her head on Harry's shoulder while he sighed contentedly, closing his eyes. "This. What's going on here? Sure you two weren't too different before, but now," she seemed to struggling to find the words. "I'll get it out later." Aurélie smirked. "Our interrogation methods never fail after all." Fleur couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. It would be less of a headache to just tell them and be done with it. It wasn't like they were going to hide their relationship after all. Harry groaned, "Stop dropping me out of the conversations like that." He burst out laughing as the three witches stared at him in shock. "How did you?" "When?" Fleur started stammering but stopped when Harry wouldn't stop laughing. "You three," he choked while gasping for breath. "You should have seen your faces." Fleur tried and failed to look stern and poked him painfully on his ribs, which immediately shut him up. "When did you learn French?" Aurélie demanded. Harry grinned. "I didn't. Well, not yet anyway. I just asked Basile to teach me how to say that sentence. You can see how useful it is. You prat." Caroline was blushing. She was thinking back to how she had talked about her sensitive female stuff with the others in French with Harry around. Her immediate thoughts when Harry had spoken in French jumped to exactly how openly she had talked about them and how much he had understood. Harry glanced at his watch. It was still too early, but he wanted to visit Sirius. He had a lot of things to talk about. He glanced at Fleur tentatively, who smiled and nodded. He had told her he was going for one of his meetings earlier. Waving at Caroline and Aurélie, he hesitated before he quickly keyed Fleur's cheek before hurrying away. Back at the table, Fleur's cheeks had taken on a rosy tint as she watched him disappear from view. "Never thought I'd see the day Ari did that," Aurélie said with a smile. Caroline was now grinning like the cat that ate a canary. "That's it. Come on Fleur, what happened yesterday? You were ecstatic in the morning and you two look like you've gotten even closer together than you were before. Shall we go back to our carriage?" Aurélie interrupted and they looked around to see the usual, stalking, drooling squad. As Caroline so eloquently put it, had appeared through the doors. They got up quickly and hurried out of the great hall and started on the familiar path to their carriage. Once inside, they made their way into Fleur's room and settled down comfortably on her bed. Caroline for good measure cast a locking charm and a silencing charm on the door. Have any of you seen Amy anywhere? Aurélie asked thoughtfully. Fleur shook her head but Caroline grinned mischievously. Last I saw of her was when she was leaving with her date last night. I don't think she came back here. Aurélie sighed. So she too then. We need to step up. Looks like two of our friends have already beaten us to it. She finished with a smirk at Fleur, who only needed a few seconds to catch on to what she meant. Nothing like that happened, she yelped. Something did. Caroline huffed, crossing her arms. Now tell us. A smile played on Fleur's lips, something that was not gone unnoticed by either of the two witches, which only raised their curiosity. Ari told me he loved me, she said softly. Caroline and Aurélie stared at her for a few seconds before reacting. What? They both yelled at the same time, eliciting a laugh from Fleur. Then she launched into a brief rundown of what the two had talked about after they had left the ball. Wow, Caroline muttered with a glazed look after she finished. It's actually sweet how it just slipped out. Aurélie giggled while Fleur nodded with a smile, remembering the memory. You're really lucky, Caroline said with a hint of envy in her voice. I know, she murmured. You going to tell your parents it's serious now? Aurélie asked. Fleur thought about it for a moment. She had already written to her parents after the first task and told them that they had begun dating. Both her mother and father had been happy for her, and something told her that they would approve. I don't think I will tell them right now. I mean, I don't want to tell them about this over a letter. Oh yeah, they're coming around May or June, right? Caroline asked, conjuring a pillow and settling it behind her. She nodded. Oh, I almost forgot, she exclaimed before bringing out her necklace from under her robes and showing it to them. Isn't that it's green now? Aurélie exclaimed, grabbing it and pulling Fleur with her, making her gasp as she almost choked her. Sorry, she said sheepishly. How did it change? Caroline asked. Ari doesn't know either. She blushed, making her two friends smirk knowingly. After she finished recounting what happened, both girls were eyeing the necklace wonderingly. So, Ari has one too now? Aurélie asked. Yes, his is blue now. That's so romantic. Caroline squealed, making her blush again, but she couldn't help agreeing. It took a long time for Sirius and Lupin to stop their laughter after Harry had finished recounting everything, although he avoided the finer points, much to Sirius's annoyance. Stop laughing, Harry muttered, annoyed as a small blush was creeping up his face. Sorry, Harry, but you have no idea how close you were to scaring her off, were you? Sirius said cheerfully. Oh, don't worry, there's no chance of that happening anymore, and you've got yourself something almost every man in the world chase after. He added, catching the horrified look on his face. It was kind of different for James though. Lupin said, smiling fondly. He started pursuing Lily with the words, I love you, from the beginning. That might be why she wouldn't come near him until our 7th year. Sirius nodded. Yeah, I remember telling him off for being so direct with her. He wouldn't listen at all. She didn't go out with him until 7th year. Harry asked in surprise. He knew they had gotten engaged right after they graduated from Hogwarts. You have to understand, you do not court a young lady with the words, I love you, from the beginning. Take this from an experienced marauder. James was an idiot when it came to women. He was lucky that Lily decided to give him a chance. Sirius explained. Well, you have nothing to worry about, Harry. Congratulations, by the way, Lupin said cheerfully. Sirius turned to him, his expression serious, pun not intended. You really sure about this girl then? You can't go around lightly after you say something like that to a girl, he said. Yes, she is the only one I've ever felt like this about. Sirius. I don't think I ever will for anyone else, Harry said quietly, his embarrassment clearly visible on his face. Sirius's face broke into a wide smile. I won't lie, I envy you, pup. Harry couldn't stop his own grin that spread across his face. Thanks. How is she? He asked, waggling his eyebrows, making Harry groan loudly and Lupin chuckle. Such a dog, Harry muttered. He immediately turned into his animagus form and barked before turning back with a huge grin on his face. Guilty as charged. After the laughter died down, Harry looked nervously between Lupin and Sirius. Is it all right if I introduce her to you too? I'd like to meet the woman my godson is courting, Sirius said after a few moments. But you sure she won't mind? Mass murderer here, you know. He finished with a grin. Yeah, she will understand, Harry said quickly. Lupin nodded approvingly. Shouldn't be a problem. And aren't the Delacours? Lupin trailed off looking at Sirius. Harry too looked curiously at Sirius, whose smile widened. I know Dominique Delacour. Harry stared in amazement. You know him? Isn't he the head of the horror department in France? Yep. How? I met him back when I was at my second year in Hogwarts, I think. He said thoughtfully. My family. Harry didn't miss the disgusted look that came on Sirius's face. Had a social gathering for all the important people from the English, French and Bulgarian Big Three or something like that. He came with his father, who was also the head of the horror department at the time. We became good friends after that. Stayed in touch ever since. Even now? Harry asked, perplexed. No, haven't seen him ever since I was carted off to Azkaban. His wife is one beautiful woman. He added with a grin and suddenly slumped his shoulders dejectedly. I can't believe the son of my best friend is ending up with a beautiful woman too. Talk about getting beaten 2 generations in a row. This was too much for Lupin, who started laughing uncontrollably, eliciting a grin from Harry. So, he looked expectantly at them. Yeah, sure, I'd love to meet her. You better tell her about me beforehand though. I don't want to get burnt to ashes when she finds her boyfriend has lessons with a known madman. Harry nodded, smiling. So, all that aside. Harry, have you started on your egg yet? Lupin asked. No, not yet. I did get a clue though. I'll give it a go tomorrow or day after. Don't keep putting it off though. You might need a lot of time to work out the meaning. He said warningly. Yeah, Harry muttered under his breath. Oh, and there's another thing I forgot to mention. I don't know what it was, but he went on to describe the vision with Voldemort and about the servant at Hogwarts. Why didn't you tell us this sooner? Sirius asked after a long moment of silence when he was done. I kind of forgot, he said sheepishly. I went to see Dumbledore right after I saw this, but he wasn't there at the time. After that, well, Harry, Lupin's voice was strange. Are you sure you saw Greyback? He nodded. Who is he? Fenrir Greyback, Sirius growled. He was one of the only Death Eaters that weren't caught and also one of the most vicious. He's also a werewolf, Harry gasped. Sirius looked at Lupin, who had been staring at the fire, lost in thought. It was Greyback that bit me, he muttered. Catching the look of horror on Harry's face, he grimaced. Back when Voldemort was in power, he saw it as his job to turn as many people as possible into werewolves for Voldemort's army. I remember thinking that it was by mistake that he bit me, but I found out later that I was targeted by him. My father always stood up to Voldemort and he crossed him somehow. He's really dangerous, Harry. We need to inform Dumbledore about this as soon as possible. Sirius said. But damn it, that old coot keeps disappearing off again and again. He growled in frustration. This servant in Hogwarts. You didn't hear any names, anything? Lupin asked. Harry shook his head. Nothing. He just said that he was losing control of him and that he was to be taken care of. It can't be Karkaroff, can it? He asked, looking at both of them. He knew from them that he was a Death Eater. No, that doesn't make sense. I know Karkaroff, Sirius muttered darkly. He's a coward. He doesn't have enough guts to fight against anyone. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't defy Voldemort. Did you have any more of these visions? Lupin asked. No. After that they were just like the rest. Only dark shapes. We need to step up on your occlumency training. Harry grimaced. He still hadn't completely mastered, and he wasn't a fan of the headaches that came with it. In fact, we'll start on it tonight. We need to go, Sirius. He added, glancing at his watch and then up at Sirius urgently. Merlin's beard, it's 2 already. Harry, we'll see you tonight, gotta do something. Sirius said, getting to his feet with Lupin. Harry nodded and stood up with them. Will you bring Fleur tomorrow? I don't think we will be here until 10 at least. Okay. After they had left, Harry had been pleased to find Fleur seated alone in the Great Hall reading a book. From her demeanor he knew she was annoyed. Sorry, he whispered apprehensively as soon as he reached, brightened up when she pulled him down and pecked his cheek. Come on, she said, getting up and lacing her fingers through his and leading him out of the Great Hall with her book. He didn't miss the frosty glares she threw at some of the boys that were sitting at the Gryffindor table who looked slightly put out. Where we going? He asked, grinning at her when they slowed their pace and walked slowly across the school grounds. It was pretty much deserted with almost everyone being in Hogsmeade and the younger students still back at home. You didn't, Avenue lunch did you? She asked softly. No but, then we shall, Avenue lunch. She said firmly, leaving no room for argument. They walked in comfortable silence and led him to the Beauxbatons carriage where inside she led him to the smaller dining room where the plates were already laden with food. They were done fairly quickly as neither had spoken much other than occasionally catching each other's eye and grinning before looking away. She then pulled him into her room where after locking the door and untying her hair, letting it flow back all the way to her waist, pushed him onto her bed before assuming her favorite position with her head resting on his chest with a content sigh. Harry once again wondered how on earth he managed to get someone like her to fall in love with him as he looked down at the mass of silver. He smiled unconsciously, remembering what Sirius had said. Then he realized with a jolt that they were alone. Fleur, he murmured, wondering momentarily if she had fallen asleep. In response she shifted so that he could see her face which was watching him curiously. You know how I keep going from time to time. The meetings, she shook her head cutting him off. You don't. Avenue to tell me, Ari. She said gently. As long as you're not doing anything reckless. He chuckled thinking about how he dueled with Sirius. I know I don't have to. But I want to. The smile that lit up her face stunning and he was briefly mesmerized by her before her lilting laughter brought him back to reality. I'm glad that I can enthrall you every now and then. She said softly. Then she settled her head back down on his chest, waiting for him to go on. Have I ever mentioned my godfather? He asked suddenly. He sent you your firebolt right? Yeah, he replied happily. Then he looked nervous. She noticed this and edged closer to him. What is it? If you're uncomfortable. No. He shook his head. Taking a deep breath he looked straight at her. My godfather is Sirius Black. She didn't look angry or scared, none of the emotions that he was expecting. Rather, she only looked surprised. I remember, he was in Z News about murder a year ago. He nodded. Yes, but he's innocent. Without wasting time he launched into an explanation regarding everything that happened in his third year, leading up to how he and Hermione rescued Sirius from his fate. He really cares about you. She said after he was done. He smiled at her, glad that she had accepted his story without question. I know. He's something, you'll see. She smiled at the way his eyes sparkled as he talked about his godfather. His fondness for him was obvious. I'd like to meet, I am sometime. How about tomorrow? He asked, grinning at her. He's heir, she asked in surprise. I've been meeting him and Remus since the start of the year. With everything that's been happening every year to me, Dumbledore decided I could do with some preparing. She nodded sadly. But isn't it too much for you? You already, Avenue your normal classes and now you are competing in Z's tournament too. It's fine. I'm glad they're doing it for me. She gazed at him, her face expressionless although her eyes were gleaming more brightly than ever. Sighing softly she buried her face in his chest. I wish there was some way for me to, help. She said quietly. She heard him mutter something so quiet that she didn't hear it and looked up to find him looking away with a small blush on his face. What did you say, Ari? I said you already are helping me. In more ways than you can imagine. He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. She reached up and pressed her lips against his, smiling when she felt his hands wrap around her waist, pulling her gently towards him as her own arms wrapped around his neck. Gently she tugged off his hair band, letting his hair fall to his shoulders and allowing her to revel in the soft feeling of it. They remained locked in embrace before she broke away and nuzzled into the crook of his neck. Summer, she murmured. He glanced down at her but she didn't look up. This summer would you come to France? He was stunned to say the least. But he couldn't think of anything better than spending summer with the person in his arms. You're asking. Of course I'd like that. But I don't want to impose on your parents. Ari, my parents would love to, Avenue you over. I told them a lot about you ever since we met. And you know that you will, Avenue to talk to them soon right? About how things are. She laughed at the terrified look that appeared on his face. Do you think they will be angry? I mean, with me being oh no, have they seen that newspaper article about the dance? Harry asked in a panicked voice. Sure he had met them and they were good people, but which parent would approve of their eldest daughter having a relationship with someone like him? Whether they are angry or not I don't care. Avenue already made my decision and I am of age. I already told Zem that. We were seeing each other after the first task. She said softly with a small smile playing on her lips. My mother teased me a lot about you and both her and Papa were happy for me. Gabrielle was ecstatic about it too. So it's safe to say you, Avenue charmed my whole family. Harry grinned cheekily. But I only wanted to charm one of you. She grinned up at him. So you admit to pursuing me. I never would, Avenue guessed you were the type. I didn't mean that. He squeaked and smiled in spite of himself when she dissolved into a fit of giggles. Then you did not pursue me. No. I mean yes. Maya. I think I will keep you after all. She said brightly, keying his cheek and cutting off any further stammering from him. When the two came back to the castle for dinner they were confronted by an extremely flustered Professor McGonagall who demanded that they fix their appearance before entering the Great Hall. Both turned red when they realized what the professor was getting at. Inside they were greeted by open stares and whispers. It seemed that their relationship was now official. Harry found this thought oddly relaxing as they walked hand in hand towards the Gryffindor table. He didn't even want to think what he would do to anyone that approached Fleur. Fleur on her part had similar thoughts on her mind. She loved Harry but he was a little thick-headed and never seemed to notice the longing gazes of the girls around him. The lust-filled stares from the male population was still present but it didn't bother her at all now. This was a good thing but all the same, she tightened her grip on his hand possessively as they slid into the empty seats in the Gryffindor table. That Skeeter woman was all over Hogsmeade looking for the two of you. George said as soon as they were seated. Hasn't she done enough damage already? Harry growled. Try to keep avoiding her. She cornered Bagman today at the Three Broomsticks. He didn't look too happy after that. They were interrupted when Amy came in with her boyfriend who she introduced to the whole group. He was rather pleasant and his accent was a lot like Crumb's and the rest of their time was spent watching in amusement as Caroline teased both of them, surprising everyone with the details which by the looks of horror on Amy and her boyfriend's face, were proven true. Harry noticed during dinner that Hagrid wasn't up at the staff table and made a mental note to visit him the next day. He also had the egg and Cedric's clue nagging at the back of his mind. He decided he would check it out later today. Having occlumency lessons meant that he would hardly get even a wink of sleep if the headaches started. After quietly telling Fleur he needed to go and bidding her and the others good night he hurried off to the Gryffindor Tower where he stuffed the egg, invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map in his bag and took off to the room of requirement. Once inside he set his bag down and sank into one of the chairs, waiting for Sirius and Lupin. He had been hiding it, but ever since he came back into the castle his vision had kept blurring out at times. Fleur seemed to notice it at times because she kept eyeing him worriedly but she never commented on it. This wasn't like the time before when he had the vision with Wormtail and Greyback. Instead of seeing blurry shapes, his vision would suddenly black out and he would suddenly be staring at an eerie white tree that had no leaves on it. Something was giving him a bad feeling and he wondered if he should tell them about it or not. Once they arrived he acted as if nothing was wrong and calmly did everything as Lupin told him. He succeeded in repelling him multiple times and wanted to keep going but Lupin stopped him. Is something wrong, Harry? I usually wouldn't let you go on for longer than half an hour but you seem to be pushing yourself too much today. He asked, his voice etched with concern while Sirius watched quietly. Harry had sweat pouring down his face. He had indeed been ignoring the throbbing headaches that had now become far too painful for him to keep his eyes open. He was now sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. He couldn't repel it. It was like there was nothing to repel, there was no external intruder. He couldn't explain it and something told him he shouldn't. No, nothing's wrong, he said faintly. All right, that's enough, Sirius said. I want you back in bed now. Got it? Yeah, sure, he muttered. Once they were gone Harry trudged wearily back to the Gryffindor Tower. He had been meaning to go the 5th floor and see if Cedric's clue meant anything but he felt like he would faint at any moment. He had barely climbed in through the portrait hole when he fell forward, collapsing on the floor. A white tree was standing eerily in front of him. He was standing in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing to be seen for miles except for the tree in front of him and the sky was an inky black. The tree had no leaves on it, the branches were sticking out menacingly. Such a pity, he thought. It would have been beautiful to look at. Indeed it would. A quiet voice agreed and he whirled around to find himself staring at a tall cloaked figure that bore a startling resemblance to a Dementor. He reached for his wand but found that his pockets were empty and took a step backwards while the figure watched silently. He felt a measure of calm settle over him immediately, and instantly he knew that the figure didn't mean him harm. Harry stared at it, waiting for what, he didn't know. The figure just stared blankly back at him. He couldn't see any eyes, but he felt the penetrating gaze. It was like it could see through him, into him, beyond his outward appearance. It felt like it was staring at his soul. Finally unable to take the silence, he opened his mouth to speak but no sound came out. The figure watched him in amusement as he tried again. "Who are you?" It was strange, but he felt like if he could see under the hood, the face would probably be smiling. The voice was low, distant, as if it was coming through a veil. "Am an old friend." Harry found himself nodding, as if he had just confirmed his suspicions. Momentarily surprised by his own actions, he looked around, taking in the surroundings before his eyes finally came to rest on the tree again. "Where are we? Is this a dream? If you want it to be." He sounded amused. Harry stared blankly back at him, waiting for him to elaborate. "Very well, I would say this is the plane which connects the living to the dead." Harry looked around at the empty planes and felt his own amusement growing. "Bit dreary, don't you think?" The figure chuckled. "I believe so." Harry sighed, turning around to stare at the tree. There was something about it that demanded his attention. "So does this mean I'm dead?" "No. Your time has not come yet." Harry turned around. "Why am I here then?" He didn't answer for a few moments. "Why you are here, that is for a later time. But for now let's just say I will be closely watching you. Your way forward leads only to one end, and yet your path continues on beyond that." What had once been clear is now shrouded in darkness. He could have sworn that the figure's face looked like it was smiling. "Suffice to say I am intrigued." Harry felt strangely calm hearing this, and he was surprised when he felt a small smile playing on his lips. "You will always have a hard time with me, old friend." The figure nodded in amusement. "You were the wisest of the three brothers after all." The tree and the figure started fading away slowly. "It's time for you to return." Harry nodded, and before he knew it he was surrounded darkness. "Harry! Harry!" A voice was frantically calling out to him. He groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes. "Is he alive?" a higher voice asked. "Harry! Get up!" His vision was still blurry and he realized he didn't have his glasses on anymore. "Glasses," he muttered, reaching out with his hands before he felt someone gently put them onto his eyes. He found himself staring at Katie, who was watching him closely while Fred was standing behind her. Both of them looked extremely worried, and before he could speak Katie was hugging him tightly. "You feeling all right?" Fred asked, crouching down next to him, and Katie let go of him. He nodded unconsciously. His mind felt disorganized. He could distinctly remember a white tree but nothing else. He looked around. They were in the Gryffindor common room, right in front of the entrance. "I'm all right." "Bloody hell, Harry. We just came in about a minute ago and you were on the floor. You had no pulse, for God's sake." "I fainted," he asked, looking at them both. It was confusing. A number of images were on his mind and the tree kept coming up. He could also remember a black hooded figure now. "A Dementor." "You tell me," Fred said grimly. "Come on, we're going to the hospital wing." "What? No, Harry, you were dead when we came in," Katie said worriedly. Her eyes were wet and he immediately felt guilty. "I'm fine. I think I just fainted, and besides I don't want to bother Poppy now." "Harry," Fred began. "No, please, I think I just need to lie down." The two continued to argue, and only when Katie threatened to tie him up and levitate him out did he give in. "Why am I not surprised to see you back here?" Poppy remarked, shaking her head and letting Fred and Katie lower him into a bed. They insisted on staying with him until she was done with her checkup, and she frowned. "Well, there's nothing wrong with you as far as I can say." When Harry tried to get up he was immediately pushed back down by Katie while Poppy nodded approvingly. "That doesn't mean you're going anywhere. You will spend the night here." There was no room for arguing and Harry slumped, defeated. "And you two better get back before you get in trouble." Don't tell Fleur about this?" Harry asked in a small voice. Fred's face immediately cracked into an evil grin. "What will you give me for keeping this incident from her?" "We won't, as long as you stay here and don't come back until you're better," Katie said, cutting Fred. Harry nodded gratefully and she smiled and squeezed his hand reassuringly. They left. Poppy pushed a steaming goblet in front of him. Drink that now. Harry sighed before drinking the potion, which tasted pleasantly like orange juice. He was only halfway through the contents of the potion when he felt his eyes shut slowly and felt a hand gently take the goblet from his hand before he drifted off to sleep. The next day Harry woke up around 9 in the morning and protested loudly against having breakfast in the hospital. Finally, after 10 minutes of bickering, she gave in as there was really nothing wrong with him, and he delightedly took off hurrying down the stairs. He still had only flashes of what he had seen last night. He knew it wasn't a dream; if it were, it would already have begun fading from his memory. On the contrary, he felt like he was remembering more and more of what he had seen, although for now he could only distinctly remember a white tree and figure that closely resembled a Dementor. The great hall was packed with students when he entered and was momentarily surprised before he remembered the younger students were back from home. He slipped into the seat beside Fleur, who had a worried expression on her face until she spotted him and perked up, keying his cheek. "Morning," he said quietly to her while he was inwardly breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed Fred and Katie hadn't told her. He shuddered to think what she would do to him if she found out he had earned another trip to the hospital wing. Harry," George said apprehensively, handing him a letter. Frowning, he saw it was a letter from Mrs. Weasley, and he didn't miss the worried looks on Fred and George's faces when he opened it. "Harry James Potter, what do you think you're doing with that girl from that school? She is older than you and she's a Vila no less. Remember this, young man, you shouldn't go chasing after some woman just because she has a pretty face, and you shouldn't be getting that close with foreigners. Hasn't it occurred to you that she is using you for your fame? I thought you had more sense than this. I want you to put it in writing and send me a letter stating that you will not continue to see this woman. I expected better from you. Your parents would be shocked. Now you stop that foolishness with that slag of a woman, or else I will be forced to come up there. Love, Molly Weasley." The group had gone quiet as they watched Harry, who was still staring at the letter, his expression unreadable. Fleur, who had caught a glimpse of the letter, had read on as Harry had made no effort to hide it. She was hurt by the letter, to say the least. It was exactly like what was mentioned about her in the papers, but she had always brushed it off. But seeing this letter, which was written personally to Harry demanding him to stay away from her, scared her. She couldn't help it, as a tiny part of her feared that he would indeed go along with what this woman was asking him to do. He had let go of her hand, and almost everyone down the table were watching curiously now. The air had gone strangely still, and there was an unnatural coldness that had settled in. Fred and George especially looked worried, scared even. Suddenly the letter flew from his hands into the air, and it burst into bright emerald flames. The heat from the flames was enough to make most people cover their heads with their arms to protect themselves from the scorching heat. The hall had gone completely silent, and almost every single person were staring at Harry, who had his gaze fixed upwards where the letter had been just seconds ago before it disintegrated in the flames. He slowly turned to her, almost as if he was afraid of looking at her. His face betrayed his emotions: anger, fear. He stood up quickly and walked silently down the aisle between the tables before breaking into a run near the entrance. He disappeared from view, in the direction of out of the castle. Fleur sat rooted on the spot. It had been a while since she had seen that expression come on his face. The last time she had seen this was when he had told her about what happened between him and his ex-best friends. The fact that he looked scared when he looked at her shocked her more than ever. The whispers that broke out around them brought her back to reality, and she quickly stood up, running after him. She knew exactly where he was going. When she was getting nearer to the secluded spot by the lake, she slowed down and approached quietly. Sure enough, he was there, sitting against the tree with his knees drawn up to him with his arms tightly drawn around him. He didn't look up when she approached and sat down next to him. She felt her chest tighten when she saw the defeated look on his face as he stared into the lake. Deciding that she would give him some time, she waited for him to speak. After what felt like hours, he spoke, his voice coming out low and lifeless. "Sorry." She stared at him. "Why are you apologizing?" she asked softly. He didn't speak for a few moments. "It isn't fair. What these people are saying about you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't need to deal with everything people are saying." "Ari," she murmured, gently wiping a stray tear on his face. She slowly crawled in front of him. He refused to look at her, but she pulled his face to her. "Why are you afraid?" He didn't answer, yet he didn't look away. It was the fear in his eyes that worried her the most. Tell me what's wrong, she whispered pleadingly. It was a long time before he answered. I'm afraid that you will not be able to take it anymore. His voice sounded broken. If you went with anyone other than me, you wouldn't have to face what these people are saying about you. She wanted to slap him at that moment, and she almost did. The only thing that held her back was the pain reflected in his eyes. Listen to me, Harry Potter. Do you think that I am a weakling that needs protecting? She asked, her voice so cold that Harry felt shivers run down his spine. No. Then what is it? Why do you keep apologizing for everything? Why are you letting they people ruin what you and I, Avenue? I'm not. He sounded wounded, more broken than she had ever heard him, but her own anger was building too. What is it then? She asked, glaring at him. His eyes locked with hers, and for a moment neither said anything. I'm afraid that you will leave me, he muttered finally, his shoulders slumping dejectedly. I'm afraid that this will become too much for you. I'm not worth the trouble, Fleur. I mean, even I understand that. You deserve so much more than me. I have seen what they write about you in those papers, I know what the people here say about you. She felt her anger vanish without a trace as she realized what he was talking about. It was his greatest fear, being left alone again. You foolish man, she murmured, making him looking up at her. What? You, eared me. You still do not know who I am. At this he lowered his gaze dejectedly. But, she brought his face back to level with hers. I will make you see. I don't care how long it will take, but you will understand. She smiled softly. I won't leave you. I care too much about you to hurt you like that, so please, put that fear out of your head. She paused as a shadow crossed her face. Those people, they won't understand our feelings. No one ever will, and we shouldn't waste our time trying to convince them. And besides, you are also forgetting that EET was not so different back in Bobatons for me. I'm no stranger to what they say people are saying. EET is what we must endure for being what we are. I don't care anymore because I, Avenue you now, and you shouldn't either. His face lit up with the same happiness, if not more than the day she had returned his feelings. It was infectious, and she felt her own smile widening. Suddenly he grabbed her, making her squeak in surprise as he pulled her onto him and wrapped his arms around her. He didn't say anything, but he didn't have to as she closed her eyes and snuggled into his embrace. It was a very happy couple that returned to the castle later that day. They met Fred and George along the way, who immediately started apologizing with worried looks on their faces that were so unlike them. It's all right, Fleur said softly, and Harry nodded. Instantly the two looked relieved. She sent us a letter too, asking us to make sure you two were apart. Fred said angrily. Yep, and we kindly told dear mother to sod off. George added. Apparently she has been asking Charlie about her, although he too, I believe, kindly told her to stop meddling. Fred said with a grin. Oh, and he and Bill sends their congratulations. And Bill told me to tell you, it was a close run. George rolled his eyes. Tell them we said thanks. Harry said, grinning. Will do, Harry. Blimey, we don't want to get on your wrong side anymore. George muttered with a fake shiver. Yeah, Fred chimed in. Those green flames were wicked. How did you do it? Wandless too, George added. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. I dunno. I wasn't really in control of myself at the time, Mrs. Weasley. He stopped speaking and Fleur squeezed his hand reassuringly. Fred and George waved their hands. It's all right, Harry, we know. Fred muttered. Yeah, we're just glad you didn't storm off to burn her up. George added with a grin. Harry smiled uncertainly. Keep him out of trouble, he's a handful. Fred added cheerfully to Fleur. She grinned and nodded, and the twins took off. After lunch they spent the rest of their time with Aurelie and Caroline. Amy had once again disappeared with her boyfriend. They considered staying in the library but left hurriedly when the books started leaving the bookshelves after growing small arms and legs before things could get hairy. Outside they spotted Fred, George, Jean and Basile, who were shaking in laughter listening to the old librarian's shrieks of outrage. Since it had been a long time since the four of them had spent time near the lake, they did just that until it was time for dinner, where they were joined by the others. Afterwards Harry led Fleur upstairs, to the room of requirement where Sirius and Lupin were already there. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, mademoiselle, Sirius said with a huge grin, striding forward and taking her hand. I promise you everything you like about my godson is because of me. he added with a smirk. Fleur laughed while Harry scowled at him and led Fleur away from him towards Lupin, shaking his head and muttering something about a lecherous dog. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin," she said, sitting down next to Harry. "None of that, please call me Remus. I don't want to feel any older than I already am," Lupin replied. "Seconded," Sirius added. "How's old Dominique doing?" Fleur looked surprised, but soon they were talking happily everything that happened last year, how Sirius knew her father and the Marauders. Harry was extremely happy watching Fleur talk with his two fatherly figures as comfortably as she was with her friends. It was finally well past curfew when they realized the time. "You two had better get back or you'll be in trouble," Lupin muttered, looking at his watch and glancing up at Harry and Fleur guiltily. "Yeah, and Harry, come a little earlier tomorrow. Got to resume our training. You are welcome to come too if you want," Sirius added to Fleur with a smile which soon grew into a smirk. "Although it might be better if you don't. I'm afraid Harry will not be able to keep his eyes on me." "Can't blame him though, Sirius," Harry yelled, tackling him to the ground while Fleur and Lupin watched in amusement. "Careful, pup, or I will mop the floor with you in front of her," he said, laughing, pushing himself off the floor and helping Harry to his feet. "Off with you two then." They waved their goodbyes, and after Harry had carefully checked if the coast was clear with the map, they stepped out. Harry groaned, suddenly coming to a stop as they walked down the dark corridor. "What is EET?" Fleur asked quietly. For an answer, Harry held up the map for her to see. Filch, Snape, McGonagall and Flitwick were all out patrolling the floors with the prefects. They had been inside well past curfew. "We'll get in trouble," she said worriedly. Then she perked up. "What about Z cloak? I don't think it will cover us both," Harry said doubtfully, pulling it out. She grinned mischievously before grabbing it and throwing it over them, pressing herself as close as humanly possible to him and wrapping her arms around his waist. "Now we're covered," she whispered in his ear. He shivered in delight when he felt her warm breath against his ear, and it took him a moment to compose himself, which wasn't easy because of the way he was reacting to the proximity. They set off slowly, managing to keep everything except their feet hidden, which was quite an achievement. Harry was getting increasingly uncomfortable. He couldn't decide whether he was in heaven or in hell. With her pressing herself so close to him, it was torturous, but at the same time it was the best feeling in the world. She knew exactly how he was feeling and made no effort to lessen his suffering, unable to stop smiling at the way she affected him. It was a relief for him when they emerged out of the secret passageway leading to the grounds. The main entrance was locked now, enabling him to throw off the cloak and her to part from him, although she kept a firm hold on his hand. "How are they?" Harry asked as they walked slowly across the grounds. "I like them both," she answered happily. "Sirius is a lot like Fred and George, Remus is a lot like my papa." He chuckled softly, nodding. She glanced at him, noting how his face had a permanent smile etched on it. She realized then how much her words meant for him and smiled unconsciously. Once they reached the carriage, he surprised her by keying her softly. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise before they drooped shut as her arms came up around his neck as she responded enthusiastically. It was about a minute later when they broke apart, both extremely red in their faces and breathing heavily. After quickly pecking his cheek and whispering good night, she slipped inside the carriage, leaving him standing outside with an adorable grin on his face that made her want to pull him inside with her. A few weeks later, Harry had regained all his memories of the meeting with the hooded figure back. He couldn't understand what it meant. It was like an extremely bad case of déjà vu. He could remember every single thing he said, and yet he had no idea why he said them. Why he kept referring to the figure as an old friend. Deciding to leave that for later, he concentrated on occlumency and his dueling lessons. He had improved beyond recognition, and he had become exactly what Sirius wanted. Unpredictable. Sirius was cursing as he was forced to leap to the side, dodging yet another stunning spell that which instead of hitting his shield disappeared before coming into contact with it as the bright blue shield breaking spell shattered his shield into pieces. He only had a few seconds to push a cloak himself with a basic shielding charm when the stunning spell reappeared as a glowing red orb before it burst into multiple smaller pellets which dispelled his shield. Before he even had time to breathe, he heard a hiss near the ground and almost yelled in shock when he found a snake entwined around his legs, restricting him from moving. Instinctively he conjured multiple blocks of stone which hovered in the air for a few moments before each and every one of them burst into dust, but it gave him the time he needed to kill the snake and free himself. Impedimenta. He heard Harry yell and instantly flicked his wand, parrying the spell which flew harmlessly to the side. It was a reflex, he would normally dodge it. This whole time they had been in the duel, both of them had been casting non-verbally. It took only a few seconds for him to realize his mistake as he tried to move, hastily conjuring up another shield which shattered again when the light in the room went out and they were plunged into darkness. Something neither he or by the gasp of surprise from Lupin had been expecting. The light flared back on, brighter than ever, temporarily blinding him as he squinted, looking for Harry, who had disappeared from view except for the stationary spells which were hovering directly in front of him, and he conjured another shield before immediately backing away and sidestepping away from the line of fire, preparing for his shield to break again when he felt a sharp prod at his side and felt his arms and legs go rigid, making him fall over, stiff as a board. Someone turned him around and suddenly Harry came into view, grinning widely as his face first appeared, followed by the rest of his body. Everyone in the room were stunned into silence. He could see Lupin looking shocked behind Harry's shoulder and he felt the body bind lift off him. The silence continued for a few moments before he started laughing. That was a dirty trick, using a disillusionment charm. He choked out when Harry stood up and pulled him to his feet. Ruffling his hair, he grinned widely. But I'm extremely pleased with you. Tricks or not, you beat me. That was an amazing bit of spell casting right there, Lupin said proudly. Harry's grin widened further if possible. When did you learn all of that? Disillusionment charms. Conjuration. Professor Flitwick's been giving me extra work since the stuff we do in class is too boring for me. Professor McGonagall too, he replied cheekily. Lupin chuckled and looked at Sirius. We're helping raise another marauder. Sirius nodded happily. Well, never thought you would be that type. I didn't think you would progress further in this time. What the hell have you been doing? Just read a few books at night, he replied, suddenly looking sheepish. Sirius glared at him. You've been practicing magic again at nights. I know my limits. I'm not doing anything stupid. And besides, I have a lot of time with nothing to do. Lupin frowned. You're still having those visions? No. This was not entirely truthful, and from the looks of Sirius and Lupin's faces he knew they caught on. All right, yes I am, but they're only dark shapes and I've been doing everything from occlumency, I know. It just won't work sometimes. Sometimes? Lupin asked, puzzled. Yeah, he muttered, sitting down and taking a swig from the butterbeer on the table. I think I've got occlumency figured out now. I can tell when there's someone trying to enter my mind and I can organize my thoughts. Here Lupin gave an approving nod. Better. It helps a lot with the books and school work. There are just some times when no matter what I do I can't stop myself from seeing the stuff. I think we better see Dumbledore about this. Lupin muttered thoughtfully, but Harry immediately protested. No, there's no need. It doesn't matter much anymore and it's become sort of a habit for me. I gotta go, he added, getting to his feet and glancing at his watch. Sirius looked surprised. Where? I need to even the score. Harry grinned. The egg, he answered. Sirius nodded in understanding and Harry waved at the two before leaving the room and walking quickly in the direction of the prefect's bathroom, which was on the 5th floor. After checking with the Marauder's map to see if anyone was inside, he quietly murmured, "Pine fresh," and the door immediately opened, enabling him to step inside before it shut, just as quickly. The chamber was amazing to say the least. The floor in front of him was about the size of a small swimming pool, which was at the moment devoid of any water, and there were multiple taps at the side. The walls were covered with pictures depicting scenery from an underwater world, complete with a pretty mermaid with long pink hair who yawned softly before waving at him shyly, who grinned and waved back. Then he opened all of the taps, amusing himself with the effects as some gushed brightly colored bubbles. It only took a few minutes before the pool was filled, and after gazing nervously at the painting where the mermaid blushed and nodded, hiding her face with her hands, and he quickly slipped off his hair band and took off his clothes and stepped into the water. "Air, you can open your eyes now," he called after ensuring that he was completely covered, and she did, grinning widely at him before twirling her hair under her fingers. Unbidden, he caught himself wondering how Fleur would look like wearing one of the Muggle swimsuits, and felt the color rise in his face before shaking his head from side to side. He turned around and grabbed the egg, wondering what he was going to do with it. Breathing deeply, he opened it and immediately shut it as it burst into the same ear-splitting screech as always. He heard a small giggle at his side and the mermaid pointed at the water and he quickly understood. Nodding his thanks, he placed the egg underwater and opened it and was immediately surprised when no sound came from it. Taking a deep breath, he put his head under the water and immediately heard a beautiful female voice singing. "Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we've took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back." As seen in the Goth book. Harry frowned when he resurfaced. Before thinking, he listened to the songs a couple more times to memorize it. Come seek us where our voices sound. This meant that there were only a few places where, their, voices. It was easy enough and it didn't take him more than a couple of minutes to put two and two together. The egg always screeched in the air no matter what he did to it, and it only sang underwater, which meant, they, were underwater. It was then that he realized what he thought. Underwater. How was he supposed to go underwater and stay there for an hour? He gazed absently at the mermaid who was now flicking her tail to and fro. He had read about human transfiguration, but he had never attempted it before. Maybe he could ask Professor McGonagall for help, but he wasn't sure he could master it within a month. In another 2 days it would be the 1st of January. Transfiguration was really complex after all, and human transfiguration was NEWT level 2. It was then that another spell came to his mind. The bubble head charm that Fred and George always used when they were handling dung bombs. If he asked them, they wouldn't hesitate to teach it to him. But would it work underwater? This calmed his panic a little when he realized there were ways. It wasn't entirely impossible. Deciding to come back to that later, he thought about the other clues. There was a time limit. That was certain. Whatever they took, he needed to recover it within an hour or he won't be seeing it again. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. This brought him to the other question. What would they take? We've take what you'll sorely miss. What would he sorely miss? His firebolt. It was one of his most prized possessions. So was the invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, even his wand. But that can't be right, he needed his wand to do the task. And even if those things were taken from him, they weren't stuff he would sorely miss. He leaned back, closing his eyes and forcing himself to think clearly. What would he miss? What mattered the most to him? It didn't take long before he thought of Fleur. She had become an integral part of him, and for a moment he panicked again. Before he reminded himself that she was a champion too. It was then he realized, it wasn't materialistic things he would miss. The few things that mattered the most to him were Fleur, his godfather, Lupin, and the few friends he had gotten close to. The list wasn't too long. But they wouldn't let people get taken in, would they? He spent a long time wondering about it before he shook himself from his stupor. They probably won't be placing anyone in danger like that. Which brought him to his final question: what had voices which only sounded underwater? His mind immediately jumped to the creatures which resided underwater, kelpies, grindylows. A faint giggle caught his attention and he looked up to see the mermaid smiling coyly at him. He felt himself grinning. Mermaid, of course. So they were going to be searching for mermaids underwater to find whatever was taken from them and get it back within the hour if they wanted to them again. Wonderful. He sighed, and after glancing at the mermaid again, who nodded and covered her eyes, he quickly lifted himself up and out of the pool and quickly pulled on his robes before she lowered her hands. Thanks, he said, smiling at her, who nodded, flicking her blue-green tail playfully and waving at him. Waving back, he stepped out and covered himself with the invisibility cloak. The lake was probably where the second task was going to take place. Inwardly groaning at the thought of coming face to face with the giant squid, he slowly walked back to the common room. If it was his firebolt they take, he would seriously have to consider if it was worth the trouble of facing all the underwater horrors of getting it. Then he remembered Malfoy's face last year when they held up the Quidditch cup and he felt a smile playing on his lips. It was definitely worth it. Why does it have to be so complicated? Harry growled at no one in particular. A loud clearing of a throat behind him caused him to look around sheepishly. Sorry. Madame Pants nodded curtly at him before moving away. It was Wednesday afternoon and he was spending his 4th day in a row now in the library, poring over book after book trying to find more ways to breathe underwater. Grimacing slightly and tucking the books he had found useful, he walked over to the table where Daphne was watching him in amusement, her charms essay lying forgotten. Muttering darkly under his breath, he slid into the seat next to her, glaring at the group of Hufflepuffs who were eyeing them from a corner, who immediately returned to their books in a flash. "Still no luck?" she asked, her voice laced with amusement. He glared at her and she immediately threw up her hands. "Forget I asked." Sighing, he closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair, gazing at the ceiling. "No, sorry, it's just frustrating. One would think." She smirked, turning back to her charms essay. He had already told her about the second task, albeit in a roundabout way, since he had only given her the clue he had heard from the egg at first, much to her displeasure, and let her figure it out for herself. "Stop scaring those poor people," she added. Harry, who had indeed been glaring at some of the Gryffindors who were watching their table, looked at her before breaking out in laughter. Daphne, who looked up at that moment, noticed the horrified looks on the Gryffindors, who, from the looks of their faces, seemed to think that Harry had gone insane, stifled a giggle, earning both of them a piercing glare from Madame Pants. "Stop fidgeting like an 8-year-old and read those books you got," Daphne muttered under her breath as soon as the librarian moved away. "And there's no way you're going to get everyone to stop staring over here either. A Slytherin and a Gryffindor sitting at one table. Remember?" Harry nodded before opening Obscure Enchantments and riffled through the pages listlessly. Finally he pushed it away before gazing at the rest of the books with a forlorn expression. "I wish you'd stop doing that. You're catching even me off guard now. I've hardly ever seen you like this," she said softly, putting down her quill and gazing at him. "I know that you have a few ways of doing this task, but you seem frustrated with something. Can't decide what to do." Harry ran his hands ruefully over his hair before growling again and ripping off the band. "On the contrary, I know exactly what to do, and that's what annoys me." "Do explain. How are you planning on doing this?" "Well," he gazed at the different books and frowned before brightening up. "There are two ways I want to do this. Firstly, there is gillyweed." She looked surprised. "Gillyweed. I remember that, of course. It's a plant that lets you breathe underwater, right? And I think it gives you some useful side effects too. It's perfect." "Well, there are a few problems. Firstly, it's a pretty rare plant. I have no idea where to get it. The apothecary back in Diagon Alley doesn't have it. Although," he broke off with a dawning expression on his face. "Now that I think about it, Hagrid might have some idea where to get it. He was in Nocturne Alley trying to find something in my second year." She wrinkled her nose with a disgusted expression. "There's a reason why we avoid that place. Don't trust what you can get from there." He looked downcast again. "I'll check out Snape's private stores for you." He looked at her in horror. "I can't ask you to do that." She waved her hand airily. "He doesn't mind if we snoop around. And besides, I like having you around, can't afford to lose you under the lake." A grin lit up his face. "Don't let it get into your head, Potter," she muttered, although a small smile was playing on her lips. He widened his eyes and looked at her with the same forlorn expression he had minutes ago. "Okay," he said, his voice etched with sadness, although she could see the amusement in his eyes. She grinned at him. "You've been around the twins for too long. What's the second way?" she asked curiously. "Bubblehead charm. It works." "Yeah, tested it out too." He had indeed gone to the prefect's bathroom and used the charm, which worked well to his delight. "But, the only problem is, I'll be too slow." "Gillyweed makes you faster underwater," she nodded, her brow furrowed thoughtfully. "You could always try some transfiguration." He grinned ruefully at her and lifted the book he was reading now for her to see the cover, Human Transfiguration. "I could, yes. But it's really hard." "When is the second task?" "February 24th. Professor McGonagall told me yesterday." "It's not too bad then. You still have what? 5 weeks and a couple of days to work on it." Gazing at her watch, she stood up. "We need to go, it's almost time for runes." He nodded and stalked off towards Madame Pants with the books under his arm. "Note," she snapped as soon as he approached, and he pulled out the slip McGonagall had written for him. The books on Transfiguration were from the restricted section. She spent about a whole minute trying to detect some form of forgery before she huffed and handed him the books. "What took you so long?" Daphne asked haughtily when he came back to their table where she was waiting for him. She was having fun with the note. He muttered, shoving the books inside his bag. They set off upstairs towards the Ancient Runes classroom and they were met halfway along the way by Tracy, who greeted him a lot more warmly than before and fell into step with them. Harry sighed softly. Daphne had finally made him realize that more than half the school had crushes on him, including Tracy, although she also assured him that most of them had given after seeing him and Fleur at the ball. There were still quite a few that refused to give up though. Ancient Runes was becoming more and more enjoyable now that they had finally moved past the translating phase. They were now learning the theory behind applying runes for enchantments, and they were especially excited when Professor Babbling announced that they would be able to move on to a more practical application of them by the end of the year, if not, definitely by the beginning of next year. Afterwards they hurried downstairs to the grounds for care of magical creatures, which had recently ceased to be as fun as before, partly because the Scroots were becoming potentially lethal and mostly because Hagrid was not his usual old cheery self. This all happened because of a Daily Prophet headline last week entitled Dumbledore's Giant Mistake, which revealed everything about Hagrid's heritage. Apparently his mother was a giantess named Fridwulfa, who was also apparently one of the most vicious giants before they went into hiding. Hagrid had immediately stopped showing his face for classes, and finally after 3 days of classes were cancelled, Dumbledore put his foot down and brought Hagrid out of his self-exile, helped along by Harry and surprisingly Ron and Hermione. He had run into both of them twice in Hagrid's hut. It seemed that the two had resolved their argument from the Yule Ball. Ron had stopped glaring at Harry whenever he saw him, and twice he wondered if Ron had opened his mouth to speak to him, although he never gave him the chance to. Harry was getting increasingly irritated with Hermione again, and he found himself wondering if it would have been better if he hadn't forgiven her. She kept talking to him and trying to engage him in conversation. This had effectively stopped him from visiting Hagrid in his hut since the two kept showing up. To add to his irritation, his time with Fleur was getting increasingly limited as both of them were busy with schoolwork and the second task. Immediately after he had found the clue, he had tried to tell her about it and she immediately stopped him, saying she wanted to work it out on her own. He gazed down at the Scroots that were making odd noises and spewing flames, almost burning his arm in the process. He didn't mind though, since Hagrid seemed to go back to his cheery self when faced with beasts that were a potential danger to those around them. "Dawn, hurt him," he cried when Seamus finally lost it and fired a weak reductor curse at one of the creatures, which bounced harmlessly off its shell and slammed into the roof of Hagrid's hut, eliciting startled screams from it which announced where the other half of the class who were not keen on getting close to the Scroots were hiding. Seamus glowered at Hagrid before backing away. "I think that's enough fair today," he muttered, looking crestfallen. Harry stayed behind, deciding to help Hagrid round up the rest of the Scroots. Together they finally managed to subdue the creatures and lock them in their boxes. "Thanks for the help, Harry," Hagrid said with a smile. "No problem," Harry replied, returning his grin. He leaned back on the fence watching the Beauxbatons carriage, deciding to wait for Fleur since classes was done for the day. "Waitin' fair ye, lady friend?" Hagrid asked, his eyes twinkling. Fighting the blush that was creeping up his face, he inclined his head. "Both of you all set for the next task?" He shrugged. "Halfway there." Hagrid nodded and clapped his shoulder reassuringly, almost making him fall over. "You'll be fine. Both of you." "Thanks," Harry said with a smile. Just then the Beauxbatons carriage door opened and the students filed out little by little. Some of them noticed Harry and waved at him, who waved back while Hagrid watched in amusement. Finally catching sight of a hint of silver at the door, he straightened up and picked up his bag. "I'll see you at dinner," he called over his shoulder, walking towards the silver-haired witch who was watching him with a smile on her face. Hagrid raised his hand in a wave before ducking back inside his hut. Fleur was pleasantly surprised to find him waiting for her outside. "Missed me?" she asked slyly. He shrugged with a playful smirk which grew wider when he was rewarded with a swift peck on his lips. "Seriously, you two, not when we're around," Caroline said with a mock glare. Aurelie joined them soon afterwards and the four of them set off back towards the castle in a leisurely pace. Harry kept stealing glances at Fleur, wondering how best to ask her if she had found the clue out yet. Finally, after his third failed attempt at asking her, much to the amusement of the three, she sighed audibly. "Yes, REI, Avenue found the clue. And I am working on a way to stay underwater." "Appy now?" He grinned in relief. "Yep," he answered happily. Aurelie shivered, gazing at the lake. "I don't envy you two. I don't like ze sort of, aiming to go under zere." Who knows what's in Zier? Thanks for the encouragement, he said dryly. You're welcome, she said brightly. All talk about the second task stopped when they reached the great hall where Fred and George had half the students in the house tables turning into large canaries. The next few weeks passed too slowly for Harry's tastes to a point that it was almost like torture. Both he and Fleur were working on the second task in their spare time, and it was severely limiting them from seeing each other. The only times they saw each other was at meal times, and from the longing reflected in her eyes every time they parted he knew she hated it as much as he did. Neither of them wanted to distract the other from the task, so all they could do was be content with the little amount of time they had with each other and look forward to when the task would finally be done with. Apart from that, Harry felt was a lot more calmer this time. He felt he was getting properly prepared this time. Both he and Daphne agreed that using gillyweed was not advisable. She informed him that Snape had exactly 3 of them and that he would surely notice if one of them were missing. He didn't want to give Snape any more reasons to try to chuck him out of Hogwarts. He had decided to go along with Transfiguration to change his feet into something more useful for moving in the water. He had also outright refused Sirius and Lupin's offers to help, saying that he wanted to do this on his own, much to their displeasure as they constantly kept reminding him that he was forced to compete and had nothing to prove. He felt that this was something he needed to do. Nevertheless, he was pleased with how it was turning out. The hours he was putting into practicing were proving to be well worth it, as he was confident that by the first week of February he would be able to pull off the spell. In one of his dueling sessions with Sirius, his godfather made a surprising announcement. Ever since he had beaten him in a duel, Sirius had been much more ruthless. Yet Harry had kept up with him to his immense pride. Enough, Sirius gasped, panting and bent double. Harry was no better off. He was on the floor taking deep and steadying breaths, trying to pull himself together, sweat streaming down his face. His vision kept sliding in and out of focus and he was well and truly exhausted. He didn't know if he could move another inch. Finally stopped. Did you? Lupin muttered mildly, turning over another page in his book and looking around in amusement from his chair. The room looked like a hurricane had hit it. The bookcase was blasted in half. Angry scorch marks covered the walls and there was a faint smell of something close to gunpowder in the air. The air felt heavy and at times green sparks kept escaping Harry's hands and wand, just as red sparks were escaping Sirius. Sirius pulled out a bottle of butterbeer and chucked one to Harry, who almost dropped it before grabbing another one for himself and sitting on the floor with a groan. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were as exhausted as Harry, Lupin said with a smirk, eyeing Sirius. I think I am. I've never dueled to the point of exhaustion before, even against Death Eaters. You all right there, pup? He asked worriedly, watching Harry, who was now lying spread-eagled on the floor with his eyes closed. Yeah, just need to catch my breath, he said weakly. He felt like he was going to faint at any moment. It was a while before anyone spoke and he even fell asleep for a few minutes before he slowly straightened up, glancing at Sirius and Lupin, who were now sitting on the armchairs, deep in conversation. The room was also looking as good as new. Decided to come back to us, did you? Sirius asked, grinning as Harry shakily stood up and walked over, sinking into the armchair. There are a few changes we're going to have to make now. Harry grimaced. What kind of changes? He asked warily. We're going to lay off dueling for a while now. There's actually nothing more I teach you anymore. All we can do is duel each other for you to help build up your experience, but even that is becoming counterproductive since we know each other's patterns. The other thing you can do is to add more spells to your arsenal. Harry nodded slowly. What he said made sense. He felt like he knew what Sirius was going to do before he did it. What are we going to do then? We need to work on your core, Sirius said with an evil glint in his eye that made Harry instantly more wary of him. I have a feeling I'm not going to like this. Oh, don't worry, it's not like I'm going to go fiddling around with it. What I mean is we need to build up your stamina. How's that going to help me? He asked curiously. Sirius frowned for a moment. Okay, you remember the spell you used against the Horntail? The one that held it in place? Yeah, I would guess that now you could probably cast it and maintain it for a minute before you feel your knees go weak. Have you tried it lately? No, not since then. In other words, Harry, it means your core capacity has increased. Stamina directly coincides with your core capacity. That's why you're so exhausted now. If we allowed you to keep going now you would probably end up back in the hospital wing like the first time. Lupin said mildly. You already last as long as you do because of the dueling with Sirius and your Quidditch training. Makes sense I guess. So what have you got in mind? Sirius smirked. Physical training. Harry groaned. Somehow I don't think Dumbledore and Voldemort got strong like that. He muttered. Sirius and Lupin had to clutch the sides of their chairs trying to control their laughter. Even Harry chuckled to himself when he thought about what he said. Can you imagine? OL Snake Face in a pair of training shorts jogging around in the morning followed by his Death Eaters. Sirius choked out. This only served to increase their laughter and they all took a while to calm down, not helped by the occasional chuckles that escaped from one of them every few seconds. Wait, so you mean I have to jog around Hogwarts? Harry asked, wrinkling his nose. No, I have a more practical method in mind. We will do that in addition to some physical workouts. Don't worry, they will be almost the same as the standard Quidditch procedure with a few tweaks I'll add. What have you got in mind? He asked again. You familiar with Muggle dueling? Harry couldn't help the disgusted expression that crossed his face when he suddenly remembered Dudley standing in the living room shirtless and wearing boxing gloves while his parents fawned over him. You mean like boxing, karate, that weird way they punch screaming at the top of their voices? No thanks. Sirius chuckled and held up his hand. Oh no, we're not going to waste our time with those. I'm simply going to adapt you to fighting. None of those weird ways of standing, shouting. Sirius shook his head. None of that, I promise. You'll see, and besides, you will be thanking me later. Harry grinned at him. Why? Am I going to be punching Voldemort in the face? Sounds good, I'll give it a try. He'll never know what hit him and he probably won't be expecting it either. This elicited chuckles from the two marauders. That will be something. But no, this will probably be more useful in the Muggle world. Why? He asked confusedly. Fleur. He replied. What? Lupin sighed. Muggles don't exactly have the same self-control as wizards do. If you're planning on ever venturing out of the wizarding world with her and not get in trouble for using magic, well, Harry nodded slowly, thinking it over. When do we start? Seems like we found a good motivator. Sirius smirked. Already got a woman that has you wrapped around her finger, he shook his head sadly. I count this one of my greatest failures. No one should be tied down like that so young. Whatever else he was going to say way cut off by Lupin who placed a silencing charm on him, to which Harry nodded his thanks while at the same time trying hard not to laugh. After the task Harry, Lupin said, getting to his feet. Right now we need to make sure you come back up again after you go into that damned lake. February 14th was a day that both Harry and Fleur had been looking forward to. Since it was a Saturday they were all allowed to go to Hogsmeade. Desperate to spend one full day together without anyone else bothering them, they slipped out before breakfast, and it was an unspoken agreement between the both of them to not speak about the upcoming task. They actively avoided a certain coffee shop that had cherubs flying around throwing confetti at couples. Ignoring Cedric, who desperately waved at them to catch their attention when Cho was dragging him determinedly into the shop, they instead spent most of the morning hanging around Honeydukes and the Three Broomsticks. They chanced on a visit back to the shop, which was run by the same elderly couple that once said they looked good together. Neither Harry or Fleur recognized the shop until they had seen the owners, who immediately recognized them and put two and two together when they had seen entwined hands. The old woman winked at Harry and whispered something in Fleur's ear, causing her to blush slightly and thank her. Much to Harry's annoyance, she refused to tell him anything. The afternoon brought more people into Hogsmeade, which instantly cast a shadow over what had promised to be a perfect day. The stares they were receiving, combined with the sudden presence of Rita Skeeter, who was making a beeline for them through the crowd, Harry had immediately turned and led Fleur into the Shrieking Shack. Thankfully, it seemed like the demented reporter didn't have enough courage to follow them. Fleur took great interest in exploring it, much to Harry's amusement. Something like this would have scared a normal girl, but then again, she certainly wasn't normal. They came out of the tunnel at the base of the Whomping Willow, which was frozen after a quick levitation charm making one of the branches prod the trunk. The rest of the day was spent in Fleur's room, which was mainly due to the fact that neither of them wanted to be anywhere near the lake until the task was over. All in all, the day finished far too soon for their liking. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.